once falsely accused me of indecent behavior towards the school beauty, now kneeling and begging me to be her husband, even competing to give me her first time. All because the apocalypse arrived, turning 80% of the global population into zombies, while the school beauty and I were surrounded by zombies in a small warehouse. In the chaos, Lu Yuming couldn't dodge in time, her mouth directly against my face, unexpectedly activating the many children, many blessings system. Simply by clapping for love with different girls and having offspring, one can receive generous rewards. Immediately receiving rewards, including an unlimited storage space and 200 transformation weapons. The transformation weapons change into a random weapon every 24 hours, with firearms having no ammunition limit. At the same time, a series of information appeared on Lu Yuming. Name Lu Yuming, looks 91, cup size 1 pair, loyalty 20, never been intimate. Seeing this information, I revealed a hint of surprise, didn't expect Lu Yuming to still be a virgin at this moment. I began to carefully examine Lu Yuming in front of me. She seems to have some charm. If clapping for love is needed to get rewards, then this woman in front of me is definitely the first choice, with beauty and figure. With a good figure. But with her attitude towards herself, how could she obediently do such a thing with me? During these years in college, she, Lu Yuming, has no idea how much bad and false things she has said about herself. She probably even believes those nonsense herself, but I'm not worried at all. Now it's the end of the world, Mike makes right, not afraid of him disagreeing. Thinking that I directly snatched the food from Lu Yuming's hands. Lu Yuming is a bit angry. There's not much food left, what I obtained should be kept by me. Lu Yuming doesn't give in at all. Do you think you have the right to negotiate terms with me? If you want to survive, shut your mouth, I roar at Lu Yuming. Yuming's heart trembled, in her impression. I am the kind of very honest person, she never expected me to be so domineering. Lu Yuming dare not continue speaking, afraid of my extreme actions, quickly shuts her mouth. At this moment, the zombies outside heard the movement and fiercely slammed against the door. At this time, I discovered a space in my mind, with a single thought. The things inside appeared before my eyes. At this moment the versatile divine weapon was lying peacefully inside. Its appearance was that of a metal box, very cool in design. With another thought, the versatile divine weapon unexpectedly flew out. At the same time, the versatile divine weapon also rapidly transformed. By the time it fell into my hand, it had turned into a handgun. I felt excited in my heart. The system introduced earlier that the versatile divine weapon has no ammunition restrictions. Doesn't that mean that within these 24 hours, he now has a pistol with unlimited bullets? To verify this point, I quickly opened the magazine, which was neatly filled with bullets, then swiftly put it back in, aimed at the palm-sized glass on the door, and with a gunshot, the glass on the door shattered. The bullet hit a zombie outside the door, but unfortunately, it didn't kill it. Instead, the recoil of the pistol made his hand tremble. This real scene made him even more excited. Which boy hasn't dreamed of having a gun? He was beyond excited. Hastily opening the magazine, it was indeed still full inside. Beside me, Lu Yuming was startled by the sudden gunshot, looking at me with confusion. When he saw the handgun in my hand, his pupils suddenly contracted, his body quickly retreated to the corner, and one hand trembled slightly pointing at me. How do you have a gun? I'll call the police to arrest you. Are you out of your mind to arrest me? It's the apocalypse now. Even if you can make the call, probably no one will come to arrest me. You better think about yourself. I snorted coldly. Then I continued to shoot at the zombies outside the door. Since I had never used a pistol before, my movements were awkward, and my aim was poor. My shot only hit the zombie's shoulder. I slowly found my aim, and quickly fired the third shot. This shot, the head of a zombie exploded like a watermelon. I almost threw up unprepared. But behind me, Lu Yuming wasn't so lucky. She vomited violently, but only brought up a stomach full of bitter juice. I adjusted my mindset and continued shooting. As the saying goes, a gun is fast beyond 10 meters, and within 10 meters, it's fast and accurate. After practicing more than 10 shots, even a novice like him who had never touched a gun before could hit headshots with every shot, of course, within 10 meters. Fortunately, this door is sturdy enough, which gave him time to practice shooting slowly, with each gunshot. The zombies outside the door fell down one after another. Before long, I sat down on the only sofa in the warehouse. Lu Yuming, who had almost finished vomiting, sat on the other side of the sofa. Give me something to eat, I'm starving. I glanced at her, indifferent. This little food might need to last for several days. We can't waste it like this. I took out a small bread from my pocket, tore open the packaging, and stuffed it into my mouth. You talk about saving food, then why did you eat now? Lu Yuming gritted her teeth in anger. I have to kill zombies. My energy depletes quickly. How can I not eat? I took out another bag of milk from my pocket, and the sight made Lu Yuming's eyes light up, as if he had also tasted the milk, but besides licking his dry lips, he couldn't do anything else. I know I was wrong. I won't speak ill of you again. Please, can you give me something to eat? After a long period of hunger, he realized that there was nothing more unbearable than an empty stomach. I replied with a smile, "You want to eat? Then kneel down and beg me. When you spoke ill of me before, did you ever think it would come to this?" Lu Yuming was about to lose his temper, but he forcibly swallowed the words he was about to say. "If you don't kneel down now, there will be no food left." I tossed the empty milk bag. Lu Yuming's pupils constricted, looking somewhat flustered. "Is it still not enough if I kneel?" Lu Yuming knelt down with a thud, looking at himself kneeling in front of him. A smile played on my lips, as all the grievances I had suffered over the years were finally released in this moment. I had imagined countless ways to torment Lu Yuming, but nothing compared to the satisfaction of seeing him kneel before me now. "If you want to eat, you can. Just do as I say, behave well, and I won't hesitate to give you food." Lu Yuming suppressed his anger. Knowing that Lu Yuming was unwilling, I made him turn left 3 times and then right 3 times, leaving him puzzled. He could only follow my instructions, and soon he completed the task. I also took out a pack of Wang Zai small steamed buns from my pocket, and Lu Yuming's eyes, full of longing, stared fixedly at the food in his hand. I tossed it up, the Wang Zai small steamed bun formed a parabolic arc, and I threw it towards Lu Yuming. Lu Yuming was about to catch it with his hand, but he heard my command, not allowed to use hands, must catch it directly with his mouth. Lu Yuming, with a bewildered expression, put his hand down, then aimed carefully, opened his mouth to catch it, but the aim was slightly off. The Wang Zai small steamed bun hit the corner of his mouth and fell to the ground with a light bounce. Lu Yuming instinctively reached out to pick it up. I said no hands allowed. It wasn't until this moment that Lu Yuming finally understood. He looked at me with anger on his face, questioning my intentions. I chuckled lightly and said disdainfully, "You can pick it up, but I guarantee you won't get a single bite of food from me." Lu Yuming's expression changed several times. In the end, he knelt down, placed his hands on the ground, slowly lowered his upper body, and as his chest was about to touch the ground, he opened his small cherry-like mouth and picked up the Wang Zai small steamed bun that had fallen on the ground. He was reluctant to swallow it. The taste of the food quickly spread in his mouth, and a large amount of saliva soon soaked the morsel. Gradually, it swelled with bubbles until the last trace of flavor disappeared, and only then did he reluctantly swallow it. "I did as you asked. Can you give me a bit more food?" He looked at the food in my hand, continuously swallowing saliva. I took out a piece directly from the package and tossed it again. Lu Yuming hurried to catch it. This time he caught the food accurately, then walked to me. He looked at me with a puzzled expression. I reached out my hand and gently touched Lu Yuming's slightly greasy hair. At that moment, Lu Yuming's face blushed suddenly. A strong sense of shame surged within him, but he dared not move because he realized that as long as he obeyed me, he could eat. "Can you please give me a little more food? I'm really hungry," Lu Yuming pleaded as he looked at me, his watery eyes particularly charming. "From now on, you must call me master. Let me hear you scream." Lu Yuming widened his eyes, finding it hard to believe his ears that he was being asked to say such embarrassing words. "If not, then you don't want this food." I brought the food close to my mouth, tilting my head slowly, causing the food to roll slowly, about to fall into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuming became extremely anxious, his hungry stomach protested again, and he seemed to have made a certain decision. He slowly opened his mouth and said "master" in an extremely soft voice. I directly handed over the snacks in my hand. Lu Yuming took it from me, excited to the point of tears. He suddenly felt that this wasn't bad, although it was a bit embarrassing, but at least he wouldn't go hungry. This made him realize after these days, there is nothing more unbearable than hunger. He even seems to be somewhat infatuated with this feeling of being trained. I coldly chuckled, then stopped paying attention to him, approached the door, gently pushed it, not a single ripple. I couldn't help but frown, peering out. It turns out it's a zombie, the body blocking the door. Luckily there's another door. This door leads to the library corridor, which leads to the cafeteria. I decided to go to the cafeteria first to replenish food. Immediately I opened the door. "Where are you going?" asked Lu Yuming with a puzzled look. "If there's no food, of course I'm going to find food. Will you come back?" Lu Yuming's eyes revealed concern. A smirk played on my lips. "Maybe I won't come back if I find a way out." Lu Yuming was a bit anxious and quickly followed me. At this moment, I became patient, not in a hurry to leave. "Do you want me to protect you?" Lu Yuming nodded. "Then how can I protect you? What can you do for me?" Lu Yuming hesitated. "I can listen to you. I'll do whatever you ask me to do." As I spoke, I glanced at Lu Yuming's neckline, those full yet subtly hidden pair. Lu Yumeng noticed my gaze. She quickly crossed her hands to cover her chest, but after a moment of hesitation, her furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and her hands slowly lowered. As long as you can protect me, I can do anything. Then his hand rose again, but this time it was on the buttons of the shirt. With each button unfastened one by one, tears uncontrollably streamed down his cheeks. In his thoughts, Lu Yumeng had already taken off all his clothes and lay on the sofa, ready for you to pick. I'm not polite either. I want to vent all the grievances of these years. Congratulations to the host for successfully recording the first woman. Rewards are being distributed. In an instant, a burst of light flashed. The image of a building appeared in my mind. In my space, a building blueprint lay there. With a thought, a 3D image of the building appeared above the blueprint. This is a building that looks quite ordinary on the outside, with 2 floors. I quickly checked the information on the blueprint. The building is called a safe house, first level, for 5 people. Seeing this description, I began to imagine hiding inside the safe house, watching people outside angrily banging on the door. But before that, I must gather some food and then leave the school. Fortunately, the school is in a remote location, so once I escape, there is a large open space. He looked at Lu Yumeng lying on the sofa, naked, and said, "Stop crying. Weren't you enjoying it just now? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Let's go." Lu Yumeng softly responded and then slowly got up. When putting on clothes, I didn't hold back at all, and even increased the intensity, causing some parts of him to swell. Every move became cautious, afraid of causing pain. When getting dressed, all Lu Yumeng could think of were the previous scenes. He found it hard to believe that I could be so fierce. He even felt a sense of unprecedented satisfaction, thinking about following such a man in the future. His heart didn't seem to resist much. Especially when I was training him, unconsciously, a blush appeared on his face. I didn't notice the change in Lu Yumeng. Soon, Lu Yumeng limped over to me. "Why does it take so long to get dressed? Hurry to the cafeteria. It will be dark soon." Lu Yumeng followed slowly with a look of grievance. I quickly opened the warehouse door. There were no zombies in the library corridor anymore. They must have been attracted by the gunshots and moved elsewhere. I hurried through the corridor and quickly reached the back door of the library. Turning around, I saw Lu Yumeng was still walking awkwardly behind. Seeing his sluggish pace, I couldn't help but get angry and gave him a fierce glare. Lu Yumeng's heart trembled, full of grievance. Ignoring the pain, he quickly sped up and caught up. I then looked outside. At that moment, there were a dozen zombies wandering on the path to the cafeteria. I realized that with enough speed, I could reach the cafeteria before the zombies arrived. However, I don't think Lu Yumeng can do it. If she shoots and kills the dozen or so zombies outside, it's very likely to attract more zombies. It seems that the pistol is not omnipotent. We must think of another way. At this moment, I noticed a mini fire station beside me, where a fire axe was hanging. I quickly ran over to take the axe out, waved it in the air a few times to get a feel for it, and my expression changed. This axe is just right in terms of weight and sharpness. It should be more than enough to deal with zombies, as I have previous experience in close combat with them. I put the pistol away and held the fire axe. I pushed open the door and ran towards the nearest zombie. With a strong swing, a head rolled to the ground. I kept swinging the fire axe in my hand, and one zombie after another fell to the ground. By this time, I had already killed 5 zombies, but I was starting to pant heavily from exhaustion. There was no time to rest, as the remaining zombies were approaching. I continued swinging the fire axe. Lu Yumeng on the side watched me kill the zombies, feeling a bit at a loss for a moment. I glanced at him and said to Wu Yu, "What are you standing there foolishly for? Hurry up and open the door." Only then did Lu Yumeng run towards the cafeteria. In the blink of an eye, the last zombie was also killed. However, more zombies in the distance had already heard the noise and were coming. I couldn't rest, so I hurried towards the cafeteria. At this moment, I noticed Lu Yumeng pulling hard on the cafeteria door, but it didn't budge. My nerves instantly tensed up as I realized someone had locked the door from the inside. With the zombies getting closer behind me, I couldn't care about much else. Raising the fire axe, I swung it at the glass door. As the glass shattered and countless shards fell to the ground, we charged in without caring about the glass pieces. Fortunately, neither of us got hurt. Looking around, the cafeteria hall was empty, except for the tightly closed door to the kitchen. We rushed towards the kitchen again. With time wasted, the zombies behind us were getting closer. If the kitchen door couldn't be opened now, we would be in deep trouble. I tried the door handle, but it didn't move. Both of us felt a pang of anxiety as it became clear that someone had locked the door from the inside. With the zombies getting closer behind me, my face turned pale as I prepared to take a risk. However, Lu Yumeng suddenly burst into tears and started banging on the door. Just then, the door unexpectedly opened, and a slightly excited male voice came from inside. "Quick, let us in." Lu Yumeng recognized the person inside, her voice filled with excitement. Yun Tao wasted no time and quickly opened a gap big enough for one person to squeeze through. Lu Yumeng swiftly darted in. Just as I was about to sneak in, Yun Tao stopped me. "I didn't expect you to be alive, but unfortunately, you can't come in." After Yun Tao finished speaking, he prepared to close the door. How could I let him close the door? I kicked it open, but it bounced back, hitting Yun Tao right on the forehead. He looked bewildered and stumbled, falling to the ground. I took the opportunity to slip into the room, quickly locking the door behind me. The next second, zombies outside started banging on the door frantically. The others inside quickly pushed some things to block the door. As you entered the room, I glanced at the others inside. There were a total of 3 people in the room. Besides the collapsed Yun Tao, there was 1 male and 1 female. The male is called Lu Yang, and the female is Xia Mo. Interestingly, both of these boys used to bully me. They are the top followers of Lu Yumeng. After Lu Yumeng spread those rumors, they often caused trouble for me. I was actually surprised to see Xia Mo here because she is not from our school area. She is the national goddess of the neighboring school, not only beautiful but also talented in many ways. Coming from a wealthy family, she has been studying music and dance since childhood, and has won many international awards. I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. I have to admit, Xia Mo is really beautiful, on par with Lu Yumeng. But her long, fair legs are especially eye-catching, like a dream come true for me. As Xia Mo was being looked at by me like that, her expression became somewhat awkward. At this moment, Yun Tao, who was on the side, also got up from the ground. She covered her forehead and angrily scolded, "You're annoyed with me, right? Because I have a fire axe in my hand, he doesn't dare to come near." At this moment, Lu Yan walked up to Lu Yumeng. "Don't be afraid, Yumeng. With us here, this crazy person won't hurt you. We will both protect you." Yun Tao also moved to Lu Yumeng's side and took 2 kitchen knives from the nearby utensils. With the knives in hand, the 2 of them spoke with more confidence. "I didn't expect you to still not give up on Lu Yumeng, actually following her here. If it weren't for us being here by chance, you might have succeeded by now. I didn't expect you to be able to restrain yourself these years, keeping your distance from Yumeng. In reality, you were planning to find an opportunity and then make a move on Yumeng. Yumeng, rest assured. With the 2 of us here today, he can't harm you." The 2 of them reassured together. At this moment, Lu Yumeng's heart was particularly conflicted. He couldn't explain clearly what kind of feelings he had towards me, a mix of fear and some attachment. When he thought about me stroking his hair, about how he worked on himself, he couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't know why he behaved this way, he just felt that the feeling was really comfortable. He wanted to explain to the 2 of them, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the 2. "Yumeng, no need to thank me. You also know our intentions. Even if you don't accept us, we won't let you suffer any harm." I was stunned by the situation across from me. Both of them like Lu Yumeng. They used to be rivals, but now they've formed a united front to protect her. This is the epitome of being a licking dog. "How do you know that Lu Yumeng doesn't like me?" I retorted without hesitation. "Everyone knows that back in our freshman year, you harassed Gu Yumeng. After Xia Yumeng bravely exposed your despicable actions, you started secretly taking photos of other girls. Now, everyone in the school knows you're a perverted peeping Tom. Even the school's dogs wouldn't want to associate with someone like you." I paid no attention to the 2 of them and spoke to Lu Yumeng. "As you approached, Lu Yumeng's heart skipped a beat, and she took a step forward, preparing to walk over. Yun Tao and Lu Yan were not going to let this slide. They stood directly in front of Lu Yumeng. "Yumeng, don't listen to him. With us here, he can't harm you. We will protect you with our lives." Lu Yumeng was blocked and had to stop, looking at me with a bewildered expression. I suddenly became curious. When these 2 licking dogs find out that Lu Yumeng has already been intimate with me, their reactions will surely be priceless. Thinking about this, a mischievous smile crept onto my face. "Yumeng, tell them, what am I to you?" Lu Yumeng's heart skipped a beat once again. I had asked her to call me master before, but how could she say such embarrassing words in front of so many people? "Are you trying to intimidate Yumeng again? We won't let your schemes succeed today. You won't lay a finger on Yumeng." Facing the aggressive words of the 2, I ignored them and just kept looking at Lu Yumeng, telling them, "Who am I to you?" with a slightly intensified tone. In this scene, Lu Yumeng was so frightened that her body began to tremble, her face flushed. She really didn't know how to say those 2 words. But if she didn't say them, she didn't know if I would abandon her. Thinking of the image of me killing zombies, she felt a sense of security. She couldn't let me abandon her, she wanted to stick with me for life. Thinking this, Lu Yumeng, under the shocked gazes of everyone, said the word master. The two stared at Lu Yumeng, their expressions becoming more intense. Are you mistaken? If you were coerced by him, just blink your eyes, one of them said. Lu Yumeng, under their questioning, blushed even more. He just wanted this matter to pass quickly. What's going on? Did this kid threaten you? What are you afraid of? He's just one person. With so many of us, what is there to fear? Listening to the two, Lu Yumeng could only remain silent and lower her head, to avoid revealing her embarrassed side to them. But the more she did this, Yun Tao and Lu Yang became more excited. Finally, Lu Yumeng angrily shouted. Since they couldn't get anything from Lu Yumeng, they turned their attention to me. What did you do to him? Don't let me find out. If you threatened Yumeng, I will fight you. I chuckled coldly. Even if I threatened, what can you do to me? If you threaten Yumeng, I'll kill you. Yun Tao waved the kitchen knife in his hand fiercely, saying, believe it or not, we'll kill you. Lu Yang also chimed in. I put on an indifferent attitude. Do you really want to know what I did to Lu Yumeng? The two thought they had scared me. They looked smug. In their eyes, I was a cowardly person. They believed I wouldn't fight back or talk back no matter how they bullied me. They thought they knew me well, and he didn't have the courage to do anything to Lu Yumeng. The two didn't think further into the worst scenario. Come clean. How did you threaten Yunmeng? If you don't want to get beaten, just tell me honestly. Seeing the expressions of the two, I couldn't hide the killing intent in my eyes anymore. These two have bullied me a lot before, especially humiliating me. I want these two to experience despair before they die. What do you think a man and a woman alone in a warehouse can do? Of course, we did what we were supposed to do. Tell me clearly, what did you do to Yumeng? Yun Tao's pupils suddenly contracted. Do you want to die? Just be honest. Lu Yang, on the other hand, looked like he didn't understand. Wasn't what I said clear enough? Naturally, it's about continuing the family line, right? I looked at the two jokingly, and when this was said, Yun Tao was stunned on the spot, while Xia Mo shyly turned her head aside. How could she talk about these things in front of him? Yun Tao's expression changed several times, from vacant eyes to sadness, then confusion, and finally turned fierce. Yun Tao glared at me fiercely, then looked at Lu Yumeng. Lu Yumeng did not respond to either of them, just silently walked towards me, undoubtedly trying to explain to them that what I said was true. Yun Tao was momentarily unable to accept this reality. His mind went blank in an instant. On the other side, Lu Yang seemed to not yet understand what had happened. By the time he came to his senses, Lu Yumeng was almost in front of me. What's wrong with your leg? Why are you limping? At this time, Lu Yang had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation, while Yun Tao on the side had already figured out that Lu Yumeng had just gone through something that caused her to be like this, and there were no obvious injuries or bruises on his leg. Lu Yang, belatedly, after Yun Tao's reminder, finally understood. At this moment, Lu Yang's face was full of anger, even his veins were popping out. How dare you tarnish the pure feathers, I'll fight you to the end. Lu Yang rushed over with a kitchen knife in hand. I remained calm, reaching into my pocket, actually using my mind to retrieve the handgun from the space. In an instant, I had an extra gun in my hand. The sudden turn of events made Lu Yang much calmer. He quickly stopped, looking at me warily. Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you have a fake gun? Although Lu Yang says he's not afraid, his heart is pounding wildly. You can try to see if this gun is fake. As he speaks, he releases the safety. He couldn't have gotten a real gun. Don't forget, this is Longu. It's illegal to conceal firearms here. After hearing what Yun Tao said, Lu Yang seems relieved. This is Longu after all. Ordinary people cannot possess firearms here, keep that in mind. Lu Yang charges at me again, daring to defile my goddess. Even if the heavens come today, they can't save you. I gently pull the trigger, a bullet hitting Lu Yang's arm squarely. Fresh blood quickly soaked Lu Yang's clothes. A sharp pain almost made him faint. Ah! Lu Yang grimaced in pain, unable to stand due to the intense agony. He sat on the ground howling in agony. The reactions of the two people beside him were different. At this moment, Wang Tao no longer had the fierceness he had before. He couldn't understand why Bai Chen had a gun. Did he rob the police station? While Xia Mo, like a frightened deer, cowered in the corner, afraid to make a sound. Bai Chen looked at the reactions of the three with great satisfaction. He pointed the gun at Wang Tao, his voice cold. Kneel down. Bai, let's talk, don't shoot. Without a word, Wang Tao knelt down with a thud, forcing a smile on his face. Seeing Wang Tao kneel, Bai Chen aimed the gun at Lu Yang. You kneel too. Dragging his injured arm, Lu Yang, with an expression of extreme pain, had lost his previous bravado. Though slow, he knelt down as ordered by Bai Chen. Seeing the two kneel before him, Bai Chen felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The humiliation he had suffered over the years was finally released. Although many people had bullied him, most of them had turned into zombies. Bai Chen then raised the gun and shot both of them. Bai Chen's heart was unusually calm. He did not feel fear for killing for the first time. On the contrary, he felt a sense of pleasure after killing his enemies. The scenes of being bullied by them flashed through his mind. He vowed that from today on, he would not allow anyone to bully him again. He would dominate in this post-apocalyptic world. As Bai Chen fired 2 shots, the zombies outside were frantically banging on the door. The situation of the door was not optimistic. It seemed it would not hold much longer. He glanced at Xia Mo hiding in the corner. Xia Mo had lost her ladylike image, her face pale with fear. He walked gently to her. "Don't be nervous, I won't kill you." Xia Mo looked up, but when she saw Bai Chen's eyes, she lowered her head in fear again. Seeing her like this, Bai Chen couldn't care much. The zombies were about to rush in. He had to put all the food here into the space. After instructing Lu Yumeng to take care of Xia Mo, Bai Chen ran towards the warehouse used for storing vegetables in the cafeteria. Opening the warehouse door, the food was immediately exposed. A whole warehouse of vegetables and meat. Bai Chen didn't bother to count and quickly started stuffing them into the space. Cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, eggs, chicken, beef, and other common items were all there. Fortunately, the school cafeteria always had good food, with a variety of dishes to choose from every day. So the storeroom was always stocked with various vegetables and meats. Soon, the food piled up in the space to a volume of 10 cubic meters. This amount of food would be enough for him to eat for several years. Then, Bai Chen turned his attention to the spices. Because the school used a lot of them, these spices were all packed in sacks. In the end, Bai Chen collected 5 sacks of table salt, 1 sack of white sugar, and dozens of other spices, each in a sack or half a sack. There were also bottled seasonings like vinegar, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and more, accumulating in a dozen boxes. Even the tools for cooking were all stored in the space. Now, there was nothing left in the entire cafeteria kitchen. Not even tables, chairs, or benches were left. Seeing that there was nothing left to use, Bai Chen returned to where he was. By now, Xia Mo had calmed down a lot under Lu Yumeng's comfort. Bai Chen first looked at the door and saw that it was already starting to deform and would soon give way. He quickly turned to Xia Mo. "Xia Mo, now I give you 2 choices, either leave with me and become my woman, or die here with these 2 people." Xia Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. "Bai Chen, I know you're a good person, can you help me?" "Bai Chen, I beg you, you already have Lu Yumeng now, one more like me won't make a difference. Take me with you, I have a lot of money at home, whatever you want, I can give it to you." Xia Mo naturally heard about Bai Chen's past. How could she not know as a major gossip in school? In her heart, Bai Chen was a peeping Tom. Now she saw him kill 2 people with her own eyes, and he even carried a gun with him, a definite terrorist. Being Bai Chen's woman would be harder to accept than being killed, right? Hearing Xia Mo's response, Bai Chen's face darkened. "Money. Do you think money is still useful now? Don't think you can solve everything with a few measly coins. Let me tell you, it's the end of the world now. Give money to a zombie and see if it spares you." Xia Mo shuddered at his words, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She understood that Bai Chen was speaking the truth. It was already the end of the world. What use was her money now? In prosperous times, a woman's beauty is invaluable, but in chaotic times, a bag of rice is worth more. She understood this principle. It's just that she really couldn't accept the fact that a peerless beauty like herself was being taken advantage of by Bai Chen. And he was a peeping Tom, a murderous demon. She couldn't bear such an outcome. But now she had no choice but to accept it because the zombies outside had broken through the door, and some were already poking their heads in. Seeing those hideous zombies, Xia Mo's spine chilled. She dared not imagine how ugly she would become if she turned into one of them. Would anyone recognize her with her delicate skin turning dark and dry? No, no, no. I don't want to die, I can't die. I don't want to turn into a zombie. I don't want to become ugly. Xia Mo suddenly became hysterical, but even so, her beauty still outshone the other girls in school. Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, Bai Chen's heart softened slightly, but only to the extent of giving her one more chance to choose. If she didn't make a choice soon, he would not hesitate to walk away. "I'll ask you again, do you want to be my woman?" Xia Mo trembled again, suddenly becoming quiet and completely different from before. Faced with death, becoming Bai Chen's woman didn't seem like an unacceptable thing anymore. "Okay, I agree to be your woman." Hearing this, Bai Chen gently embraced her, and at the same time, Xiaomo's information appeared before him. Name, Xiaomo Beauty, 92 bust size, E-loyalty, 10 applause for love, 0. After reading the information, Bai Chen felt the soft and delicate body in his arms. As Bai Chen suddenly hugged Xiaomo, her body began to move involuntarily. Those perky assets kept rubbing against Bai Chen's chest. Bai Chen felt a primal urge, but considering the inappropriate situation, he restrained himself from taking advantage of Xiaomo. Reluctantly, he let go of her fragrant body. By now, the zombies had almost entered the room. There's no time, let's leave quickly. Saying that, the three of them ran towards the large door used for transporting vegetables in the kitchen. Soon, they were outside, in the most secluded part of the school where there were no zombies. They had two options to escape the school: through the main gate where most zombies were, or over the wall. Escaping through the main gate was nearly impossible. So, they had only one option left. The three of them stood under a 2-meter-high wall. Since the two women were not good at climbing, they could only wait anxiously below. Bai Chen had to let them sit on his shoulders one by one and then lift them up. Both women were wearing relatively revealing clothes, and their soft, elastic buttocks were inadvertently squeezed by Bai Chen during the lifting process, causing them to scream in surprise. Fortunately, they soon climbed over the wall. Bai Chen took a run up, grabbed the wall with both hands, pushed hard, and climbed over it. The next step was to go down. Neither of the two women dared to jump down. Bai Chen had to jump down first to catch them. After exerting a great deal of effort, the two women finally jumped out. Once out of the school, all three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Follow me. Without pausing to rest, Bai Chen eagerly ran in a certain direction. It was a large open space behind the school. That's where his safe house would be built. The two women followed Bai Chen as they ran wildly. At this moment, they no longer cared about maintaining a ladylike image. Lu Yumeng endured the pain in certain parts of her body that were constantly being strained due to running. Soon, the three of them arrived at the open space behind the school. Master, why are we here? Lu Yumeng asked naturally. After the previous events, Lu Yumeng had grown fonder of Bai Chen, especially when he shot and killed Wang Tao and Lu Yang. She didn't know why she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. She didn't even mind calling Bai Chen master anymore, as if it were a matter of course. She even longed for Bai Chen to touch her hair again. Hearing Lu Yumeng's words, Bai Chen was taken aback. He couldn't help but be curious as to why she called him master without him asking her to. With that in mind, Bai Chen accessed Lu Yumeng's information. Name, Lu Yumeng, appearance, 91, bust size, D cup, loyalty, 99, maintenance times, 1 time. Due to experiencing domestic violence from her father since childhood, she developed some psychological issues that led her to become infatuated with the feeling of being abused and trained. Bai Chen was stunned, not expecting Lu Yumeng to have such a history, which explained her unusual behavior that day. He had been puzzled as to why Lu Yumeng accepted the humiliation he subjected her to, but now he understood it was a preference. However, another question arose. Why didn't this introduction appear the first time he checked her information? Was it because of insufficient loyalty? Or was it due to lack of physical contact? Unable to understand the reason, Bai Chen stopped thinking about it. He had more important things to do now. With a thought, the architectural blueprints appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the blueprints fluttered in the air with a breeze. The next moment, the entire blueprint expanded instantly, transforming into a building. It was the safe house he had envisioned in his mind. Without marveling at the system's magic, he quickly ran inside the building. Pushing open the door, Bai Chen was amazed by the 50-centimeter thick alloy security door. This door could easily withstand not only bullets but even cannonballs. The entire wall was made of highly durable metal material, with a thickness of 70 to 80 centimeters. The glass was double-layered bulletproof glass, with protective barriers, making it impossible for anyone to enter through the windows. The safety index of the entire safe house was off the charts. Inside the house, the living room was luxuriously decorated, with a row of leather sofas with massage functions against the wall. A large projector was projecting onto the pristine white wall. Adjacent to the living room was a dining room and kitchen. A large dining table was placed in the middle, adorned with various decorative items. However, there was no food. Bai Chen then inspected the other rooms. The safe house had 5 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. There was also an entertainment room and a gym. After Bai Chen finished inspecting all the rooms, a system prompt appeared. You can use points to increase the number of floors, with a cost of 1,000 points per increase. Points can be obtained through increasing favorability with women and obtaining offspring. The higher the appearance of the women obtained, the more points will be rewarded. As the system prompt disappeared, a panel similar to a game interface appeared in Bai Chen's mind. Upgrade, unlock, repair, intelligence. Bai Chen quickly clicked on the first panel, and his physical attributes appeared in his mind. Name, Bai Chen. Strength, 10 agility, 12 endurance, 8 charisma, 10. By spending 50 points, you can permanently increase 1 attribute point. Seeing this prompt, Bai Chen felt delighted. As long as he kept gaining women, he could continuously enhance his strength. Then, Bai Chen mentally selected the unlock option. This option consumed 1,000 points to add another floor, accommodating more people. Next, he looked at the repair option, which was self-explanatory, to repair the safe house. However, since the safe house had not been attacked, there was no need for repairs. Moving on to the last option, he was curious about the intelligence options function. Upon opening it, 3 photos instantly appeared. Seeing these 3 photos, Bai Chen was thrilled. The women in the pictures were incredibly beautiful, each rivaling school beauties like Lu Yameng and Xia Mo. However, when Bai Chen tried to view detailed information about one of the women, he was informed that he lacked sufficient points. Each viewing required 10 points. Helplessly, he could only look at the photos and basic information. The 3 women were a teacher, a student, and a nurse, all with beauty scores above 90 and unique body features. However, from this information alone, he couldn't determine their whereabouts. It seems I need to acquire points quickly. With a thought, all these vanished from Bai Chen's mind. It was quite convenient. Acquiring points was crucial now. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Xia Mo. As a school beauty with a score of 92, he wondered how many points she could contribute. Xia Mo felt a bit scared under Bai Chen's gaze and quickly lowered her head. However, this gesture was futile. Bai Chen walked up to her, took her hand, and led her to the bedroom. Despite Xia Mo's reluctance, she had agreed to be Bai Chen's woman initially. So, she didn't resist and cooperated with Bai Chen to complete a series of actions. Congratulations, host, for gaining Xia Mo's favorability. Favorability increased by over 50, reward doubled. Congratulations, host, for gaining 150 points x2. Bai Chen was pleased, not expecting this unexpected gain. Just obtaining Xia Mo had earned him 300 points. Bai Chen quickly got dressed, and Xia Mo began dressing slowly, perhaps feeling less fearful of Bai Chen due to their intimacy. She even helped him tidy up his clothes. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen playfully pinched her perky buttocks. Stop it. Xia Mo blushed. What are you afraid of? You were so loud just now, everyone outside must have heard, Bai Chen teased. Xia Mo blushed even more, as this was her first time, expecting it to be extremely painful but finding it surprisingly wonderful. Soon, they were both dressed. At that moment, Bai Chen saw several figures rushing towards the safe house in panic through the window. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as some school athletes who had bullied him before. Perfect timing, Bai Chen smirked. Behind the athletes, there was a slender figure he soon recognized, his teacher, Su Runyan, a 23-year-old beauty known for her makeup and voluptuous figure that captivated many. She was the only one who didn't look down on him, earning Bai Chen's favor and sparking some feelings between them. In fact, the age gap between the two was only 3 years, so having such feelings is quite normal, especially since many students in the school like her. However, Su Runyan maintains a safe distance from students in this regard and has not heard of any scandals involving her. But Bai Chen has no intention of doing anything. He doesn't want to force Su Runyan to be his woman. The night gradually darkened. Outside the safe house, 4 people ran frantically with anxious expressions. Finally escaped. Oh my god, I'm exhausted, Li Leiyu panted heavily. I can't take it anymore, let's take a break, I really can't run anymore. Li Dongdong sat down, looking utterly disheartened. Li Yufei had to stop as well. He glanced back at Su Runyan and a greedy look flashed in his eyes. You guys are athletes, but you can't run far, Li Yufei teased. Don't make fun of us. Why don't you talk about how long we ran away from those zombies at school? Li Leiyu said somewhat indignantly. Exactly, if we hadn't run fast, we wouldn't have made it out today, Li Dongdong chimed in. Alright, just kidding with you guys. Li Yufei smirked, glanced behind him, then continued. Do you guys want to have some fun? What kind of fun? Li Leiyu asked puzzled. Li Dongdong also leaned in curiously, staring at him. Li Yufei wore a lecherous smile and gestured towards Su Runyan. Do you want to try the teacher? The two followed Li Yufei's gaze. This doesn't seem right. After all, she's a teacher. If my mom finds out, she'll definitely kill me. Li Leiyu hesitated. I want to, but she's still our teacher. Li Dongdong had some thoughts but still had reservations. What's there to fear? It's the end of the world now. Even if we kill her, no one will know it was us, Li Yufei sneered. When he mentioned killing someone, both of their expressions changed slightly. They looked at Su Runyan, at her seductive figure, and their throats gradually felt dry. A flame of desire kept rising in their hearts. Alright, where should we do it? Look over there. When did a new building appear behind the school? Li Dongdong pointed to Bai Chen's safe house. Forget it, we'll rest here tonight. While they're asleep at night, we'll. Soon, the three of them finished discussing, and Su Runyan caught up with them. Teacher Su, sit down and rest for a while. Yes, Teacher Su, there are no more zombies around here. Okay, let's rest here then. Su Runyan looked back, patting her heaving chest. This scene only fueled the three men's desire, making them wish to pin her down immediately. Teacher Su, there's a house over there. Let's go rest there, maybe we can find some food too. Okay. Su Runyan looked at the safe house with a hint of doubt but agreed nonetheless. After resting for a while, the four of them headed towards the safe house. Inside the safe house, Bai Chen had been keeping an eye on their movements. Seeing them arrive, Bai Chen slowly descended the stairs. During this time, he exchanged the 300 points he had earned for 6 attribute points, all of which he added to his strength. Subsequently, his body underwent some changes, muscles that were once invisible now became prominent, and he felt a surge of power within him. Things he couldn't lift before were now manageable. Watching the changes in his body, Bai Chen was overjoyed. Soon, he reached the ground floor, while Li Yufei and the others were knocking on the door. Hearing the knocking, Bai Chen couldn't wait to deal with these three people. For everything they had done to him at school, he was going to repay them 100-fold today. Before long, he opened the security door in front of the three bewildered individuals outside. Bai Chen, what are you doing here? Li Yufei asked. However, the three men's gazes quickly turned unfriendly. Bai Chen, this house isn't yours, is it? Li Leiyu sneered, looking arrogant. From today on, this house belongs to us. You can move out. Li Yufei didn't hide his greed. What are you talking about? We're classmates, how can you steal someone's house? Su Runyan stood up at this moment and then said to Bai Chen, can we stay here for a night? If it's you, of course, they can't. Bai Chen pointed at the three behind him. Hearing this, the three men were furious. What did you say? Do you want to fight? Bai Chen, I'll give you one more chance to rephrase. Bai Chen, don't think we won't hit you just because Teacher Su is here. Bai Chen remained unmoved, causing the veins on the three men's faces to bulge gradually. They felt provoked, unable to tolerate the change in attitude from someone they used to bully. Bai Chen's confidence stemmed from checking the attributes of the three men when he opened the door. Among them, Li Yufei had the highest strength attribute, a solid 13 points, but still 3 points lower than Bai Chen. The other two had only 11 points. He speculated that a normal person's strength points should be around 10 because they were all athletes, naturally stronger than others. With his inherently high strength attribute and the fact that he had a gun, he naturally had the confidence to face the three men. I said, you three can't stay. Do I need to repeat myself? His tone turned cold. Bai Chen, I'll show you why the flowers are so red later. Li Yufei's face darkened, rolling up his sleeves, eager to teach Bai Chen a lesson. He lifted his foot and kicked towards Bai Chen's abdomen. Bai Chen also raised his leg and kicked back. Just when everyone thought Li Yufei would kick Bai Chen to the ground, he stumbled and was kicked by Bai Chen, flying 5 or 6 meters away. The three men's pupils contracted instantly. They quickly looked at Li Yufei. At that moment, Li Yufei lay motionless on the ground, and after a while, he groaned in pain. Li Yufei, how are you? Su Runyan hurried over to check on him. Li Yufei's face was devoid of color, as if he had suffered a severe impact. Bai Chen had exerted all his strength in that blow, testing how powerful he truly was. Satisfied with the result, he knew that with a bit more force, he could knock someone out with a kick. Seeing Li Yufei's condition, Li Leiyu and Li Dongdong charged at Bai Chen with fierce expressions. Bai Chen cautiously watched the two. Although he was stronger than them now, 2 against 1 was challenging, and he couldn't find an opportunity for a fatal blow in the short term. He didn't want to use the gun either, as the sound would attract zombies, endangering his safe house. Soon, Bai Chen found his chance. When Li Leiyu exposed a vulnerability, Bai Chen stomped on his calf. Ah! Li Leiyu screamed, dropping to one knee, his knee sinking a few centimeters into the soil. With only one opponent left, the situation became simpler. Bai Chen kicked Li Dongdong in the abdomen, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters, writhing in pain on the ground. In just a short while, all three men were defeated by Bai Chen. Watching their suffering, Bai Chen felt unsatisfied. Over the years, he had endured more humiliation than this. 3 years ago, these three men had assaulted a teenage girl. Fearing exposure, they buried her body and even disfigured her face with a shovel. Because Bai Chen witnessed all this, they have been continuously threatening and intimidating him for the past 3 years, even resorting to violence. Bai Chen slowly approached the nearest Li Leiyu, grabbing his hair with one hand. The intense pain on his scalp made him howl in agony. Bai Chen, please spare me. he pleaded with difficulty. Spare me? Doesn't this phrase sound familiar to you? Did you ever think about today when I begged you to spare me back then? His voice was unusually cold, as if he were a messenger from hell. Li Leiyu was terrified. He had never seen Bai Chen like this before. He felt that the current Bai Chen was more terrifying than the Grim Reaper. Li Yafei and Li Dongdong were not faring any better at the moment. The intense pain in their abdomens made it impossible for them to stand, let alone run away. I really know I was wrong, please forgive me, Li Leiyu choked out. Then repent in hell, Bai Chen said, preparing to kick him. Stop. Su Runyan saw the critical situation and rushed over without considering the danger. You can't kill him, you're committing a crime. Bai Chen stopped, looking at Su Runyan in confusion. I'm committing a crime? Have you not seen the three of them using even more brutal methods to kill a girl? You're talking nonsense. The three of them were in extreme panic. Su Runyan clearly did not believe Bai Chen's words. She asserted confidently, Bai Chen, I command you in the name of a teacher, let them go. Are you really going to protect them? Su Runyan nodded firmly. Bai Chen sneered, his good feelings towards Su Runyan completely gone. These three people would definitely not behave, and he wanted Su Runyan to know she was wrong. Get out of here. Leaving these words behind, Bai Chen returned to the safe house and closed the security door. The three of them felt relieved but still couldn't stand up. With Su Runyan's help, they slowly managed to stand. By now, it was late in the evening, and with injuries and no food for several days, their stomachs were growling. The smell of food wafting from the safe house made it even harder for them to endure. And so, they struggled through the first half of the night. By dawn, the pain in their bodies had subsided. At this moment, they began to exchange glances. Watching the drowsy Su Runyan, the flames of desire reignited in the three of them. Soon, Li Yafei made a move. He quietly approached Su Runyan. Gently lifting her shirt, a flash of white skin was exposed before the three of them. Seeing this scene, their desire intensified, and certain physical reactions occurred. Perhaps feeling a cool breeze on her chest, Su Runyan woke up. She slightly opened her eyes and saw the greedy gazes of the three men roaming over her body. What are you doing? Her drowsiness vanished instantly, replaced by a chill spreading throughout her body. Teacher Su, I really want to possess you. Your body must smell wonderful. Li Yafei showed a crazed expression. Teacher Su, just obediently submit to us. We will make you comfortable. Li Leiyu also wore a lecherous expression. Teacher Su, the three of us can surely satisfy you, so don't resist. At this point, the three of them stood in positions blocking any possible escape route for Su Runyan. Ah, what are you? What are you going to do? Don't come over. Su Runyan was truly scared at this moment, not understanding why these three seemingly well-behaved students had turned into this. Teacher Su, if you don't cooperate with us, it will be very painful later, Li Yafei said, grabbing Su Runyan's clothes and tearing them off forcefully. Su Runyan was left with just a camisole on her upper body, her snow-white shoulders exposed before the three men. At that moment, Su Runyan finally understood what the three of them were up to. No, I am your teacher, you can't do this. Teacher Su, thank you for not believing Bai Chen's words, but unfortunately, I have to tell you that everything he said is true, Li Yafei said in a slow and eerie tone. Su Runyan's mind went blank in an instant. She had wrongly accused Bai Chen. Watching the three approaching slowly, Su Runyan felt immense regret in her heart. Why didn't she investigate the matter thoroughly? Why didn't she listen to Bai Chen? Li Yafei made a move again, tearing off Su Runyan's skirt. A pair of beautiful legs were exposed. The eyes of the three men became even more greedy. Su Runyan shed a tear, filled with regret. However, facing three strong men, she had absolutely no chance of breaking free. She slowly closed her eyes, preparing to face her nightmare. Bang! 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 With three gunshots, Su Runyan opened her eyes in terror, seeing the three men lying in a pool of blood. At that moment, a tall figure appeared in the distance. It's Bai Chen! Her voice trembled with both fear and hope. As the figure approached, she finally saw the person clearly. It was indeed Bai Chen. Su Runyan breathed a sigh of relief, but then dizziness swept over her brain, and she fainted. Bai Chen had wanted to ask her if he was wrong, but seeing Su Runyan faint, he hurried over. Gently touching her forehead, Bai Chen frowned. It was burning hot, Su Runyan had a high fever. Without much thought, he picked her up and headed towards the safe house. Su Runyan was barely conscious, feeling herself lying in a warm and comfortable embrace. Soon, a bright light appeared before her eyes. She heard people calling her, two female voices, somewhat familiar but she couldn't recall. Then, she felt herself being placed on a soft big bed. She felt cold, her body trembling. After a while, a pair of large hands removed her only close-fitting clothing. She wanted to resist, but her body couldn't move, only her consciousness remained. Soon, those hands roamed all over her body. At the same time, she felt less cold, warmth spreading through her body. There was a hint of alcohol in the air. Then, the hands gently covered her with a blanket. After hearing the door close, she knew nothing more. Bai Chen gently closed the door. "How is Teacher Su?" Lu Yumeng asked with concern. "I applied alcohol to her body, hoping her fever will go down by tomorrow." "That's good." Lu Yumeng breathed a sigh of relief, then shyly said, "Master, I have prepared hot water for you, let me help you freshen up." Watching Lu Yumeng in front of him, she seemed like a completely different person from the annoying Lu Yumeng. The current Lu Yumeng gave him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Okay. With that, Bai Chen headed towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Xia Mo watched everything. She understood that to survive in the apocalypse, she had to please Bai Chen like Lu Yumeng did. But her inherent pride made her resist such actions. She had been a princess at home for 18 years, and now she had to serve a man as a maid, which was unacceptable to her. However, if she couldn't prove her worth, she might be abandoned by Bai Chen at any time. This was even harder for her to accept. She knew how safe it was here, and leaving for the zombie-infested outside world was absolutely not an option. So, she had to demonstrate her worth, please Bai Chen, and earn the right to live in this safe house. But what value did she have? Her beauty? But there were two other women in the room, and their beauty was no less than hers. By the way, I can sing and dance, and I have won many awards internationally. Living here must be dull, but as long as I'm here, it won't be too boring, Xia Mo said excitedly. Soon, she changed into a dance outfit, the only thing she had with her. She went to the bathroom, her heart beating faster. Following Lu Yumeng's lead, she asked, Master, would you like me to dance for you? Come in. Hearing this, Xia Mo breathed a sigh of relief and walked in. Without music, she sang and danced gracefully. Bai Chen lazily lay in the bath, watching the graceful Xia Mo before him, feeling content. Now, with two campus beauties, one bathing him and the other dancing to entertain him, if their classmates from the two universities found out, they would probably drown in envy. But even if they knew, what could they do? They would all turn into zombies. Thinking of the zombies, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. Saving Su Runyan earlier had attracted many zombies, and now his safe house was surrounded. Luckily, he had gathered plenty of food in the school cafeteria, enough to last them a while. But Su Runyan had a fever now, and if it didn't break by tomorrow, it would be dangerous. Without any medication, a fever alone could be life-threatening. Bai Chen closed his eyes, pushing aside these worries, determined to enjoy this moment of peace. Early the next morning, Bai Chen woke up. Opening his eyes, he found a table full of delicious breakfast prepared by Lu Yumeng. Her cooking was truly exceptional, even better than that of professional chefs. After getting up and having breakfast, Bai Chen went to Su Runyan's room. She was still asleep, and Bai Chen gently touched her forehead, relieved to find the fever had subsided. At that moment, Su Runyan stirred slightly, slowly opening her eyes. Bai Chen, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I might have been. Su Runyan didn't finish her sentence. Her stomach growled loudly. In these post-apocalyptic days, she hadn't eaten properly, and the events of last night had taken a toll on her body. Without food, she wouldn't last long. Don't talk, just eat. Bai Chen handed her a bowl of millet porridge. Thank you, I can manage on my own. Su Runyan tried to reach for it, but Bai Chen stopped her. Open your mouth. Bai Chen scooped up a spoonful of porridge and brought it to Su Runyan's lips. Despite feeling awkward, she opened her mouth and swallowed the porridge. Being fed by her student was a first for her. She was young, not much older than her students, and she always maintained a distance from male students to avoid misunderstandings. Remembering last night, a blush crept onto her face. What did you do to me last night? She couldn't tell if it was real or a dream, but waking up undressed made her uneasy. Fortunately, she didn't feel any discomfort, which eased her mind a bit. You had a fever last night, and I used alcohol to bring it down, Bai Chen said calmly, offering another spoonful of porridge to Su Runyan. Blushing even more, Su Runyan buried her head under the covers. Bai Chen lifted the covers, then climbed onto the bed, holding her wrists and moving closer to her face. As he was about to meet her, he whispered in her ear, "What's wrong? Mine is bigger." Su Runyan's pupils suddenly contracted. What kind of provocative words were these? Was he implying that he was going to do something to her? Su Runyan dared not continue that thought. After all, she was Bai Chen's teacher. Even though they were only 3 years apart, a relationship between teacher and student was ethically wrong, something she could never bring herself to do. Bai Chen, we can't, we mustn't, Su Runyan struggled. But she was too weak, and Bai Chen held her wrist firmly, rendering her powerless to resist. The more she struggled, the more painful her wrist became. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Just when she thought she couldn't escape Baichan's clutches today, Baichan suddenly let go of her hand. "You're still sick, rest well." With that, Baichan left the room without looking back. Suruanyun stared blankly at Baichan's departing figure, lost in thought. But why did she feel a sense of loss in her heart? She recalled the events of last night when 3 demons were about to violate her. Baichan appeared before her like a hero, pulling her back from the brink. He helped her cool down, fed her, and took care of her. She had always loved listening to stories of heroes saving maidens, so she also yearned for a boyfriend like a hero. With this in mind, Suruanyun's face flushed. She suddenly thought Baichan was quite nice. Although he was a bit overbearing, he had a manly side and tenderness. Compared to those Ph.D. returnees pursuing her, Baichan was much more straightforward and wouldn't use sweet words to deceive her. She also remembered lying in Baichan's arms last night, feeling a sense of security she had only felt in her father's embrace. Maybe I should try to accept him. On the other hand, after leaving Suruanyun's room, Baichan went downstairs. Through the window, he saw hordes of zombies attacking the safe house. The walls of the safe house were covered in black blood from the zombies. Fortunately, the safe house was secure, and they couldn't get in. But this meant he couldn't go out either. If he couldn't go out, how could he expand his family and revive humanity? Then he noticed the ever-changing divine weapon in the space had turned back into that box. He remembered that the divine weapon changed into different weapons every day, so he quickly retrieved the divine weapon from the space. Soon, a repeating crossbow appeared in his hand. Looking at the repeating crossbow, Baichan was thrilled. Firearms were powerful but loud. A shot would be heard for miles around, attracting more zombies. But the repeating crossbow was different. Although less powerful, it was quieter, and with unlimited ammunition, he could slowly clear out the zombies. Thinking this, he acted swiftly. The sooner he cleared out these zombies, the sooner he could go out to find beautiful women. The safe house's windows were bulletproof and couldn't be opened. He had to go to the rooftop. Luckily, the safe house had an elevator that went directly to the rooftop. The rooftop was also secure because only those inside could open the mechanisms. If someone wanted to force their way in, it was better to think about how to open the security door. So, safety was not a concern. Soon, Baichan entered the elevator and, for safety, set up identity verification. In other words, only those authorized by Baichan could use the elevator. Choosing the rooftop, the elevator started, and he arrived at the rooftop. There was a fence around the rooftop to prevent anyone from falling accidentally. As he approached the railing, the zombies below noticed Baichan. They reached out their hands to grab him. Baichan raised the repeating crossbow, squinted one eye, aimed, and then pulled the trigger. In an instant, 4 crossbow bolts flew out, turning one zombie's head into a hornet's nest. The arrow pierced through the back of the zombie's head. Seeing the power of the crossbow, Baichan was quite satisfied. At this moment, the advantage of the crossbow became apparent. There was no recoil to make his hands sore, and the noise wouldn't attract more zombies. After the bolt was shot, a new one automatically loaded, requiring only Baichan to pull the safety and trigger. Very convenient. So, all morning, Baichan was shooting zombies on the rooftop. The number of zombies was reduced by half. It wasn't until Lu Yumon called him for lunch that he returned to the safe house. Today's lunch was sumptuous. 4 dishes and a soup, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes. Having this level of food in the apocalypse was considered very rare. Before the apocalypse, they might not even look at these foods. But now, the 3 women cherished these foods. Not a bit was wasted. After eating, Lu Yumon voluntarily cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. Baichan continued to act as the young master. Just as he was about to go back to the rooftop to clear the zombies, Suruanyun stopped him. "Baichan, wait a moment, I have something to tell you." "What's the matter?" Baichan turned back in confusion. "Can you come closer? I want to talk to you alone." Baichan walked straight towards Suruanyun. As Baichan approached, Surunyun's chest began to heave, and her face blushed. Suruanyun had never had a boyfriend and had never liked anyone of the opposite sex. She didn't know what it meant to like someone. She just felt that liking someone should be like her mother, being with her father every day. Seeing Baichan approaching, Suruanyun finally gathered her courage. She whispered in his ear, "I think I really like you, but can you give me some more time? I'm not ready to give myself to you yet." Hearing this, Baichan was stunned for a few seconds. He didn't expect Suruanyun to actually agree. He was prepared to let her go. Although he really liked Suruanyun, he wouldn't force her, as she had never looked down on him during their university years. So, even though he was burning with desire, he restrained himself and didn't possess her. Over the years, many people had pursued Suruanyun, and they were all outstanding. But Suruanyun had rejected them all. This made him think that Suruanyun had high standards. Although Baichan had fantasized about being with Sarunyan, he knew it was impossible. But today, Sarunyan actually told him she liked him. If the male students at school knew about this, they might even dig up his ancestors' graves. After all, Sarunyan was the goddess teacher in the hearts of all the male students at school. However, from now on, she belonged to Baichan alone. "It's okay, I'll give you time," Baichan said calmly. Sarunyan lightly kissed Baichan's cheek, then playfully stuck out her tongue. "Little Baichan, give sister 3 more days." With that, Sarunyan ran towards her room. Baichan was stunned, not expecting this side of Sarunyan. Was this the same serious Sarunyan? This directly overturned his perception of Sarunyan. So, he fought zombies during the day and discussed billion-dollar projects with Lu Yumeng and Shama at night. The days passed monotonously. 3 days flew by. During these 3 days, Baichan killed all the zombies outside the safe house. Then he gathered the zombie bodies and burned them. After all, the smell of zombies was too foul, and having so many zombie bodies around the safe house was unbearable. During these days, he didn't go out to find rescue targets. The reason was that his versatile weapons were a bit disappointing these 3 days. The weapons provided were either too short or too weak. Plus, he didn't have a clear goal at the moment. He could only stay in the safe house for now. That day, Baichan took out the versatile weapons early. Unexpectedly, today's weapon was a long sword. But this sword was different. It was a lightsaber emitting a red glow. He held the lightsaber and tried it on a stone, which instantly split in half. Seeing the power of the lightsaber, Baichan was overjoyed. It would be easier to chop off a zombie's head with this than cutting a watermelon. Thinking that it was time for his appointment with Su Runyan today, he put away the lightsaber and headed towards Su Runyan's room. He didn't knock on the door but pushed it open directly. Strangely, Su Runyan was not in bed. At that moment, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. He walked quietly to the bathroom. The door was not closed, and through a thin veil, he saw Su Runyan's voluptuous figure. She sat on the edge of the bathtub, gently cupping the clear water and letting it flow slowly down her neck. Baichan began to feel a bit dry in the mouth as he watched. The alluring figure made his blood boil. Finally, he couldn't resist the temptation any longer and walked in directly. Su Runyan was startled when she heard the movement, but when she saw it was Baichan, she relaxed. "Xiao Baichan, you finally came," Su Runyan said teasingly. Little did she know that Baichan was already on the edge of losing control. After this teasing, Baichan began to undress directly. At that moment, Su Runyan was a bit scared. She quickly stood up, but due to her sudden movement, she almost slipped. Baichan acted quickly and caught Su Runyan just as she was about to fall. He quickly embraced her, and their naked bodies pressed tightly against each other. Later, Baichan carried Su Runyan to the bed. Su Runyan lay in Baichan's arms, leaning on him like a little girl. At that moment, the system sent a notification. "Congratulations, the host has gained Su Runyan's favorability, with the favorability exceeding 50, doubling the reward. Congratulations, the host has gained 150 points x2. Name, Su Runyan. Age, 23. Looks, 92. Bust, a pair of F. Loyalty, 100. Maintenance times, 1 time. Congratulations, the host, Su Runyan's loyalty has reached 100, and you can earn 100 points daily." With this, Baichan directly gained 400 points. Before Baichan could get excited, another system notification appeared. "Congratulations, the host has gained offspring, rewarding 100 points. Congratulations, the host has gained 50 gene points. Gene points can strengthen oneself and may be passed on to the next generation. Please host, have many offspring." Baichan was completely shocked this time. He actually had a child. But who could it be with? He had just had contact with Su Runyan, so it couldn't be her. It must be between Lu Yumeng and Xia Mo. However, he couldn't tell them apart at the moment, even if they were in front of him. He would have to wait and see. Then, Baichan began to check the gene points. With a thought, an option for gene enhancement appeared on his control panel. Baichan quickly opened it. Instantly, a gene chain appeared in his mind. There were currently 3 options on the gene chain to choose from. 1. Enhance immunity, no longer troubled by colds, costs 50 gene points. 2. Increase activity, doubling the hit rate, costs 50 gene points. 3. Gene modification, immune to zombie virus, costs 50 gene points. Seeing the 3 options, Baichan began to analyze. The first one, although useful, a cold wouldn't be fatal, so he could skip it for now. The second one could increase his hit rate, which would undoubtedly help him quickly increase his gene points, but for now, with only 3 women, he didn't need it yet. Baichan looked at the third one. When he saw this option, he knew which one he wanted to choose, because what he feared most now was being infected with the zombie virus. Without hesitation, he used the 50 gene points on the third option. Congratulations, host, gene enhancement successful. Host gene enhancement, 1. Immune to zombie virus. Bai Chen couldn't help but be stunned. It seemed that genetic enhancement could also fail. He wondered if there would be any risks after the failure. Then, Bai Chen opened the intelligence option. After a few days, the information on the intelligence had changed. Bai Chen speculated that the missing people should have turned into zombies. Without thinking too much, he focused on the 3 pieces of information. The first was a beautiful nurse. The second was a cute kindergarten teacher. The third was a foot-washing girl from the foot-washing city. Bai Chen directly ignored the third one and focused on the first 2. The first nurse had a beauty rating of 90. The second kindergarten teacher only had 85. Bai Chen decisively spent 10 points to view the nurse's intelligence, mainly because this nurse had a great figure, a small waist, and a peach-shaped buttock. The entire buttocks outlined a perfect curve in the nurse's uniform. Name, Wang Yushi. Age, 21. Bust, a pair of D-cup. Maintenance times, 0 times. Location, underground parking lot of the rehabilitation hospital. The rehabilitation hospital was only 2 kilometers away from the safe house. Bai Chen decided to go to the rehabilitation hospital this time. Then, he spent 450 points to exchange for 9 points of strength. Now, his strength had reached 25 points. He believed that this level had already caught up with weightlifters. To test his strength, Bai Chen put on his clothes and lightly kissed Su Runyan's forehead. Then he walked out of the safe house and punched a zombie that was approaching. The zombie's head was instantly crushed by the punch. Seeing this result, Bai Chen was quite satisfied, but killing zombies directly with his hands was still somewhat unsanitary. He quickly wiped his hands, then returned to the safe house to clean them repeatedly until he was satisfied. Finally, after leaving 2 days' worth of food for the 3 women, Bai Chen set off for the rehabilitation hospital. The journey was smooth, and with a lightsaber in hand, he could easily kill the zombies on the road. Plus, he was now immune to the zombie virus, so he didn't need to be too cautious. As long as he wasn't facing too many zombies, Bai Chen would handle the fights head-on. Before long, the rehabilitation hospital appeared in front of him. The lobby of the rehabilitation hospital's first floor was filled with zombies. It was almost impossible to enter from the building, so he had to choose to enter from the entrance of the underground parking lot. It had been a week since the apocalypse broke out, and most of the city areas were without power. Fortunately, the rehabilitation hospital still had power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the courage to enter the dark underground parking lot. Soon, Bai Chen entered through the entrance. As soon as he entered the underground parking lot, a chilling wind blew, making Bai Chen even more cautious. He carefully walked into the underground parking lot. The entire underground parking lot was divided into 2 levels, and he didn't know the exact location of the target, so he had to search layer by layer. Due to voltage issues, some light bulbs flickered, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a zombie sprang out from behind a car. These zombies were noticeably faster. Bai Chen quickly drew his lightsaber and beheaded it with a single strike. Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that zombies moved even faster in dim environments. He couldn't afford to be careless, so he kept the lightsaber in his hand to react promptly to any situation. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies in the entire underground parking lot. After searching for an hour, he finally found the target in a safe passage. "Are you Wang Yushi?" Wang Yushi turned around in surprise, looking at Bai Chen with caution. "Do you know me?" Although the woman in front of him was wrapped in a loose nurse's uniform, her perfect figure was still evident, especially her slender waist and charming peach-shaped buttocks. Wang Yushi wasn't wearing makeup, and her natural beauty was striking. However, there was a hint of fatigue on her face, probably due to not eating for days and lack of rest. "Are you here to save us?" Wang Yushi asked weakly. At that moment, 5 people walked down the stairs of the safe passage. Bai Chen was taken aback when he saw them. These 5 people were quite familiar to him. The one leading the group was the vice principal of their school. The other 4 were all head teachers at the school. These people were all looked down upon in the school, especially the 4 head teachers. They never focused on teaching and educating students, only on currying favor with others. They had caused trouble for Bai Chen several times, blaming him for things he didn't do. Because of Bai Chen's bad reputation at school, these head teachers always thought everything was his fault. This led to Bai Chen receiving undeserved punishments. As for the vice principal, it was rumored that he had climbed up the ranks through connections. He was rarely seen at school, but news about him circulated daily. He was very high profile, making even the smallest matters known throughout the school. Bai Chen had heard that the vice principal had taken a sick day due to diarrhea. Unexpectedly, he encountered them here. Even more surprising was that the 4 head teachers were also present. Just because of a stomach ache, they had all rushed to the hospital to visit. If they had come a bit later, the illness would have been gone. Truly masters of flattery. When the 5 people saw Bai Chen, one of the head teachers directly said, "Bai Chen, what are you doing here? Has the government already dealt with the zombies outside?" Another head teacher's tone was even more unfriendly. "Bai Chen, this is the principal of our school, why don't you come and greet him?" Bai Chen didn't move. "Bai Chen, what are you standing there for? Are you deaf? Bai Chen, you don't listen to teachers anymore? Do you still want to graduate?" Seeing the expressions of the 4 head teachers, Bai Chen's inner anger gradually surfaced. Why did the rumors in the school continue to spread? The school leaders had an undeniable responsibility. If they had investigated the rumors promptly, things wouldn't have escalated. Therefore, these 4 years of suffering had an undeniable responsibility on these head teachers. Seeing that Bai Chen still didn't move, the head teachers became even more unfriendly. "You brat, are you defying us? You don't listen to teachers anymore? I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Bai Chen, I'm telling you, as long as you're at this school, I will never let you graduate. Come over here and apologize, maybe then I'll forgive you and let you graduate." Bai Chen sneered again. At this point, they were still using his academic performance to pressure him, which was ridiculous. Bai Chen walked slowly towards them and stopped in front of the head teacher who had been scolding him. Smack! Bai Chen slapped him across the face. Everyone present was stunned, especially the one who was slapped. At that moment, he felt his mind go blank, seeing stars, and half of his face had gone numb. Then his face quickly swelled up. Because half of his face was swollen, he couldn't close his mouth, and saliva flowed out through the gap. It took a while for the others to react. "Bai Chen, how dare you hit a teacher, you're finished, get ready for prison. I'll have my lawyer friend sue you, get ready to spend your whole life in jail." At this point, Bai Chen coldly chuckled. "Ha, you don't think you can get through the apocalypse, do you? Even if the apocalypse passes, you won't live to see that day, because all of you will die here." The group couldn't help but shudder. Suddenly, they felt a sense of fear towards the student. But a teacher was still a teacher, even if they were afraid, they couldn't lose their authority. "Bai Chen, what do you mean by that? Do you want to kill us to silence us? Bai Chen, I advise you not to talk big, think about how to resolve the lawsuit." "Humph. A student dared to disrespect his teachers. I don't think we need the police, a few of us will teach him a lesson first." As soon as these words were spoken, several head teachers exchanged glances and then charged towards Bai Chen. "You're right, for students like him, if not corrected in time, they will eventually become social parasites. Humph. Today, we'll educate him properly to prevent him from becoming a criminal in the future." With that said, they approached Bai Chen. Throughout the incident, the vice principal did not intervene. Bai Chen had seen through these people. His expression turned cold. Bai Chen raised the light sword in his hand and struck at the head teacher who was as swollen as a pig's head. The other 3 head teachers were stunned on the spot. All 5 present were horrified as they watched the head teacher's head being chopped off. "Ah! Murder! Bai Chen has committed murder! Ah!" Wan Yushi also covered her eyes in shock and exclaimed. The vice principal was so frightened that he trembled, leaning on his cane as he tried to run up the stairs. However, he was so terrified that he tripped on the stairs, and his front teeth were knocked out. The remaining 3 head teachers dared not approach. Their previous arrogant demeanor was nowhere to be found. After killing one person, Bai Chen turned to the other 3. The pupils of the 3 teachers shrank suddenly. They all stepped back. "Bai Chen, don't act impulsively. It was the teacher's fault before. The teachers apologized to you. Let's talk things out. Bai Chen, the teacher was just joking with you earlier. I won't let a lawyer sue you, and it was his fault just now, not yours. Bai Chen, the teacher has always thought you were a good kid. Please don't do anything foolish." Bai Chen approached the 3 of them step by step. Seeing their attitudes change drastically after witnessing him commit murder, he couldn't help but sneer. These people bullied the weak and feared the strong. They would flatter and fawn over those more powerful. If he hadn't been bullied by these people before, he might have believed their words now. But at this moment, Bai Chen wouldn't believe a word they said. "Do you really understand your mistakes?" The 3 head teachers thought Bai Chen was moved by their words and nodded excitedly. "Then go repent in hell." With that, Bai Chen swung his light sword fiercely. The 3 died in terror. Only the vice principal was left. The vice principal was trembling all over at this moment. Without his cane, it was difficult for him to stand up. He could only crawl up the stairs slowly. Suddenly, he felt his foot being grabbed. He turned back in terror. When he saw Bai Chen's grim face, he shuddered again, a foul-smelling liquid flowing from his crotch. Bai Chen, I have never bullied you all these years. Spare me. Let's forget about today's events. I won't let anyone know. Bai Chen did not answer him but grabbed him and slowly walked downstairs. The vice principal's face kept hitting the steps one by one. In no time, his face was covered in blood. His reading glasses were shattered, and even the shards pierced into his flesh. The entire corridor echoed with the vice principal's screams. Finally, Bai Chen stopped and threw him onto the bodies of the 4 head teachers as if he were throwing away a dead dog. The vice principal was in a panic, not knowing what to do. He could only plead with Bai Chen continuously, begging for mercy. Bai Chen, spare me. I have a lot of money, and my granddaughter is very beautiful. If you spare me, I'll give you my granddaughter. Bai Chen looked at the vice principal expressionlessly. It was true that the vice principal had not bullied him in these years, but that didn't mean he was innocent. If he hadn't let those rumors spread in school, he wouldn't have lived such a miserable life all these years. Therefore, his mistake was unforgivable. Moreover, a person who would betray even their own family to save themselves had no right to live. Put. The light sword pierced through the vice principal's heart. The entire underground parking lot fell silent in an instant. Wang Yushi watched as Bai Chen killed the last person. Her delicate body trembled again. She didn't understand why this person wanted to kill, and how he even knew her name. But she knew he was dangerous, she absolutely couldn't offend him, and she couldn't oppose any request he made, or she would end up like those few people who died tragically. Bai Chen then looked at Wang Yushi. Seeing her cowering in a corner, trembling, he sheathed his lightsaber and slowly walked towards her. He could clearly sense her intense fear of him. The closer he got, the more violently her body shook. Finally, unable to bear such fear, Wang Yushi's eyes filled with tears and she pleaded, "Please don't kill me." Bai Chen stopped 2 meters away from her and slowly spoke, "I won't kill you, but you must become my woman." Wang Yushi looked at Bai Chen and said, "Okay, I agree. As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to anything." Bai Chen hadn't expected it to go so smoothly, but it was for the best. Every extra minute spent meant an extra minute of danger. "Can you walk now?" Bai Chen asked. Wang Yushi tried to stand up, but her legs were still shaking, and combined with hunger, she couldn't get up. "Do you have any food? I'm so hungry," Wang Yushi timidly asked. Bai Chen directly took out a steamed bun from his space and handed it to her. Wang Yushi's eyes couldn't move away from the bun. She devoured it hungrily. Then, Bai Chen took out a bottle of mineral water from his space. Wang Yushi finished the bun and water in less than 2 minutes. After eating, she patted her stomach, looking satisfied. At that moment, she wasn't as afraid of Bai Chen anymore. At least he had given her food when she was most hungry. "Let's go after you finish eating." Wang Yushi stood up and followed Bai Chen. Soon, they returned to the safe house. The 3 women inside couldn't help but feel anxious when they saw Bai Chen bringing back another woman. After all, the rooms in the safe house were limited. If they couldn't live in the safe house, they would face death at any moment. If Bai Chen continued to bring in new women, they might be at risk of being kicked out. They had to try their best to please Bai Chen to secure their lives. "Master, you're back, I've prepared dinner," Lu Yumeng respectfully said. "Master, I learned a new dance today, would you like to see it?" Xia Mo said with a smile. She had to maintain her most beautiful state at all times to keep Bai Chen liking her. Only Su Runyan remained clueless. She knew she couldn't be Bai Chen's only woman, nor the last one. All she could do was not interfere with any decisions Bai Chen made. Wang Yushi looked at the 3 women, shocked. All 3 of them surpassed her in looks. She had always been praised as the most beautiful nurse in the entire hospital, but when she saw these 3 women, she couldn't help but feel inferior. She couldn't help but wonder why this man already had so many women, yet still had to capture her. Could he be a deranged serial killer, killing one after another? Thinking back to Bai Chen's previous killings, Wang Yushi shuddered. She started to worry. Nervously, she kept pinching her fingers. "Come in. Why are you still standing at the door?" Bai Chen looked at Wang Yushi, noticing she hadn't entered. Hearing his words, Wang Yushi's breathing quickened, her heart pounding as if it was about to leap out of her chest. She wanted to escape, but her feet felt as heavy as lead. The next moment, Bai Chen pulled her into the room, and as the security door closed, she gave up all hope. She didn't know what her fate would be, she was like a puppet at the mercy of Bai Chen. "Wang Yushi, you go take a hot bath first. Yumeng, you take her to her room." "Yes, master, I'll take her there right away." Lu Yumeng came to Wang Yushi with a smile on her face. "Let's go, Sister Yushi." Soon, the 2 arrived on the 2nd floor. Seeing Bai Chen not following, Wang Yushi quickly said to Lu Yumeng beside her, "Sister, were you also captured by him? Is he going to kill us?" Lu Yumeng still had a smile on her face, and when Wang Yushi asked her, she deliberately said, "Master won't kill us, he'll only eat us." Wang Yushi's pupils suddenly contracted. "Eat us?" Then why don't you think about escaping? Why should we run? It's safe here with food and clean water for bathing. But aren't you afraid of dying? At this point, Lu Yumeng's expression changed. As long as we serve the master well, he won't let us die. Please be aware of your status, it's your honor to live here. Wang Yushi was completely puzzled by Lu Yumeng's sudden change of attitude. She was just trying to warn her out of kindness, not expecting to be treated like this. Wang Yushi fell silent, fearing her words might reach Baichen's ears. Soon, she arrived at her room. When she saw the luxurious decorations, a hint of longing flickered in her eyes. She dreamed of living in such a house, but with her ordinary background, this wish was hard to fulfill. This will be your room from now on, feel free to look around, I'll go prepare hot water for you. With that, Lu Yumeng headed towards the bathroom. Wang Yushi began to explore the room, first approaching the window where she found they were all sealed shut, making escape impossible. Then she looked into the wardrobe, filled with various styles of clothing. She didn't give up on leaving, preferring survival over temporary comfort. She couldn't bear living with a monster who ate people. After a brief search, she gave up as she realized none of the windows could be opened. Shortly after, Lu Yumeng emerged from the bathroom. The water is ready, you can go in and bathe. With that, Lu Yumeng left the room. Wang Yushi was left alone in the room. She sniffed her nurse uniform and found it a bit smelly, so she took it off and tossed it aside before heading to the bathroom. Downstairs, the three were eating, and Lu Yumeng recounted her conversation with Wang Yushi to Baichen word for word. Baichen wasn't surprised. He had never explained why he brought Wang Yushi here. It was normal for the other party to have such thoughts. After dinner, Baichen went straight to Wang Yushi's room. He intended to take Wang Yushi's blood, whether she stayed or left didn't concern him. Arriving at the door, he found it locked. But he had privileges, he could enter any room here at will. Soon, the door opened. Upon entering, he saw the nurse uniform on the floor, along with a set of white lace-trimmed lingerie. Baichen quietly approached the bathroom door. It wasn't closed, and he clearly saw Wang Yushi soaking in the bathtub, her hair cascading outside, with her snow-white legs resting on the edge. Seeing this, Baichen couldn't wait any longer. As he walked in, he removed his clothes. When he entered the bathroom, Wang Yushi noticed him. She tried to curl up in the tub, but Baichen grabbed her legs. With a strong tug, Wang Yushi turned to face him. Baichen noticed that Wang Yushi's figure was even more perfect without the nurse uniform. Such proportions he had only seen in animated characters. Seeing this, Baichen couldn't wait any longer. Don't! Wang Yushi had realized something. Congratulations to the host for gaining Wang Yushi's favorability, with the favorability increasing by more than 50, rewards doubled. Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 points x2. After the passion, Baichen carried Wang Yushi to the bed. At this moment, Wang Yushi held the blanket silently. Baichen understood her thoughts. He was afraid he had taken advantage of her, but he already had. He gently patted Wang Yushi's head and whispered softly in her ear, "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you." Wang Yushi shivered, then Baichen heard her let out a sigh of relief. "Rest well. I'll come see you again tomorrow." With that, Baichen put on his clothes and left. Wang Yushi blushed suddenly. Her first time in life had been taken away so dominantly. However, she felt a little excited inside. Baichen stood by the window, looking at the darkness outside. He understood that the city area was experiencing a widespread power outage. Fortunately, his safe house was equipped with 2 generators, so there was no need to worry about electricity. However, this light might attract some unnecessary trouble. It seems I need to be careful when going out in the future. This kind of opportunity will surely attract unwanted attention. Then, Baichen closed all the curtains and returned to his room alone. At that moment, not far from the safe house, a group of burly men were watching the safe house intently. "Look, I told you this is the place. I've already investigated, there are 4 women inside, and each one is a beauty." "Hey, are you saying there's only 1 man and 4 women inside?" "Absolutely, I've been staking out here all day. The man left this morning and brought back a woman in the afternoon. That woman's waist is so slim, I can't help but desire her." "Good, since we're sure there are only 5 people inside, let's make our move tonight. We'll kill the man and have fun with the other 4 women." A man with a scar on his face said. In the pitch-black night, a group of people emitted evil laughter. The night enveloped the earth. Tonight, the sky was pitch black, not even the moon was visible. The surroundings of the safe house were eerily quiet. At that moment, a dozen people approached the safe house. They gestured with their hands. Soon, the crowd split into 2 teams. One team followed the scar-faced man to the front door. One person took out a piece of wire from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, pressed his ear against the door, and fiddled with it continuously. The other team went to the back of the safe house. They tied a hook to a rope and threw it onto the railing of the second floor. One person tugged on it, finding it sturdy, and began to climb up. The person below kept watch. Soon, the climber reached the rooftop. After looking around and finding no entry point into the safe house, he had to descend using the rope. Quickly, they regrouped at the front door with the scar-faced man. "How did it go on your end?" the scar-faced man asked as they returned. The man shook his head. "No good, couldn't get in upstairs." "Shall we try breaking a window?" "Alright, but let's not make too much noise. We need to sneak in quietly." "Got it." Then, the second team began circling the safe house again. Soon, they identified a piece of glass. One person produced a glass cutter from somewhere and began to cut the glass forcefully. After struggling for a while, he almost passed out from frustration. This was bulletproof glass. Who the hell has bulletproof glass at home? They had to search for other glass panes. However, after a round of searching, they shockingly discovered that every single glass pane was bulletproof. This discovery made them anxious, speculating whether this place might be an official secret base. But after some thought, considering how close this place is to the city, it's definitely not an official secret base. Most likely, it's a doomsday enthusiast's home. They could only return to the security door and report this discovery to Scarface. Scarface's face turned ashen when he heard about it. Who would have thought that with so many people, they couldn't even get through a single door? He glanced at the locksmith, anxiously asking, "How much longer until you can open the door?" The locksmith was already sweating profusely at this point. He had opened more locks than he had eaten grains of salt. There wasn't a lock in this world that he hadn't seen before. He dared to claim that he was the second best lockpicker in the world, as no one dared to claim the first. That was his confidence. If it weren't for his past thefts, bribing bank employees to steal large amounts of cash, he wouldn't have ended up in prison. It was only after being imprisoned that he found out that only he could open that lock, and the police didn't even investigate before arresting him. He deeply regretted it. Yet today, he encountered a lock that he couldn't crack. How long had he been inside before someone surpassed him? The locksmith grew more and more frustrated as he thought about it, but after fiddling for a while, he couldn't even figure out the structure of the lock. "Boss, I can't open this lock." After a few more attempts, he could only helplessly report the situation to Scarface. Scarface looked at the locksmith in astonishment. "You can't open it either?" The locksmith nodded again. Scarface pondered for a moment and said, "Damn it, this is a bad start. Let's retreat." Soon, they quietly left. The leader Scarface's real name was Kai Jun. Known for his ruthlessness, he ended up in prison for murder. In prison, he quickly rose to the top due to his strength. All these people were his underlings. Scarface was supposed to be executed, but the apocalypse unexpectedly saved him. He escaped with several inmates. However, they found out that not only the prison but also the outside world was filled with zombies, leaving them with nowhere to go. It was then that they discovered Bai Chen's safe house. After scouting it for a day, they decided to act that night. But they never expected that with so many of them, they couldn't even get through the door. Each of them was a serious criminal who had committed major crimes. How could they not have any special skills? Yet, despite their efforts, they came up empty-handed, leaving them frustrated and more wary of the owner of the house. Could the person who built this house be an ordinary individual? In other words, this wasn't just a house, it was a fortress. Not only was the door a state-of-the-art security door, even the walls were made of metal, and the glass was bulletproof. It was flawless. The next day, Bai Chen woke up early as usual and went downstairs to look outside through the glass. Everything seemed normal, except there were no zombies in sight today. He didn't think much of it. As he was about to have breakfast, he suddenly noticed a scratch on the bulletproof glass outside. His heart raced violently. He quickly checked the other pieces of glass, and each one had slight scratches. This meant that someone had discovered his safe house and attempted to break in. Soon, Bai Chen calmed down. The fact that these people hadn't entered meant that his safe house was indeed secure, and outsiders couldn't get in. Since he knew someone was up to no good, he decided to play along with them. So, Bai Chen pretended not to notice and continued with his usual routine. He went outside the safe house and trained as usual. He didn't know how long these people had been watching him. All he had to do was not raise suspicion. After finishing his training, Lu Yaman came out to call him for dinner, and he returned to the safe house to eat. While eating, he kept an eye on the window. However, he didn't notice anything unusual. Soon, the whole day passed, and those people still didn't show themselves. For safety reasons, Bai Chen converted all the 300 points he obtained from Wang Yushi yesterday and the 100 points he obtained today into strength attribute points. In this way, his strength attribute reached 33 points, surpassing the realm of humans. Even if someone had ill intentions towards him, he was not afraid at all. Soon, night fell slowly. Just when he thought those people wouldn't show up again today, he noticed something unusual through the window. By the moonlight, he saw a person lying not far from the safe house, their gaze fixed on it. Bai Chen quickly turned off the lights in the house to avoid exposing that he had noticed them. Then, he hid behind the curtains, observing the movements of this person through the bulletproof glass. After some time passed, more people appeared, seemingly holding something in their hands. Kai Jun returned with his men, having collected a lot of gasoline from cars parked on the roadside. If they couldn't break through the security door tonight, they were prepared to resort to violence. Any news from them today? Kai Jun asked with a hint of anger. Boss, only that man came out today, but he didn't leave, just exercised outside the door, the henchman reported truthfully. He didn't spot you, did he? Don't worry, boss, I didn't move a muscle today, they couldn't have noticed me. Good job, once we take over this house, I'll let you have the first go after I'm done with those girls. The henchman couldn't stop grinning. Thank you, boss. Kai Jun's mood also eased considerably. Days of hiding and seeking had made him desperately crave a place to settle down. But now, he couldn't get in at all. And with 4 heavenly beauties inside, how could he not be impatient? Time flew by, and it was already midnight. During this time, Bai Chen had been observing these people, who hadn't made any moves. Just as Bai Chen started feeling drowsy, he noticed them running towards the safe house. They crouched, seemingly afraid of being noticed by the people inside the safe house. Bai Chen speculated that they still feared him. After all, such a safe house was not something ordinary people could possess. Since you want to take my safe house, I'll play with you properly. What goes around comes around. Bai Chen summoned the 100 Transformations divine weapon. It automatically changed after midnight. Today's weapon was a hidden weapon that could shoot a poison needle, capable of putting an elephant into a coma in a short time, a power not to be underestimated. He quietly made his way to the first floor. By this time, some of those people had reached the door and started tampering with the lock. Bai Chen guessed they were trying to force the door open. He sneered, his security door had 3 layers of protection, even if he unlocked the first lock, it would trigger the other 2. The entire door would then be completely sealed, unless he lifted the restriction, no one could open it. Ignoring them, Bai Chen quietly took the elevator to the rooftop and then jumped outside. He deliberately ran a distance to observe those people. Soon, he arrived at the spot where they had been hiding. He found many beer bottles there, and upon opening one, he discovered they were all filled with gasoline. You're quite ruthless. Since you want to kill me so badly, I can't just sit back and do nothing. With that thought, he stored all the gasoline in his space. The people outside the safe house struggled for a long time but still couldn't open the door. Boss, it's no use, this lock is too strange. I've unlocked it, but it just won't open. Kai Jun's face turned grim. After waiting for a while, they couldn't open it. Idiot, you can't even handle such a small matter. Prepare to execute the second plan. Kai Jun glanced at his henchmen and continued, you guys go get the gasoline. Yes, boss. 4 people turned and ran away. On the other side, Bai Chen was also waiting for his chance. Suddenly, he noticed 4 people running towards him. He quickly hid behind a tree. Soon, the 4 individuals returned to where they had hidden the gasoline. Ha! The gasoline was clearly here. How could it disappear in such a short time? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Hurry up and search, the boss will be angry soon. Right, let's split up and search. Seeing the 4 men separate, Bai Chen smiled. He targeted the closest one with his weapon and shot. A tranquilizer-laced dart swiftly pierced his skin. The man collapsed without making a sound. Bai Chen's eyes lit up as he realized the drug was so potent that the man fainted in less than a second. Truly a powerful sedative that could even knock out an elephant. Subsequently, Bai Chen quietly approached another person and used the same method to render him unconscious. Then the 3rd, and the 4th. Throughout, not a single person noticed his presence. Bai Chen then gathered the 4 individuals together effortlessly. There was no need to tie them up, it would probably remain unconscious for a day and a night. After completing this task, Bai Chen continued to lie in wait. Meanwhile, Kai Jun, seeing that the 4 men had not returned with the gasoline for a while, became visibly upset. You guys, go check it out, stop dawdling. The men exchanged glances and hurried to investigate. However, they never returned. At this point, Kai Jun began to worry. Could they have encountered some danger? The more he thought about it, the more concerned he became, glaring at the man still picking the lock. Stop that, come with me to take a look. The remaining 6 men quickly followed Kai Jun back. When they arrived at the gasoline stash, they were stunned. Not only were the people gone, but the gasoline was also missing. Boss, could they have run off with the gasoline? Kai Jun's face darkened, and he surveyed the surroundings, trying to find any clues. But he found nothing, which only heightened his anxiety. Kai-jun knew these men, they wouldn't run off, especially with zombies everywhere. The only possibility was that they had been attacked. With no blood on the ground, it was clearly the work of humans, and skilled ones at that. Suddenly, one of the men beside him collapsed. He rushed to check and found the man was only unconscious. Following the trajectory of the dart, he quickly spotted a large tree. He signaled to his men, who immediately understood and began to converge on the tree. Bai Chen realized he had been discovered but remained unfazed, knowing his strength of 33 points made these men no match for him. He confidently stepped out. Kai-jun narrowed his eyes upon seeing him. At that moment, the man who had been keeping watch for a day pointed at Bai Chen and said, "It's him, he's the owner of this house, how could he have found us?" Kai-jun glared at the man, seething with anger. "Idiot, you're the only one here, who else would I ask?" Kai-jun turned to Bai Chen, his eyes filled with undisguised malice, accentuated by the terrifying scar on his face. "Kid, didn't expect you to have the guts to come out. Hand over the key, maybe I'll spare you after I'm done." Bai Chen chuckled. "Heck, if I were you, I'd kneel now, maybe I'll spare you a whole corpse." Kai-jun's expression darkened further. It was the first time he had been so openly challenged. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to?" Kai-jun gritted his teeth. "Seems like you're hard of hearing at such a young age, do I need to repeat myself? You're asking for death." Kai-jun roared. His henchmen by his side were adept at observing his mood. Seeing their boss getting angry, they didn't wait for orders and charged towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen directly shot poisonous needles at them. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more men fell under the effect of the needles. The others quickly stopped in their tracks, not daring to advance further. They exchanged glances and could only retreat silently. "Fools!" Kai-jun exploded in anger at the sight of his henchmen retreating so quickly. The henchmen looked at each other in dismay. At that moment, Kai-jun suddenly restrained his anger and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Do you think I would be afraid of you just because you have that thing in your hand?" With that, Kai-jun swiftly drew a handgun from his waist. Bai Chen furrowed his brow and hurriedly took cover behind a tree. Bang! Kai-jun fired a shot at the tree. "Ha ha!" Seeing Bai Chen hastily fleeing, the henchman burst into laughter. "Weren't you arrogant just now? Why are you acting like a coward now?" Bang! Kai-jun pulled the trigger again, shooting at the large tree behind which Bai Chen was hiding. Bai Chen was extremely anxious at this point, not expecting the other side to have a gun. His weapon had limited range, making it difficult to hit the target from this distance. Although Kai-jun had a gun, he didn't dare to act recklessly. He signaled to his henchmen, who began taunting Bai Chen. "Kid, if you have the guts, come out. What's the point of hiding behind a tree?" "Exactly, I thought you were tough, turns out you're just a coward." "Kid, you look so tender, how about letting Big Brother have some fun with you?" Facing the taunts of the men, Bai Chen remained unmoved. He understood that they were trying to provoke him into coming out and falling into their trap. As long as he stayed behind the tree, they couldn't do anything to him. Kai-jun and his men grew even more agitated when Bai Chen refused to come out. After a while, Kai-jun suddenly became more composed. "Kid, how about we make a gentleman's agreement? We won't use any weapons and settle this one-on-one." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen sneered. This kind of person was clearly ruthless. Would he really abide by the agreement? Bai Chen didn't answer him. After a while, Kai-jun continued, "Since I proposed this, I'll set an example. I'll empty the magazine, you can check if you don't believe me." Bai Chen discreetly observed and saw that he indeed pushed out all the bullets from the magazine. "The magazine is empty now, am I sincere enough?" Seeing that the other party had indeed done as promised, Bai Chen agreed. "Fine." With that, he threw the poisonous needles from his weapon to the ground in front of everyone and then put away his weapon. He knew the other party wouldn't be so kind, judging by his muscular physique, he was clearly a skilled fighter. But Bai Chen didn't care, he had a strength of 33 points. When Kai-jun uttered those words, in Bai Chen's mind, he was already a dead man. Seeing Bai Chen agree, Kai-jun's face revealed a hint of mockery. He used to be a boxer, having killed several opponents in the past, earning him the title of boxing death god. He believed that with just one punch, he could kill the young man before him. Kai-jun's henchmen, upon seeing Bai Chen's agreement, excitedly whispered among themselves. "Ha, this idiot actually agreed. When the boss was dominating, he didn't know how many ignorant kids he had killed. Looks like today will be another one. Hee hee, I can already picture him being knocked out by the boss with one punch. Hurry up and kill him. I can't wait to enjoy those few women's bodies." Bai Chen pretended to clear the poison needles and walked towards them. Throughout, he kept an eye on Kai-jun, wary of him pulling out another handgun. Fortunately, he didn't. Kai-jun was clearly too confident in his own abilities. He trusted his fists more than a gun, so he wouldn't resort to such means. Little did he know, his arrogance would cost him his life. The two stood 2 meters apart, eyes filled with murderous intent. In this showdown, they already considered Bai Chen a dead man. Few could gain an advantage against Kai Jun's fists, especially in a life-or-death situation. As Bai Chen approached Kai Jun, he used the system to check the opponent's attributes. Name: Kai Jun Strength, 25 Agility, 8 Endurance, 15 Charm, 0. Seeing Kai Jun's strength, Bai Chen was somewhat surprised. An ordinary person's strength is around 10 points, yet he was 2.5 times stronger. It could be considered an ace up his sleeve, but he chose the wrong opponent. Bai Chen chuckled and extended his pinky finger towards Kai Jun. Enraged, Kai Jun charged at him. "Kid, you're asking for death." He threw a punch, swiftly met by Bai Chen's own. Unable to trade blows, Bai Chen could only rely on pure strength. Their fists finally collided. Instantly, Kai Jun's face contorted in pain. Bai Chen's fingers stung from the impact, but compared to Kai Jun, his condition was negligible. At the moment their fists clashed, Bai Chen sensed Kai Jun's finger breaking. Without giving him a chance, Bai Chen swiftly struck again. Distracted by the pain in his finger, Kai Jun didn't react in time. Bai Chen's punch landed accurately on Kai Jun's forehead. His pupils constricted. How? Before he could finish, he fell straight to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Bai Chen's punch had shattered Kai Jun's skull, causing severe internal injuries despite his seemingly unharmed appearance. Kai Jun's lackeys were ready to cheer, but to their shock, it was their leader who fell. Fear painted their faces. If their leader couldn't even withstand a single blow, how terrifying was this man's strength before them? They dared not think further. When Bai Chen looked at them again, they all knelt, devoid of resistance. "Spare us, please, boss." Bai Chen's eyes concealed his killing intent. "The 4 of you, take turns slapping each other. If anyone holds back, I'll kill them." The 4 wore grim expressions but dared not defy Bai Chen's command. They shifted into position on the ground, slapping each other in succession. Soon, their faces swelled like pigs' heads. When Bai Chen deemed it enough, he ordered them to stop. Then, he had them lift the unconscious individuals and bind them together. Lastly, he had the 4 take turns slapping the captives. Soon, the pain woke the unconscious ones. Confused, they exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing? Hitting your own people? Damn it, it's you I'm hitting. What the hell? What are you guys doing? Aren't you afraid of the boss punishing you? I'll hit you, damn boss." Soon, they fell silent, realizing that staying quiet meant getting hit individually, while speaking led to all 4 hitting them together. Who could endure that? Half an hour later, Bai Chen halted the senseless activity. It was time to wrap things up. He shot poison darts at the 4. Confused and bound, they cursed at Bai Chen until they fell silent. Because, Bai Chen unexpectedly took out gasoline and poured it on them. At that moment, they were scared. One by one, they cried and begged Bai Chen to spare them. However, Bai Chen continued calmly pouring gasoline. These people were all unforgivable criminals. He didn't think they would be grateful for sparing them. So, killing them to silence them was the best choice. With a flicker of fire, these people started wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Thick smoke billowed up to 4 or 5 meters high. Bai Chen casually retrieved a handgun and bullets from Kai Jun's body. However, there were only 5 bullets, which he loaded into the magazine and casually tossed into the air. As a pale light appeared on the horizon, the fire had completely extinguished. These people had all turned to ashes, destined to remain on this scorched earth forever. Finally, Bai Chen gathered some soil to cover up the burnt ground. Satisfied, he returned to the safe house. By then, Lu Yumeng had woken up, completely unaware of what had just happened outside. Seeing Bai Chen return suddenly, she curiously asked, "Master, did you go out so early?" No need to call me for meals." Bai Chen instructed and then went back to his room to rest. He slept until noon before waking up. Upon waking up, he found Lu Yumeng sitting beside him. "Master, you're awake. I just heated up your meal." Feeling a bit hungry himself, Bai Chen ate under Lu Yumeng's care. While eating, he opened the intelligence system, looking for the next target to rescue. 3 sets of photos appeared, leaving Bai Chen stunned. 2 identical faces were shown on them. It wasn't a system error, these 2 were twins, and Bai Chen recognized them. These 2 were the academic elites of their school. More importantly, they were the school's recognized beauties. The elder sister, Li Mulan, was the top scorer in the province's science stream, while the younger sister, Li Mushuang, was the top scorer in the province's arts stream. He hadn't expected these 2 sisters to still be alive. He quickly spent 20 points to view their information. Name, Li Mulan. Age, 18. Bust size, D-cup. Looks, 91. Trapped location, female dormitory building of Jinghai University. Name, Li Mushuang. Age, 18. Bust size, D-cup. Looks, 91. Trapped location, female dormitory building of Jinghai University. Seeing the information of the two, Baichen felt excited. He hadn't expected them to be trapped in the same location, making the rescue mission much easier. However, he soon furrowed his brows. Jinghai University had at least 2,000 students. Even if it was after school hours during the apocalypse, many people would have left the school, leaving at least 1,000 people behind. 1,000 zombies. He wasn't sure if he could break in and safely bring out the two. But no matter what, he had to go. Simply because these two beautiful sisters were too stunning. And he also wanted to experience what it felt like to be served by twins. Besides, he was immune to the zombie virus. Worst case scenario, he could just kill all the zombies in the school. After thinking it through, Baichen got up directly. After instructing a few women, he left. Following the events of last night, zombies began to gather outside the safe house again. At that moment, he remembered the weapons from yesterday and wondered if they would be effective against zombies. So, he tried shooting a poison dart at a zombie. To his surprise, the poison dart was equally effective against zombies, but it had to hit the zombie's neck or head. This was no challenge for Baichen. After practicing shooting for so long, he could hit the target within 30 meters every time. It was almost like shooting fish in a barrel. With this result, Baichen felt more confident about the rescue mission. He stored the weapons in his space and focused on clearing out the zombies. Soon, he had dealt with the zombies outside the safe house. Then, he sped off towards Jinghai University. 2 hours later, he finally arrived at the entrance of Jinghai University. He had originally escaped from the library of Jinghai University. After a few days, he returned. However, he had no sentimental attachment to this place, only painful memories. Pushing open the main gate, the zombies inside rushed out at the slightest noise. Baichen also drew his weapon and shot poison darts at the zombies' heads. One after another, the zombies fell, but more kept coming. After a busy hour, the zombies on campus were finally cleared. Baichen dared not waste time, unsure of the effectiveness of the poison on the zombies. He quickly made his way to the female dormitory based on memory. The door to the female dormitory was locked, but that didn't stop him. With a punch, the entire door deformed severely. With another effort, the door swung open. The beautiful female zombies inside heard the commotion and headed towards the door. Baichen showed no mercy, unleashing his attack on these female zombies. He knew that the Li Mulan sisters' dormitory was on the 4th floor, so he ran straight up. However, as soon as he reached the 4th floor, he heard a woman scream. Baichen muttered a curse and hurried towards the source of the sound. Passing through several rooms in the direction of the voice, Baichen saw an open room where the sound was coming from. Suddenly, voices were heard from the room. Since we're all going to die anyway, why not let me enjoy myself before that? Get away from me, don't come any closer. Darling, I risked getting bitten by zombies for you, are you really so heartless? The man's voice turned fierce. Ah, no, please, don't. Smack. You wretch, if it weren't for you insisting that I come to save you, I wouldn't have been bitten by zombies. But back then, what did you say? You said as long as I came to save you, you would be my girlfriend. Now that I'm here, about to die, can't you let me enjoy myself? Sobbing, the woman's cries and the sound of clothes being torn filled the room. Soon, Baichen reached the door, and as he looked inside, he saw the man forcing himself on the woman. A deep bite mark stood out prominently on his neck. The girl saw Baichen and looked at him with pleading eyes. Seeing the girl's face, Baichen breathed a sigh of relief. This person was not his target. Just as he was about to leave, the man, consumed by lust, suddenly turned towards him. He angrily pointed at Baichen and shouted, "Don't you dare leave!" Then, he looked at the woman with resentment. Who is he? Is he your lover? The woman's expression was extremely pained. She could only helplessly shake her head and then look to Baichen for help. Baichen furrowed his brow. He hadn't intended to get involved, but this man dared to shout at him. And now that he had a clear view of the man's face, he remembered him. He remembered everyone who had bullied him. The man seemed to recognize Baichen as well. He smirked disdainfully. So it's Baichen. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Tell me, what's your relationship with this wench? Why are you here? I've been chasing her for so long, and she never agreed. Turns out, she's hooked up with you. How does it feel to see me with her? Haha, what can you do about it? You're just a useless pervert. Baichen's expression darkened at the man's words. He despised being called a pervert, especially by someone who had once bullied him. Baichen's anger had reached its peak. He slowly approached the man. The man, now a bit flustered at Baichen's demeanor, asked, "What do you want?" Baichen grabbed him by the collar. The man tried to break free but found himself unable to, as if he were firmly embedded in stone. At that moment, he was completely panicked, and he instantly sobered up. Baichan, please don't kill me. Do you like her? I can give her to you. The girl beside them cried even more violently. She never expected that the boy she secretly liked would treat her like this. She had hinted at him many times, but he just didn't understand. Now she finally saw his true colors. You deserve to die. The girl shouted hoarsely. Baichan, kill him for me, and I'll agree to whatever you want to do to me. Baichan looked at the girl with a look of disdain. He remembered this person. She had also played a part in spreading rumors. You are not worthy. The girl's pupils suddenly contracted. She was instantly dazed, then looked at Baichan with resentment. I'm not worthy? You're just a peeping Tom. How dare you say I'm not worthy? Asterisk crack. Asterisk Baichan exerted force, and the boy's neck instantly snapped. The girl was so frightened by the scene that she dared not make a sound. She looked at Baichan in horror, unable to believe that he actually dared to kill. Baichan, I was just joking earlier. You didn't take it seriously, did you? She forced a smile. Baichan smiled at the girl, but she became even more nervous. Then, Baichan grabbed the girl's neck and lifted her abruptly. Remember, the me today, you can't reach. The girl struggled violently, wanting to speak, but her throat was squeezed shut, and she couldn't say a word. Then, Baichan dragged her outside. He casually opened a dormitory door, and the zombies inside rushed towards them. Baichan reached out and grabbed the zombie's neck. Then, he let go of the girl. The girl, holding her neck, knelt on the ground coughing violently. Remember to be a good person in your next life. With that, Baichan threw the zombie onto the girl. The girl screamed in terror. The zombie, seeing fresh life, pounced and took a bite. A large piece of the girl's chest was torn off. Ah! The girl screamed again. The screams lasted for 5 minutes, echoing throughout the entire building. Baichan calmed down, kicked the zombie to death, and began searching room by room for his target. Soon, he found the twin sisters hiding in a dorm room. The two of them were cowering in the wardrobe. When they saw Baichan come in, they immediately pushed open the wardrobe door. Classmate, can you help us get out? The screams outside were so terrifying. Did someone get eaten by zombies? Li Mulan asked timidly. Baichan looked at the two twin sisters unharmed and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the two sisters looking exactly alike, Baichan became interested. He rarely had the opportunity to observe them up close like this. Of course, but I can't help you for free. What do you want? I can give you anything I have. Li Mulan quickly said, afraid that Baichan wouldn't help them. It's simple, I want both of you to be my women. Li Mulan and Li Mushuang were stunned. After a while, Li Mushuang pointed at Baichan and said, I remember now, you're Baichan, the one who molested Lu Yumeng. Baichan felt helpless. It seemed that bad news traveled far. Are you really the kind of person rumored about? Li Mulan was also taken aback. Sister, don't believe him. I've heard that he's a coward. Everyone bullies him at school, and he doesn't dare to fight back. How can someone like him save us? He might run away at the first sight of a zombie. Li Mushuang stood in front of her sister Li Mulan, glaring at Baichan. After hearing Li Mushuang's words, Baichan's expression turned ugly. I'll say it again, if you want me to help you, agree to be my women. Of course, if you become my woman, I can guarantee your safety and an endless supply of food. The mention of food made the two women waver internally. The prolonged hunger had drained them of strength. But was the price too high? To become Baichan's women? How dare he? Your request is outrageous. We just asked for some food, and now it turns out those rumors were true. You are nothing but a lecher. Li Mushuang angrily retorted. I didn't force you. How you choose is up to you, Baichan replied, slightly displeased. He had already been called a lecher by a third person today. Li Mushuang wanted to say more but was stopped by her sister, Li Mulan. Sister, let it go. Li Mushuang had to swallow her words, but she still glared at Baichan. Baichan, can we discuss this? I'll be your girlfriend, and you provide food for both of us, Li Mulan proposed. Sister, what are you saying? How can you agree to his terms? He's a fraud. Li Mulan's words were cut off by her sister. Sister! Li Mulan looked anxious. Li Mushuang noticed her sister's unusual behavior and decided not to continue. Baichan, on behalf of my sister, I apologize. Can you consider what I said earlier? Li Mulan earnestly asked. Sister, we are both outstanding. Many good men are eager to be with us. How can you ask for his forgiveness? I don't need you to apologize for me. I'll handle this on my own and see what he can do to me. Li Mushuang appeared fearless. Shut up. Finally losing her temper, Li Mulan quickly explained to Baichan, Baichan, my sister doesn't know any better. Please don't take her words to heart. It's fine. I'll give you half an hour to consider. If you agree to be my women, I'll take you away. If not, then you're on your own. Bai Chen's patience had run out. Li Mulan hurriedly pulled her sister aside. Can you please not be so impulsive? Don't you understand our situation now? Li Mulan said in frustration. But his demand is too much, asking both of us to be his women. Li Mu Shuang looked aggrieved. So what? Look outside, it's filled with zombies. Without him, do you think we can leave this place? Li Mu Shuang's eyes welled up with tears as she looked outside through the window, watching the wandering zombies, a hint of fear creeping in. Do we really have to agree to him? Sister, I know this decision is tough, but now we have to rely on him if we want to survive. But why do you think he can protect us? Look at his condition, he doesn't seem like he's starving. That means he has food, and the fact that he came here alone shows he can kill zombies, Li Mulan analyzed. Li Mu Shuang finally understood and realized how impulsive she had been. I know it's hard for both of us to agree to be his women. I'll try to protect you, Li Mulan said before approaching Bai Chen. Bai Chen, I agree to be your woman, but only for 3 months. After that, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Bai Chen looked at Li Mulan with interest, finding her much more sensible than Li Mu Shuang. Although the two sisters looked alike, their personalities were vastly different. Li Mulan was calm and calculated, always considering the consequences of her actions. On the other hand, Li Mu Shuang was impulsive and hot-tempered. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chen said, agreed. Upon hearing Bai Chen's response, a hint of sadness flashed in Li Mulan's eyes. Can you spare my sister? I'll be your girlfriend alone, and you can take both of us away. She looked at Bai Chen expectantly. Do you think you have the right to set conditions for me? Bai Chen's tone was displeased. Li Mulan's heart trembled suddenly. At that moment, a sense of fear rose from the depths of her heart. It made her unable to refute Bai Chen's words. Then I'll go persuade her. She didn't doubt Bai Chen's words at all. If she didn't agree, her sister would truly be left here to fend for herself. Sister, just agree. As long as there are mountains, there will be no shortage of firewood. Under Li Mulan's persuasion, Li Mu Shuang nodded in despair. Seeing Li Mu Shuang finally agreeing, Li Mulan also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they stayed alive, there was hope. She couldn't bear to watch her sister die here. Bai Chen looked at the two sisters agreeing and felt quite pleased. Immediately, he took out a steamed bun from his space. Here, eat it, so you won't run out of energy soon. As soon as the two saw the steamed bun, their eyes lit up. Li Mu Shuang quickly snatched the steamed bun, then split it in half, looked at the two pieces, and handed the larger one to Li Mulan. However, Li Mulan wanted the smaller one. Li Mu Shuang disagreed, so she broke off a piece of the larger one, and they were both satisfied. The two sisters were obviously starving, and they quickly devoured the steamed bun in 3 or 4 bites. Seeing the two eat, Bai Chen walked outside. Follow me, I won't be responsible if you get bitten by zombies. The two women exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with worry. They hurried to catch up, afraid of falling behind due to their slow speed. When they arrived, Bai Chen had already cleared the zombies. The dormitory building now only had zombie corpses. At this moment, the woman from before had completely turned into a zombie. Her chest had been bitten off by the zombies, with her ribs exposed. The two women were horrified at the sight and screamed in shock. Bai Chen walked over leisurely and punched the zombie's head as he passed by, causing its entire head to explode. The two women were terrified. After seeing Bai Chen's strength, they suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. But the thought of their two sisters becoming his girlfriends made them feel aggrieved again. However, they had chosen this path themselves, so who could they blame? Soon, the three of them left the girls' dormitory building. There were more zombies downstairs. Bai Chen didn't dare to be careless and took out weapons from his space, shooting poison darts at the zombies. In no time, a dozen zombies had fallen to the ground. The two women were impressed once again. They had thought that with so many zombies this time, Bai Chen might abandon them and run away on his own. They didn't expect him to solve the problem so easily. It seemed they had underestimated Bai Chen. Bai Chen was ready to take them away. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that the school supermarket was only 500 meters away from the girls' dormitory. Since they were already here, why not bring back some snacks to avoid the nagging at home? Wait a moment before we leave, let's go to the supermarket and get some things. The two women were thrilled at the mention of the supermarket and quickly followed Bai Chen there. After dealing with the zombies on the way, they opened the supermarket's door. The shelves inside were messy, with snacks scattered all over the floor, clearly indicating that someone had been there. Bai Chen asked the two to each find a backpack and then fill them with food. Finally, Bai Chen took care of the remaining edible items and stored them in his space. The two women were left dumbfounded by this scene. However, at that moment, a commotion was heard from outside. Boss, I just saw those people enter the supermarket. Damn it, they dare to raid my food storehouse. they must be tired of living. Upon hearing the voices, Li Mulan and Li Mushuang became nervous. What should we do? It's Li Hu. Should we return this food to him? The two looked to Bai Chen for help. Bai Chen snorted coldly, what are you afraid of? If they had the ability, they would have taken this food already. Since they don't, whoever gets this food first, it's theirs. Soon, a group of people surrounded the supermarket. Bai Chen swaggered out of the supermarket. Li Hu, this name was all too familiar to him. Over the past few years in college, he had been the ringleader of bullying Bai Chen. Relying on his father being the mayor, no one dared to confront him at school, especially with his good relations with the thugs outside of school. He was a tyrant in school. No one dared to provoke him. Last year, someone accidentally hit him while playing basketball. That person ended up in the ICU that same night, fought for 7 days before being saved, but ended up with a lifelong disability. With his father's influence, the matter was surprisingly swept under the rug. Li Mulan and her sister saw Bai Chen strutting out like that, and they immediately started to worry. They knew Li Hu's ruthlessness, and if they fell into his hands, their fate would be even worse than following Bai Chen. They quickly hid behind the shelves. Soon, Bai Chen arrived at the supermarket entrance. When the people at the entrance saw that it was Bai Chen coming out, they were stunned. Of course, they all knew Bai Chen, as he was their frequent target of bullying. Seeing Bai Chen, these people didn't care and started teasing him one by one. Bai Chen, didn't expect you, kid, to still be alive. Why are you alone? Where's your partner? Li Hu said. Really didn't expect that the usually timid Bai Chen could survive till today. Don't know what stroke of luck you've had. Ha ha. Bai Chen ignored their mockery and scanned each person present. As expected, all these people were his former bullies. Are you deaf? Li Hu, seeing Bai Chen ignoring him, felt somewhat displeased. Then he said to his two henchmen, you two, go in and drag out his partner. Soon, the two ran in and quickly brought out Li Mulan and her sister. Ah, boss, look who I caught. The two men each dragged one out. Li Hu looked at them, and his eyes widened. Impressive. Didn't expect our twin school beauties to be here. Looks like I'll have a good time tonight. Li Mulan and her sister trembled in fear, instinctively looking at Bai Chen, hoping he could save them. Li Hu noticed their thoughts and disdainfully said, you don't think this waste can save you, do you? Ha ha, tell you what, even if God himself came today, he couldn't save you. Boss, all the food in the supermarket is gone. Could they have hidden it? One of the henchmen said. All gone? Li Hu was taken aback. Then he looked at Bai Chen. Tell me, where did you hide the food? Bai Chen still ignored him, just staring at Li Hu with eyes as cold as death. Li Hu felt uneasy under his gaze. Damn it, watch how I deal with you later. After a threat, Li Hu turned to the twin sisters, Li Mulan and Li Mushuang. Tell me, where did you hide the food? Li Mulan remained silent. At this moment, Li Mushuang, out of fear, said, we only took these 2 packs of food, the rest was taken by Bai Chen. Taken by him? Li Hu glared, clearly not believing such words. You dare play me. With that, Li Hu slapped Li Mushuang hard across the face. Bai Chen didn't intervene. He didn't want his woman to betray him. If she did wrong, she had to accept punishment. Li Mushuang cried in pain from the slap. Li Hu looked at Bai Chen again. Quick, tell me, where did you hide the food? Bai Chen still paid no attention, slowly walking towards the 2 sisters. He pushed aside the henchmen controlling them and shielded the sisters behind him. He didn't want any accidents during the fight later. Although the possibility was slim, Bai Chen always liked to minimize risks. A lion must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. In Li Hu's eyes, this scene was a blatant provocation. Bai Chen not only ignored his questions but also dared to touch the woman he fancied, showing complete disregard for him. Kid, you're asking for trouble yourself. Brothers, get rid of him for me. In an instant, Li Hu's lackeys came rushing with chair legs, shovels, wooden sticks, and other weapons. Li Mulan and Li Mushuang, the 2 sisters, were instantly frightened, covering their eyes and unable to witness what was about to unfold. As they approached Bai Chen, he suddenly sprang into action. With a swift kick, a man was sent flying back over 10 meters, crashing into the wall, causing numerous cracks to appear on its surface. Everyone was stunned, turning their heads to look at the man who had violently spat out blood and instantly perished. They were just a group of students who had never witnessed such a scene before. Normally, the people they bullied never dared to fight back. When they saw them charging towards them, all they could do was cower on the ground, shielding their heads from the blows. They had never seen anyone fight back, let alone kick someone to death with a single blow. They were instantly thrown into a panic, frozen in place, too terrified to move. However, Bai Chen wasn't about to give them a chance. He swiftly launched an attack, with his current strength, only needing to exert half his power to render these people instantly powerless. He swiftly charged at them, delivering a series of punches. Soon, everyone except Li Hu was writhing on the ground in agonizing pain. Bai Chen was confident in his abilities, aiming to break the bones of his opponents with each punch, ensuring they wouldn't be able to stand up again. Subsequently, Bai Chen swiftly advanced towards Li Hu. It was time to settle the years of pent-up anger. Li Hu was dumbfounded. Was this still the Bai Chen he knew? It was as if a superhero had possessed him. When he saw Bai Chen charging towards him, he lost all his previous arrogance. Terrified, he turned to run, but he couldn't outrun Bai Chen. He was caught not far from where he started running. Li Hu was petrified. Although he usually acted arrogantly, it was all because he had many lackeys. During fights, his lackeys always took the lead, so he never needed to get his hands dirty. At that moment, he truly experienced fear for the first time. Li Hu wet his pants, his legs went weak, and he knelt down. Bai Chen, I was wrong. Please don't hit me, he pleaded tearfully. Bai Chen was taken aback by this sudden change. The person who was usually so arrogant also had moments of fear. Bai Chen, it was all my fault before. I deserve to die. I'm not human. Please spare me. I promise I won't bother you again in the future. Bai Chen's lips curled slightly. So, you're afraid of death too? However, at that moment, Li Hu suddenly pulled out a dagger from his waist and thrust it towards Bai Chen. Die! Bai Chen's expression turned cold. He made no attempt to dodge, grabbing the hand that was stabbing him. Li Hu's pupils suddenly contracted. His hand couldn't move an inch, and at that moment, he was truly terrified. Bai Chen, I was just joking with you. Please let me go. Li Hu's lips trembled uncontrollably out of fear. Ignoring him, Bai Chen slowly increased the pressure on his hand. Ah! A piercing pain shot through Li Hu's nerves, causing him to let out a painful scream. Beads of sweat the size of beans instantly rolled down his forehead. Tears and mucus streamed down his face. Bai Chen, please. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. His face contorted in agony. Humph. When you were bullying me back then, did you ever think of sparing me? Bai Chen increased the pressure once again. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Li Hu's hand was completely crippled. Bai Chen released his grip, and Li Hu's hands drooped instantly. He stared at his hands, and in an instant, he fainted in fear. Then, Bai Chen stepped on his knee with a bone-crushing sound. Li Hu instantly woke up from his stupor, and the entire street was filled with Li Hu's screams of agony. Bai Chen, I beg you, please don't kill me. My dad is the mayor, he's very rich, I can give you whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen smiled. Li Hu, I don't know if I should call you naive or foolish. It's the end of the world now. Do you think your status, money still matter? They are worthless to me. With that, Bai Chen kicked again, shattering Li Hu's other leg. Then, Bai Chen kicked everyone on the ground. Li Hu and his men were all writhing in pain on the ground. Their cries attracted the nearby zombies. Bai Chen waved to the two sisters behind him. Aren't you leaving to feed the zombies? The two women finally snapped out of their shock. They never expected that the usually imposing Li Hu would be beaten so badly by Bai Chen. At the same time, they secretly felt lucky that they had encountered Bai Chen. The two sisters followed Bai Chen with a sense of satisfaction. Soon, Li Hu and his men, unable to stand, were devoured by the approaching zombies. Their screams could still be heard even after they left the school. On the way back, Bai Chen said to Li Muxuan, "Do you know why I let them slap you?" Li Muxuan looked at Bai Chen in confusion. "You did it on purpose. Otherwise, do you think they could stop me with their little skills?" Li Muxuan's eyes suddenly turned red, tears swirling in his eyes. Li Mulan saw that something was wrong, thought carefully, and guessed something. "Sister, don't you realize your mistake?" "Sister, what did I do wrong?" Li Muxuan looked at Li Mulan in confusion. "Why did you say it was Bai Chen who made the food disappear from the supermarket?" Li Muxuan finally realized. At that moment, she realized how foolish she had been. Wasn't she betraying Bai Chen? "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I was just too scared at the time," Li Muxuan hurriedly explained. "Alright, don't bother explaining. I don't want there to be a next time, or it won't be just a slap." Li Muxuan felt a wave of fear rising in her heart. Today, Bai Chen had brought too much shock to her. The two of them followed Bai Chen back to the safe house safely. As soon as they opened the door, 4 pairs of eyes in the room all looked at them. "Master, you're finally back." Lu Yumeng enthusiastically ran over to help Bai Chen take off his coat. "Master, are you tired today? Let me pour you a glass of water." Xiao Mo also obediently went to pour water. "Little Bai Chen, did you encounter any danger today?" Su Runyan asked with concern. Only Wang Yushi was a bit unaccustomed to the environment. She looked at Bai Chen at a loss, wanting to say something but hesitated. "Teacher Su, it's great to see you here too." Li Mulan and Li Muxuan were excited to see Su Runyan. Su Runyan was somewhat surprised, then her expression became somewhat unnatural. After all, she was a teacher. If the two of them knew she was Bai Chen's woman, she would feel a bit embarrassed. Li Mulan, Li Mushuang. My goodness, you're here too. I've heard of you too. You sisters are amazing. You even got the top scores in the arts and sciences in our Jinghai city. Truly a pair of top scholars. Xia Mo was excited to see the two of them. Ah, you're Xia Mo, the most beautiful school flower from the neighboring school. Why are you here too? Li Mulan and her sister were surprised. It's a good thing I met the master. If he hadn't saved me, I would probably have turned into one of those ugly zombies by now. Master? The two sisters looked at Bai Chen. Come in quickly, let's serve the master together. From now on, we are all family. Xia Mo enthusiastically pulled the two into the house. Family, are you all Bai Chen's women? The two sisters were bewildered. In this room, the several women were probably the most beautiful girls from the two universities, unexpectedly all saved by Bai Chen. He was indeed a lecherous old man. Both of them thought silently. However, even if they knew, they had no way out. They were already in Bai Chen's hands, and they had no choice. The two women showed a hint of bitterness, then looked at their teacher, Su Runyan. Teacher Su, could it be that you too? Li Mulan didn't finish her sentence. Su Runyan just awkwardly nodded, feeling ashamed to admit such a thing in front of her students. But when she thought about serving Bai Chen with her students in the future, her face blushed instantly. She couldn't understand how she accepted such a shameful thing. Li Mulan and Li Mushuang also understood, silently agreeing not to continue this topic. At that moment, Bai Chen said to the women, "They brought back snacks for you two as a reward." As soon as they heard snacks, everyone's eyes lit up, rushing towards the two. Soon, they had shared the snacks. Laughter filled the entire safe house. Just then, Bai Chen broke the silence. Li Mulan, come with me to the room. Li Mulan instantly became nervous, looking somewhat lost at Su Runyan. As her teacher, she instinctively sought help from her. However, Su Runyan just nodded at her. Li Mulan understood that Su Runyan also had no way out. So, she could only follow Bai Chen to the room. Li Mushuan's eyes slightly reddened behind them. She understood what her sister was about to face, but she had no way to help, and she might soon become Bai Chen's woman too. Soon, the two returned to the room. Help me undress. Li Mulan was somewhat at a loss. After a moment of hesitation, she approached Bai Chen, raised her trembling hand, and began unbuttoning his clothes one by one. When Bai Chen's clothes were completely unbuttoned, his strong and muscular body was exposed before Li Mulan's eyes. A blush crept onto her cheeks. She quickly turned her head, afraid to meet Bai Chen's gaze. Take off the pants too. Isn't it inappropriate? Li Mulan showed a hint of embarrassment. What's inappropriate? You are already mine, what is there to fear? Li Mulan obediently unfastened Bai Chen's belt. By now, her cheeks had turned as red as her ears. She closed her eyes because she dared not look, but closing her eyes only made her more flustered. Alright, go prepare the water for me. Seeing this, Bai Chen stopped teasing her. Li Mulan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly rushed into the bathroom. As the tap turned on, a cool stream of water gushed out. Li Mulan hadn't had a proper bath in a long time, only able to clean herself with wet wipes daily. She eagerly scooped up some water and splashed it on her face. The long-lost coolness made her instantly fall in love with it. She really wanted to undress now and take a comfortable bath. But this was for Bai Chen, so she had to endure a little longer, hoping she could also bathe after Bai Chen was done. Soon, Bai Chen walked in. Li Mulan glanced at him, blushing again. Why did you come in without clothes? She quickly covered her eyes. Do you bathe with clothes on? Bai Chen chuckled at Li Mulan's silliness. Well, then you bathe. I'll leave. Saying that, she was about to run out. Bai Chen reached out and pulled her back. Due to the force, Li Mulan crashed into Bai Chen's arms. If you leave, who will help me bathe? Well, alright. Li Mulan blushed at Bai Chen's words. She gently picked up the towel, but at that moment, Bai Chen suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind. Li Mulan lay weakly on the bed. Her heart was still beating violently. She had never experienced such a wonderful feeling before. She recalled the previous scenes in her mind, a blush appearing on her face once again. However, Bai Chen was not immersed in joy. At this moment, he was happily receiving rewards from the system. Congratulations to the host for gaining Mulan Li's favorability, with favorability increasing by more than 50, rewards doubled. Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 points x2, looking at another 300 points credited to his account. He now had a total of 420 points. Next, he checked the space. He hadn't properly inspected the snacks he got from the supermarket today. To his surprise, there were quite a lot of things. 20 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors. 15 boxes of ham sausages in various flavors. Then there were 30 boxes of puffed snacks. There were also 2 large refrigerators filled with cold drinks and beverages. Many small snacks were piled up like a small mountain. Following that were daily necessities, with the most being toilet paper and sanitary pads, taking up 10 cubic meters of space. Fortunately, these things were never in excess. His safe house lacked sanitary pads, and it would continue to be in short supply. After looking at these items, Baichen turned to Li Mulan beside him. Suddenly feeling a bit unsatisfied, he thought of Li Mushuang downstairs, so he got dressed and went out. Baichen went outside and said to Li Mushuang downstairs, "Come up." Li Mushuang walked towards the second floor, unsure of what to do. She came to Baichen's side and asked anxiously, "Where is my sister?" "Your sister is asleep, now you come to serve me." With that, Baichen walked towards another room. Soon, they arrived at Lu Yuming's room. As soon as they entered, Baichen looked bewildered at the things on the table. There were small whips, red candles, and a hemp rope. What were these for? Could it be that Lu Yuming's special preferences had escalated again? Thinking of this, Baichen felt a bit impulsive. It seemed like he needed to have a good discussion with Lu Yuming sometime. Looking at the somewhat dull Li Mushuang in front of him, Baichen directly went up and untied her clothes. Li Mushuang did not dare to resist. She let Baichen do as he pleased. It had to be said, these two sisters looked exactly alike. One couldn't tell them apart standing in front of them. At that moment, Li Mushuang unexpectedly came up and took the initiative to help Baichen unbutton his shirt. It seemed that although the two looked alike, their personalities were completely different. Compared to Li Mulan, younger sister Li Mushuang was more proactive. Congratulations to the host for gaining Li Mushuang's favorability, with favorability increasing by more than 50, rewards doubled. Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 points x2. Another 300 points were credited to his account. Baichen looked at Li Mushuang lying beside him with a somewhat intoxicated look in her eyes. He felt bored, so he got up and got dressed. Just then, he heard the sound of an engine roaring outside, and the sound was getting closer. He looked out the window and gasped in shock. A tank was slowly approaching the safe house. Baichen frowned slightly, judging by the situation, this should be the government army. He quickly went downstairs, and the women downstairs didn't know what to do either. Seeing Baichen coming down, they all seemed to have found their backbone. "Master, someone is coming outside," Lu Yuming said with a worried expression. These days, they often heard the sounds of machine guns and tanks bombing, but the sounds were distant from them. However, in the past 2 days, these sounds had gradually disappeared. Unexpectedly, a tank appeared today. "You all hide inside, I'll go out and take a look." Before leaving, Baichen exchanged all 700 points for attribute points. He had intended to add them to strength, but with a slight hesitation, he added all 14 attribute points to agility. He now had 33 points in strength. Probably no one in this world could be stronger than him. His weakness was speed. If the opponents were numerous and armed, his strength advantage would not be able to show. Therefore, he had to allocate all attribute points to agility. When the 14 attribute points were added to agility, his agility points had reached 28. He tried running towards the second floor. In less than 2 seconds, he had already reached the second floor. That was a distance of 40 meters. He had covered it in less than 2 seconds. Even the world sprint champion couldn't match that speed. To confirm if it was real, he dashed back downstairs. Still in less than 2 seconds. Baichen felt excited. With this speed, hardly any creature could catch up to him. The women beside him were dumbfounded. Watching Baichen dash up and down like a gust of wind left them completely stunned. Could humans possess such speed? "Hey, why did you pinch me?" Lu Yuming reproached. "It's nothing, I'm just checking if this is a dream," Xiaomo said, looking puzzled. After her outburst, the women finally came to their senses. They looked at Baichen with admiration. They were delighted that their man was so capable. "Master, you're too fast." Lu Yuming was the first to approach, continuously touching Baichen's arm proudly. However, Baichen was in a sage state and showed no reaction. "Master, that's amazing, you've become stronger again." Xia Emo quickly hugged Baichen's arm, leaning affectionately against his chest. Su Runyan also looked happy, but she didn't get too touchy-feely. Wang Yushi, still adjusting after just arriving 2 days ago, had a joyful expression on her face, showing she was also pleased. At that moment, a tank parked at the safe house's entrance. 3 fully armed soldiers jumped out of the tank. Baichen's expression turned serious. "You all go back inside," he said, heading towards the entrance. By now, the 3 armed men had reached the safe house's door. "This house is surprisingly sturdy. Let's see if there's anyone inside. We'll rest here tonight." "Lao San, you knock on the door." Soon, one of them approached the door and started knocking. Just as he knocked, the door opened. Bai Chen watched the three men warily. If anything went wrong, he would not hesitate to subdue them. The soldier at the door extended his hand upon seeing Bai Chen. "Comrade, we're from the 138th Brigade. Our unit was scattered on the front line, and the three of us managed to escape. Could you do us a favor and let us stay here tonight?" Hearing this, Bai Chen became instantly alert. Normal soldiers would salute upon meeting someone, not shake hands right away. Moreover, the story had many loopholes. The regular army was far from this location. Even if they were scattered, they wouldn't have made it here. Also, these three individuals didn't look like soldiers in their demeanor or actions. Bai Chen noticed bite marks on one of their clothes, with bloodstains, yet the person seemed uninjured, indicating the clothes weren't his. Furthermore, their amateurish gun handling suggested something was off. All these signs pointed to the three men being highly suspicious. Bai Chen calmly observed them. The three men, seeing Bai Chen silent, attempted to enter the house directly. This only confirmed Bai Chen's suspicions. "Comrade, don't block the door, let us rest inside for the night." "Yes, comrade, we fought bravely on the front line, please accommodate us." Bai Chen's lips curled slightly, then he moved aside, saying, "You've worked hard, please come in." The three men, seeing Bai Chen step aside, swaggered into the house. Three people came in and sat directly on the sofa as if they were in their own home. They rummaged through a pile of snack bags, searching for food. "Bro, you're living the life. Living alone in such a big house, with so much food stocked up. Bro, to be honest with you, we have already contacted our superiors. Elite forces will be dispatched soon, and before long, all the zombies in Jinghai City will be eliminated. It's just that the three of us have nowhere to go right now. In the name of the military, we are officially requisitioning your house. After the war is over, I will personally recommend you to the higher-ups, and the military will reward you handsomely." Bai Chen chuckled lightly as they impatiently revealed their true intentions. Their acting skills were just too poor, otherwise Bai Chen might have actually believed them. "Gentlemen officers, you've worked hard. Feel free to stay here. As a citizen of Manhwa, how can I watch our country's soldiers have nowhere to sleep?" Bai Chen said casually. The three men burst into laughter at once. "Young man, you're quite enlightened. Rest assured, as soon as the main forces arrive, I'll immediately put in a good word for you with the higher-ups. You three rest for a while, I'll go get you something to eat." Seeing Bai Chen being cooperative, the three men relaxed their guard, placing their weapons aside. Sensing the opportunity, Bai Chen swiftly drew his weapon. A poison needle shot out fiercely, causing one man to instantly fall asleep. The other two were startled and quickly reached for their weapons. Bai Chen shot another needle, and one more man went down. Now only the last man remained, and he managed to grab a weapon. He smirked at Bai Chen, but suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Bai Chen had swiftly moved behind him the moment he grabbed the gun. When the man realized Bai Chen was not in front of him, he naturally showed a look of surprise. "Where are you?" "Behind you." With that, Bai Chen slapped him hard across the face, sending 5 teeth flying out. The man passed out immediately from the blow. At that moment, several women upstairs ran out in fear. Seeing the three men subdued by Bai Chen, they cheered immediately. "Master is so amazing. Master, I knew you were the best." Next, Bai Chen found 3 ropes in the space and tied up the 3 men. Seeing them bound, the women downstairs finally dared to come down. "Are they really soldiers? Will we get in trouble for doing this?" Lu Yumeng asked nervously. "I don't think they are real soldiers. Genuine soldiers wouldn't casually enter someone else's home like this," Su Runyan said firmly. "But they have guns and tanks." Xia Emo still felt uneasy. The women's faces darkened at this reminder. Tanks couldn't be fake, so how could they have obtained them if they weren't real soldiers? "Enough with the speculation, all of you." Bai Chen then voiced his thoughts. The women immediately relaxed. "It's absurd, the more we look at them, the more they seem fake. So how should we deal with them? Should we castrate them?" Lu Yumeng said innocently. The other women all looked at Lu Yumeng, giving her thumbs up. "Alright, stop fooling around, I don't think this matter is that simple. The tank is real, and since they have it, it means they must know about the frontline situation," Bai Chen said calmly. The women became excited instantly. Since the apocalypse, communication had been cut off, and they had lost all contact with the outside world. They were eager to know the current situation facing humanity. "Then let's wake them up quickly," Su Runyan said anxiously. Bai Chen then exerted some force and slapped each of the 3 men's faces. Slap, slap, slap. 3 crisp sounds rang out, followed by the 3 men exclaiming, "Ouch." They looked around and realized they were all tied up. Anger surged within them. "Damn it, you dare to tie up soldiers? Do you want to die? Let me tell you, we've already contacted headquarters, they will send people soon, and you'll be done for." Be smart and release us quickly, maybe we'll forgive you. Bai Chen, seeing the three still so arrogant, gave each of them a slap, using half his strength. Their faces instantly swelled like pig heads. Don't bother, you think I can't see through your act? Bai Chen said angrily. The three were stunned, never expecting their identities to be so easily exposed. But how could they admit it? Kid, do you know the severity of kidnapping soldiers? I advise you to release us quickly, or everyone in this room will be treated as terrorists. Hearing their words, Bai Chen sneered again. He continued to slap the three men, leaving their faces completely symmetrical. They were left buzzing in the head from the blows. It took them a while to come to their senses. Then their faces burned with pain. Still not being honest, huh? Believe me, I can kill you right now. Seeing the three men regain consciousness, Bai Chen threatened. After being slapped by Bai Chen, the three men understood his power and dared not pretend anymore. Brother, let's talk. Please don't hit us, it hurts. Brother, we just wanted a place to stay. We had no choice but to pretend to be soldiers. We know we were wrong, please let us go. If only you had said that earlier, you wouldn't have been hit. Seeing the change in attitude, Bai Chen continued, tell me, how did you get the tank in these uniforms? The three men glanced at each other, hesitated, and remained silent. Still want to be stubborn? Bai Chen, seeing their reluctance, raised his hand, ready to slap them again. Brother, please don't hit us, I'll talk. Bai Chen then withdrew his hand. The man struggled before starting to speak. Actually, we escaped from the front line. Hearing this, Bai Chen's expression darkened, confirming that there was trouble at the front line. Tell me in detail, what happened at the front line? Bai Chen's voice turned colder. The man paused before continuing. A few days ago, the government army started a large-scale operation to clear out the zombies, and we were rescued from a building by them. Then we were settled in a refugee camp. It was supposed to be a camp, but it was actually a poorly defended place they cleared out. A small group of soldiers stayed to protect us, while the rest of the troops continued deeper into the city to clear out the zombies. Last night, the gunfire from the front line suddenly stopped, and everyone in the camp was on edge. At that moment, the main forces from the front line returned, but they had all turned into zombies. Fear flickered on the man's face. We were caught off guard, and the remaining soldiers started to fight back frantically. But there were too many zombies, some of them terrifyingly fearless of bullets, with astonishing jumping abilities. They leaped into the crowd, biting wildly, causing chaos. It was then that we three decided to seize the government tank. The third guy happened to be a military enthusiast who could drive a tank. We grabbed 3 guns, killed the tank driver, and drove the tank out of the city towards here. Bai Chen's face had turned grim. They had actually shot at the soldiers who had come to rescue them. Those soldiers fought to save their lives, but they shot them in the back. For this reason alone, they deserved to die. As soon as they finished speaking, Bai Chen had already issued their death warrants. However, he wanted to know some details and restrained himself from killing them. Tell me, what do those fearless gun-immune zombies look like? His voice grew colder. Hearing Bai Chen's words, the 3 men trembled in fear and quickly said, those zombies are strange, they look all sorts of ways. Some have scales covering their skin, some have unusually developed leg muscles, some have long tongues that can swallow a person whole. Several women huddled together in fear. Bai Chen was also shocked. He hadn't expected these zombies to be evolving, and at such a rapid pace. Bai Chen asked more questions, and when the 3 men had nothing more to say, he threw them out. No matter what their purpose was, killing government soldiers meant they deserved to die. Conveniently, a few zombies appeared in the distance, so Bai Chen didn't need to kill them himself. The 3 men, seeing the zombies approaching, ran in fear, but being bound, they were quickly tripped. They could only let the zombies pounce on them and bite. In no time, the 3 men stood up again, now resembling walking corpses. After dealing with the zombies, Bai Chen checked inside the tank. There was a dried bloodstain inside the tank, most likely from the government soldier they had killed. Bai Chen looked around and didn't know how to operate a tank, but he could drive, so he figured it should be similar. He tried his hand at it, and to his surprise, the tank started moving, just heavier than a regular car with no significant difference. Bai Chen drove the tank around the safe house a few times, then stopped to inspect the weapon systems. He found 3 cannonballs and over 100 machine gun bullets inside the tank. Seeing this, Bai Chen felt pleased. This was quite a good haul. Parking the tank in the garage, Bai Chen returned to the room. Learning that the zombies were starting to mutate, Bai Chen's heart was restless, feeling like something was amiss. He understood he needed to strengthen himself quickly to survive. So, as soon as he returned to the room, he opened the intelligence system. He needed to gather beautiful women promptly and enhance his strength. The intelligence system opened, showing information on 3 beautiful women. The first was a female white-collar worker. Looks, 83 points. The second was the previous lowly teacher. Looks, 85. The third was a young woman. Looks, 90. Considering everything, Bai Chen chose the young woman. It cost him 10 points. The information on the young woman appeared. Name, Zhuiji. Age, 25. Looks, 90. Bust size, D cup. Protection times, 10 times. Location, Villa B2 and Block A of Jiangnan Pavilion Courtyard. Jiangnan Pavilion was close by, just a 2-kilometer distance. The people living in Jiangnan Pavilion were wealthy and successful individuals. Buying a villa here wasn't just about having money. One had to make a reservation 6 months in advance, and the developer would conduct a 6-month investigation into their character and business. Only after passing the inspection could one buy a house here. It was said that this rule was established by all the owners of Jiangnan Pavilion together, to prevent any problematic individuals from entering their living environment. It was evident how troublesome it was to live here. Yet, despite this, the wealthy businessmen were still eager to move in. Thinking about this, Bai Chen couldn't help but feel curious about Zhuiji. Leaving behind 2 days' worth of food to prevent any unforeseen events, he instructed not to open the door for anyone and set off. Under the moonlight, Bai Chen skillfully sped along the road. Feeling the rustling wind around him, Bai Chen felt a burst of exhilaration. The zombies on the roadside turned to look at the noise, only to see a figure whoosh past. Instinctively, they gave chase, but the figure disappeared from their sight after a few steps. Soon, Bai Chen arrived at Jiangnan Pavilion. The security measures in the entire residential area were well in place, with electric wires hanging on the tall city walls. The gate was tightly shut, and it seemed to be locked from the inside. It appeared that there were survivors inside. After circling the residential area, he found no entry point. So, he had to return to the gate and kick the iron railing. With Bai Chen's strength, the railing easily bent and deformed. Bai Chen, seeing how sturdy it was, kicked it again. This time, the entire railing broke off. He smoothly slipped inside. However, as he entered, a security zombie in uniform lunged at him. Bai Chen didn't hesitate and delivered a kick to its neck. The security zombie's head instantly separated from its body. Its mouth continued to open and close, attempting to bite Bai Chen. Bai Chen walked over slowly and with one kick, smashed the zombie's head into pieces. Then, he looked at the identical villas around and hesitated, unsure which one was his target. At that moment, he noticed a figure in the distance looking around furtively. Bai Chen focused and saw a woman wearing a red tight skirt, accentuating her perfect curves. Despite walking cautiously, her elegance was evident. She wore a black coat that did little to conceal her ample bosom, exuding a sense of imminent allure. Bai Chen swallowed hard, captivated by this woman who stood out from the rest in the safe house. She possessed a mature charm unique to women, enhanced by her enchanting red lips and exquisite face. Bai Chen confirmed that she was his target for this mission. Suddenly, a zombie appeared behind Zhuiji. Startled by the noise, she turned around and let out a scream. Bai Chen rushed to her rescue. Just as the zombie was about to grab her, he kicked it away. Bai Chen reached out to touch Zhuiji, causing her to react more intensely, waving her delicate hands at him. "Ah, don't come near me, don't eat me." Bai Chen firmly held her arms to prevent her from moving recklessly. "Look at me, am I a human or a zombie?" Zhuiji opened her eyes wide, staring at Bai Chen in disbelief. She blinked her lively eyes and said, "Zombies can't talk, you're human." Seeing her reaction, Bai Chen found it amusing. "Do you have any food? I'm so hungry," Zhuiji complained, rubbing her flat stomach. "Of course, but my food isn't easily accessible." Zhuiji's eyes lit up at the mention of food. "What conditions? I have money." Bai Chen shook his head. "Not money. Do you want gold, jewelry, antiques, or paintings?" Zhuiji hesitated. Bai Chen shook his head again. "What do you want then?" "I have everything, hurry up, I'm starving." Zhuiji was getting impatient. "I can give you endless food if you agree to be my woman." Zhuiji glared at Bai Chen. "Be your woman? Are you kidding me? I'm a married woman. Do you know who my husband is? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. It's up to you to agree or not, and it's my choice to give you food or not." Bai Chen remained composed. "You!" Zhuiji pointed at Bai Chen indignantly, then after a moment of contemplation, she said, "You're despicable." "What? Am I your nose hair?" Bai Chen teased. "You're shameless and vulgar. Do you want me to give you some to eat?" "You!" Zhuiji couldn't argue with Bai Chen, so she turned and walked away. Bai Chen followed behind. "Stop following me." Zhuiji continued to walk. Zhuiji quickened her pace, but no matter how fast she went, Bai Chen just followed slowly. "What do you want?" Zhuiji shouted angrily. "I said, agree to be my woman and I'll give you something to eat. Then you can leave, I can't agree to be your woman." With that, she quickly rushed into the room and locked the door. Bai Chen wasn't in a hurry, he just stood at the window looking inside. Then he took out a bag of teddy bear cookies from his pocket and started eating them leisurely. He deliberately showed an enjoying expression. Inside the room, Zhuiji saw Bai Chen eating, and her stomach started growling. But the thought of Bai Chen's request made her angry. Who was she, the wife of a real estate tycoon? How could she sell her body for a little food? So many noble families had asked her to dine with them, and she always had to consider it. How dare this guy make such an outrageous request to her? It was simply unreasonable. Back in the day, she could have whatever she wanted, and now he dared to tempt her with a bag of teddy bear cookies. It was ridiculous. She had seen everything good in the world. Why would she care about such trash that couldn't even make it to the table? In the past, she would only eat the tenderest piece of foie gras, and as for lobsters, she would only eat those weighing over 10 pounds. As she thought about it, Zhuiji felt even hungrier. She glared at Bai Chen resentfully. If he hadn't tempted her with his delicious food, she wouldn't be feeling so uncomfortable now. But if she continued like this, she would really starve to death. No, a person can hold out for a long time without eating. She would never give in. It was just a bag of teddy bear cookies. Who cared? If only a teddy bear cookie would magically appear. She watched as Bai Chen finished the whole bag of teddy bear cookies, and her heart sank. At that moment, Bai Chen took out another bag of teddy bear cookies. Zhuiji's heart was stirred again. Damn it! Zhuiji said fiercely. She closed her eyes on purpose, thinking that if she couldn't see it, she wouldn't think about it. However, her mind was never at peace. Would he finish all the teddy bear cookies? Would he leave me some? No, he actually wanted me to be his woman. I would never give in. But teddy bear cookies must be delicious. What if I trick him, pretend to agree to be his woman? As soon as this thought came to her, Zhuiji immediately became alert. No, how could I have such thoughts? I'm already married. But she was really hungry. Her mind was full of teddy bear cookies. Because of her extreme hunger, she even started to have hallucinations, seeing teddy bear cookies lining up and approaching her. She reached out into the void, but caught nothing. She closed her eyes abruptly, afraid that she might waver in her thoughts. But every time she closed her eyes, the image of Bai Chen asking her if she wanted teddy bear cookies would appear. In any case, she couldn't escape. Enough! She shouted, then stood up abruptly. Looking at Bai Chen outside still holding teddy bear cookies, at that moment, she suddenly felt a bit uncertain. Maybe my husband has turned into a zombie. Yes, he must have turned into a zombie. He won't come back, then I won't be a married woman, I'll be single. Yes, that's it. She didn't know that deep down, her heart had already wavered. She had started to find excuses for her disloyalty. Right, he said before, if he died one day, I should find another man. Her face was full of excitement. Then, she rushed to the door and opened it in a hurry. Looking at Bai Chen outside, she made up her mind. She wanted to live. She had to live. Even if it meant being with this stranger in front of her, she had to live. Nothing was more desperate than hunger. She spoke slowly, I promise you, to be your woman. Bai Chen was not surprised at all. He understood human nature too well. People are selfish. When their lives are threatened, past promises mean nothing. Bai Chen walked slowly into the room and locked the door. Give me the teddy bear cookies. Zhuiji pounced on Bai Chen, trying to snatch the food from his hand. Bai Chen dodged, and Zhuiji missed. Give it to me, give it to me. Zhuiji's eyes turned red instantly. Didn't you say you would never agree to be my woman even if you died? Please, I'm willing to be your woman, give it to me. I'm so hungry. Zhuiji's eyes were fixed on the food in Bai Chen's hand. Bai Chen understood that if he gave it to her now, she would never admit it after satisfying her hunger. So, he couldn't let her have it so easily. Since you are a married woman, forget it. I don't want to force you after all. With that, Bai Chen pretended to leave. Don't go, please don't leave me. Zhuiji hugged Bai Chen from behind. Tears streamed down her face. So, do you really want to be my woman? I do. This time, there was no resistance in her tone, only anticipation. Bai Chen turned slowly, took off her coat, and looked at the obedient Zhuiji. Bai Chen felt satisfied. No matter how rich you were in the past, or how unattainable you seemed, now you were standing in front of him, willingly doing these shameful things. Bai Chen gently stroked Zhuiji's hair, then moved his hand to his belt. Congratulations to the host for gaining Zhuiji's favorability. Reward, 150 points this time, only 150 points were obtained. After a while, Zhuiji stood up and eagerly looked at the teddy bear cookies in Bai Chen's hand. After Bai Chen was satisfied, he handed her the food. Zhuiji snatched it, afraid Bai Chen would change his mind. She quickly devoured it, no longer caring about her image. Despite that, her beauty was unmatched. A swan, no matter how fallen, is still a swan. Soon, Juiji finished the food on the table. She looked at Bai Chen again, but this time, her eyes showed disdain. I'm going to my room to sleep, don't follow me. With that, Juiji went upstairs. Bai Chen sneered, as he expected, but he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the little food she ate would be digested overnight. Seeing the late hour, Bai Chen went to rest in the room next to Juiji's. The room was spacious and had a faint fragrance. By moonlight, he saw a photo of a woman on the table, somewhat resembling Juiji but younger and more beautiful. Could this be Juiji's sister? Bai Chen guessed, looking at the pink bedsheets and curtains. Bai Chen lay down, the faint scent of shampoo lingering, sparking imagination. Soon, he fell asleep. After some time, a scream shattered the silence. Bai Chen woke up abruptly, recognizing it as Juiji's voice coming from outside. Trying to escape? Bai Chen sneered coldly and rushed out. Outside, Bai Chen noticed Juiji surrounded by a few zombies. He quickly intervened, dispatching the zombies in a few swift moves. Juiji patted her proud chest, a look of joy as if she had survived a disaster. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Just as Juiji finished speaking, Bai Chen suddenly grabbed her neck. Juiji was suddenly panicked. She tried to push Bai Chen away with force, but the more she struggled, the stronger the grip on her neck became. It wasn't until she was almost unable to breathe that she stopped her movements. Why did you run? Bai Chen asked. Let go, you're hurting me, Juiji said, still trying to break free. But it was all in vain. If Bai Chen used all his strength, Juiji's neck might have snapped right then and there. Soon, Bai Chen let go of her. You're just a bandit. Juiji pointed at Bai Chen and cursed. Me, a bandit? Did I force you? Bai Chen sneered. You. Juiji suddenly didn't know what to say because Bai Chen hadn't really threatened her. But she was seething with anger that she couldn't release. A person of her status had been humiliated by this brat today. If this got out, how could she face the world in the future? With these thoughts, she burst into tears. Bai Chen didn't show any sympathy towards her. She was already luckier than many who had perished in the disaster. She was alive and relatively unharmed. In this age where food was as precious as gold, her virtue was worth less than a small bear biscuit. No matter how glorious she had been in the past, she was now just an ordinary person. If she wanted food, she had to offer something in return. After crying for a while, Juiji stopped. Perhaps she had realized something. She looked at Bai Chen and said, I'll follow you from now on. Can you guarantee me food every day? Bai Chen just nodded without saying a word. Alright, from today onwards, I'll follow you. From today onwards, you can't have any other girls. You can only love and pamper me. Can you do that? Hearing these words, Bai Chen was taken aback. He thought Juiji had come to her senses, but she hadn't fully grasped reality. His tone turned colder. Remember, you have no right to set conditions with me. If you want to live, I can take you away. If you want to leave on your own, I won't stop you. With that, Bai Chen turned and left for the villa without looking back, leaving a bewildered Juiji alone in the dark night. His last words echoed in her mind. After what had just happened, she realized that she couldn't survive in this zombie-infested world alone. She needed Bai Chen's protection and, more importantly, his food. But to be called a little female dog by him filled the proud Juiji with resistance. How could she stoop so low for this brat? Who did she think she was? Humph, I don't believe it. I can still survive without you. With that, she started to leave. But just as she took a few steps, a zombie appeared in front of her. Her face turned pale in an instant. All the courage she had mustered vanished. She ran back to the villa as if fleeing for her life. Soon, she was back at the villa. I've figured it out. As long as you can protect me and provide me with food, I'm willing to be your little female dog, Juiji said breathlessly. Bai Chen ignored her, got up, and went back to his room to rest. Juiji stood there for a moment, then silently followed him. Bai Chen showed no interest when he returned to his room and fell asleep on the bed. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, Bai Chen was awakened by Juiji. Just as he was about to get angry, he noticed the fear in Juiji's expression. She pointed outside the window. Bai Chen followed her gaze and instantly tensed up. Outside the window, a particularly strong zombie was wandering around. Bai Chen quickly drew the curtains. But at that moment, the zombie seemed to have heard something and suddenly turned back. Fortunately, Bai Chen pulling the curtains did not get noticed, but it also caught the attention of the zombie. It circled the window, looking puzzled. Then, it gently touched the glass with its thick, rough hands. Suddenly, the zombie went berserk. It punched the glass. The glass shattered with a loud noise. Ah! Juiji screamed. Bai Chen muttered a curse under his breath, then quickly opened the door and pulled Juiji out. The zombie, hearing the commotion, charged straight at the window. The entire wall seemed to crumble like tofu as it smashed through. Bai Chen's heart raced, He quickly closed the door and ran for his life. Faced with such a zombie, staying inside the house meant certain death. The only chance was to confront it outside. So, Bai Chen headed straight for the main door. Zhuiji followed closely behind. Once outside, Bai Chen immediately instructed Zhuiji to hide. Having her around would only be a burden. Zhuiji tactfully concealed herself in the bushes behind the villa. Bang! Another loud impact echoed. The zombie broke through the security door, showcasing its immense strength. Bai Chen remained calm despite the situation. He had observed this type of mutated zombie before. Although it was powerful, its speed was slower than a regular zombie. With his agility, Bai Chen was confident he could evade this zombie. He swiftly used his advantage, circling around the zombie. The zombie could only spin in place, trying to catch Bai Chen. Gradually, the zombie struggled to keep up with Bai Chen's speed. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chen dashed behind the zombie and delivered a powerful punch to its neck. To his surprise, most of the force he exerted was absorbed by the zombie's rough surface, causing minimal damage. The zombie staggered, turned around, revealing a fierce expression towards Bai Chen. It roared and charged at him. Clearly, the zombie was provoked by Bai Chen. Bai Chen continued to use his speed to dodge the zombie's attacks. After a few evasions, the zombie began pounding its chest and stomping its feet. Bai Chen had a bad feeling about this behavior. In his understanding, zombies were mindless creatures without emotions. Yet, this particular zombie displayed anger. Could it be that this zombie had evolved emotions? This implied that zombies, in a sense, were living beings, not just walking corpses. While Bai Chen was lost in thought, the zombie charged at him once again. Bai Chen continued to evade. Understanding the zombie's strength, he knew he couldn't defeat this mutated zombie with his own power alone. With this realization, he dodged the zombie's attacks while summoning a magical weapon from space. This time, it was a bronze sword. The blade was extremely sharp. Bai Chen swung it twice in the air, creating faint explosive sounds. Seeing this weapon, Bai Chen felt more confident in killing the zombie. After dodging another attack from the zombie, Bai Chen swiftly struck with the bronze sword in his hand. The sword cut through the zombie's skin, leaving a visible wound. The zombie roared in anger and threw 2 punches at Bai Chen. Bai Chen dodged them both and counterattacked with 2 swift strikes. The deep wounds further enraged the zombie. It attacked Bai Chen with even more ferocity. Bai Chen evaded the attacks and looked for an opening. Finally, as the zombie attacked again, its fist hit the wall, getting stuck in a crevice. Without hesitation, Bai Chen used all his strength and slashed at the zombie's neck with the sword. Crack! A horrifying wound appeared on its neck, but it didn't decapitate the head. Nevertheless, it was enough. The zombie lost control of its body and collapsed stiffly. Only its head was still struggling. Bai Chen walked over slowly, gripped the sword handle with both hands, and thrust it down with force. The zombies were completely motionless. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the mutated zombie. Reward, +1 gene point. Bai Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect that killing zombies could earn him gene points. Gene points could quickly enhance his strength. Last time, he spent 50 gene points to make himself immune to the zombie virus. Although killing a zombie only yielded 1 gene point, it was at least a glimmer of hope. Considering that at least 90% of the world's population had turned into zombies, worrying about the scarcity of gene point rewards seemed trivial. Bai Chen was in high spirits. Even though the zombies had started to mutate, he remained calm, especially after experiencing the strength of these mutated zombies firsthand. Understanding this, Bai Chen quickly called Zhuiji. He was eager to return to the safe house. After one night, with a daily fixed score of 100 points and Zhuiji's 150 points, he now had a total of 260 points. This progress was too slow. He needed to raise everyone's loyalty to 100. This way, he would receive 700 points daily without doing anything. Thinking about this, he urged Zhuiji to leave with him. The two quickly returned to the safe house. When Zhuiji saw the sturdy safe house, a smile lit up her face. Wow, Bai Chen, is this our house? It must be very safe to live here. Bai Chen chuckled, you need to understand, this is my house, not yours. From today, you are responsible for the cleanliness of the entire safe house. If I catch you slacking off, you won't eat for a day. I object, I don't want to do this dirty work. This is something the maid should do, not me, Zhuiji protested. Objection overruled. Leaving behind these words, Bai Chen entered the safe house. Inside, the women were gathered watching a movie. When they saw Bai Chen return, they warmly welcomed him. Master, you must be tired. Sit down, I'll give you a shoulder massage, Lu Yameng approached. Master, I'll go prepare a foot bath for you, Xia Mo quickly offered. Master, what would you like to eat tonight? Yameng and I will cook, Li Mulan greeted with a smile. speaking confidently and graciously. Master, is there anything I can do for you? Li Mushuang reluctantly spoke up. Bai Chen looked at the two sisters, surprised by their strong adaptability. They were now actively trying to please him. Although Li Mushuang was still hesitant, her willingness to speak up indicated that she had truly accepted him. Little Bai Chen, take off your clothes, sister will wash them for you. Su Runyan gestured to take off Bai Chen's coat. This scene left Juiji dumbfounded. A room full of beautiful women, and they were all serving Bai Chen alone. What made him so special? Bai Chen directly stopped Su Runyan and said, let me introduce you all. From now on, Juiji will be in charge of the housekeeping in the house. Please welcome her. The women warmly welcomed Juiji upon seeing her. Juiji frowned, but she dared not object. She had initially thought that Bai Chen had not seen many beautiful women. As long as she flirted a little or acted cute, he would comply. After all, men fell for that. But who would have thought that the room was filled with beautiful women, all seemingly younger and prettier than her? This was outrageous. And all these beautiful women were trying to please Bai Chen. How could she fit in here in the future? Remembering the days she had gone through and realizing she would only be a cleaning maid in the future, Juiji felt anxious. But she couldn't show it, as she still needed Bai Chen to survive. She forced a smile and said, hello everyone, I'm Juiji. Please take care of me in the future. At that moment, Li Mulan suddenly looked at her in surprise. You're Juiji. The 10th on the rich and undying ranking list, Juiji. Juiji smiled bitterly and nodded. Oh my, I admire you so much, worth billions at such a young age. Juiji could only smile bitterly once again. Being recognized by others was once a matter of pride. But now, being recognized only made her feel hot in the face. The former tycoon had fallen to the point of cleaning. She just wanted to find a crack to hide in. She quickly took Bai Chen's coat and hastily said, I'm going to do the laundry. With that, she hurriedly left, leaving everyone amazed by her speed. After Juiji left, everyone began to attend to Bai Chen. There were massages, leg rubs, foot washes, and even snacks being fed to him. Life was quite enjoyable. Bai Chen closed his eyes to rest, thinking about his next plan. The most urgent task at hand was to increase their loyalty as much as possible. However, loyalty was determined based on the person's character and his own actions. Only by catering to their preferences could loyalty grow rapidly. This was not an easy task. Bai Chen ran through all the women in his mind, but suddenly felt at a loss on where to start. Currently, only Su Runyan's loyalty was at 100. The loyalty of the others ranged from 50 to 90. Lu Yumeng had the highest loyalty at 90 points. It seemed he would have to start with Lu Yumeng. He suddenly remembered the small whip, candles, and ropes he saw in Lu Yumeng's room yesterday. Some strange thoughts crossed his mind. With that in mind, Bai Chen said, Yumeng, I will sleep in your room tonight. Lu Yumeng looked surprised, then blushed. Yes, master. After dinner, all the women went back to their rooms to rest. Juiji cleaned up the leftovers on the table. I'll go back to my room to prepare. With that, Lu Yumeng also ran back to her room. Bai Chen saw that it was about time, so he directly followed Lu Yumeng. Pushing the door open, Bai Chen saw Lu Yumeng hiding something. Ah, master, why did you come in so quickly? I'm not ready yet. She hastily closed the drawer and turned her back to the table. Bai Chen saw through her intentions and walked up to her. He then opened the drawer, revealing many strange things inside. Lu Yumeng's face turned red instantly. Bai Chen smiled, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone, only you and I know. Lu Yumeng felt much better. Bai Chen then looked into the drawer and picked out a few items. A small whip, a lighter, candles, ropes, and a gag. Bai Chen looked at Lu Yumeng. At this moment, Lu Yumeng stood there with a mix of excitement and shyness on her face. Seeing her expression, Bai Chen knew his guess was correct. Today, let's try these. With that, Bai Chen looked at Lu Yumeng's expression again. She remained indecisive, neither refusing nor agreeing. Bai Chen smirked, then picked up the rope and started tying her up. Lu Yumeng cooperated well. Before long, she was bound. Master, I'm ready. Lu Yumeng blushed and turned her head, trying to arch her backside. Seeing her in such a seductive pose, Bai Chen's interest was piqued. He began to indulge freely. As Bai Chen acted, Lu Yumeng's expression gradually turned intoxicated, letting out soft moans. Finally, a system prompt sounded. Lu Yumeng's loyalty has reached 100, daily points plus 100. Bai Chen felt pleased, seeing Lu Yumeng's loyalty indeed reach 100. Now, he would receive 200 points daily. With the additional 100 points, he now had a total of 360 points. Seeing that Lu Yumeng had been teased enough, Bai Chen put away his tools. Lu Yumeng still seemed unsatisfied. She embraced Bai Chen, exuding a faint fragrance, then whispered softly in his ear, "Master, you were amazing just now. I still want more. Today is enough, we can continue another time." Seeing her exhausted appearance, Bai Qin couldn't bear to push further. Rest for the night. The next day, Bai Qin prepared to check the intelligence and find today's target. Just then, the system suddenly sounded a prompt. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining offspring, reward gene points plus 50. Hearing this voice, Bai Chen immediately perked up. He looked at Lu Yumon lying naked on the bed. Could it be her? After all, he had been intimate with her just last night, and according to the tadpole's speed, they should have conquered the territory overnight. Currently, Bai Chen already had 2 offspring, but he didn't know which 2 were conceived. This was quite distressing. He didn't have any detection tools now, so he could only wait slowly. However, the possibility of Lu Yumon was high, but the other one couldn't be confirmed yet. Looking at the gene points obtained, Bai Chen was eager to enhance his strength. Soon, he opened the Gene Enhancement option. Immediately, 3 options popped up. Option 1, Enhance Immunity, no longer troubled by colds. Costs 50 gene points. Option 2, Increase Activity, doubling the hit rate. Costs 50 gene points. Option 3, Strengthen Kidney Function, no longer a 5-second real man. Costs 50 gene points. The first 2 options had appeared before, but after considering, Bai Chen didn't choose them. The third option was new. Honestly, when he saw this option, he felt disdainful. He was strong and in his prime, how could he be a 5-second real man? But then he thought, he had been working too hard recently and felt tired. Moreover, his system was a system of many children, many blessings. Although he was strong now, he couldn't guarantee he would always be. And he needed high-intensity work. So, considering all this, he decided to strengthen his genes first. After all, prevention is better than cure. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the river drying up one day. So, he spent 50 gene points and chose the third option. Congratulations to the host for successful gene enhancement, kidney function strengthened, allowing you to fight until dawn. As soon as the enhancement was completed, Bai Chen felt a change in his body. He suddenly felt relaxed and full of energy. That's the benefit of having good kidneys. Feeling great, he decided to go out today and have a long chat with a beautiful girl. At this moment, Bai Chen suddenly remembered the bed he had slept in last night. The faint fragrance still lingered in his mind. The scent of hair on the bed indicated that someone had stayed in the room not long ago, and this person was likely the one in the photo. Thinking of this, he quickly got up. At this time, Juiji was sleeping on the sofa on the first floor. Bai Chen walked over and gently patted her perky buttocks. Juiji, not yet accustomed to the comfortable environment, woke up startled as soon as he touched her. When she realized she was safe, she breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Bai Chen with some surprise. Bai Chen didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, saying, "Do you have a sister? How did you know?" Juiji asked in confusion. "I saw a photo in the room next to yours yesterday, and it looked a lot like you." Juiji suddenly realized. "Yes, I do have a sister, but she left before the apocalypse, and now her whereabouts are unknown." A touch of sadness flashed across Juiji's face. Getting this answer, Bai Chen also felt helpless. Since he couldn't find her sister, he could only search for targets from the intelligence. Perhaps not giving up, Bai Chen casually asked, "Where did she go before the apocalypse?" "I heard she went to a class reunion, seems like it was at Pinchang," Juiji recalled. Bai Chen pondered for a moment. Pinchang was the most famous restaurant in Jinghai City. It was said that the minimum consumption inside was 50,000. It was said that there was a rule for dining there, you had to pay the table fee in full. This table fee is the minimum consumption threshold. Only by ordering enough to meet the table fee can one dine at the table. Those who can eat there are a symbol of nobility. However, it is already the end of the world. No matter how prosperous it used to be, now it is just an ordinary building. Pinchang Pavilion is about 10 kilometers away from the safe house. Now that zombies are everywhere, it is very difficult to go for a rescue. And now, her life or death is unknown. It seems that I can only give up. Thinking this, Bai Chen opened the intelligence system. This time there were still 3 photos. The first 2 were quite ordinary, with a beauty score of only around 80. The third person caught Bai Chen's attention. This girl was very beautiful. Her beauty score even reached 93 points. Immediately, Bai Chen prepared to check her information. At this moment, Bai Chen noticed that checking this person's information actually required 20 points of credits. It was 10 points more than the others. Does this person have something special? Anyway, he doesn't lack these 10 points of credits now. Thinking this, he checked the information. Name, Sun Jai, age, 20, bust size, D-cup, beauty score, 93, security visits, 0 times location, private room on the 2nd floor of Pinchang Pavilion. After seeing this information, Baichen was excited. It was actually by chance that he found out about Pinshang Pavilion. This world is indeed so wonderful. Just when you want to give up on something, it gives you another chance. But no matter what, this time Baichen must go. Not only for Zhuji's sister, but also for this son Jiai. With a beauty score of 93 points, she was another beauty queen. After this night, Baichen's credits increased by another 200 points, minus the 20 points just used. He now had a total of 540 points. He exchanged all 500 points for strength. Then he checked his own attributes. Name, Baichen Strength, 43 Agility, 28 Endurance, 8 Charm, 10, Host Gene Enhancement, 1. Immune to Zombie Virus, 2. Kidney Function Enhancement. Seeing these attributes, Baichen was very satisfied. After increasing his strength by 10 points, Baichen was confident that if he encountered a mutant zombie again, he could punch it to death. At the same time, he also understood one thing: the consumption of intelligence was related to distance. The farther the distance, the more credits it would consume. Leaving behind 5 days' worth of food, Baichen set off for Pinshang Pavilion. He proceeded along the highway. Abandoned cars were everywhere along the road. Some cars had zombies inside. Due to lack of food for a long time, their skin had become shriveled, like that of a 70 or 80-year-old man. The zombies outside still retained their appearance from when they were alive. It seemed that zombies would slowly die even without food. 10 kilometers may not be far, but it's not close either. If he went at full speed, he would only need half an hour. But with many situations on the road, he had to be cautious. Naturally, his speed slowed down a lot. At this point, he noticed many zombie bodies ahead. Baichen guessed that there were survivors nearby, so he became even more cautious. Compared to zombies, humans were the most terrifying. When order collapses, people's inner desires will be greatly magnified. Survival of the fittest, this is the law of nature. When the end of the world comes, this law also applies to humans. After walking for a while, he noticed a team of survivors ahead. These people were looking at him from a distance. Baichen didn't want to cause trouble, so he quickly walked past them. But these people started following him. Just as he was about to teach them a lesson, a dozen young people with sticks and knives appeared in front of him. At the same time, those who had been following him quickly surrounded him, looking like they were about to attack him. Baichen remained still, as he was not sure what these people wanted to do. It was better to wait and see how things unfolded. Before long, a man in black clothes, wearing sunglasses and hair wax, emerged from the crowd. "Are you alone, brother?" Baichen nodded. The man looked Baichen up and down and continued, "You don't seem like someone who just escaped. You must have food on you." Baichen instantly became alert. In the apocalypse, people would do anything for food, even killing was common. Seeing Baichen's wariness, the man smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, brother. The Qinglong gang doesn't engage in killing and looting. But if you have nowhere to go, you're welcome to join us." Hearing the man's self-identification, Baichen was taken aback. Of course, he knew about the Qinglong gang. Before the apocalypse, they were the largest gang in Jinghai City. They operated discreetly and avoided illegal activities, which allowed them to survive. Baichen never expected to encounter the Qinglong gang here. "Sorry, I'm not interested," Baichen said calmly. The man's expression faltered for a moment, then he put on a smile again. "Hee, if you need anything like cigarettes, alcohol, or drugs, we have them here. Just exchange them with enough food." Baichen still shook his head. At this moment, the man smiled again and said, "I'm Zhao Zilong. If you ever need anything, feel free to find me." Baichen was surprised. "Are you from Changshan?" Zhao Zilong's expression turned somewhat unnatural, but quickly reverted to a smile. "I'm not that Zhao Zilong." "Alright, I'll remember you. I'll come to you if I need anything," Baichen said and prepared to leave. Zhao Zilong's men behind him glared at Baichen, showing no intention of letting him go. "Make way," Zhao Zilong said, his tone revealing no anger. The crowd parted, making way for Baichen. Without hesitation, Baichen walked straight through the crowd. At that moment, Zhao Zilong turned around, his eyes showing contemplation and confusion. "Boss, why let this kid go?" "Boss, he showed such disrespect to you just now, why let him leave?" "Yeah, boss, give the order. We'll kill him right away." The group of men was furious. Zhao Zilong raised his hand, silencing his men. He spoke firmly, "This person is not ordinary. I can't quite figure him out. He dares to walk alone in a place full of zombies, and neither his appearance nor demeanor resembles someone who has experienced the apocalypse. Such a person either has real skills or a powerful force behind him. Remember, if you encounter him again, do not engage in conflict with him." "Yes, understood, boss. You are all my brothers whom I have raised. I don't want any accidents to happen to you." Now that the apocalypse is upon us, it's time for us to show our strength. From today onwards, we will expand and welcome all survivors. I have a feeling that this zombie disaster will last a long time. We must act in advance to secure our position in future competitions. Years later, when people heard the name of the Qinglong gang, they all turned pale. Of course, that's a story for another time. Bai Chen left cautiously, relieved when he realized those people didn't follow him. He was 5 kilometers away from Pinshang Pavilion. Suddenly, 2 mutated zombies appeared ahead. One was very strong, while the other had unusually developed leg muscles. These 2 mutants also noticed Bai Chen. The one with powerful legs charged at him, as fast as a small car. Bai Chen didn't dare to be careless and swiftly dodged. Although the zombie was fast, its agility was poor, only able to move in a straight line. Bai Chen seized this weakness and struck quickly after evading once, successfully killing the zombie. Dealing with the remaining one was easier. Bai Chen used his speed advantage to kill it as well. Successfully obtained 2 gene points. Bai Chen continued on his way. Along the way, he encountered 3 mutant zombies. These 3 mutant zombies looked very strange. One had sharp claws, another had scales like a fish, and the last one even had 2 heads. After a fierce battle, Bai Chen discovered that these mutant zombies were completely random in their mutations. Each zombie mutated differently, with vastly different strengths. For example, the zombie with scales was weaker than a non-mutated zombie, looking dehydrated and weak. The one with sharp claws was formidable, capable of tearing a car apart with a single swipe. The most interesting was the mutant zombie with 2 heads, as they started fighting each other before Bai Chen even engaged. Without surprise, Bai Chen successfully killed the 3 mutant zombies. Through this encounter, Bai Chen realized that zombie mutations were more like exploration, heading in different directions. The extent of future mutations remained unknown. With 3 gene points in hand, Bai Chen looked at his total of 6 gene points and continued his journey. The following path was smooth until he reached near Pinshang Pavilion, where he was shocked by the sight of numerous layers of zombies, including powerful mutants. Faced with such a large number of zombies, Bai Chen knew he couldn't clear them alone in a short time. Feeling troubled, he suddenly remembered Zhao Zilong. Didn't he mention seeking help from him? With this in mind, Bai Chen turned back and swiftly returned to where he encountered the Qinglong gang before. People were still around, and Bai Chen quickly called someone over. This person had seen Bai Chen before and, following orders, politely inquired, "What's the matter?" Bai Chen asked, "Where is your leader? I have something to discuss with him." After a brief silence, the person replied, "Wait here." He then walked towards an alley. 10 minutes later, he returned with Zhao Zilong. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Zhao Zilong's face lit up with a smile. "Brother, you're back so soon. Do you need my help with something?" Bai Chen straightforwardly asked, "How much food do I need to clear zombies?" Zhao Zilong replied, "It depends on the number of zombies, and additional for mutant ones." Bai Chen clarified, "You handle the regular zombies, I don't need help with the mutants." Zhao Zilong's expression subtly changed upon hearing this, but he quickly composed himself. Bai Chen noticed this change. The reason Zhao Zilong didn't cause trouble was that he couldn't read Bai Chen. This realization made Zhao Zilong more cautious. He asked, "How should I address you?" Bai Chen replied, "Bai Chen." Zhao Zilong inquired, "Brother Bai Chen, are you planning to hire us to clear zombies? How many regular zombies are there?" Bai Chen estimated, "Around 10,000. I need you to clear them in half a day." 10,000. Zhao Zilong's demeanor turned serious. Seeing this, Bai Chen furrowed his brows. "What? Can't you handle this job?" Zhao Zilong assured, "Of course we can, Mr. Bai. I need to discuss with my men first. Please wait a moment." Zhao Zilong's expression returned to a smile as he left. Bai Chen silently evaluated Zhao Zilong. He realized Zhao Zilong was not as simple as he appeared. Regardless of the situation, Zhao Zilong remained composed and quickly adapted to find solutions. Such a person could command a large group only with some means. Understanding this, Bai Chen decided not to make an enemy out of Zhao Zilong unless absolutely necessary. Of course, if these people really had no foresight, he was not afraid at all. After Zhao Zilong left, the atmosphere behind him suddenly became serious. This deal was definitely the biggest one since the apocalypse. And this deal even concerned the future of the Qinglong gang. He had to be cautious. After twists and turns, Zhao Zilong returned to the Qinglong gang's base. At this time, there were a dozen people inside the base. "Notify all the brothers, we have business to do today." These dozen people left one after another to contact their subordinates. In no time, the courtyard was filled with people. Later, Zhao Zilong revealed his business with Bai Chen. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect to receive such a big order at the beginning of the apocalypse. However, high returns also meant high risks. 10,000 zombies could very well be a devastating operation for them. Boss, currently we only have a little over 200 brothers in the Qinglong gang. It's a time for expansion, we can't take on this deal. Yes. Boss, if we take on this deal, we might lose half of our brothers, and it will only make things worse for us. Everyone expressed their doubts about this deal. Listen to me, everyone. Zhao Zilong spoke up, and the 100 or so people present all fell silent. It was evident how highly they regarded him. Listen to me, we must take on this deal, and we must do it well. Think about how much food we have left. We might not even have enough for today's meal. With so many of us, collecting food bit by bit will take forever. What we need most now is time. Once we have food, we can boldly go and raid those large supermarkets and food factories. This deal is crucial for our current situation. We don't have to worry about mutant zombies, just clear out the regular ones. With your skills, dealing with regular zombies shouldn't result in too many casualties. And most importantly, this person's strength is unfathomable. Whether it's the mysterious force behind him or his own power, we must befriend him. After Zhao Zilong finished speaking, no one had any objections. They only considered the present, not looking too far ahead. But Zhao Zilong had to. He had to think about both the present and the future. Boss, we'll follow your lead. Boss, give us your orders, how should we approach this battle? Zhao Zilong looked at his brothers in front of him, smiling with satisfaction. Don't worry, although we are willing to take on this order, the other party has not accepted the price we offered. Wait for my good news. With that, Zhao Zilong turned and left. Soon, he arrived in front of Baichen. At this moment, he appeared somewhat troubled. Mr. Bai, I have successfully persuaded my men just now, but there seems to be a slight issue with the price. My men are asking for 10 tons of food. Mr. Bai, is this price acceptable to you? No problem. Baichen replied without hesitation. Zhao Zilong, who had expected Baichen to negotiate, was stunned. He never thought Baichen would agree without hesitation. He had planned to take on this deal at the price of 5 tons. This nearly caught him off guard. Zhao Zilong was stunned for a good 10 seconds. When he finally reacted, he quickly put on a smile. Mr. Bai, according to our industry regulations, you need to pay half of the deposit. That's too much trouble, I can give you all 10 tons of food. Baichen was confident in doing so. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of these people trying to deceive him. 10 tons of food were insignificant to him. The food he had obtained from the canteen last time was nearly 30 tons. And he had space, so getting food was an easy task for him. At this moment, Zhao Zilong was not as composed. When he heard that Baichen was willing to give him 10 tons of food in advance, he realized that he had encountered someone extraordinary. 10 tons of food, given without hesitation. Could such a person be ordinary? Zhao Zilong secretly decided that no matter what happened, he couldn't offend Baichen. Zhao Zilong's attitude changed completely. He became more respectful in his speech. Mr. Bai, I wonder if these foods were sent by your people or if we should go pick them up. Zhao Zilong was certain that there must be a formidable force behind Baichen. Baichen thought for a moment and said, half an hour later, come to the open space behind Jinghai University to find me. That's where my temporary residence is. Baichen was not afraid of them knowing about his safe house. With the defense of his safe house, Baichen was confident he could handle them before they could even break in. All right, Mr. Bai, we will definitely be there in half an hour, Zhao Zilong said. After that, Baichen left. He said half an hour later because he didn't want them to know about his possession of space. That was his biggest secret, one he wouldn't let others know. Human nature is greedy, and he understood the principle of harboring a treasure leading to guilt. He didn't want to be watched all the time, that feeling was uncomfortable. Later, Baichen returned to his safe house and took out 10 tons of food from the space. He placed the food at the door. Half an hour later, Zhao Zilong indeed arrived with his men. They were initially cautious. However, upon arriving and finding the area very spacious with no ambush in sight, they relaxed and approached. When they saw the 10 tons of food, they were all excited as if they had seen a naked woman. At the same time, Baichen also came out of the house. His women followed curiously. Everyone was stunned once again. They had never seen such beautiful women, each one like a celestial being. Zhao Zilong, on the side, was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Seeing his men rudely staring at the women, he coughed lightly to remind them. However, these rough men were already mesmerized and couldn't hear their boss's voice. Zhao Zilong awkwardly said to Baichen, Mr. Bai, I apologize. My brothers are inexperienced, please don't mind them. Baichen didn't mind. The beauty of his women was a fact, captivating anyone who laid eyes on them. The women, feeling all the attention, giggled and went back inside. The men came back to their senses, feeling somewhat regretful. When they saw their boss's expression, they realized how impolite their behavior had been towards the women. Staring at someone's women without blinking was indeed inappropriate. At the same time, these men increasingly believed in their boss's words. This person's power was unfathomable. He could take 10 tons of food without hesitation. Moreover, he had such a sturdy safe house and so many beautiful women by his side. After a few more exchanges, Zhao Zilong instructed his men to start moving the food. They prepared over a dozen tricycles, loaded the food onto them, and quickly returned to their base. After storing the food, they followed Baichen to Pingshong Pavilion. Seeing the large number of zombies in front of them, Zhao Zilong and his men showed no signs of panic. This indicated they had some experience dealing with zombies. Soon, Zhao Zilong observed the terrain, issued a series of commands, and his men carried them out methodically. Some used cars on the street to create obstacles, while others cleared the scattered zombies around to prevent them from interfering with others' movements. Then, the remaining men killed all the zombies in an open area. This showed Zhao Zilong's strong commanding ability and his strong adaptability. He could make the most favorable choices in any environment. Although this method is simple, it is not something that ordinary people can come up with in such a short time. Baichen roughly understood Zhao Zilong's idea. It was to clear an open space and then use cars to create a tunnel for the zombies. These zombies would pass through the tunnel one by one. People on both sides of the cars would be responsible for clearing the zombies. By the time these zombies reached the open space, there wouldn't be many left. The remaining people could easily kill them. At this point, Zhao Zilong spoke up, "Mr. Bai, my people are also ready, but this is just a way to deal with ordinary zombies. What's your plan for the mutated zombies?" Baichen understood that Zhao Zilong was testing his strength. "You don't need to ask about that. I have my own way," Baichen replied. Zhao Zilong said no more and waited until the people below were ready. Baichen arrived at the forefront of the obstacle. Next, someone would attract the zombies, and these zombies would pass through this narrow passage like sand in a funnel. The onlookers were surprised to see Baichen walking to the front. They thought he would pull out a gun to kill the mutated zombies, but instead, he walked to the front without any preparation. "Mr. Bai, don't get so close. These mutated zombies are very dangerous." "Yes, Mr. Bai, if you're not ready, please don't be reckless. If necessary, we can think of another way." "Mr. Bai, please go back. You are our employer, you can't afford any mishaps." The people on both sides were worried about Baichen. At this moment, everyone began to doubt whether Baichen had ever killed zombies. Who didn't know the strength of mutated zombies? He walked so confidently to the front, not even carrying a weapon. "It's okay, just do your part," Baichen said calmly. The henchmen didn't know what to do, each looking at their leader. Meanwhile, Zhao Zilong frowned, unable to understand what Baichen was up to. However, when he saw Baichen's confident demeanor, he stopped worrying. Besides, he had already received his payment, so it didn't matter if the employer died. It was a good opportunity for him to test Baichen's abilities. After figuring it out, Zhao Zilong ordered, "Since Mr. Bai has spoken, get ready to act." Soon, a few henchmen quietly jumped outside the obstacle, using themselves as bait to lure the zombies over. When the zombies saw them, they rushed towards them like bloodthirsty vampires. The men quickly hid behind the obstacle and continued to attract the zombies. The zombies had no intelligence, they just charged forward. Soon, the frontmost zombies rushed into the narrow passage. The people hiding behind the obstacle also sprang into action, seizing the opportunity to deliver fatal blows to the zombies. Just then, a mutated zombie squeezed in. This mutated zombie was incredibly strong, almost flipping the car over. At that moment, everyone's attention turned to Baichen. They wanted to see if he could handle this mutated zombie. Baichen remained still. If he couldn't deal with this mutated zombie, they would all have to retreat. After all, these obstacles couldn't stop a mutated zombie. Everyone nervously watched Baichen. However, the next moment, they all wore expressions of disbelief. Baichen simply punched the mutated zombie's head, causing it to explode. The mutated zombie died on the spot. Everyone was stunned, even forgetting what they were doing. They never expected Baichen to be so powerful. Far away, Zhao Zilong's pupils suddenly contracted. He had considered countless possibilities, but he had never thought that he would end the battle in such a simple and brutal way. He didn't even show a hint of fear. To normal people, terrifying mutant zombies were like ants in his eyes. How terrifying must his strength be? Thinking of this, Zhao Zilong decided that no matter what happened in the future, he would never oppose Baichen, and he would even try to build a good relationship with him. Maybe he could get in touch with the forces behind him. Just as they were shocked, several mutant zombies crowded at the entrance of the passage. Baichen stood on the roof of the car and kicked out several times in a row. The heads of these mutant zombies were kicked off like footballs. The whole action was as smooth as flowing water. Looking at his own strength, Baichen was very satisfied. He glanced back at the crowd. Seeing their astonished expressions, Baichen smiled lightly. He deliberately revealed his strength in front of everyone to intimidate them. He had a safe house, food, and so many beautiful women. It was impossible not to be tempted. Therefore, Baichen had to suppress their impulses. If they were thinking of making a move against him, they would have to consider if they had the strength. Seeing that the crowd was still in shock, Baichen knew he had achieved his goal. "What are you all standing around for?" Baichen spoke slowly. If he didn't remind them, these zombies would rush past the obstacles. The crowd then reacted. They quickly killed the zombies in front of them. Baichen then turned his attention back to the horde of zombies. His target was only the mutant zombies. For each mutant zombie he passed, he took care of one. Only ordinary zombies could pass through the passage. And these ordinary zombies would also die in the middle of the passage. Only a small number of them reached the open space at the end. And here, there were more people waiting for these zombies. Watching more and more zombies die in the passage, Baichen felt at ease, knowing that eliminating them was only a matter of time. When he killed the last mutant zombie, Baichen had already killed a total of 13. He also had 19 gene points. With nothing else to do, he watched as these people killed the ordinary zombies. They were very professional, almost always killing with one strike. With such skills, they must have killed many zombies. This also showed the potential of the Qinglong gang. At this moment, Zhao Zilong appeared by his side. "Mr. Bai, I never expected you to have such great strength. If it weren't for us, I'm afraid you could have killed all these zombies by yourself. How about this, we'll give back 5 tons of food, and consider us friends, what do you think?" Seeing the other party reaching out to him, Baichen smiled, "No need, but if I need your help again, you better give me a discount." Baichen understood that he would definitely seek their help in the future. So instead of taking back some of the food, it was better to cast a long line to catch a big fish. "Rest assured, Mr. Bai, from now on, all your business will be charged at half price." The two of them chatted happily. There was no longer the initial wariness. If an outsider saw them, they would think they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Only they knew what their true intentions were. "Brother Bai, since I'm 10 years older than you, I'll shamelessly call you Little Bai." "Brother Zhao, it should be so." "Ha, it seems Little Bai is also straightforward." "Since we are both straightforward people, let me ask you boldly, where does Brother Bai's power come from?" Baichen had long seen through everything. He had shown his strength to let the other party know how strong he was, but he didn't expect the other party to think he had a backing. However, this was also good, saving him a lot of trouble. No matter what happened in the future, he could always bring up this non-existent force. Thinking of this, Baichen pretended to be hesitant and said, "Brother Zhao, it's not that I won't tell you, it's just that we have rules and can't disclose it to outsiders." Zhao Zilong instantly showed a look of just as expected. "Ha, my bad for being abrupt. Since that's the case, let's not break the rules." While the two were talking, Zhao Zilong's men had basically cleaned up the zombies. "Do you need anything else from me, Bai Lao?" Zhao Zilong asked once the task was completed smoothly. "No, it's fine," Bai Chen replied softly. "In that case, I'll take my brothers and leave. If you need me in the future, just find me where we met before," Zhao Zilong said before leaving with his men. Bai Chen didn't move but waited until they were far away before heading towards the Pingshang pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, he gently pushed the door open. Suddenly, dozens of zombies dressed in high-end suits and evening gowns rushed towards him. These zombies were all of extraordinary status before the apocalypse. Now, they were just ordinary zombies. In this aspect, the virus was fair. It didn't discriminate based on your former status. Bai Chen acted swiftly, taking out his versatile weapon. With Zhao Zilong and the others gone, he didn't need to use his hands and feet to kill the zombies. With swords in hand, Bai Chen killed the zombies as if cutting vegetables. In just a minute, nearly 100 zombies in the hall were all killed. Then, Bai Chen began searching room by room. This place was indeed huge. The silver box on the first floor alone had hundreds of rooms, with a minimum consumption of 50,000. The golden box on the second floor was larger, with 50 rooms and a minimum consumption of 1 million. The diamond box on the third floor was the largest, with only 20 rooms and a minimum consumption of 2 million. As for the supreme box on the fourth floor, it was said to have only 3 rooms, usually closed. Perhaps the former Bai Chen would never have the chance to dine here. Yet, this was just a meal for the upper class, something ordinary people would toil for a lifetime to afford. How ironic. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle or horses. Why? Bai Chen suddenly felt that this disaster was a good thing. It put everyone on the same starting line. Just as Bai Chen was pondering this, a scream from the third floor made him instantly alert. It was a woman's scream. Bai Chen hurried upstairs and soon arrived on the third floor. At the end of the corridor on the third floor, a woman was cornered by zombies. The situation was dire. Without hesitation, Bai Chen rushed over. With his speed, he could reach her in just a few seconds. The zombies had already grabbed the woman by then. She was struggling, using her hands to resist the zombie's neck, but her strength was too weak. The zombie kept getting closer. Just as the zombie was about to bite the woman, Bai Chen pierced its head with a sword. The now defenseless zombie was instantly pushed to the ground by the woman. She looked at the zombie on the ground in horror, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Chen observed the woman. She was very beautiful and delicate, with willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, a delicate nose, and a cherry-like mouth. She wore a purple princess dress, with her beautiful legs exposed. The dress was held up only by her chest and hips, with no shoulder straps to prevent it from falling. Below her shoulders, a milky white cleavage was revealed. Such clothing served no purpose other than showcasing her figure. When the woman noticed Bai Chen staring at her, she quickly raised her hand to cover herself. "Do you have no manners, staring at a girl like that?" She glared at Bai Chen and said. Bai Chen remained calm and asked, "What's your name? What's it to you?" Seeing the other's sharp response, Bai Chen decided to check for himself. He reached out to touch the woman's body, but she immediately slapped his hand away, looking displeased. "Don't touch me," she said, hitting Bai Chen's hand. Suddenly, the information of the woman in front of him appeared. Bai Chen didn't touch her anymore. Name, Sun Jia. Age, 20. Bust size, D-cup. Beauty score, 93. Maintenance times, 0. Loyalty, 0. Your name is Sun Jia, Bai Chen said softly after reading her information. "How did you know?" Sun Jia looked puzzled. "I can take you away." "Really?" Sun Jia's face lit up with joy, then she continued, "Did my father send you to rescue me?" Bai Chen shook his head. A hint of confusion appeared on Sun Jia's face. "I don't represent anyone, only myself, and taking you away comes with conditions." "What conditions?" "I have money." Sun Jia's tone carried a hint of disdain. Hearing this, Bai Chen's face showed a touch of mockery. At this point, he couldn't believe she was still acting like a spoiled princess. "Even if you give me all your money, I'm not interested." Bai Chen's tone was mocking. "Then what do you want?" Sun Jia was getting angry. "Simple, I want you to be my woman." When Sun Jia heard this, her eyes widened. "You must be dreaming." Sun Jia's face turned ugly. "Fine, let's see how long you can keep up the act," Bai Chen teased. Sun Jia didn't want to waste more time with Bai Chen, so she turned and left. Soon, she entered a diamond box. Bai Chen walked over and saw a table of food inside, but there wasn't much left on the plates. Bai Chen guessed that this food was from before the apocalypse, and now, over a week into the apocalypse, it was probably spoiled. Sun Jia must have survived until today on this food. After a while, Sun Jia began searching for edible scraps on the table. From her expression, it was clear how unappetizing the food was. Bai Chen knew it wouldn't be easy to make her surrender. So, he started searching the rooms on the third floor to see if he could find Zhuiji's sister. Most of the rooms on the third floor were empty, which was another reason Sun Jia had survived until now. After checking the entire third floor, he found 5 rooms with zombies inside. Seeing these zombies trapped, Bai Chen didn't bother to deal with them. However, he couldn't find Zhuiji's sister. Helpless, he decided to start with Sun Jia. He returned to the door of Sun Jia's room. By then, Sun Jia was lying on the sofa, resting. Bai Chen pushed the door and found it locked from the inside. Bai Chen didn't rush to use force. He wanted Sun Jia to open the door herself. He searched through his space and found a bag of potato chips, then opened it and started eating outside the door. Sun Jia inside heard the noise and checked. When she saw Bai Chen at the door, she frowned. But when she saw the food in Bai Chen's hand, her expression immediately changed. She watched as Bai Chen slowly ate the chips, a hint of struggle on her face. But soon, Sun Jia stood up and walked straight to the door. As she opened the door, Bai Chen smiled. "You figured it out so quickly?" Bai Chen asked. "Can you give me the food?" "I can trade with you." Sun Jia stared at the potato chips in Bai Chen's hand. "Trade?" Bai Chen asked with interest. "Yes." She gently took off the earring from her ear and held it out to Bai Chen, saying, "This pair of earrings is worth 2 million. I'll trade it for your chips." Sun Jia believed that as long as she offered a tempting enough condition, he wouldn't refuse. Bai Chen looked at Sun Jia's aggressive face and felt a bit displeased. "Sorry, but this means nothing to me." With that, he continued eating the chips. Sun Jia looked surprised when she heard his response. "You must be mistaken, these earrings are very valuable." Do you have any taste at all? Bai Chen pointed to the zombie he had killed earlier and said, it had plenty of jewelry on it, even more expensive looking than yours in every way. Sun Jai frowned as she looked at the zombie, noticing a gem the size of a goose egg on its body. She was stunned. Suddenly, she realized something. In this post-apocalyptic world, money was useless. At that moment, she felt completely panicked. She could endure hunger and being trapped here, but she couldn't accept the idea of becoming destitute. She had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and extravagance. She was used to having everything handed to her on a silver platter. But one day, that life disappeared, and she couldn't bear it. You're lying. These things would still be valuable if you took them abroad, Sun Jai persisted. Bai Chen shook his head and said, this disaster is global. Items like these are now just pretty stones, nothing more. I don't believe you. You just want to deceive me and make me your woman, don't you? Sun Jai cried. Bai Chen suddenly grabbed her wrist, his tone icy as he said, don't act like a spoiled princess in front of me. Sun Jai was startled by Bai Chen's sudden move. She looked at him in fear, not daring to make a sound. When she quieted down, Bai Chen let go of her hand. If you want food, be my woman, or you'll starve here, he said before casually finding an empty room, sitting on the sofa to rest. He wasn't worried that Sun Jai would refuse. Sun Jai, standing still, hesitated for a moment before entering Bai Chen's room. Let's make a deal. You give me a bag of food, and I'll let you kiss me, Sun Jai said, looking at Bai Chen expectantly. What do you think? Bai Chen looked at Sun Jai with interest. A look of despair crossed Sun Jai's face. She quickly regained her composure. Just showing you should be enough, right? Sun Jai said, pushing out her chest proudly. Bai Chen glanced at her cleavage and swallowed hard. He hadn't expected this girl to be so resourceful. However, just looking wouldn't suffice, so he shook his head. Then what do you want? Sun Jai was starting to get angry. As I said, be my woman. I can provide you with endless food and take you to a safe place, Bai Chen replied. You're dreaming. Letting you see is already too much. You better give me the food, or when my dad comes, he won't spare you. Sun Jai gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. Fine, I'll wait for him to come and see if he'll save his daughter, Bai Chen said before walking out and opening all the doors of the rooms with zombies. Then he went downstairs. Sun Jai, seeing this, quickly locked the door. For some reason, as she watched Bai Chen go downstairs, she felt a twinge of regret. But she couldn't make up her mind and could only watch Bai Chen disappear from sight. As the zombies emerged from the rooms, she hid behind the sofa, afraid of being discovered. The zombies outside let out terrifying groans, making Sun Jai's nerves tense up. She covered her ears, trying to block out the sounds, but no matter how tightly she covered them, the noises still seeped in. On the other side, Bai Chen reached the second floor. He was ready to search the floor and find out what happened to his sister, Juiji. The second floor was the gold box area, with slightly lower standards, so almost all the rooms were full. The corridor was filled with wandering zombies. When they saw Bai Chen, they all rushed towards him. Bai Chen drew his swords and swung at the approaching zombies. In less than 10 minutes, all the zombies in the corridor were killed. Then, he searched through each compartment one by one. Without exception, there were no survivors. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly, he seemed to hear a knocking sound. The sound was coming from the ceiling. Bai Chen aimed in the direction and cut out a piece of the ceiling with his double-edged sword, revealing a ventilation duct inside. There was a rhythmic knocking coming from within. Bai Chen listened carefully, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. Then, after about a minute, it repeated. Bai Chen had read books about Morse code before. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short meant a distress signal in Morse code. Now, Bai Chen was sure that there was someone inside. With this in mind, he directly searched through the ventilation duct. Sure enough, he found a gap in one of the compartments, with a stool placed underneath. The height was enough for a person to climb up. Thinking quickly, Bai Chen opened the door, killed the zombies inside, then used the stool to jump into the ventilation duct. The duct was narrow, but his body was able to move inside. After moving a distance, he saw a figure ahead. It was a woman wearing a tight skirt, and from his angle, he could see everything. The woman's condition didn't look good. She had stopped knocking by now. He called out but received no response. Bai Chen guessed that she had passed out from hunger. With this in mind, he hastened his pace. When he reached the woman, he tapped her leg, but there was still no response. Bai Chen frowned. It would be difficult to move around with someone unconscious. Soon, he came up with an idea. He made a mark on the ventilation duct's metal sheet and then slowly backed out. He quickly found the marked spot along the duct. Then, he brought a table and took out his double-edged sword. The sword was extremely sharp, and with a few strikes, he cut out a large hole in the metal sheet. Next, he cut out a gap in the metal sheet. Soon, a gap large enough for one person to pass through was created. Bai Chen peeked in, reached out, and carried the woman out. When he saw the woman's face, he confirmed that she was Zhuyi's sister. He quickly checked her breathing and pulse. Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief and then took out a can of milk from his space. She couldn't drink it herself, so Bai Chen inserted a straw and placed the other end in her mouth, slowly feeding her. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and saw Bai Chen feeding her milk. She sat up suddenly but almost fainted due to her weakness. "Don't rush, drink the milk first before getting up," Bai Chen said, handing her the milk. The woman took the milk and drank it eagerly. "What's your name?" Bai Chen asked as he saw her condition improving. "My name is Zhu Yaxin, thank you for saving me." Because Bai Chen had touched her, her information was also stored in the Hawan treasure record. Name, Zhu Yaxin. Age, 20. Bust size, D-cup. Looks, 95. Maintenance times. One time after Bai Chen finished reading her information, his expression was no longer as cheerful. Someone else had taken her. What a pity for such a beautiful girl. It was just right for the two sisters to clean up together. With a cold tone, Bai Chen said, "If you want to survive, you will obey my orders." Zhu Yaxin trembled and quickly nodded. "Very well, from today onwards, you are my woman. You will do as I say," Bai Chen said, his tone softening a bit as Zhu Yaxin's attitude improved. When Zhu Yaxin heard these words, she was stunned. But she didn't dare to object because she knew that without relying on this man, she would have no way out. So, she nodded and agreed to Bai Chen's terms. Seeing her agree so quickly, Bai Chen's mood improved significantly. "Come here, I'll give you something to eat," Bai Chen teased. Zhu Yaxin hesitated for a moment, then crawled over to Bai Chen. And then a series of actions began. Bai Chen was amazed. He didn't expect Zhu Yaxin to be so skilled. She was much better than her sister. "Nice! Congratulations to the host for gaining Zhu Yaxin's favorability. Reward points plus 150, Bai Chen looked at Zhu Yaxin. She was simply irresistible. Bai Chen almost lost control again. He took out a bag of instant noodles from his space. She was too weak now and needed to replenish her energy. "From now on, you should call me master, got it?" Zhu Yaxin's eyes lit up when she saw the instant noodles. She was almost starving, not caring about anything else as long as she could survive. She was willing to do anything. Besides, the man in front of her was quite good-looking, so she didn't feel like she was compromising herself. Thinking this, Zhu Yaxin quickly took the instant noodles. "Thank you, master," she said, then tore open the packaging and started eating eagerly. She was careful while eating, afraid that any noodle crumbs might fall on the ground. "Follow me," Bai Chen said and headed towards the third floor. Zhu Yaxin followed behind. But when she reached the third floor, she saw dozens of zombies wandering in the corridor. She was so scared that she immediately hid behind Bai Chen. "Don't be afraid," Bai Chen said, then walked towards the zombies. With a sword in each hand, he kept swinging them, killing the zombies as if he was cutting vegetables. Zhu Yaxin was completely stunned. In her eyes, these terrifying zombies were nothing in front of this man she had just met. Her heart suddenly stirred. She felt lucky to have met him. At the same time, she secretly decided that she must cling to him. In no time, more than 30 zombies were all killed. "Master, you're amazing," Zhu Yaxin praised Bai Chen as he killed the last zombie. "Follow me." Bai Chen was not moved by the compliments from a beautiful woman. Zhu Yaxin suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. She was a famous beauty in the aristocratic school. Her family was wealthy, and her sister was even on the top 10 richest list. This status made her the center of attention at school, with many rich second generation pursuing her. If anyone could get a compliment from her, the male students in the whole school would be jealous. But this man in front of her was so indifferent to her. Zhu Yaxin suddenly felt her nose tingling. Tears welled up in her eyes. But Bai Chen didn't even glance at her. In the past, whenever she shed tears, countless people would come to comfort her. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable Zhu Yaxin felt, but Bai Chen had already walked far ahead. She could only hold back her tears and quickly catch up. Soon, the two arrived at the private room where Sun Jiayi was hiding. Sun Jiayi rushed to open the door when she saw Bai Chen. "I promise to be your woman, please take me away from here. I don't want to be scared here anymore." Sun Jiayi looked a bit flustered, her voice trembling. When she saw Zhu Yaxin behind Bai Chen, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Zhu Yaxin!" she exclaimed in surprise. "Sun Jiayi, you're here too." Zhu Yaxin also looked surprised. Sun Jiayi suddenly looked at Bai Chen, then asked Zhu Yaxin, "What's the relationship between you two?" Zhu Yaxin suddenly felt embarrassed, but she whispered, "He is my master." "What?" Sun Jiayi's eyes widened suddenly. She naturally knew about Zhu Yaxin's family background, and her family had deep cooperation with Zhuiji. She had actually fallen to the point of calling Bai Chen her master. What should she do with her future now? Thinking about this, Sun Jiayi felt extremely desperate. I'm asking you one last time, do you want to be my woman? At this moment, Bai Chen also saw her despair, but he didn't feel any guilt. Making her his woman actually saved her life. If someone else finds her, her fate might be even more tragic. Women in the apocalypse are miserable, especially the beautiful ones. Sun Jiayi trembled, feeling hesitant facing Bai Chen's question. If she agrees, she will have to address Bai Chen as her master like Zhu Yaxin. But the thought of the consequences of disagreeing made her even more fearful. She imagined the scenes of zombies ruthlessly banging on doors and having to eat rotten food to stave off hunger. Compared to that, becoming Bai Chen's woman didn't seem so difficult. I promise you, Sun Jiayi quickly said, feeling relieved. Is that so? Bai Chen's lips curled slightly. Then, Bai Chen took out some food from the space for them to eat. Sun Jiayi pounced on the food like a hungry wolf, showing how famished she was. Soon, they were both full and satisfied. Bai Chen checked the sky and decided to take them back to the safe house. Stay close to me, don't let the zombies harm you, or I won't be able to save you, got it? Bai Chen deliberately emphasized, making them wary. In fact, the two women were already scared of the zombies, so even if Bai Chen had sent them away, they wouldn't dare to leave. They nodded repeatedly. Then, Bai Chen led the two beauties downstairs. Downstairs, there were only zombie bodies, which shocked the two women. Yet, when they looked at Bai Chen, they felt a sense of security. The two women followed Bai Chen, one on each side. They even held onto Bai Chen's clothes, seeking comfort and safety. Bai Chen didn't mind and let them cling to him. On the way back, Bai Chen chose a different route to avoid Zhao Zilong and his group. It was a secluded path behind the school, a small forest. The two women behind him were a bit confused. They had heard that school forests were places for couples to engage in intimate activities. Are we going to be? The thought made them tense. But even if Bai Chen did something to them, they had no choice. After all, they had agreed to be Bai Chen's women. Wasn't it normal? So, they kept reassuring themselves as they walked, trying to accept the situation. While Bai Chen walked ahead, eager to return to the safe house, he was unaware of the intense mental struggle the two women were going through. Just then, 5 men appeared in the small forest ahead. Stop! The leader lazily held a large machete. Hey, two pretty girls, looks like we're in for some fun today. A sleazy-looking man made a disgusting expression. Hope these two can entertain us for a few more days, don't die too soon. The men spoke without a care, not paying attention to the three of them. Sun Jiayi and Zhu Yaxin couldn't help but shiver at their words. Don't be afraid, as long as you two serve us well, we'll make sure you live longer. The two women clung even tighter to Bai Chen's arm, making the men opposite them unhappy. Humph, kid, this has nothing to do with you now. Be smart and get lost. I remember now, you're Bai Chen from our school, huh? You're that peeping Tom. Didn't expect you to have such luck, but from today, they have nothing to do with you. At this moment, a young man from behind recognized Bai Chen at a glance. What's going on? The others looked at him. Boss, this kid is from our school, his reputation isn't good, he can only be a pushover at school, we used to bully him a lot, he's a coward. The man recounted Bai Chen's past experiences, making them even more disdainful of him. There are still such spineless people in this world, this kid is quite interesting. Boss, why not let him stay and wash our feet for us? That's a good idea. We'll let him watch us have fun with these two women later, it'll be quite interesting. Ha. Bai Chen looked at the people in front of him, feeling unusually calm inside. He wasn't angry, nor was he furious, because he didn't hold grudges against the living. By now, the two beauties beside him were like ants on a hot pan. The words of those people made them tremble with fear. Master, what should we do? Should we run away quickly? Zhu Yaxin pleaded, holding Bai Chen's arm. Yes, master, there are so many of them, let's run. Sun Jiayi held onto his other arm. Run! Can you escape? Their words were heard by the others. The leader's face turned cold, and he ordered his men beside him, surround them, let's see who can run. The group of men had long been eyeing the two beauties, eager to get on with it. They immediately rushed forward, surrounding the three of them. They all held machetes, stained with blood, clearly from past killings. After all, zombie blood is black, only human blood is red, making it easy to distinguish. Bai Chen remained motionless. He just kept staring at the person who had recognized him earlier. At this moment, that person felt a chill down his spine being stared at by Bai Chen. He didn't understand why he was afraid of the other person. Bai Chen was clearly someone anyone could bully. He felt like the other person was provoking him. Damn it, you dare provoke me, a weakling. With that, he raised his machete and charged towards Bai Chen. I'll kill you. As he approached Bai Chen, he swiftly swung the machete. He already pictured Bai Chen kneeling and begging for mercy. But the next moment, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. His hand was firmly grabbed by Bai Chen, unable to move an inch. "Let go, you pervert, let go." He struggled with all his might, but his hand felt as if it was embedded in stone. After he uttered those words, Bai Chen instantly increased the pressure on his hand. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking echoed. The man felt as if he had been electrocuted. Then, a sharp pain shot from his wrist. Ah! The intense pain made him instantly kneel weakly on the ground. The sudden turn of events also made others alert instantly. They looked at Bai Chen, no longer as composed as before. "Kid, what did you do to him?" the leader sternly demanded. The others also aimed their weapons at Bai Chen. But Bai Chen just looked at the man kneeling on the ground. "Speak, who's the pervert?" His voice was filled with killing intent. The man shivered all over. I am the pervert, I'm a lecher," he said trembling. Then, Bai Chen kicked out, breaking the man's neck instantly. The man flew backward, convulsing on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth shortly after. Others were shocked to see this. The leader was furious. If he didn't avenge his men, how could he continue as their boss? So he ordered, "Kill him." The others raised their weapons and attacked Bai Chen. At that moment, Bai Chen drew out his dual swords. Their weapons were like toys in front of his swords, easily cut into pieces. The men looked at Bai Chen in terror. At that moment, they thought about running away. But Bai Chen wouldn't give them that chance. Bai Chen moved swiftly, too fast for anyone to react. When they finally did, they felt a wetness around their necks. As they reached to touch it, they found their hands covered in fresh blood. They looked at their companions in horror, only to discover deep wounds visible to the bone on their necks, blood gushing out. It was then that they understood what had happened. Helplessly, they looked at their leader. They wanted to cry for help, but all that came out of their mouths was a gush of blood. They could only take a few steps before stumbling and losing consciousness. The sudden turn of events startled the leading man. In just a moment, all of his men were dead. At that moment, he realized he had offended a formidable entity. "Brother, I was blind to provoke you, you have killed so many people, please spare me," the man pleaded. Bai Chen ignored him and slowly approached. The man could only step back one by one. "Brother, I truly know my mistake, I won't dare again, please don't kill me." The man was now completely panicked, quickly kneeling and kowtowing, hoping Bai Chen would spare him. "Then go repent in hell," Bai Chen said, delivering a kick. The man's chest instantly caved in, and he flew back 5 or 6 meters. Bai Chen remembered every word they said, he wouldn't spare anyone. The man fell to the ground, lifeless. The whole incident happened in an instant, leaving the two women behind him with expressions of astonishment. They stood there, mouths agape, frozen in shock. Bai Chen returned to them, pinching their buttocks before they snapped out of it. The two women paid no mind to Bai Chen's actions, looking at him with adoration. "Master, we didn't know you were so powerful. Master, thank goodness you were here, or we would have been violated by them. Let's go." Bai Chen continued forward. The two women willingly followed him, bouncing along. But not long after they walked, a sight ahead furrowed their brows. "Ah, are those dead bodies?" Sun Jiayi exclaimed, covering her eyes, as if she had seen something dreadful. "Is she dead?" Xu Yaxin also fearfully hid behind Bai Chen, avoiding looking in that direction. Bai Chen walked straight ahead. Not far in front, a naked woman lay there. Her body was mutilated, one of her legs seemingly hacked off. A belt was tightly tied around her thigh, seemingly to slow the blood loss. As Bai Chen approached, the one-legged woman on the ground suddenly opened her eyes, a look of despair in them. She was still alive. "Just kill me," the woman weakly pleaded. "Please, don't torture me anymore." Sun Jiayi and Xu Yaxin heard her voice and hurried over. Perhaps as fellow women, they were no longer afraid, squatting down to comfort her. "Hang in there, the bad people are dead. Don't be afraid, we won't harm you." Both of them looked to Bai Chen for help. "Master, please save her." "Master, you're so powerful, you can save her, right?" Faced with their inquiries, Bai Chen could only shake his head. "There are no medicines here, no medical equipment. The best choice for her now is release." Despair showed on both women's faces. Seeing the woman's condition, they thought of themselves. Without Bai Chen, they might have faced a similar fate today. This was the cruelty of the apocalypse. "You two go aside, she's in too much pain now. I'll send her on her final journey." The two women understood, this was the best choice for her. So, they stood up and moved to the side. The woman on the ground, upon hearing Bai Chen's words, no longer showed fear on her face. Instead, she managed a faint smile. Then, she laboriously said, "Thank you. Rest assured, I will try to minimize your pain." With that, Bai Chen struck her temple with a punch. Her brain instantly shattered, but her exterior remained intact. There was even a faint smile on her face. She left this world in this manner. "Let's go." After finishing these tasks, Bai Chen just said lightly. Two women emerged from behind the tree. They approached the woman, covered her body with leaves, and then caught up with Bai Chen. After about 30 minutes, the three of them exited the small forest. The journey back was smooth, and they quickly returned to the safe house. As soon as they entered, the women in the house welcomed Bai Chen at the door. The two women were stunned to see a room full of beautiful ladies. At that moment, a woman holding a mop rushed over from the crowd. "Yashin, you're alive, that's wonderful." Zhu Yashin looked at the woman, her face full of astonishment, followed by excitement. "Sister, you're here too, that's wonderful." The two sisters embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. The reunion of the two sisters brought joy to the other women. However, everyone had families, and a hint of worry crept into their expressions. But in an instant, they pushed aside these emotions. At least they were alive, and they had to live on for their families. Then, one by one, they began to serve Bai Chen warmly. This scene left Sun Jiayi at the door in utter disbelief. She never imagined that Bai Chen had so many women, and each one was so obedient. She instantly felt a sense of crisis. Just then, Bai Chen looked at her. "Go upstairs and freshen up." Sun Jiayi was taken aback, then a look of joy spread across her face. She hadn't had a bath in a long time. Lu Yuming then took her upstairs. After being attended to by the women for half an hour, Bai Chen felt it was enough. So, he got up and went upstairs. At that moment, Sun Jiayi was soaking in the bathtub. After days without a bath, she was reluctant to leave the warm and comfortable water. She cleaned every inch of her skin thoroughly, making herself even more attractive. Just then, Bai Chen opened the door and walked in calmly. Sun Jiayi was startled and quickly covered her vital parts with her hands. "How did you come in?" she asked shyly, lowering her head. Asking the obvious, Bai Chen chuckled lightly, then, without waiting for Sun Jiayi to dry herself, he lifted her out of the bathtub. Sun Jiayi didn't resist, curling up. After the events of the day, she understood that it was better to accept and enjoy rather than resist and be driven out. She had heard that intimacy between a man and a woman could be pleasurable. At her age, with spring in her heart, she had fantasized countless times about being intimate with her beloved. Although Bai Chen was not someone she liked, she could learn to like him slowly. Just a change in the process. With these thoughts, Bai Chen had already carried her to the bed. Bai Chen carefully placed her on the bed. After the genetic enhancement last time, his need in this aspect had become stronger. Sun Jiayi looked up nervously. "Master, I'm scared," she whispered. "It's okay," Bai Chen comforted softly, then took action. Congratulations to the host for gaining Sun Jiayi's favorability. With the favorability exceeding 50, the reward is doubled. Points gained 150 by 2. Bai Chen ignored the system prompt in his mind. After some time passed, Sun Jiayi collapsed exhausted on the bed. Looking at the beautiful and delicate body in front of him, Bai Chen felt a surge of desire. Bai Chen sighed bitterly, realizing that not everything was beneficial after genetic enhancement. He covered Sun Jiayi with the blanket. Bai Chen calmed down and checked his points. He now had 470 points. However, the number of people in the safe house was increasing. There were now a total of 10 people. Even if he let Zhuiji and her two sisters sleep in the living room, he could only bring back 2 more people at most. Upgrading the safe house required 1,000 points. It seemed upgrading the safe house had to be prioritized. Bai Chen decided not to go out for the next few days and focus on increasing the loyalty of these women. As he drifted off, Bai Chen embraced Sun Jiayi and entered the realm of dreams. The next morning, Sun Jiayi lay in Bai Chen's arms like an ordinary kitten. After the events of the previous day, Sun Jiayi seemed exhausted. Bai Chen carefully covered her with a blanket and then quietly went outside. By this time, Lu Yumeng and Su Runyan had already prepared breakfast. It was a simple meal of pancakes and milk. "Master, you're awake." Xia Mo suddenly emerged from the bathroom and saw Bai Chen. "Well, let's have breakfast together," Bai Chen casually remarked. Upon hearing the word eat, Xia Mo immediately ran back into the bathroom. Bai Chen then heard her retching. Frowning, he pushed the door open and entered the bathroom. He gently patted Xia Mo's back. "Are you sick?" "It's nothing, I don't know what's wrong, but I've been feeling nauseous these past few days." Xia Mo waved her hand and rinsed her mouth. "Nauseous?" Bai Chen was taken aback. Could it be that Xia Mo was the one who was pregnant? Recalling the events before, the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. With that in mind, Bai Chen checked Xia Mo's information. Name, Xia Mo. Appearance, 92. Bust size, E. Loyalty, 99. Maintenance times, 1. Introduction, coming from a privileged family, she excelled in music and dance from a young age, showing remarkable talent. At the age of 18, she won second place in an international dance competition. Due to her parents' busy schedules, she longed for them to celebrate her birthday with her. Upon reading this introduction, Bai Chen had a sudden idea. What if he celebrated Xiaomo's birthday? Would her loyalty increase? However, he didn't know her birthday. Even if he found out, he didn't know how long he would have to wait until her birthday. He couldn't afford to wait. With a plan in mind, he decided to celebrate everyone's birthday since it was the end of the world. This way, it wouldn't seem out of place, and it would fulfill Xiaomo's small wish. Bai Chen immediately left the house, remembering there was a cake shop near the school. He needed some tools to make a cake. Since it was a birthday celebration, a cake was essential. Soon, he arrived at the cake shop. The cakes in the display case were already spoiled. He quickly went to the kitchen where he found all the tools and ingredients needed to make a cake. Bai Chen gathered everything that could be useful and stored them in his space. This way, he could make cakes in the future. With the necessary items in hand, Bai Chen returned to the safe house. Now that he had the tools and ingredients, he needed someone to make the cake. Among them, only Lu Yumeng and Su Runyan were skilled in cooking. So, Bai Chen immediately sought out the two of them. "Master, are you making a cake?" Lu Yumeng asked in surprise. "I can handle this, leave it to me," Su Runyan said with a smile. "Teacher Su, I didn't know you could make cakes, please teach me," Lu Yumeng said excitedly. "Alright, it's actually quite simple." The two women busied themselves with the task. Bai Chen watched for a while and saw that they were doing a good job, so he wasn't worried. He then checked the information of the others. Besides basic information, there were no introductions in their profiles. It seemed that loyalty would only be displayed when it reached 99. The loyalty of the other women was slowly increasing, and he believed it wouldn't be long before they all reached 99 points. During this time, Bai Chen went out again. He raided a pharmacy and stored all the medicines in his space. As evening approached, Lu Yumeng and Su Runyan had finished making the cake and had prepared over a dozen delicious dishes. The women were amazed when they saw the table full of food. "Wow! Is today a special day? There's so much delicious food." Xia Mo, the first to smell the food, rushed out. "It smells so good. This is the first time since the apocalypse that we've had so much delicious food." Wang Yushi also had a smile on her face as she twisted her waist and sat down at the table. The Li Mulan sisters were also extremely excited, unable to take their eyes off the food on the table. Only Sun Jiayi was a bit reserved, but from her eyes, it was clear that she hadn't eaten such delicious dishes in a long time. Only Zhu Ji and Zhu Yaxin did not join the table, because Bai Chen had ordered that they did not have the right to eat with the others. Although the two complained for a while, they didn't dare to say it to his face. Bai Chen glanced at the two and said, "Today, as an exception, both of you can come and eat." The two sisters were instantly excited and took their seats. "Host, what day is it today? Why did you prepare so much delicious food?" Xia Mo suddenly became a bit awkward, as if she had something on her mind. "You'll find out soon," Bai Chen teased, then turned to Lu Yumeng and Su Runyan, saying, "You can start now." The two women exchanged a knowing smile and walked into the kitchen together. Before long, they came out together carrying a huge birthday cake. At the moment the women saw the birthday cake, they were all stunned. They instantly felt like they had gone back to before the apocalypse. Bai Chen looked at each person. At that moment, he noticed that Xiaomo's expression was noticeably different from the others. The others showed excitement and surprise, while Xiaomo seemed moved and incredulous. "This is specially prepared for us by the host. He said he wanted us to celebrate a birthday together," Lu Yumeng said with joy. The others looked gratefully at Bai Chen upon hearing this. Only Xiaomo seemed to have tears glistening in her eyes. Seeing his plan working, Bai Chen quickly added, "From today, we are a family, and I will never mistreat you following me." With just a few words, the atmosphere instantly became lively. The women chattered endlessly. Bai Chen noticed that Xiaomo kept staring at the cake. He approached her. "Is something on your mind?" Bai Chen whispered in Xiaomo's ear. Xiaomo instantly snapped out of her thoughts. "Host, how did you know today is my birthday?" Xiaomo looked at Bai Chen expectantly. Bai Chen was taken aback by this coincidence. So, he followed Xiaomo's lead and said, "Each one of you is my woman, and I will still care for each one of you. Today is your birthday, do you have any wishes?" Bai Chen's words were not whispered, and all the women present heard them. It turned out that Xiaomo was the star of the day. The women instantly looked at her with envy. Xiaomo was moved to tears in an instant. Since childhood, she had dreamed of her family celebrating her birthday. She never expected Bai Chen to fulfill this wish for her. At that moment, her heart was completely won over by Bai Chen. She closed her eyes slowly and made a wish. "Congratulations, the loyalty of the host, Xiaomo, has reached 100, and she will receive plus 100 points daily. Bai Chen was delighted, and he looked at Xia Mo and asked softly, "What did you wish for?" "It's a secret." Xia Mo playfully stuck out her tongue. "Still keeping secrets from me?" Bai Chen gently pinched her nose. Okay, I'll tell you." Xia Mo paused, glanced at the others looking at her, and continued, "My wish is for our child to grow up happily." Everyone was shocked. "Xia Mo, are you pregnant?" Su Runyan asked incredulously. "Not sure yet, but that visitor hasn't come for many days, and I've been feeling nauseous these past few days." The women immediately surrounded her, showering her with caring words. At that moment, Bai Chen took out the pregnancy test sticks he had just bought from the pharmacy and distributed them to everyone. "Take some, check if you feel any changes." The women shyly took a few. "I'll go to the bathroom." At this moment, Lu Yumon took the pregnancy test stick and her expression changed noticeably. "I'll go test it too." Xia Mo quickly went to another bathroom. Half an hour later, the two women ran out excitedly, each holding a pregnancy test stick with 2 lines. The women cheered in unison. They had initially thought only Xia Mo was pregnant, but to their surprise, Lu Yumon was too. The other women didn't test themselves because they had just had their period recently and couldn't be pregnant. "Alright, let's eat quickly," Bai Chen said, and everyone sat down to eat. At the dining table, everyone took extra care of the two women, serving them food. Xia Mo felt nauseous at the sight of greasy food, so they served him lighter dishes. Lu Yumon, on the other hand, had no signs of morning sickness and enjoyed her meal. After this incident, Bai Chen realized it was time to stock up on some powdered milk. The first place that came to mind was the large supermarket, where they could find everything they needed for daily life. This matter would need to be prioritized after upgrading the safe house. He also needed to replenish some food supplies since food was a valuable commodity. After dinner, Bai Chen left the house to scout the area, preparing for tomorrow's mission. The nearest supermarket was about 5 kilometers away, located in a densely populated area. He ran past most of the ordinary zombies, avoiding them skillfully. Soon, he arrived near the supermarket. The once bustling streets were now filled with zombies. It was impossible to rush into the mall. At that moment, he noticed a group of people in the distance clearing out the zombies. Bai Chen focused and recognized a few familiar figures among them. These people were troublemakers from the school nearby who had also helped when Li Hu bullied him. Bai Chen's expression turned cold instantly. Memories of the past flashed through his mind. These people had sided with the bully, and if it weren't for them, Li Hu wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. They all deserved to die. Regaining his composure, he observed their movements and realized they had their eyes on the mall as well. Judging by their progress, they would probably clear out the zombies there today. There was no time to waste. Bai Chen swiftly took out his versatile weapon. Today, he wielded a pair of steel claws similar to Wolverine's, with 3 sharp hooks at the front that could easily pierce a zombie's skull. Suddenly, an idea struck Bai Chen. He dashed to the back of the commercial street, where more zombies lurked densely. However, he didn't need to engage with them. He reached the wall and forcefully smashed the steel claws into it. The front end of the claws instantly penetrated the wall, securing a firm grip. This way, he could climb over the zombies like climbing a mountain. He ascended the wall and entered the mall's interior. He envisioned the angry scene when the group of people finally made it to the mall, only to find it empty. With this in mind, he hastened his pace. Carefully climbing, he ensured each step was safe, moving parallel to the mall, a distance of at least 500 meters. He couldn't afford to be careless. Falling down would mean being surrounded by countless zombies. After 2 hours, he successfully reached the 2nd floor of the mall. There were many zombies inside, former customers and mall staff. They charged at Bai Chen upon seeing him, and he fought back fiercely. After about 15 minutes, most of the zombies on this floor were eliminated. The mall had a total of 4 floors. The first floor was the supermarket, with the most zombies. The second floor housed jewelry stores with relatively fewer zombies. The third floor was for clothing, and the fourth floor was for mother and baby products and bedding, each floor having slightly more zombies than the one above. Bai Chen didn't hesitate and stored everything in sight into his space. In less than half an hour, the entire second floor was empty. After finishing, Bai Chen quickly ran towards the third floor. He wasted half an hour clearing out the zombies. Then, he mindlessly stored all the clothes, both men's and women's, into his space. His space gradually filled up. Next was the fourth floor. He cleared out the zombies in the same way and stored everything here in his space. Bai Chen rested for a moment. Looking through the glass of the mall, he saw that the gangsters were about to reach the mall entrance. Without a doubt, they would be able to clean up these zombies in another 2 hours. Bai Chen didn't waste any more time. He got up and headed towards the first floor. During the apocalypse, many people flocked to the first floor, so the zombies there could be described as terrifying. Bai-chin didn't act rashly because he noticed that the main door of the first floor was open. As people outside approached, the zombies at the entrance started to run out. This meant he didn't need to rush. He had to be patient and wait. As expected, with the approaching sounds from outside, more zombies rushed out. Half of the zombies in the mall were now gone, but that wasn't enough. He had to wait for more zombies to leave. Another half-hour passed, and the people outside had reached the mall entrance. By this time, all the zombies on the first floor had heard the noise. They frantically rushed out. Bai-chin saw that the time was right and carefully went downstairs. Then he quickly stored all the goods on the first floor into his space. Every time Bai-chin passed a counter, the goods on it disappeared instantly. In less than 10 minutes, the entire first floor was also emptied. Bai-chin looked outside and saw that they were about to come in. He hurried upstairs, then climbed out of the window and left using the same method. Outside the mall, the last zombie fell. Finally done, everything in this mall is ours. Damn, so many brothers died, but we finally took over the mall. Tonight we shall drink heartily, haha. They eagerly rushed into the mall. However, when they saw the scene inside the mall, they were all dumbfounded. The mall was completely empty. Everyone stared blankly at the empty mall. They had expected to harvest a lot of food this time, but they never thought that after sacrificing dozens of lives, all they got was an empty mall. This made them furious. Damn it! Who the hell emptied the mall? If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have come. We lost so many brothers for nothing. Damn it, who did this? Let me find out so I can kill them. Everyone, split up and search quickly, see if there are any supplies left behind, said Sang Biao, the leader of the group. Sang Biao was the leader of these people, and because he liked watching gangster movies, he gave himself this nickname. Only then did the others react and start searching separately. But after circling around, they found nothing except for the bodies of zombies everywhere. Boss, these zombies were just killed. Those people must have left not long ago. Yeah, boss, all the stuff has been taken. There must have been quite a few of them. Could it be the Qinglong gang? Sang Biao's pupils suddenly contracted, his expression becoming somewhat wary. In his mind, the Qinglong gang was the real deal in the underworld, and he had once wanted to join them but couldn't meet the requirements. He clenched his fist. If that's the case, we'll have to admit defeat this time. Boss, there's someone outside. At that moment, a henchman suddenly pointed outside the window. Everyone quickly looked outside. When Sang Biao saw the person, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. After a while, he remembered who the person was. His gaze gradually turned fierce. The supplies must be related to him. Capture him. Boss, could he be from the Qinglong gang? A henchman asked timidly. Damn it, he's just a student who gets bullied every day. How could he have any connection with the Qinglong gang? The people in the room quickly chased after him, but when they came out, they couldn't find Bai-chin anywhere. Boss, it seems like the direction that kid ran off to is towards the school. Should we go search over there? Sang Biao, having lost a large amount of supplies, was now furious to the extreme. He kicked one of his lackeys and cursed under his breath. Then what are you waiting for? Go! The group hurried towards Jinghai University. Soon, they arrived at Jinghai University, but it was filled with zombies everywhere, impossible for anyone to hide in the school. Damn it! Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find this kid. Spread out around Jinghai University and search. Whoever finds his whereabouts will be rewarded with a woman. Yes! The group immediately got excited upon hearing the word woman. In the post-apocalyptic world, women were considered a valuable resource. Their base only had a dozen or so women, not enough for everyone. If they could get a woman because of this incident, they could enjoy themselves every night in the future. After returning to the safe house, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Bai-chin picked out some jewelry and skincare products from his space as gifts for the women. When they saw these items, they all cheered and rushed over. Each of them left a kiss mark of love on Bai-chin's face before picking out their favorite items. Before long, the women had chosen what they liked. Even the Zhuiji sisters happily picked out their favorites. Bai-chin noticed that after receiving these gifts, their loyalty had increased to some extent. It seemed that giving gifts was a shortcut. After dinner, Bai-chin took his beloved teacher, Su Runyan, to the room for some exercise. Unbeknownst to them, a group of people was lurking outside the safe house. Sang Biao looked towards the safe house from a distance. Through the window, he saw many beautiful women inside. Even before the apocalypse, he rarely encountered such beauties, let alone after the apocalypse. What's more, the key was that encountering so many at once, even the 2 cleaning ladies were so beautiful. This made him itch with desire. Boss, should we charge in? It's been so long since we had some fun, brothers. Yeah, "Boss, so many women right in front of us, isn't this like a piece of cake?" By now, Sang Biao's mind was clouded by lust. He just wanted to quickly subdue these women, then enjoy them one by one. "Brothers, go ahead, but don't hurt them." With the boss's command, they all rushed out, shouting obscenities. Inside the safe house, the women also heard the commotion. They looked out through the window and tensed up upon seeing dozens of people outside. "Oh no! I'll go tell the master," Lu Yumling said and ran to the second floor. The other women were not idle either. They checked the security door, confirmed it couldn't be opened from outside, then closed the curtains and ran back to their rooms. On the second floor, Lu Yumling rushed into Baichen's room in a panic. By now, she had no time to be embarrassed by the intimate sounds coming from inside. She quickly knocked on the door and said, "Master, there are many people outside. It seems like they have their eyes on our house." Half of his interest was lost upon being called like that. Baichen got up, walked to the window, and looked outside. His lips curled slightly, surprised they had found them so quickly. "It's fine, let them make a fuss, do whatever you need to do, they can't get in." With that, Baichen returned to bed. Lu Yumling outside the door calmed down upon hearing his words. If the master said it's fine, then it must be fine. She then relayed this message to the others. Initially scared, the others, after observing, realized that the people outside couldn't break through the door and windows no matter what. This made them bolder. One by one, they followed Baichen's instructions and did as they were told. Now, they should be sitting together on the sofa in the living room watching a Qiangyao drama. So, one by one, dressed in cool clothes, they sat around the sofa, eating snacks and watching TV. They completely ignored the people outside who were constantly smashing things. The people outside, led by Sang Biao, were originally excited. But when they found out how sturdy this house was, they felt a wave of frustration. They could only watch these beauties from afar, unable to touch. The attitude of these beauties towards them, not even considering them, made them very angry. And with the mall being looted before they could get there, they were even more furious. Despite their anger, they could do nothing but seethe. They could only watch the beautiful scene inside from outside. Just then, Sang Biao saw a familiar figure carrying a beauty down the stairs. And all the other beauties rushed towards him, even kissing him on the face. Sang Biao's eyes widened in shock, a sense of humiliation rising within him. Wasn't he just a student who was bullied every day? Why did he get to have so many beauties? At that moment, Sang Biao felt a tremendous blow. Sang Biao was completely enraged. He kept smashing the bulletproof glass. But apart from leaving a few marks on it, he couldn't do anything else. Baichen watched Sang Biao outside going crazy, a sly smile playing on his lips. He wanted to torment him this way. He wanted these women, didn't he? Baichen wouldn't let him have them, and he would make him watch as he got intimate with these women. But that wasn't enough. After being affectionate with each of the beauties, Baichen deliberately raised his voice. "I've moved everything out of the mall today. If anyone wants something, tell me." The women were instantly excited. They understood Baichen's intentions and cooperated with him. Sang Biao was stunned. He had worked so hard killing so many zombies, only to find out that Baichen had emptied the mall. Sang Biao suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He felt so stifled, having worked so hard for so many things, only to be used by others. And this person was someone he had never even considered important. He wished he could kill Baichen right now to ease his anger, but he was powerless against the people inside the house. Even though he had many henchmen, they couldn't even break down the door. It felt as frustrating as punching cotton. His henchmen were also very frustrated. They risked their lives for the resources in the mall, only to be beaten to it by others. How could they bear it? "Damn it, come out and face us if you dare. You coward, hiding inside, what kind of skill is that? Come out and face your death. Damn it, let go of those women, take your damn hands off them, I'll kill you." But no matter how they shouted, Baichen remained unfazed. He even engaged in more outrageous actions inside the house. How could they stand it? In their minds, these women inside the house were already their private property. And now Baichen was getting so intimate with their private property. This enraged them to the fullest. They grabbed weapons and started smashing the safe house frantically. Seeing them reach a frenzied state, Baichen continued to provoke them. "It's boring here. With so many people watching, we can't have a deep conversation. Follow me back to the room, and we'll talk all night." With that, Baichen led the women upstairs. The people outside became even more frantic. What were they going upstairs for? What deep conversation? What talking all night? Various scenes flashed through their minds. "Ah! Open the door, you scum! Don't touch them, get your ass down here. I'll skin you alive, you wait for us to come in, I'll flay you. I'll throw you into a cesspool and let you rot for eternity. Shut up, all of you. Sang Biao's face turned livid as he glanced around and continued to shout, quick, figure out a way for me, even if we have to dig 3 feet underground. Suddenly, Sang Biao had an idea. Yes, dig for me. I don't believe his hiding place is that secure underground. The gang of henchmen got excited instantly. Once they got in, they could take down that guy. They swiftly got into action. In no time, they gathered a pile of tools and started digging at the base of the wall. Bai Chen looked down through the window, sneering at their actions. If it were so easy for them to come in, then his safe house would be too rubbish. Even underground, everything was made of hard metal. Bai Chen drew the curtains and ignored them. It was almost 12 o'clock. When the clock struck 12, he would earn 300 points. Then, he could upgrade the safe house. As the time turned to 12, congratulations, host, for earning plus 300 points. Seeing the 300 points credited, Bai Chen immediately upgraded the safe house. Upgrade safe house, cost, 1000 points. Host, please choose the upgrade direction. Option 1, add a floor above, unlock nursery room, plus 5 rooms. Option 2, add a floor below, unlock armory, plus 5 rooms. Bai Chen was pleased to discover he could choose to go up or down. He considered the different functions of the 2 directions. Adding a floor above would unlock the nursery room, but since only Lu Yumeng and Xiaomo were pregnant, and it would be at least 10 months before the babies arrived, this option was not urgent. On the other hand, the armory would be more useful for Bai Chen. With so many people besieging outside, having weapons would allow him to take the initiative. His versatile weapons transformed into different arms each time, adding unpredictability, which was more comforting than having fixed weapons. Understanding this, Bai Chen decisively chose to add a floor below. Safe house upgrade completed, armory equipped with a crossbow. Exchanging a crossbow costs 100 points, each arrow costs 1 point. Points can also be used to unlock other weapons. Bai Chen quickly opened the armory option. Currently, there was only a crossbow and 100 arrows in the armory, probably complementary. The cheapest unlockable option was a handgun, requiring 1000 points. Bai Chen didn't have enough points for the more powerful firearms yet, so he decided to hold off for now. Exiting the system panel, Bai Chen lay on the bed contentedly. They wanted to dig? Let them dig. With that thought, Bai Chen closed his eyes and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Sang Biao supervised his men as they dug a pit. An hour passed with no success. They had dug about a meter deep. Boss, something's not right. How come we're still hitting metal walls even at this depth? Quit the nonsense, it means his foundation is deep. Keep digging. If we don't break through today, no one gets to sleep. Sang Biao roared at the henchmen, who reluctantly continued digging. You guys, go find some baskets to carry the soil. 3 hours flew by, and they had dug a 3-meter deep pit. Yet, it was still a metal wall. Sang Biao's face turned livid. Whose good foundation was this deep? Keep digging. Even if we have to dig through the blue star, we must break through. Sang Biao's henchmen were in agony. They hadn't obtained supplies from the mall and were now starving. After a day of intense zombie killing and several hours of digging at night, they were exhausted. But Sang Biao had spoken, and they dared not disobey, so they continued digging with gritted teeth. As dawn broke, they had dug a 5-meter deep pit. At that moment, one henchman's shovel finally hit something other than a metal wall. He paused for a moment, then burst into wild joy. Boss, we finally dug through. Sang Biao instantly opened his eyes and jumped into the pit to check. It was indeed true. Sang Biao was overjoyed, laughing uncontrollably. You did a great job, kid. You'll have your turn to enjoy once we get in. The praised younger brother's face lit up, working even harder. But after digging for a while, he discovered that the house was actually encased in metal. What a waste of effort. When Sang Biao learned of this, his expression turned extremely ugly. Stop digging, everyone. He waved his hand. The other younger brothers felt relieved and climbed out laboriously. Damn, underestimated this kid. Sang Biao glanced at his group of younger brothers and continued, let's retreat for today and figure out a plan later. They all left in a sorry state. Bai Chen woke up to find no one outside. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the 5-meter deep pit. It seemed these people had been busy all night. Checking the system panel, he found he could spend 10 points to restore it to its original state. So, he promptly repaired it. Such a big pit outside was unsightly. After spending the points, the ground indeed returned to its previous state. Bai Chen descended the stairs contentedly. He first went to the basement to inspect. Apart from 5 rooms, there was an ammunition depot with a security door. Only Bai Chen or authorized individuals could enter the depot to prevent accidents. Inside, there was only a crossbow and a bundle of arrows. He had seen these items on the system panel earlier. Exiting the depot, Bai Chen returned to the ground floor. By then, several women had woken up and were curiously peering downstairs from the staircase. They visibly relaxed when they saw Bai Chen coming up. "Master, how did a basement appear overnight?" the women asked curiously, waiting for an explanation. Bai Chen didn't know how to explain without revealing the system, so he casually brushed it off. The women didn't press further. Since moving in, they had sensed that this place was extraordinary and weren't surprised. They wouldn't even find it strange if another floor suddenly appeared above their heads one day. They all had breakfast together. During the meal, Bai Chen arranged for the Zhuiji sisters to stay on the lower level in the future. Though the sisters looked a bit resigned, they didn't say much. They understood that giving their first time to someone else, Bai Chen allowing them to stay here was already quite good. Nothing eventful happened the whole morning. In the afternoon, Sang Biao returned with his men. This time, they had somehow acquired some explosives. Bai Chen furrowed his brow, not worried about the safe house being breached but puzzled about how they obtained explosives. He recalled that before the apocalypse, there was a dangerous building that needed to be demolished, and these explosives must have come from there. Sang Biao proudly led his men towards the safe house. They looked revitalized compared to before. "Boss, who would have thought even the heavens are on our side this time? Who could have imagined we'd get our hands on explosives meant for demolition? Humph. Let's see how they'll escape this time," Sang Biao said with a hint of fierceness. "Boss, won't so much explosives kill them all? It would be such a waste if all those beauties were blown up," a younger brother worriedly remarked. "You fools! Haven't we already dug the pit? As long as we set the explosives in the pit, the people above won't be killed," Sang Biao said, looking at the younger brother as if he were an idiot. "Hee, boss is right, this time they won't escape. Boss is mighty, hee, we'll make them dance naked for us later. Damn, watching them dance last night made me itch." "Enough with the flattery, your time to enjoy will come." Sang Biao looked at the other person and said, "Have you remembered what that kid's name is?" "Boss, he seems to be called by something," a henchman pondered for a moment and replied. "Humph. Whatever his name is, after today, he's as good as dead." Looking at the explosives in his hand, Sang Biao's mood was quite good as well. Soon, they arrived outside the safe house, but when they saw the spot where they had dug a pit before, they were all dumbfounded. Where was the pit? "Damn it, who the hell buried the pit we worked so hard to dig?" "Boss, it must be that kid who filled it with soil while we were away." Sang Biao's face darkened once again. He had grown to hate Bai Chen. At that moment, with a grim expression, he said, "Damn it, if he wants to die, then let's grant his wish, set up the explosives." "Boss, what about the women inside? They might be in danger too." Sang Biao looked at the henchman and snapped, "Damn it. If he dies, we strike while the iron is hot." "Yes." Several henchmen quickly placed the explosives at the entrance and the bulletproof glass of the safe house. If either of these two places were breached, their goal would be achieved. Soon, the explosives were set up. They pulled the fuse far away, and then everyone retreated. Finally, one person lit the fuse, and sparks quickly ignited, rushing towards the safe house. Inside the safe house, the women were full of worry, not knowing if the safe house would be breached, each of them looking to Bai Chen for help. "You all go back to your rooms," Bai Chen said calmly. He wasn't sure if the explosives would harm the people inside the house. It was better to be safe. As they watched the fuse getting closer, Bai Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. Boom! With a loud bang, the explosives detonated. The dust cloud obscured the view of Sang Biao and the others. They all craned their necks, excitedly watching the safe house. Their pent-up frustration was released at that moment. "You don't want to come out? Then we'll blast you out." Sang Biao felt triumphant. As the dust settled, the outline of the safe house slowly emerged. Sang Biao and the others watched nervously. Suddenly, their expressions turned blank, then fierce. The safe house remained intact under the explosion of the explosives. Not even the bulletproof glass was damaged. This was a big blow. The emotions that Sang Biao and the others had just expressed all came rushing back. They were truly frustrated. Even with explosives, they couldn't break through. Just then, an arrow shot out and hit one person in the chest. Everyone instantly became alert. "Boss, he's on the roof." They saw Bai Chen standing on the roof with a crossbow in hand. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows flew out in succession, hitting their targets each time. The wounded individuals didn't die immediately, they lay on the ground in agony. "Ah, boss, he's armed, let's run." "Fools, why run? He's out, charge at him, I want him dead." Sang Biao's face alternated between pale and red. The henchmen gritted their teeth and began to rush towards the safe house. But along the way, people kept getting shot. These individuals couldn't withstand this kind of fear. They didn't know if the next arrow would be aimed at them. "Oh my god, it's too damn scary, run." Finally, as one person turned and fled, the fear quickly spread. Everyone was afraid that they might be the next one to die, so more and more people started running away. Sang Biao watched the fleeing crowd, stomping his foot in anger. Fools! A bunch of idiots! Soon, they all fled to safety. Boss, this kid is too cunning, not even explosives can kill him. Yes, boss, what should we do next? At that moment, Sang Biao suddenly turned fierce. Since we can't get him, let's leak this information to the Qinglong gang. There will naturally be more powerful people to deal with him, maybe we can even join the Qinglong gang. Boss, that's wise. Humph, don't talk nonsense. Have you figured out the name you're thinking of? Boss, I got it. His name is Bai Chen. Bai Chen, I won't kill you, I swear. Sang Biao squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Seeing Sang Biao and the others leave, the women hiding in the room all rushed out. They cheered around Bai Chen. Master, we chased away the bad guys. Lu Yumong playfully blinked. Ha, the master is still the most powerful. The master is number one in the world. No, in the universe. Xia Amo proudly puffed out her chest with pride. Little Bai Chen, sister is proud of you. Su Runyan lightly kissed Bai Chen's face and then shyly retreated to the side. The Li Mulan sisters each hugged one of Bai Chen's arms, extremely joyful. Zhu Yiji and Zhu Yaxin secretly rejoiced. Only Sun Jiayi looked worried. Master, do you think they will come back? Next time they come back will be their death. Bai Chen looked at everyone and continued. Alright, everyone go back to work. Qinglong gang's base. Boss, we have successfully taken over the arsenal. Great, from today on, our Qinglong gang will truly rise. Zhao Zilong stood up excitedly. Boss, we have been receiving thousands of people these days, our food supplies may not last long. Inform the brothers, after bringing back the weapons, take over the several food factories outside the city. After the last incident, the Qinglong gang received 10 tons of food from Bai Chen. This 10 tons of food also bought them some time to breathe. This allowed them to develop rapidly in such a short time. The entire Qinglong gang's numbers instantly expanded to 1,300 people. These people were all rescued from various districts. With enough manpower, they set their sights on a military base 30 kilometers away. They successfully took over the military base and obtained a large number of military weapons. The entire Qinglong gang was immersed in joy. At this moment, a little brother walked in from outside. The little brother came to Zhao Zilong and respectfully said, Boss, there are a group of people outside who want to join the Qinglong gang, and they say they have important information. Zhao Zilong frowned and said, bring them in. Soon, Sang Biao and dozens of his men were brought in. Sang Biao immediately nodded and walked up to Zhao Zilong. Master Zhao, do you remember me? We've met before. Zhao Zilong looked the scruffy man up and down, but he couldn't remember him no matter how hard he tried. I'm sorry, I don't recall. Sang Biao raised his hand to shake hands, but he awkwardly withdrew it after hearing that. It's okay, Master Zhao, just call me Sang Biao from now on. Zhao Zilong clearly wasn't interested in this person. He was willing to meet him solely because he claimed to have important information. Speak up, what is your purpose in coming to me? Zhao Zilong didn't want to waste time, so he got straight to the point. Well, I want to bring my brothers to join the Qinglong gang. To show my sincerity, I'm willing to share some information with you, Master Zhao. Sang Biao said with a smile. Oh, go ahead, if this information is valuable, I don't mind accepting you all. Zhao Zilong appeared nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's smile brightened even more. He leaned in close to Zhao Zilong and whispered, Master Zhao, I've found an absolutely safe refuge, and inside are all stunning beauties. The smile on Zhao Zilong's face slowly faded. It reminded him of Bai Chen. Where is this place? At this moment, Zhao Zilong's expression changed. Sang Biao didn't notice Zhao Zilong's change and continued proudly, it's on the open space behind Jinghai University. I don't know when it was built, but today, even with explosives, we couldn't blast it open. Zhao Zilong's pupils suddenly contracted. Bai Chen's strength was witnessed by him personally, so he specifically instructed his men not to offend Bai Chen. He never expected these fearless individuals in front of him to dare to bomb Bai Chen's house. But why did they do it and still manage to arrive here alive? Could it be that Bai Chen intended it to be so? With this in mind, Zhao Zilong hurriedly asked, did you have a conflict with him? Yes, after we bombed his house, he shot at us with crossbows, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen of our brothers. Leader Zhao, you must avenge our brothers. This Bai Chen is despicable, he alone is monopolizing so many beauties, I think these beauties should all belong to Leader Zhao. Sang Biao said, not forgetting to add a rainbow fart. However, Zhao Zilong was not swayed by his words. At this moment, he was still pondering Bai Chen's intention to let these people leave alive. Did he know that these people were coming to seek refuge with me, testing me? Or perhaps he simply didn't have the power to kill them all? Zhao Zilong couldn't understand why Bai Chen did this, but he firmly believed one thing: Bai Chen's strength was unfathomable, and one must not offend him unless absolutely necessary. With this in mind, he already had a plan. He was prepared to take these people to find Bai Chen, to uncover Bai Chen's true intentions. If Bai Chen intended to kill them, he could go with the flow and establish a relationship. If he wanted to test their attitudes, Zhao could also take this opportunity to make his stance clear. Perhaps he could even uncover the forces behind Bai Chen. In any case, it was advantageous for him and posed no harm. Zhao Zilong looked at Sang Biao again, a hint of sympathy in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. Alright, take me there. As long as what you said is true, I will agree to your demands. Leader Zhao, thank you so much. Rest assured, I will serve you wholeheartedly until death. Sang Biao was overjoyed to hear this. Alright, let's go. Zhao Zilong didn't want to hear any more nonsense and urged them to move quickly. Sang Biao was also tactful, leading the way ahead. Soon, they arrived outside the safe house. This time, Sang Biao brought Zhao Zilong along, feeling much more confident. He walked up to the window and shouted inside, Bai Chen, get out here now. Maybe I'll spare your life. Bai Chen furrowed his brows slightly, looking through the window, and was surprised when he saw Zhao Zilong. Why is Zhao Zilong here? Does he also have his own plans? Bai Chen's expression turned cold. Today, no matter who it was, if they had ill intentions towards him, they would pay a painful price. Bai Chen walked out slowly, looking coldly at the group. Sang Biao smirked when Bai Chen appeared. Kid, do you know who is behind me? He is the leader of the Qinglong gang. Come over and kowtow 100 times. Bai Chen looked at Zhao Zilong, his tone icy. Leader Zhao, it's been a while. Sang Biao was dumbfounded. Why was the mighty leader of the Qinglong gang so respectful to this kid? Leader Zhao, are you mistaking him for someone else? He's just a student who gets bullied every day. Zhao Zilong, is this person your little brother? Bai Chen's tone was cold. How dare you? You think you can call Leader Zhao by his name? Sang Biao was delighted that Bai Chen dared to speak to Leader Zhao in such a manner. To show his loyalty, Sang Biao quickly shouted sternly, slap. Zhao Zilong suddenly turned around, raised his hand and slapped, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Sang Biao. Sang Biao was instantly startled. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Bai. Zhao Zilong angrily ordered. Sang Biao immediately knelt down. His followers also quickly followed suit. At that moment, Sang Biao felt a chill down his spine. After being slapped, his mind cleared up a lot. Just a moment ago, he thought Zhao Zilong had mistaken the person. Zhao Zilong actually addressed Bai Chen as Mr. Doesn't that mean Bai Chen's status is even higher than Zhao Zilong's? Isn't he just a student? How could he be involved with the gang? At this moment, Sang Biao was completely confused. But no matter what, the facts were already in front of him. Even if he didn't believe it, it was of no use. When he thought of the things he had done to Bai Chen before, he started trembling all over. Mr. Bai, I was blind and disrespectful. Please spare my life. Sang Biao quickly kowtowed, trembling all over. His group of henchmen were also pale with fear. In order to survive, they also kowtowed quickly, begging for Bai Chen's forgiveness. Bai Chen paid no attention to these people but looked at Zhao Zilong. Mr. Bai, these people were originally going to join our Qinglong gang, but I heard they disrespected you, so I deliberately brought them to you for punishment. Hearing this, Sang Biao's face became even more terrified. He continued to kowtow and apologize. Mr. Bai, I truly know my mistake. I will never dare again. Please spare me. Mr. Bai, please spare us. His henchmen behind him also quickly begged for mercy. Humph. Spare you? Weren't you planning to kill me yesterday, to humiliate me in front of my woman? Bai Chen sneered coldly. Mr. Bai, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Sang Biao's face changed drastically. He continued to kowtow, each time with great force. Soon his forehead was covered in blood. Do you remember how you treated me before? Bai Chen walked up directly and kicked Sang Biao over. Sang Biao rolled out 4 or 5 meters. The image of blocking Bai Chen at the school gate flashed through his mind. At that time, he met Li Hu at school, received some benefits, and wanted to teach Bai Chen a lesson. Then after school, they took Bai Chen to a small grove. He remembered personally giving Bai Chen 3 kicks. He thought Bai Chen was just an ordinary college student. If he knew Bai Chen was related to the Qinglong gang, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Sang Biao now regretted deeply, wishing he could tear Li Hu apart. But he didn't know that Li Hu had already been dealt with by Bai Chen, in a very miserable way. Sang Biao quickly got up, knelt in front of Bai Chen, kowtowing and saying, Mr. Bai, I will never dare again. Please spare me a way out. I will never appear in front of you again. I can spare you, if you can withstand 3 kicks from me without dying, our grievances will be settled. Sang Biao was overjoyed at once. Just 3 kicks, he had already taken one from Baichen just now. Although it was stronger, it was still within his tolerance. Sang Biao quickly kowtowed. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Baichen's lips curled slightly. With his current strength, not to mention 3 kicks, even 1 kick could send him to his death. He had just held back his power. How could he let Sang Biao die so easily? He wanted Sang Biao to die slowly in pain. All of you, come and settle our grievances with 3 kicks from me, Baichen said to Sang Biao's henchmen. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for your mercy. They all felt relieved. But they didn't know that what was coming next would be the most terrifying and darkest moment of their lives. You first. Baichen pointed at Sang Biao and gestured. Sang Biao quickly got up, nodding and kneeling in front of Baichen. Baichen didn't hold back, using half of his strength in the first kick, aiming at Sang Biao's left knee. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Sang Biao's face instantly turned red. He held back from making a sound. But the intense pain almost made him faint. 2 more kicks to go, Baichen said playfully. Sang Biao's heart trembled. He suddenly regretted. In just a moment he was soaked in cold sweat. He tried to move his kicked left leg, but he was horrified to find that his left leg couldn't move at all, and he felt like his left leg was detached from his thigh. A sense of impending doom washed over him. Just then, Baichen kicked again, this time hitting his right leg's knee. Another sound of bones breaking. Ah! This time, Sang Biao couldn't hold back, letting out a painful howl. The people behind him felt a tightening sensation. Especially Sang Biao's henchmen. Their relaxed mood tensed up again. What kind of kick was that? After enduring the second kick, Sang Biao's vision darkened, and he fainted. You two, lift him up, Baichen pointed to the 2 kneeling behind him. The 2 swallowed hard and approached with determination. Then, 1 on each side, they lifted Sang Biao up. But when Sang Biao was lifted, his legs twisted at a strange angle. Ah! His legs are broken! Someone exclaimed, and Sang Biao's henchmen were all terrified. It was only then that they realized Baichen wasn't going to let them go but was going to torture them to death. They instantly stood up, but as they turned to run, they found guns pointed at them. Anyone who dares to run will be shot on the spot. Zhao Zilong's voice echoed in everyone's ears, plunging them into despair. Don't rush, there's a 3rd kick coming. It'll be your turn soon. Hearing Baichen's words, the henchmen felt desolate. Baichen swiftly delivered the 3rd kick. Still at 50% strength, this kick landed accurately on Sang Biao's chest. Supported by the 2 men, Sang Biao flew out instantly. In midair, a mix of blood and internal organs spurted out. He woke up from unconsciousness due to the intense pain. Sang Biao didn't die. Baichen had calculated the force precisely, enough to rupture his internal organs without killing him instantly. He wanted Sang Biao to slowly embrace death in pain and fear. As expected, as soon as Sang Biao hit the ground, his body began convulsing. Due to the intense pain, he kept making agonizing sounds and occasionally spitting out flesh and blood. This scene further stimulated the nerves of the onlookers. Some even fainted due to the unbearable psychological pressure. However, Baichen wouldn't let them off so easily. Even if they fainted, he would wake them up. He wanted them to watch as he punished each one of them. He wanted these people to endure immense pain both mentally and physically, and then wait for death slowly. Next, a voice like the Grim Reaper's plunged the group into instant despair. Who would dare to let Baichen kick 3 times? It was as good as seeking death. Their eyes dodged his gaze, afraid to meet Baichen's eyes. It's your turn. Baichen casually pointed at a person. No, I don't want to. The man showed a terrified expression. At Zhao Zilong's instruction, the 2 men walked towards the man and dragged him in front of Baichen. The man was petrified, his pants instantly wet. No, please, let me go. I don't want to die. The man struggled, but then Baichen kicked. The man's knee instantly shattered, and he let out a piercing scream of agony. Baichen followed up with 2 more kicks. With many more people waiting in line, he had to speed up. This henchman ultimately met the same fate as Sang Biao. The 2 men placed him next to Sang Biao, neatly arranged. In a blink of an eye, over a dozen people were kicked down by Baichen. They were lined up one by one. Some of the remaining people couldn't bear the psychological pressure and went completely insane. Even so, Baichen didn't spare them. They brought this upon themselves. If it weren't for Baichen's strength, he would probably have a worse fate than these people. In the apocalypse, there's no room for mercy. With Zhao Zilong's cooperation, soon, Sang Biao and his henchmen, a total of 48 people, lay flat on the ground. They now even long for death. The wails and screams never cease. Their biggest regret at this moment is offending Baichen. They must continue to endure such pain until they bleed dry and perish. On the other side, Zhao Zilong's face darkened slightly. Even he felt a hint of fear. He was grateful he hadn't offended Bai Chen initially, or he might have met the same fate. Watching Bai Chen deal with these people, Zhao Zilong walked up to him. Mr. Bai, since things are settled, I am prepared to leave. Is Zhao Lao leaving so soon? I was planning to invite you to my house. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Zhao Zilong felt extremely uneasy, lacking any sense of security. No, I have matters to attend to, I will visit another day. Zhao Zilong quickly declined, fearing Bai Chen's further invitations. Sitting with such a person was like sitting on pins and needles. Since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Help me take these people away, so they don't scare my women with their screams. Zhao Zilong quickly ordered his men to carry away Sang Biao and the others. As the crowd departed, Bai Chen returned to the room. The women inside were hiding in their rooms at this moment, truly terrified. Seeing Bai Chen return, they hurriedly gathered around him. Master, it was truly terrifying just now, they were screaming in such a strange way. Lu Yumeng patted her proud chest, which was still heaving violently. Thank goodness the master is strong and drove away the bad people. Xia Mo's beautiful legs trembled slightly. I was so scared. Wan Yushi pouted her perky peach-shaped buttocks and peeked outside the window. Although the women were a bit out of sorts, each of their actions was charming, stimulating the secretion of hormones. Bai Chen embraced a few of them, his hands wandering mischievously over their bodies. The women gradually transitioned from being frightened to feeling shy. Bai Chen checked the time, it was still early. With Sang Biao and the others taken care of, it was time to go out and find new beauties. So Bai Chen opened the intelligence system and selected rescue targets. 3 female students caught his eye. The first was a bank teller with a beauty score of only 85 and a meager A-cup size. Bai Chen ignored her directly, as such looks and figure no longer attracted him. Next, he looked at the second target, a cosplay enthusiast with a beauty score of 89. She seemed cute in the photos and had a generous bosom, a good choice. Then, Bai Chen turned to the third target. When he saw the photo, he couldn't help but be stunned, followed by a delighted expression. She was a beautiful policewoman with a beauty score of 96. Her beauty was truly exceptional, reminiscent of a celebrity, Li Tong, even more beautiful. Even without makeup, she outshone many celebrities and internet celebrities by several times. Clad in a police uniform, she exuded a strong aura. Bai Chen couldn't help but fantasize a bit. He had never tried a policewoman before. Of course, he would treat a police officer with respect and on a voluntary basis. That was Bai Chen's bottom line. With that in mind, he decisively spent 20 points to check the policewoman's information. Name, Li Jinmei. Age, 23. Beauty score, 96. Bust size, D-cup. Security breaches, 0. Location, Unicom Building. The Unicom Building was the headquarters of Unicom in Jinghai City, nearly 100 floors high, a landmark building. He never expected Li Jinmei to be hiding there. This was a densely populated area, not easy to access even if not in the city center. He needed a foolproof plan. Suddenly, he thought of the tank. Driving a tank there should make things much easier. With that in mind, Bai Chen went straight to the garage and drove out the tank. After greeting the other women, Bai Chen drove the tank towards the target location. Inside the Unicom Building, a young girl in a police uniform looked worriedly at the outside world. It was filled with flesh-eating zombies. She had been trapped here for over a week. Many refugees were also trapped here with her, all of whom she had rescued. We're running out of food. If we don't find a way out soon, we'll starve here. A magnetic male voice appeared behind her. I'll find a way to get everyone out, Li Jinmei said, her expression serious. All right, the man said before preparing to leave. Suddenly, a dozen men hurried in, their faces grim. Officer Li, we've been stuck here for over a week. When are we getting out? Li Jinmei frowned and turned to face them. The men openly stared at her, their eyes filled with greed. Sun Dazhuang, I will find a way to get everyone out, so cooperate with me. Li Jinmei's eyes flashed with anger, her tone cold. Sun Dazhuan wasn't afraid, instead, he smirked. Looking forward to Officer Li leading us common folks out. With that, Sun Dazhuan told his men, let's go, don't bother Officer Li. Watching them leave, Li Jinmei sighed in relief. What should we do? It seems they can't wait any longer. We need more time, Li Jinmei said gravely. But we're running low on food. Li Jinmei furrowed her brows, then said after a pause, starting today, everyone will only get 1 meal a day. The man's expression changed. But they'll be even more dissatisfied with you this way. I can't worry about that now. I have to make sure everyone stays alive. The man sighed and headed outside. Li Jinmei suddenly remembered something and called out, Li Ming, wait. Li Ming turned back, looking puzzled. Let me handle this myself. Sis, please listen to me. Those people are not worth saving, Li Ming pleaded earnestly. Enough. I'm a police officer of the people. I can't abandon them now, Li Jinmei said firmly. Sigh. Li Ming understood her temper and fell silent. Li Ming was Li Jinmei's younger brother. He was an ordinary employee at the Unicom building. When the apocalypse broke out, Li Jinmei overcame many obstacles to rescue him and some other employees here. However, they were now trapped by the zombies outside. At first, everyone listened to Li Jinmei, but as days passed, she couldn't lead them out. Some began to resent her, especially Sun Dezhuang, a manager here, where most were Unicom building employees. Being a woman, Li Jinmei's authority was overshadowed by Sun Dezhuang's. Gradually, he started testing her limits, from verbal provocations to physical challenges, bringing along his cronies to challenge her authority. If she didn't have a gun, she might have lost control by now. The two walked outside. Dozens of people stood or lay in the lobby. Men and women, mostly employees. Li Jinmei scanned the room but didn't see Sun Dezhuang and his group. She breathed a sigh of relief, then walked up to them and cleared her throat. They all looked at her in confusion. Our food is running low. To make it last longer, I've decided to reduce meals from 2 to 1 per person per day. The quiet hall erupted in protest. What? Reduce our rations? How are we supposed to fight the zombies then? Exactly. Why are you reducing our rations? Weren't you supposed to lead us out? When are we leaving? Are you trying to cut our rations to fill your own pockets? The words of these people were getting harsher by the minute. Li Jinmei's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She had expected some resistance from these people, but she never imagined they would say such hurtful things. Enough! My sister is also trying to help us survive longer. Show some gratitude. Li Ming couldn't stand the words of these people and shouted loudly. The crowd, upon hearing Li Ming's words, hung their heads in guilt. In the end, Li Jinmei was still trying to keep them alive. But just then, Sun Dezhuang appeared out of nowhere. Is it true? Weren't you the one who said you would lead us out of here? Why haven't we taken any action for days? Could it be that you lack the ability? Sun Dezhuang smirked. Exactly, if you can't do it, just say so. We can make other plans. His follower quickly agreed. Sun Dezhuang, I warn you not to cause trouble. Li Jinmei pointed at Sun Dezhuang, her face filled with anger. My dear Officer Li, I'm just questioning whether you're capable of leading us all out. Why are you reacting so strongly? Could it be true what they said before, that you're planning to run off with our rations alone? You're talking nonsense. Li Jinmei was at a loss for words. With Sun Dezhuang's words, the already uncertain crowd started discussing fervently. Could it be true? Officer Li doesn't seem like that kind of person. What do you know? She's been saying for days that she's looking for an opportunity to lead us out, but have you ever seen her take action? Exactly, today she wants to reduce our rations again. I think she's planning to abandon us and leave. Unbelievable, it's too much. I never thought she, who looks so kind, would have such a cold heart. Shut up, all of you. If it weren't for my sister, you would all be dead by now. Don't forget who saved you. Li Ming, seeing the crowd gossiping about Li Jinmei, became furious. Do you have the right to speak here? Circumstances change. It's true that your sister saved us before, but can you say she had no selfish motives? Exactly, setting aside the facts, is she really that great? Isn't it just because she's afraid we'll turn into zombies and threaten her? Listening to the people, Li Jinmei couldn't help but shed a glistening tear. These were the people she was risking her life to protect. Just a few days had passed, and just because she wanted to reduce one day's rations, they were already speaking ill of her. Shut up, all of you. Li Ming scolded, then rushed towards the person, ready to teach the outspoken individual a lesson. Brat, who do you think you are? The man was no pushover either. Seeing Li Ming's fist coming at him, he dodged and then kicked, landing a solid blow on Li Ming. Stop! Li Jinmei, seeing her brother being attacked, shouted sternly. Officer Li, is this how you police handle things? Your brother struck first. This man clearly acted in self-defense, Sun Dezhuang said, walking towards the man who had struck earlier. The man, seeing Sun Dezhuang speaking up for him, gained confidence. Exactly, I acted in self-defense. Your brother struck first. If I hadn't reacted quickly, the one lying on the ground now would be me. At that moment, one of Sun Dezhuang's followers slipped into the crowd. I don't think the police can be relied on anymore. I suggest we listen to Manager Sun in the future. I believe only he can lead us out. Yes, that's a good suggestion, I agree. I've had my suspicions about this woman for a while. Thank goodness we have Manager Sun, or else she would have tricked us all to our deaths. The crowd suddenly became agitated, starting to denounce Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei's beautiful eyes flickered, feeling incredibly desperate inside. This was the person she had always wanted to protect, but now they were criticizing her harshly. She felt a sudden wavering in her heart, unsure if saving them in the first place was right or wrong. Looking at her police uniform, she understood that as long as she wore this uniform, the safety of the people was paramount. While she was lost in thought, Sun Dazhuang kicked Li Ming in the body. Li Ming let out a painful cry, bringing her back to reality. When she saw Sun Dazhuang beating her brother, her pupils suddenly contracted. She swiftly pulled out her gun and aimed it at Sun Dazhuang. However, Sun Dazhuang sneered and pulled Li Ming up to shield himself. "Shoot! With so many of us, how many can you kill?" The crowd stood up, standing by Sun Dazhuang, glaring at Li Jinmei. Li Jinmei's brow furrowed. "Let go of my brother." Sun Dazhuang revealed a wicked smile. "If you want me to let him go, you can ask nicely, or even better, strip for me." Li Jinmei showed a hint of panic. She knew Sun Dazhuang coveted her body, but she didn't expect him to say it in front of everyone. Looking at the others, she saw anticipation in their eyes. The constant scanning gaze on her made her feel disgusted. "I'll give you a minute to think. If you don't comply, I'll kill him in front of you." Sun Dazhuang seemed to know Li Jinmei's weakness, not worried at all that she wouldn't obey. Li Jinmei tensed instantly, quickly looking at her brother. At that moment, Li Ming was being choked by Sun Dazhuang, his expression filled with agony. "Let him go. I said, if you want him to live, strip and kneel before me." "Hey, Officer Li, you wouldn't want your brother to die young, right? Listen to Manager Sun." A man in the crowd showed a greedy expression. Li Jinmei looked at him, feeling utterly hopeless. She didn't understand what she had done wrong for everyone to turn against her. She just wanted these people to survive. Was that too much to ask? She had been observing the situation outside these days. She noticed the zombies were slowly moving away. In a few days, there would be fewer zombies outside, increasing their chances of escape. Why couldn't these people understand her? She couldn't comprehend it. "You have 30 seconds left." Sun Dazhuang's voice interrupted Li Jinmei's thoughts. She furrowed her brows tightly. "Sis, don't listen to them, they will never let us go." "Ah." Sun Dazhuang's face turned cold, twisting Li Ming's arm at a painful angle. The intense pain made Li Ming scream in agony. "Don't hurt him." Li Jinmei's heart was in turmoil. "Then hurry up and strip." "Okay, I'll strip, I'll strip." Li Jinmei's beautiful eyes trembled. Her mind went blank. She slowly moved her hand to the top button of her clothes. Gently undoing it, the neckline of her entire outfit opened up. Her snow-white neck was exposed to everyone. Li Jinmei paused for a moment, tears streaming down her face. Then, her hand moved to the second button. Slowly unbuttoning it, a group of people stared intently, not wanting to miss a second of the sight before them. "Hurry up and strip. Faster, faster. Ah, so fair." Various vulgar words came out of their mouths. They had already forgotten that Li Jinmei had saved them. Li Jinmei closed her beautiful eyes slowly, her hand moving towards the third button. In the heat of summer, she was wearing only her underwear inside the clothes. As the third button was undone, Li Jinmei's proud chest was about to be revealed. Despite the bra covering it, the cleavage between the two peaks was particularly eye-catching. The lace-edged bra partially concealed certain areas, but through that thin layer, one could still clearly see the scenery inside. This scene fascinated and drove the crowd into madness. They were like hungry wolves, swallowing saliva incessantly. Li Jinmei's hand continued to move down, undoing the fourth button, revealing her snow-white belly to everyone. Her stomach had no excess fat, and her abs were well-defined. Initially, there were some people in the crowd with a conscience, but now their gazes unabashedly scrutinized Li Jinmei. Finally, Li Jinmei's clothes were completely undone, and she slowly took them off. Her entire upper body was exposed to everyone. "Release my brother." Her brother was now her only family, and she couldn't afford to lose him. Sun Dazhuang still wore a wicked smile, his eyes shifting to Li Jinmei's pants. "Keep undressing." Li Jinmei felt hopeless. She had no choice, she couldn't gamble with her brother's life. So, her hands slowly moved towards her pants. Amid the greedy stares of the crowd, she undid her pants. The pants slid down slowly. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was her pink underwear with cartoon patterns. Next came her slender, straight legs. The sound of swallowing saliva grew more frequent. Soon, Li Jinmei stood before everyone in beach attire. She glared fiercely at Sun Dazhuang, her voice firm. "Release my brother now. You haven't finished undressing yet." "You!" Li Jinmei gritted her teeth. "Do you want your brother to die?" Sun Dazhuang continued to threaten. "Exactly. Hurry up and undress. Brother can't wait any longer. You're such a nag, why is it so difficult for you to undress? Damn it, I'm already aroused, don't mess up now. Hurry up and undress." Li Jinmei thought these people would come to their senses, but she never expected them to say such things. These people had turned into demons. Li Jinmei's eyes lost their luster instantly. This was the person she had risked her life to save. She regretted not leaving with Li Ming earlier, regardless of these people. But now it was too late. Li Ming on the ground kept struggling. Suddenly, he bit Sun Dazhuang's hand, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Sun Dazhuang let out a pig-like scream instantly. Sis, don't mind me, don't listen to them. Leave now. Damn it, you're asking for it. Sun Dazhuang kicked Li Ming in the back of his head, silencing him instantly, lying motionless on the ground. Li Ming! Li Jinmei called out in worry, but Li Ming showed no response. At that moment, Sun Dazhuang grabbed Li Ming and said menacingly to Li Jinmei, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't want him to die, undress quickly. Tears had already wet Li Jinmei's face. At this moment, her heart only held her brother. Fine, don't hurt him, I'll undress. Her hands slowly moved towards her back. The crowd's gaze followed, each one eagerly anticipating the sight underneath. Their expressions twisted grotesquely. At this moment, the distortion of human nature was pushed to its extreme. When order collapses, human greed amplifies infinitely, and they won't face any legal consequences no matter what they do. Li Jinmei saw it all clearly, but it was too late. Her hands slowly undid the clasp behind her. With the restraint gone, the straps fell off her shoulders. The crowd went even crazier at this sight. They had never seen such a beautiful woman before. And now, this woman was undressing in front of them, giving them an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Li Jinmei used her arms to cover her bra. Her inner struggle was evident. Finally, she gathered her courage because nothing was more important than her brother's life, not even her own innocence. In this world, he was her only family. She slowly let go of her hand. Don't let go. At that moment, a man's voice came from behind her. Li Jinmei turned around in surprise to see a handsome man standing behind her. What surprised her was that she didn't know this person. He didn't seem to be from here. Could he have come in from outside? Li Jinmei's heart jumped wildly. If that was the case, then this person was not simple. The newcomer was Bai Chen. In fact, he had been here for a while, just watching to see what these people would do. The group's actions truly surprised Bai Chen. After the apocalypse, he had seen too many things that extinguished humanity. Therefore, Bai Chen was not surprised at all. This outcome was somewhat beneficial to him. After all, with Li Jinmei's character, she would never ignore the life and death of these people. Eventually, these people would become a burden to him. With the current situation, Li Jinmei probably wouldn't care about these people anymore. Bai Chen slowly walked up to Li Jinmei, reaching out to help her fasten the clasp of her bra. Since they were facing each other, they were very close, and Bai Chen could smell a hint of milk fragrance from her. He could also hear Li Jinmei's breath gradually becoming heavier due to nervousness. He was somewhat intoxicated for a moment. Li Jinmei didn't expect Bai Chen to suddenly do this. When she realized that Bai Chen had no malicious intent, she didn't stop him. Otherwise, her bra might have fallen to the ground. She had never been in such close contact with a man before. Her heart raced, and a blush appeared on her face. Bai Chen's movements were slow, and as he fastened the bra, his hand accidentally touched her smooth back. He felt her body tremble as if shocked. Bai Chen didn't continue to take advantage but quickly fastened it, then stepped back, keeping a distance from Li Jinmei. Kid, where the hell did you come from? Don't ruin my good time. Sun Dazhuang pointed at Bai Chen and cursed angrily. Yeah, if you want to watch, come over quickly, don't spoil everyone's mood. Who is this kid? Why haven't we seen him before? At this moment, someone in the crowd raised a question. This question made others also puzzled. Yeah, he looks unfamiliar, not from around here. Could it be that he came in from outside? Does that mean he has the ability to lead us out of here? For a moment, everyone's gaze towards Bai Chen became heated. Only Sun Dazhuang had a bitter and resentful look. Everyone, calm down. There are so many zombies outside, how could he have come in alone? I bet he's been hiding in a corner and hasn't come out. After all, there are nearly 100 floors here, maybe there are still people somewhere. Sun Dazhuang had finally gained a position of power. How could he lose it because of a sudden appearance of a brat? Manager Sun is right, kid, get out of the way, don't hinder us from seeing the beauties. Exactly, move aside quickly, I almost saw it. Hurry up and leave. As soon as the crowd heard that Bai Chen wasn't there to save them, they immediately lost patience. They urged Bai Chen to move aside one by one. Bai Chen didn't move. He looked at the crowd and spoke, "Is this how you treat your savior?" Bai Chen's words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the crowd's anger. They knew Li Jinmei had saved them, but they chose to ignore or even forget it for their own benefit. They weren't unaware, just pretending to be. Now, Bai Chen's words were like a slap in their faces. "You brat, do you know what you're saying? Damn it, where did this idiot come from? Do you want to die?" I suggest we throw him out to feed the zombies. Yes, throw him out to feed the zombies. Baichin sneered, just you guys. The crowd instantly erupted in anger, hurling insults and charging towards Baichin. Although they felt sorry for Li Jinmei, they had no such reservations when it came to Baichin's words. Baichin didn't run away when they charged at him, instead, he met them head-on. The people were stunned for a moment, then became even more frenzied. They thought they had encountered a madman today. In an instant, both sides made contact. They swung their fists towards Baichin. But just as their fists were about to hit Baichin, he mysteriously blocked their attacks. They only felt a sharp pain in their hands. Terrified, they looked at their palms, and as they saw their hands clearly, their pupils shrank suddenly. They realized their palms were all broken. Their hands were hanging limp, swinging freely with the movement of their bodies. Screams filled the air. Terrified, they stepped back, looking at Baichin with fear in their eyes. Sun Dezhuang was originally waiting to watch the show, but he never expected his men to be defeated so quickly. And each of them had their palms broken. This was not an ability that ordinary people could unleash. Obviously not. Even he, at this moment, felt his heart racing, a sense of fear creeping in. He swallowed hard, pretending to be calm. Friend, we have offended you, please forgive us. Baichin pointed at Li Ming on the ground and said, I want this person. No problem, no problem. Sun Dezhuang put on a fake smile. Then, he had his two henchmen carry Li Ming over to Baichin. On the side, Li Jinmei had already put on her clothes and hurried over to check on her brother. Li Ming, are you okay? But no matter how she called out, Li Ming did not respond. At that moment, she suddenly had a bad feeling, slowly extending her trembling fingers and placing them at Li Ming's nostrils. Then, Li Jinmei sat on the ground as if she had lost her soul. Her eyes hollow, an expression of disbelief on her face. No, it can't be, it can't be. Seeing her like this, Baichin probably guessed what had happened. He walked over to Li Jinmei, squatted down slowly, and felt Li Ming's carotid artery. Lifeless. Li Jinmei sat there, tears falling down her face. She had failed to protect her brother. Scenes from the past flashed through her mind. At that moment, she only had one thought in her mind, to avenge her brother. She stood up abruptly, raising her hand to shoot. At that moment, Baichin grabbed her hand, lifting it forcefully, and the bullet hit the ceiling. Li Jinmei looked at Baichin in confusion. Are you trying to stop me? Sun Dezhuang had long been scared out of his wits. Earlier, he had control over Li Ming, so he was sure Li Jinmei wouldn't dare to shoot. But now that her brother was dead, he had no leverage over Li Jinmei. Officer Li, don't act rashly, don't forget you are a police officer, you can't kill me. Sun Dezhuang quickly hid among the crowd. Li Jinmei still looked at Baichin, her eyes filled with the same murderous intent. Baichin knew he was misunderstood. He let go of her hand and said, it would be too easy to kill him like this. Li Jinmei was puzzled, not understanding Baichin's meaning. The next moment, Baichin moved, swiftly grabbing Sun Dezhuang from the crowd and bringing him in front of Li Jinmei. This scene startled everyone once again, each looking at Baichin with fear. Li Jinmei was also stunned, then showed a face of surprise. Kneel! Baichin commanded sternly. Sun Dezhuang, already scared out of his wits, heard Baichin's words and his legs went weak, kneeling on the ground. Seeing Sun Dezhuang obediently kneel down, Baichin looked at Li Jinmei. How do you want him to die? Li Jinmei was stunned again. She thought about it, but she couldn't come up with a solution. All she could think of was shooting the killer who had killed her brother. I don't know, Li Jinmei sighed. Since you don't know, then I'll make the decision for you. Please don't kill me. Sun Dezhuang, kneeling on the ground, shivered all over, quickly kowtowing for mercy. At this point, Baichin paid no attention to these pleas. He grabbed the man's hand and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, Sun Dezhuang's wrist bent at a strange angle. Continuing, Baichin proceeded to break the wrist of the other hand in the same manner. Sun Dezhuang opened his mouth wide, his screams echoing through the entire hall. Tears and mucus mixed and flowed into his mouth. Li Jinmei covered her mouth in astonishment, not expecting Baichin to be so ruthless. Yet she felt that Baichin had done nothing wrong. She was surprised by her own thoughts. After all, she was a police officer. How could she have such thoughts? She shook her head, but all she felt was the satisfaction of avenging her brother. On the other side, the group of people who had troubled Li Jinmei before were now like ants on a hot pan. Watching Sun Dezhuang's miserable state, they feared the same fate befalling them. They all huddled in a corner, silent. Baichin did not stop his actions. If the hand was broken, there were still feet. Baichin grabbed Sun Dezhuang's foot with both hands and forcefully twisted it in his terrified gaze. Ah! Sun Dezhuang screamed in agony. Officer Li, please make him stop. I know I was wrong, please spare me. Li Jinmei remained silent. Although she also found it somewhat cruel, the desire for vengeance for her brother's death hardened her heart. Bai Chen sneered at this, then slowly reached for Sun Dazhuang's other foot. By now, Sun Dazhuang's face had twisted to the extreme. His eyes widened, his expression becoming strange. He kept muttering something in his mouth. Bai Chen twisted his foot forcefully, and Sun Dazhuang screamed again. Amidst the screams, there seemed to be a mix of terrifying laughter. In no time, Sun Dazhuang began to laugh, then cry again. His entire mental state seemed to have suffered severe trauma. Seeing him in this state, Bai Chen clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Finally, Bai Chen kicked Sun Dazhuang in the groin. Two cracking sounds were heard, and Sun Dazhuang covered his groin with his arms, crying and laughing. Sun Dazhuang was now a wreck, both physically and mentally, with no chance of survival. Bai Chen turned his gaze to the others. They trembled in fear instantly. Don't kill me, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault for being led astray by lust. I'm not human. I know I was wrong too. I shouldn't have treated Officer Lee like that. I'm not human, I deserve to die. Spare us, Officer Lee, spare us. It was all Sun Dazhuang who taught us to do this. We were all deceived by him. The crowd began to explain, as if they had done nothing wrong, and all the blame was on Sun Dazhuang. Bai Chen sneered coldly, clearly not believing their words. He had seen how they treated Li Jinmei before. How could such a group of people be innocent? However, Bai Chen did not rush to take action. Instead, he looked at Li Jinmei. After all, his goal was to win her favor. How do you plan to deal with them? Li Jinmei's beautiful eyes flickered, looking at Bai Chen at a loss. Then she looked at the group of people. A hint of confusion appeared on her face. Although she was truly angry, she was, after all, a police officer. Sun Dazhuang was the one who killed her brother and had received his due punishment. While these people had wronged her, it was only under Sun Dazhuang's influence. If she really killed these people, she would feel unbearable guilt. But if Bai Chen hadn't appeared, how would this group have treated her? Li Jinmei felt conflicted. She wanted to kill them, yet she didn't. Years of education and her profession did not allow her to commit such unjust acts. But were their actions truly forgivable? Setting aside her profession, she couldn't forgive their despicable behavior. However, wearing this police uniform meant enduring, no matter how wrong she felt. This was the duty of the uniform. Two conflicting thoughts raced through her mind. None could prevail. Her expression became increasingly pained. Duties and unwillingness collided constantly in her heart. Suddenly, she became calm. In that moment, it was as if she had figured it all out. She couldn't betray the police uniform she wore, nor could she betray herself. Slowly, she took off her uniform and threw it forcefully at the group of people. I won't kill you because I respect my profession, but I hate you. If I ever see you again, I will take your lives. She glanced back at the uniform with reluctance, a glistening tear falling from her eye. If I keep wearing it, I will always be confined by rules. The police cannot save humanity from greed, so I will take it off and become a punisher free from constraints. Bai Chen listened to her words and felt a stir in his heart. The world was no longer bound by rules. To live long, one could not be soft-hearted. As for the people before them, Bai Chen had a plan. He would respect Li Jinmei's choice and not kill them, but that didn't mean they could live freely. Bai Chen walked over to Li Jinmei, took off his own clothes, and draped them over her. Li Jinmei gratefully glanced at him, then composed herself. Bai Chen looked at her tenderly and said softly, "Leave these people to me." Li Jinmei looked at him and nodded firmly. Bai Chen smiled gently, gazing at her exquisite face, and absent-mindedly touched her hair before turning to the group of people. Li Jinmei couldn't help but be stunned, looking up at Bai Chen's profile, a blush creeping onto her face. "You're lucky. I can take you away and arrange a place for you afterwards." The crowd erupted in excitement. They thanked Bai Chen profusely. Bai Chen smirked, knowing he had no intention of arranging a place for them out of kindness. He was just punishing them in a different way. Bai Chen turned to Li Jinmei again, saying, "Come with me." Li Jinmei nodded, lowering her head shyly. Bai Chen then picked up Li Ming's body. As Li Jinmei's brother, he deserved a proper burial. Bai Chen looked at the group of people, his expression turning cold. "Those of you who want to live, follow me." The crowd was taken aback, not expecting Bai Chen to offer to take them away. They immediately perked up. Those whose hands Bai Chen had broken before were now excited. "What a good person. There are still good people in this world. I don't know how to thank you. I will definitely repay you when I become successful. Our benefactor. It was all our fault before. From today on, we will never make the same mistakes again." The group showered Bai Chen with compliments and promises. Listening to them, Bai Chen sneered. He would never believe their words or be so kind as to save them. With Li Ming's body, they headed outside. Due to the abundance of zombies, Bai Chen chose to bury Li Ming's body in the underground garage. Li Jinmei had no objections. When they arrived at the underground garage, Bai Chen took out his versatile weapon. Today, it was a grenade. Bai Chen threw it, creating a large crater instantly. The onlookers were stunned. Their gazes towards Bai Chen grew even more fervent. Who could casually produce a grenade if not someone extraordinary? Among the shocked was Li Jinmei. She too was curious about Bai Chen's identity. Bai Chen placed Li Ming's body in the deep pit and had the people bury it. They all participated eagerly, using their hands to cover the body bit by bit, even if their fingers were scraped raw, without a hint of complaint. Finally, Li Ming's body was buried. Li Jinmei's tears continued to flow steadily. Bai Chen looked at the group of people sternly and commanded, "Li Ming's death is on all of you. Kneel down and kowtow." Their expressions changed one by one. Although unwilling in their hearts, they obeyed Bai Chen's orders and knelt before Li Ming's grave, knocking their heads. After completing these actions, Bai Chen prepared to leave with the others. Bai Chen had arrived in a tank before. However, he gradually realized that the tank's rumbling would attract more zombies. So, he decided to abandon the tank. He tried to store the tank in his space and unexpectedly succeeded. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about these people seeing his tank. The group arrived at the entrance to the underground parking lot. Bai Chen had entered from here before, so he had killed all the nearby zombies. Seeing the corpses of zombies all over the ground, the group was astonished with mouths agape. "Don't look, let's go," Bai Chen said softly. The people came to their senses and quickly followed Bai Chen's footsteps. Along the way, Bai Chen did not let go of the hand grenades. Since he didn't have a backpack, continuously throwing grenades would raise suspicions. He used a watermelon knife he picked up by the roadside to clear the way ahead. With his strength, he could easily kill these ordinary zombies without much effort. There were also some mutated zombies on the road, but Bai Chen could handle them easily. Finally, after reaching the safe zone, Bai Chen's genetic points had accumulated to 50. Upon returning to the safe house, he could upgrade again. Without stopping, he led this group of people to the Qinglong gang. Zhao Zilong knew of Bai Chen's arrival and personally came out to greet him. Upon learning that Bai Chen intended to let this group of people stay, Zhao Zilong readily agreed. "Since it's Mr. Bai's arrangement, I will fully support it." "Well, you must take good care of these people, make sure they don't die," Bai Chen hinted in a low voice. Zhao Zilong was momentarily puzzled, but the next moment he understood Bai Chen's meaning. In the same tone, he said, "Don't worry, Mr. Bai, I will take good care of them." With the assurance, Bai Chen left with Li Jinmei. The group of people they brought instantly relaxed, each one feeling relieved. Suddenly, Zhao Zilong and his men started whipping the group of people. Zhao Zilong whipped them while saying to his men, "Brothers, Mr. Bai said to take good care of them, make sure they don't die." "Got it, boss." The sound of the whip hitting their bodies rang out continuously. Various screams filled the air. At that moment, they understood why Bai Chen had brought them out. But who could they blame? "Brothers, don't beat them too badly, we still need them to work." Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, they regretted deeply. Why did they act so foolishly and do such things? But it was all too late. Every day in the future, they would be whipped and have endless work to do. Zhao Zilong was happy to whip a few times when pleased and even more when displeased. For them, only death would be a release. However, even if they wanted to die, they couldn't, because Bai Chen had ordered not to let them die. Bai Chen left with Li Jinmei. After walking a short distance, Li Jinmei suddenly stopped. "Tell me, why did you help me?" Li Jinmei's expression turned serious in an instant. "All along the way, there are zombie corpses. If I'm not mistaken, you killed them all," she said. "And there are clear traces of a tank passing through the road ahead, but the traces mysteriously disappear. I have reason to suspect that you drove the tank and then used some means to hide it. We are at least 5 kilometers away from the Unicom building, and you ran this far just to save me. What is your purpose?" After listening to Li Jinmei's deductions, Bai Chen had to admire her. She was indeed a police officer, with strong investigative and reasoning abilities. "Li Jinmei, my purpose is simple, it's you," Bai Chen said. Li Jinmei's pupils contracted, unbelievably saying, "How do you know my name?" "Wait, because of me?" Li Jinmei was stunned once again. Then, her expression slowly darkened. Men were indeed all the same. At this point, Bai Chen had no need to hide anything. So he said, "Yes, it's you. I want you to be my woman. Of course, this is not coercion, you can choose to refuse." Hearing Bai Chen's words, Li Jinmei's expression softened slightly. At least Bai Chen wouldn't force her. She thought about what had happened before. If Bai Chen hadn't shown up, she couldn't imagine what would have happened now. After experiencing so much, she had also understood a lot. This world was no longer the world it used to be. Human survival had become extremely difficult. especially for women. They not only had to face dangerous zombies but also guard against unscrupulous men. And the man in front of her didn't seem as detestable as those men. Lee Jinmei fell silent for a moment, looking at Bai Chen seriously, and said, "I agree." This time, it was Bai Chen's turn to be stunned. He hadn't expected Lee Jinmei to agree so readily. He had even prepared to let her leave. Bai Chen checked Lee Jinmei's information. Name, Lee Jinmei. Age, 23. Looks, 96. Bust size, D. Loyalty, 66. Unexpectedly, because of this incident, her loyalty directly increased to 66. No wonder she agreed so readily. Bai Chen walked to Lee Jinmei's side, took her smooth jade hand, and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." Lee Jinmei blushed instantly upon hearing this. "You haven't told me your name yet." She shyly lowered her head and asked softly, "Bai Chen." The two chatted all the way, and Bai Chen also explained the situation of the safe house to Lee Jinmei, including his other women. Bai Chen could feel Lee Jinmei's mood suddenly becoming heavy. But this was inevitable, after all, such things couldn't be hidden. After a while, Lee Jinmei spoke. "I understand, I will get along well with them in the future." Hearing this, Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief and then secretly checked Lee Jinmei's loyalty. As expected, her loyalty dropped from 66 to 20. Bai Chen smiled helplessly. As long as the person was still there, loyalty could slowly increase. Soon, the two appeared outside the safe house. Bai Chen opened the door, and the women inside cheered warmly. "Welcome back, sister. Wow, this sister is so beautiful. Love her. I want to share a room with sister, don't compete with me." The enthusiasm of the women made Lee Jinmei somewhat uncomfortable. She had not yet adapted to the idea of serving a man with a group of women. Therefore, she harbored some hostility towards these women. Bai Chen also noticed Lee Jinmei's state, and he quickly said, "Alright, don't block the door, come in, I'll introduce you to everyone." Soon, the group of women returned to the house, sitting around the sofa in the living room, waiting for Bai Chen's introduction. Bai Chen also introduced Lee Jinmei to everyone. "Wow, the beautiful sister is also a police officer. So cool. With Sister Lee Jinmei here, we feel even safer." Bai Chen continued to introduce, and when they learned that Lee Jinmei had just lost her younger brother, they all felt a sense of loss. "Sister, don't be sad, don't be upset, we will be your sisters from now on. Yes, in the future, we are your family." Lee Jinmei looked at the room full of people and felt their kindness, her resentment towards them disappearing. "Thank you." Since the apocalypse, this was the first time Lee Jinmei had felt warmth from before the apocalypse. "Sister, don't be polite with us, we are a family now, we have to take care of each other." Seeing everyone getting along so well, Bai Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. As time flew by, it was already evening, and Lee Jinmei had completely bonded with the others. Bai Chen then checked the genetic enhancement system. 1. Enhance immunity, no longer troubled by colds, consuming 50 gene points. 2. Increase activity, doubling the hit rate, consuming 50 gene points. 3. Alter the retina structure so the host can see clearly both day and night, consuming 100 gene points, with a 10% failure rate. Bai Chen was already familiar with the first two options. He hadn't expected the third one to cost 100 gene points, and there was a risk of failure. This meant he could only choose one of the first two options. The first option was clearly inferior to the second. With 10 women already in the safe house, it was time to increase the hit rate. This way, he could earn gene points faster. Comparing the two, Bai Chen directly chose the second option. Gene enhancement successful, increased activity, hit rate doubled. After the successful enhancement, Lu Yumeng and the others brought food to the table. Once they finished eating, Bai Chen was ready to start creating people quickly. He glanced at Lee Jinmei. He really wanted to have a deep conversation with her tonight, but he didn't know if she was willing. He didn't know how to start the conversation at that moment. Soon, everyone finished eating, and they took Lee Jinmei to Bai Chen's room. With their careful attention, Lee Jinmei was quickly arranged in the bathroom. The others quickly hinted to Bai Chen. He soon understood their intentions. They were giving him an opportunity. So Bai Chen quickly returned to the room. At that moment, there were only Lee Jinmei and Lu Yumeng in the bathroom. "Sister Xiaomei, the water temperature is just right, go ahead and get in the bath. It's so comfortable." Lee Jinmei hadn't bathed in a long time, and she was delighted to see the water. "Okay, thank you, I'll take it from here." "No trouble at all, Sister Xiaomei, you wait, I'll come help you wash your back later," Lu Yumeng said before running out. As soon as Lu Yumeng left, she whispered to Bai Chen, "Master, you go in later and help Sister Xiaomei wash her back." With a strange smile, Lu Yumeng quickly left the room. Now, the room was left with only Lee Jinmei and Bai Chen. Lee Jinmei was unaware that Bai Chen was just outside the bathroom. She was in the tub, gently touching the water's surface, creating ripples. Lee Jinmei was clearly in a great mood, humming a pleasant tune. It had to be said that Lee Jinmei had a nice voice, with a touch of her own uniqueness. Watching Lee Jinmei's stunning figure, Bai Chen's heart began to stir. He slowly entered the bathroom. The room was filled with steam, and Lee Jinmei's snow-white body was particularly alluring. Bai Chen picked up a towel and gently wiped Lee Jinmei's back. The smooth touch was even more stimulating for Bai Chen. "Xiaomeng, where did you learn this technique? It feels so comfortable," Lee Jinmei teased. Bai Chen didn't reply because he didn't know how to. When Lee Jinmei realized no one was speaking, she became puzzled. She turned around and saw that it wasn't Lu Yumeng helping her wash her back, but Bai Chen. "Ah!" she screamed in shock. "What's wrong?" "It's just me," Bai Chen chuckled. It was then that Lee Jinmei remembered she was naked, and everything was visible. She quickly covered her proud chest. "How did you get in here? Get out!" Lee Jinmei's heart was pounding. "What's the matter? Isn't it normal for a husband to help his wife bathe?" Bai Chen continued to wipe her back. Hearing this, Lee Jinmei's face turned even redder. She lost her confidence. "But this is too sudden, I'm not ready." Bai Chen chuckled softly. "It's okay, take your time, I'll wait." "You can't just do this, at least give me some time." Lee Jinmei's face grew even hotter, her voice becoming weaker. It was the first time she had such a close conversation with a boy while bathing. And this man is still helping her wash her back. This makes her feel even more shy. Lee Jinmei's heart was beating rapidly, so fast that both of them could hear her heartbeat. Thump! Thump! With each heartbeat, her chest would slightly rise and fall. Bai Chen also felt Lee Jinmei's heartbeat speeding up. This was the best time to enhance their relationship. He slowly leaned closer to Lee Jinmei's face. "How much time do you need? 1 minute? Or 2 minutes? My patience is limited." Lee Jinmei wanted to dodge, but she was limited by the angle she was sitting in the bathtub. Unless she climbed out of the bathtub, she would be completely exposed to Bai Chen's gaze. She could only watch as he approached slowly. Bai Chen stopped as he got close to her ear. The warm air brushed against her face. Li Jinmei's face blushed even more, and her breathing became more rapid. "Bai Chen, please leave first. I beg you." Li Jinmei was afraid that Bai Chen would make more inappropriate moves, so she quickly said. But Bai Chen wouldn't listen to her, his hands slowly reaching out. Faced with Bai Chen's actions, she instantly panicked. "Bai Chen, don't." But Bai Chen was already in the moment, he wouldn't listen to her. And the more a woman said no, the more he wanted. So Bai Chen directly kissed her crimson lips. Li Jinmei let out a soft moan. Outside the door, Lu Yumeng gently pushed it open, cautiously peeking inside. Hearing the sounds coming from Li Jinmei, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Then, she tiptoed into the room, turned on the Bluetooth speaker, and played the song Queen. As the accompaniment played, Lu Yumeng exited the room again. The atmosphere between the two in the bathroom was not disrupted by this interlude. On the contrary, the song added more passion to the moment. The swaying red wine glass, lips stained with blood. That unusual beauty, unforgivable sin. Who follows faithfully, at best a guard. You are too beautiful, even without words. I want to isolate the world with a pile of stones. My queen, I want to possess your beauty. The song was passionate and intense. The two in the bathroom were no different. As the song reached its climax, they completely merged together. Congratulations to the host for gaining Li Jinmei's favorability. With an increase of over 50, rewards doubled. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 by 2 points. Bai Chen was stunned. He didn't expect to earn so many points this time. It seemed that after surpassing a beauty score of 95, the rewards would increase. With the music covering them, Li Jinmei no longer resisted. The night was beautiful, and someone always stayed up all night with dark circles under their eyes. The song echoed throughout the night. The two of them didn't sleep a wink. Even Bai Chen felt a bit tired. Not to mention Li Jinmei. Bai Chen got up to turn off the music, then slowly walked to the window. By now, a hint of dawn was breaking outside. A circle of red appeared on the horizon. Bai Chen got back into bed, then lay down holding Li Jinmei, gradually falling asleep. They slept deeply, only waking up around noon the next day. Congratulations to the host for gaining offspring, reward of plus 50 genetic points. Bai Chen instantly woke up. He didn't expect the effects of genetic enhancement to be so significant, succeeding in one go. Sitting up, he stretched lazily. All the fatigue had vanished. He gently stroked Li Jinmei's hair. Li Jinmei turned her head to glare at Bai Chen, as if blaming him. "All right, let's get up and have something to eat. We expended a lot of energy last night." Li Jinmei slowly got up, but from her movements, she seemed very exhausted. "It's all your fault, nearly died in your hands," Li Jinmei complained. Bai Chen scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't want that either. Who made his genes so powerful? Just then, Bai Chen noticed that lunch had been placed on the table at some point. It should have been Lu Yumeng who brought it for them, seeing they were still asleep and didn't disturb them. Without thinking too much, Bai Chen got up and picked up a bowl of porridge. The porridge was still hot. Bai Chen carefully blew on it before feeding it to Li Jinmei. Seeing Bai Chen's devoted efforts, most of the resentment in Li Jinmei's heart dissipated. She chuckled, "All right, I'll do it myself." She wasn't used to being fed by others. Bai Chen, noticing Li Jinmei's improved mood, handed her the porridge. Soon, they finished their meal. After eating, Li Jinmei fell back asleep. Bai Chen, feeling bored, opened his attribute panel. Name, Bai Chen Strength, 43 Agility, 28 Endurance, 8 Charm, 10 Host Gene Enhancement, 1. Immune to the zombie virus. 2. Enhanced kidney function. 3. Tadpole activity boost. His strength and agility attributes were already high enough. He shifted his focus to endurance and charm. With 1300 points, he could exchange for 26 attribute points, so he exchanged 13 points for each. Name, Bai Chen Strength, 43 Agility, 28 Endurance, 21 Charm, 23 Host Gene Enhancement, 1. Immune to the zombie virus. 2. Enhanced kidney function. 3. Tadpole activity boost. After increasing his endurance, he felt a boost in his physical strength. Pinching his arm, he felt less pain. Looking in the mirror, he noticed a difference after increasing his charm. He seemed more handsome and exuded a certain indescribable aura. This change seemed to alter his temperament. Although he couldn't feel it, he knew a walk outside would reveal his transformation to the women. Dressed up, Bai Chen headed downstairs. In the living room, the women were stunned by his appearance. Snacks hung in midair as they all gazed at him in awe. After a while, Lu Yumeng exclaimed, "Master, why do you seem different today?" "How so?" Bai Chen smiled. The women, more infatuated, remarked, "You seem more handsome today." Lu Yumeng blushed. Others nodded excitedly, their eyes fixed on Bai Chen. Seeing their reactions, Bai Chen felt elated. With this, the women would surely be captivated by him. The thought made Bai Chen grin. He began to imagine a group of women surrounding him, seeking to deepen their relationship with him. Returning to the room, Li Jinmei was still asleep. Bai Chen sat on the bed and accessed the intelligence system. 3 women's photos appeared. The first, a cashier, had a beauty score of 85, the lowest Bai Chen had seen. Ignoring her, he moved to the second, a bank employee with a score of 87 but short stature. Bai Chen then focused on the third, fitting his taste with lively pigtails and a beauty score of 91. He spent 20 points to view her information. Name, Joseo age, 21 bust size, D-cup beauty score, 91 maintenance times, 1 location, Qinglong Gang headquarters. Qinglong Gang. Bai Chen was surprised to find her there. Dealing with this might not be easy due to his ties with the gang. Dismissing the other 2 options, he decided to visit the Qinglong Gang and possibly bring her back. With that in mind, Bai Chen left the house and headed towards the core area of the Qinglong Gang, where he saw many gang members on the buildings from afar. Yesterday he did not come to the core area of the Qinglong Gang, just had a simple conversation on the periphery. Unexpectedly, the Qinglong Gang has now transformed from a crow to a phoenix. They have acquired all kinds of heavy weapons. The members are dressed in camouflage from head to toe, armed to the teeth. At this moment, a person holding an M401 walked towards Bai Chen. This person obviously knew Bai Chen and respectfully said, "Mr. Bai is here, our leader is resting at headquarters, please follow me." Bai Chen followed the man. He had only been here once before. The headquarters of the Qinglong Gang has now moved to a new location. It is an 8-story office building. The entrance is still guarded by fully armed security personnel. The building is very clean. To Bai Chen's surprise, there is a generator here. The elevator is operational. After getting on the elevator, the security personnel beside him pressed the button for the 8th floor and then exited the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, it started moving slowly. Soon, he arrived on the 8th floor. When the door opened, there was still a fully armed guard. The guard politely guided Bai Chen and quickly led him to Zhao Zilong's room. Knock, knock, knock. The guard knocked on the door and said, "Leader, Mr. Bai is here." Soon, there was a hurried sound of footsteps from inside. Zhao Zilong quickly opened the door, smiling at Bai Chen. "Mr. Bai, I didn't expect you to come, please come in." "Hee, I didn't expect Brother Zhao to develop so rapidly, I almost didn't recognize you," Bai Chen said as he walked in. "Haha, Mr. Bai, don't be so polite with me. It's all thanks to the 10 tons of food you provided initially, otherwise I wouldn't be where I am today." While speaking, Zhao Zilong handed him a cup of tea. Listening to Zhao Zilong's words, Baichen felt that this person was extraordinary. It was definitely not as easy as he claimed to have grown to this extent in such a short time with just 10 tons of food. Mr. Bai, may I ask what brings you here this time? Zhao Zilong sipped his tea and asked. Baichen was not one to beat around the bush, so since the other party asked, he said directly, I'm looking for a woman in your gang. What woman? Zhou Xiao. Zhao Zilong called a nearby guard and said, go find out if we have a woman named Zhou Xiao here. Yes. The guard received the order and left. Zhao Zilong smiled and poured tea for Baichen. I wonder who this person is to Mr. Bai. Well, this woman is a friend of my wife's. I heard she lives nearby, so I thought I'd try my luck and see if I could find her. Baichen casually made up a lie. I see. Mr. Bai, rest assured, as long as she's here, I will definitely find her for you. In no time, the guard returned and whispered something in Zhao Zilong's ear. Zhao Zilong furrowed his brows slightly, but soon relaxed them. All right, I understand. After speaking with the guard, Zhao Zilong continued, Mr. Bai, I'm sorry, the woman you're looking for has been found, but she is currently being held by us. I'll have her released right away. How many women do you have detained here? Baichen's eyes lit up at Zhao Zilong's words. If there were many, he could go and take a look, perhaps he would encounter some attractive women. There are about 100 or so. Why, Mr. Bai, are you interested in these women? Zhao Zilong gave a meaningful smile. He knew that Baichen had many women, so when Baichen asked this question, he instinctively thought that Baichen was unsatisfied. If that was the case, he could cater to his preferences and strengthen their relationship once again. Thinking of this, he quickly said before Baichen could speak, Mr. Bai, why don't you go and see for yourself? If you find someone you like, just let me know. Baichen was eager to leave, so he agreed directly. At that moment, a guard walked in and whispered something to Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong's face tightened again. Baichen had been paying attention and noticed that it took Zhao Zilong a long time to regain control of his expression this time. The Qinglong gang must have encountered some serious trouble. Zhao Zilong looked at Baichen and said with a guilty expression, Mr. Bai, I'm really sorry. I intended to go with you, but something came up suddenly. I'll have my men accompany you instead. It's okay, Zhao, if you have something to attend to, go ahead. With that, Zhao Zilong hurriedly left. Baichen followed the guard towards where the women were being held. Soon, they arrived at a 4-story building. The security was tight, with armed guards all around the building. Standing at the door, it was pitch black inside. Obviously, there was no electricity here. Mr. Bai, the person you're looking for is inside. The guard gestured for Baichen to enter. Baichen followed him inside. Upon entering, a corridor stretched before him, reminiscent of the long corridors in schools. The building was eerily quiet, with occasional movements inside. Mr. Bai, the women here are actually our commodities. Those who come here are here to buy women. The guard explained hastily. You're involved in human trafficking? Baichen was surprised. To be honest, we're involved in all kinds of businesses. As long as the price is right, we'll even take on the task of clearing out all the zombies in the city. Baichen chuckled lightly, knowing they couldn't possibly clear out all the zombies in the city. But at least it made him understand that the Qinglong gang's business scope was very broad. Initially, he had paid them with 10 tons of food to help clear out the zombies. They continued walking. Soon, they reached a room. Through the glass on the door, Baichen could see 4 women inside. The room was small, no more than 20 square meters, with 2 single beds stacked on top of each other. Baichen glanced at the 4 women, finding them quite ordinary. He continued to the next room to check. This room also had 4 women, but their looks didn't catch Baichen's eye. After checking over a dozen rooms, he still hadn't found a woman he was satisfied with. It wasn't that these women were unattractive, but they were hand-picked by the Qinglong gang and belonged to the rare few. Baichen was used to seeing the stunning beauties at home, so any slight imperfection made these women unappealing to him. The guard noticed Baichen's continuous disapproval and shaking of his head. Puzzled, he asked, Mr. Bai, is there no one here that meets your expectations? No. Baichen lost his patience and decided to go find Zhou Xiao directly. He said to the guard, where is Zhou Xiao being held? Mr. Bai, please follow me. Baichen no longer paid attention to the surrounding rooms and followed the guard straight ahead. As they walked, the guard briefed Baichen on Zhou Xiao's situation. Mr. Bai, Zhou Xiao was actually sold to us by her husband for 100 caddies of rice. Her husband was a despicable man, he was a drug addict before the apocalypse, squandered all the family's assets, and was abusive. When Zhou Xiao was sold to us, she was covered in injuries. After the apocalypse, in order to survive, he sold his wife. I reckon he'll exchange all that grain for drugs. You also deal in drugs? Bai Chen frowned. Not really, our leader said we can do any business except for the drug trade. After hearing the guard's words, Bai Chen's understanding of Zhao Zilong deepened. In summary, he had a bit of conscience, but not much. His involvement in human trafficking showed that he was far from being a good person. Soon, the guard stopped in front of a room. Mr. Bai, Zhou Xiao is inside here. Bai Chen looked into the room. He was instantly drawn to the voluptuous woman inside. She was wearing a white shirt, slightly see-through, revealing her lingerie underneath. Zhou Xiao had a great figure. Through her clothes, her figure was alluringly elusive, with her slender waist and snow-white skin, impossible for any man to resist. Open the door. The guard quickly pulled out the key and unlocked it. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Xiao inside quickly looked over. When she saw Bai Chen and the guard, she immediately curled up on the bed, looking fearful. Hey, Mr. Bai has taken a liking to you, get up quickly, the guard sternly ordered. Zhou Xiao on the bed became even more frightened, her body trembling uncontrollably. Don't be afraid, I won't harm you, Bai Chen had to reassure her. Perhaps Bai Chen's voice was gentle enough. Zhou Xiao's trembling subsided a bit. Her eyes were full of pleading, as if saying, save me. Don't be afraid, come with me. Bai Chen reached out a hand towards Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao hesitated for a moment, then slowly extended her hand from under the covers. She moved closer to Bai Chen. Just as she was about to touch Bai Chen, suddenly a person burst in from outside. Ha ha, this chick looks good, I'll take her. With that, the man quickly walked over, ready to grab Zhou Xiao. Bai Chen frowned, took 2 steps forward, grabbed Zhou Xiao's hand first, and then pulled her behind him. The man didn't expect Bai Chen to act so suddenly. His face darkened instantly. You brat, daring to snatch the woman I fancy, you're asking for trouble. With that, the man pulled out a gun from his waist. The guard who had brought Bai Chen here quickly stepped forward, facing the man. Mr. Wang, this is the Qinglong gang's territory, please abide by the rules here. Mr. Wang, however, showed no fear, but became even more aggressive. Damn it, don't talk to me about rules, I am the rule. Do you know who I am? Go and get Zhao Zilong for me. Just then, a noisy footsteps came from the corridor. Soon, a dozen casually dressed, menacing men rushed in. Boss, what's going on? These men went straight to Mr. Wang. Grab this woman for me, Mr. Wang said. At that moment, Zhao Zilong also entered with his men. Mr. Wang, what you're doing might not be in line with the rules, right? The heavily armed guards quickly aimed their guns at the men in the room. Master Zhao, what do you mean by this? Zhao Zilong smiled and said, Mr. Wang, this woman was first noticed by Mr. Bai, it might not be appropriate for you to act this way. I don't care who noticed her first, if I fancy her, then she's mine. So you're not giving me face. Zhao Zilong's tone suddenly became stern. Seeing Zhao Zilong's serious expression, Mr. Wang's demeanor softened. Brother Zhao, I really fancy this woman, give me some face, hand her over to me, I'll pay double. Seeing him calm down, Zhao Zilong smiled again, hee, Mr. Wang, it's not that I'm not giving you face, the rules here are important. If anyone can break them at will, who would dare to do business with me in the future? Isn't that right? Master Zhao, so you're not giving me face. Hearing this, Mr. Wang's expression became even more unpleasant. Zhao Zilong still wore a smile. Mr. Wang, I, Zhao Zilong, do business based on honesty and rules. Since this woman was first noticed by Mr. Bai, she rightfully belongs to him. If Mr. Wang insists on being stubborn, then I will accompany you to the end. With that said, the guards loaded their guns, ready to act if necessary. All right, Mr. Wang said good 3 times in a row, then glared fiercely at Bai Chen, you just wait for me. With that, he angrily left with his men. The others watched them depart. Zhao Zilong then looked apologetically at Bai Chen. Mr. Bai, I'm really sorry. This person is named Wang Shanquan, a former drug dealer known for his ruthlessness. His power now surpasses mine, so you should be careful of his retaliation. Bai Chen watched Wang Shanquan's retreating figure, a glint of killing intent in his eyes. It's fine. I want to see what he's up to. Bai Chen turned to Zhou Xiao. She had her head down, looking startled. Seeing her like this, Bai Chen felt a strong protective urge. It was a pity that such a beautiful woman was already married. How much food does this woman need? Bai Chen asked. If it's you, then half price. 500 kilograms of food. Bai Chen gasped. A woman bought for 100 pounds of rice was resold for 500 kilograms. And this was agreed upon in advance, with a 50% discount for Bai Chen. Selling to someone else would require a ton of food, it was simply profiteering. No wonder Zhao Zilong had risen so quickly in such a short time. Bai Chen was also curious about the kind of business Zhao Zilong was involved in. No problem, I'll have people come to my place to move it later. 500 kilograms of food was nothing to Bai Chen. Last time, he emptied a whole mall, with 200 tons of food alone. After that, Bai Chen continued, I still don't know what business brother Zhao is in. If I have any related needs in the future, I'll come to you directly. Zhao Zilong smiled, it's my fault for not introducing it to you. After our last parting, we have expanded into many businesses. We can help clients attack a building, and the fees will be determined by the number of zombies and mutant zombies. There are also escort missions, whether it's a client's family member or the client themselves, we will escort them to the designated location. There are also arms trading, human trafficking, intelligence, assassination, and so on. Currently, we are constantly expanding into new businesses. Whenever you need it, you can come to us. You can even buy intelligence from us. Can you get information on Wang Shanquan? Bai Chen asked in surprise. Of course, Mr. Bai, if you need it, I'll get it for you. With that, Zhao Zilong ordered a henchman to run out. Mr. Bai, I'll give you this information as an apology for what happened earlier. Bai Chen did not refuse. Although he didn't lack food, he would take advantage of an opportunity. In no time, the henchman returned with an envelope in hand. He respectfully handed it to Zhao Zilong, who then passed it to Bai Chen. Bai Chen directly took out the paper inside to read. Wang Shanquan, 54 years old this year, made his fortune by selling drugs and later founded a drug trafficking organization called the Xiaoyao Hall. He smuggled a large number of firearms into the country, estimated strength, extremely dangerous. After the apocalypse, Wang Shanquan quickly organized the remaining members of his organization to continue producing drugs and trade with other forces for survival supplies. He rose rapidly in a short period. Estimated number of members, between 1,000 to 1,500. Accuracy rate is 80%. There were some other introductions, such as information on the main members of their organization. After reading this information, Bai Chen once again looked at Zhao Zilong with admiration. It was not easy to gather such information in a world where information was scarce. With this information, Bai Chen could make preparations in advance. Now that he had Zhou Xiao in hand, Bai Chen was ready to leave. After bidding farewell to Zhao Zilong, Bai Chen left the Qinglong gang base with Zhou Xiao. In the shadows, a figure slowly followed the two. Inside the Qinglong gang base, Wang Shanquan had not left. He was selecting a few women with good looks, his mood much improved. However, as soon as he thought of Bai Chen snatching the woman he had his eyes on, a surge of anger rose in his heart. Just then, he saw Zhao Zilong. Wang Shanquan walked over angrily. Zhao, my friend, you're really not being considerate. Wang Shanquan reproached as soon as he spoke. Zhao Zilong sneered, then greeted him with a smile. Brother Wang, I'm really sorry about earlier. You have to understand my position, right? If I make an exception and give you that woman this time, then what about my business in the future? I will give Zhao face, but by the way, what's the background of that kid? Do you have any information on him to sell? Seeing Zhao Zilong speak like this, Wang Shanquan's expression improved a lot. Of course, but his information is quite expensive. Are you sure you want to buy it? Humph. A kid who hasn't even grown a full beard, how expensive can his information be? Wang Shanquan said disdainfully. Zhao Zilong smirked secretly, then said seriously, since that's the case, go get Bai Chen's information for me. A guard quickly ran off and soon returned with a locked box. He handed it over to Zhao Zilong. Wang Shanquan frowned when he saw it. What's the deal with all this secrecy for just a piece of information? Zhao Zilong suddenly became serious. Brother Wang, are you sure you want to buy this information? With Zhao Zilong's words, Wang Shanquan's heart began to beat faster. But he didn't care about Bai Chen at all. How much could his information really be worth? Enough with the nonsense, how much do you need? Zhao Zilong held out a finger. 100 pounds of food? Fine, fine. Zhao Zilong shook his head. 1,000 pounds, no problem, just give it to me. Zhao Zilong shook his head again. This time, Wang Shanquan couldn't help but get a little angry. Just tell me how much, stop beating around the bush. Zhao Zilong smiled warmly and said lightly, 100 tons. 100 tons. Wang Shanquan's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had been shocked. 100 tons of food would be enough for their base to consume for 5 years. This kid wanted 100 tons just for a piece of information. At this moment, Wang Shanquan's face darkened to the extreme. He didn't believe that the kid had such great abilities to be worth that much money. He thought Zhao Zilong was deliberately making things difficult for him. Zhao Zilong, I sincerely want to do business with you. Why are you playing games with me? Brother Wang, where did you get that idea from? Zhao Zilong conducts business honestly, it's as much as it costs. You're my old customer, how could I play games with you? After hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Wang Shanquan calmed down. He didn't believe Zhao Zilong would really play games with him, but the price was indeed too high. If he was really worth that price, then his identity. Thinking of this, Wang Shanquan became cautious. If it was as he suspected, then he had to buy this information. After all, he had already clashed with the other party before. If he didn't clarify this matter, he would have trouble sleeping and eating in the future. With this in mind, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll buy this information. Zhao Zilong revealed a hint of amusement. He had already calculated that Wang Shanquan would buy it. He understood Wang Shanquan, this person was suspicious and lacked sophistication. A typical nouveau riche, if it weren't for the luck of surviving the apocalypse, he might have been arrested by now. He did indeed raise the price, but the more he did so, the more suspicious Wang Shanquan would become. If he sold at a normal price, it wouldn't be easy to sell. Go back and bring me 100 tons of supplies, Wang Shanquan urged. Seeing the other party's anxious look, Zhao Zilong already understood that he would definitely be able to fleece him this time. Brother Wang, no need to rush. I just harvested a batch of top-quality Longjing tea yesterday. Let's taste it together. Wang Shanquan took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and awkwardly said, Sure. Now, Zhao Zilong has taken the initiative, and Wang Shanquan is not as arrogant as before. The two quickly arrived at the tea house. Zhao Zilong calmly brewed tea at a steady pace, while Wang Shanquan was restless, getting up to look out the window and even making 3 trips to the restroom in just half an hour. He seemed a bit uneasy. Brother Wang, please be patient. Zhao Zilong handed him another cup of tea. At this point, Wang Shanquan had no interest in tea and gulped it down in one go. Finally, after another half an hour, the roar of cars could be heard outside. Hundreds of military trucks slowly approached, each loaded with 100 tons of food. The supplies on the trucks seemed to be mostly puffed snacks, light in weight and space-consuming. As soon as Wang Shanquan saw these supplies, he immediately changed his demeanor. Previously tense, he suddenly became relaxed. Zhao, my goods have arrived. Quickly give me the intel. Zhao Zilong maintained his signature smile. Brother Wang, why the rush? I just brought back a group of high-quality women today, including a top internet celebrity. Would you like to take a look? Upon hearing this, Wang Shanquan's expression turned lecherous. Why didn't you mention this earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered with the tea. Zhao, lead the way. Zhao Zilong sneered inwardly, thinking, with your demeanor, can you even last a minute? I won't delay any longer. Will you patiently wait for me to finish unloading the goods? By the time you read the intel, all this food will be in my warehouse. Even if you want to back out later, it will be too late. Zhao Zilong gave a nod to his subordinate, who quickly ran out to instruct the unloading process. Zhao Zilong leisurely led Wang Shanquan outside. Soon, they arrived at a building. Brother Wang, the internet celebrity is inside. Wang Shanquan's lewd expression became more pronounced. His eyes narrowed, and his yellow teeth were fully exposed. Thank you, Zhao, he said before pushing the door open and entering. Zhao Zilong immediately dropped his smile, his face turning somewhat sinister. He then closed the door. The room was dimly lit, but a beautiful figure could be seen on the bed. Wang Shanquan watched as the woman on the bed struck various seductive poses, stirring up his excitement. He began to feel a heat rising within him. The internet celebrity glanced at him and giggled, covering her mouth. Brother, you're so naughty. Her voice was alluring, making one feel weak. Little sister, here comes brother. Wang Shanquan stared at the internet celebrity without blinking, then slowly approached the bed. The internet celebrity also stood up slowly, tossing aside a piece of clothing lightly. The garment landed on Wang Shanquan's face. He picked it up gently, then blissfully sniffed the fragrance. You smell so good, he exclaimed before lunging towards the internet celebrity. The internet celebrity's laughter was like silver bells. She dodged his advance with a light step. Brother, come catch me. Wang Shanquan missed and landed on the bed, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled even brighter. You little troublemaker, see how I'll deal with you later. He then lunged at the internet celebrity again. He chased, she fled. She was in his grasp. After a while, the internet celebrity couldn't escape Wang Shanquan's pursuit. He caught her from behind. Wang Shanquan rubbed his face against the internet celebrity's body, inhaling her scent. This made the internet celebrity laugh and tremble. Brother, you're tickling me. If I catch you, you'll have to face the consequences. How will you punish me? The internet celebrity asked shyly. You'll find out soon, Wang Shanquan thought smugly. His hands roamed all over the internet celebrity's body, slowly undressing her. In no time, the internet celebrity's upper body was exposed, and Wang Shanquan became even more infatuated. He was about to continue taking off the remaining clothes when he was stopped by the female internet celebrity. "Brother, how about we play something different today?" "Sure, of course, I'll listen to you." Wang Shanquan was completely enchanted. The female internet celebrity held Wang Shanshuan's hand, and the two of them came to the edge of the bed. Then she made Wang Shanquan lie on the bed, arranging his body into a spread eagle position. There were ropes at each of the four corners of the bed. The female internet celebrity slowly tied his hands and feet. Wang Shanquan still couldn't stop smiling, teasing, "So, little sister likes this kind of thing. I'll make sure to serve you well later." "Oh, don't worry, brother, I'll definitely take good care of you later." Soon, his limbs were bound. The female internet celebrity slowly stripped off his clothes. Then she started dancing on the bed. Wang Shanquan watched, completely captivated. Next, the female internet celebrity slowly sat on top of Wang Shanquan, gently caressing every inch of his skin with her hands. After teasing him, the female internet celebrity stood up again. This time, she placed her hands on her own belt. Wang Shanquan immediately perked up. His eyes were fixed on that spot. "Take it off, hurry." As the female internet celebrity slowly removed her clothes, Wang Shanshuan's expression became more and more excited. The crucial area was about to be revealed. The female internet celebrity moved gracefully, intentionally pausing for a moment to continue teasing Wang Shanquan. "Good little sister, brother can't wait." Only then did the female internet celebrity continue. Finally, Wang Shanquan saw what he had been waiting for, but his expression immediately froze. His mind went blank in an instant. A statue? How could there be a statue? Wang Shanquan instantly deflated. What are you?" Wang Shanquan struggled incessantly, but his limbs were restrained, and he couldn't move at all. "Brother, I'm your little sister. Don't come near me. Let me go. Brother, I'll take good care of you." Saying this, the female internet celebrity, disregarding Wang Shanshuan's struggles, took control. "Ah!" Wang Shanquan let out a hoarse cry. A man in his 50s was unexpectedly so humiliated. After it was all over, Wang Shanquan curled up on the bed, crying like a child. He had never felt so helpless before. Suddenly, he thought of Zhao Zilong, the one who had deceived him into coming to this room. "Zhao Zilong." Through gritted teeth, he said hoarsely. The she-male beside him had already dressed and transformed back into that beautiful internet celebrity. At that moment, Zhao Zilong walked in from outside. "Old Wang, are you having fun?" This sentence undoubtedly stabbed at Wang Shanshuan's wound once again. "Zhao Zilong, how dare you betray me? Old Wang, where is this coming from? Are you dissatisfied with the beauty here?" Zhao Zilong instantly wore a frightened expression. "You son of a b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Zhao Zilong looked puzzled. Old Wang, if you're not satisfied, just say so. I've only brought this girl back recently, I'll definitely train her well. Wang Shanquan felt like his fist had hit cotton. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Wang Shanquan let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, if he really said that, it means he doesn't know this person is a she-male? No, I can't let others know that I've been with a she-male. This matter must be kept secret, no one else can know. Suppressing his anger, Wang Shanquan said, Zhao, my friend, I'm very satisfied with this internet celebrity, name your price. I'll buy this woman. Suppressing a smile, Zhao Zilong continued to look troubled and said, Old Wang, this isn't good. I also quite like this woman, I was planning to train her well and make her earn money for me. Wang Shanquan almost spat out blood. You train her, then more people will know about me and the she-male. He absolutely couldn't allow that. Zhao, my friend, I genuinely like this woman, name your price. Wang Shanquan suppressed his anger. Since brother Wang likes it, I can only reluctantly give it up. How about 10 tons of food? What? Selling 10 tons for a woman? Brother Wang, there are plenty of women in the world, why do you like this one? How about this? I have a few with good looks here, I can find them for you, they are all cheap. No, I want this one. Wang Shanquan quickly interrupted. Joking, is he after the woman? He has a bitter secret now. Finally, Wang Shanquan gritted his teeth and said, 10 tons it is, I'll have someone go back now. At this time, the 100 cars outside had already unloaded. Zhao Zilong's men were hurrying to move these supplies into the warehouse. The vehicles also left in an orderly manner. Brother Zhao, the supplies have been unloaded, should you give me the intelligence now? Zhao Zilong smiled and said, I'll get it for you right away. With an order, a young man ran out. Soon he brought the box containing the intelligence on Baichen. Zhao Zilong took out a key and unlocked the box. Inside, there was only an envelope and a few photos. Wang Shanxuan's eyes lit up when he saw these photos, because these women were all too beautiful. Compared to these women, his own women were simply plain. "Brother Zhao, who are these women?" he asked in confusion. "These are all Baichen's women. All his." Wang Shanquan suddenly felt a bit jealous. How come all these beautiful women belong to him? He quickly opened the envelope. Name, Baichen, age, 20 to 21. A student at Jinghai University, often bullied by classmates during school, and was once slandered by the campus belle Lu Yumeng. After the apocalypse, Baichen rose to power, surrounded by beautiful women, and once traded 10 tons of food with our side. The trade involved clearing zombies outside Shanga, during which Baichen displayed astonishing strength, able to kill mutant zombies with a single punch. Subsequently, our side observed secretly and found that Baichen took 2 women from Shanga. It is speculated that Baichen enjoys rescuing women, especially beautiful ones. Baichen's base is located in the open space behind Jinghai University. According to reliable sources, his base was unharmed in a recent explosion. Speculation suggests that Baichen has a terrifying force behind him. Information reliability, 99%. After reading the above content, Wang Shanxuan's face also turned ugly. This information seemed fake no matter how he looked at it, yet it claimed a reliability of 99%. They were really treating him like a fool. Wang Shanquan angrily threw the letter on the ground. "Zhao Zilong, are you kidding me? Who can kill a mutant zombie with one punch? I can't even guarantee a kill with a gun. You tell me he can do it with one punch. And who is this force behind him? Why wasn't it written? With this kind of intelligence, you dare to sell me 100 tons of food? Are you out of your mind? Brother Wang, I've given you the intelligence, I can't help it if you don't believe me." Zhao Zilong's tone also became forceful. "I don't care, I want a refund. Sorry, Zhao Zilong, do business for the Qinglong gang, and we never offer refunds." Just then, there was a commotion of footsteps outside. Soon, a group of armed guards rushed in, quickly surrounding Wang Shanquan and his men. Wang Shanxuan's face grew darker. He understood that he was in trouble today. All right, you're tough. I, Wang Shanquan, will remember this today. Let's go, brothers." After speaking, Wang Shanquan prepared to leave. However, the guards still didn't make way. Wang Shanquan looked at Zhao Zilong and asked, "What do you mean by this?" Zhao Zilong smiled and said, "Sorry, brother Wang, your 10 tons of food haven't arrived yet. Have you forgotten that your women are still with me?" Zhao Zilong emphasized, especially on the word women. Wang Shanxuan's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, he realized that everything was a trap set by Zhao Zilong. "Fine, I admit defeat today, just you wait." Since the masks were off, Zhao Zilong didn't bother pretending anymore. "Wang Shanquan, let me give you one last piece of advice. Don't offend Mr. Bai, or you'll regret it." Wang Shanquan squinted, not taking it as a warning but as an insult to himself. Soon, 10 military trucks entered the Qinglong gang again. 10 tons of food were quickly unloaded. "Can I leave now? And what about that despicable person?" "Of course, you're welcome to come back anytime." The armed guards also holstered their weapons, making way. The internet celebrity transvestite was brought over, but as a corpse. Wang Shanxuan's men lifted the body as he left in anger. Outside the Qinglong gang base, Wang Shanquan vented his fury. "Damn it! One day I will destroy the Qinglong gang and that kid. Boss, I've already sent someone to track that kid." A clever underling quickly spoke up. Wang Shanxuan's expression softened slightly. "Humph, I want to see what this kid is up to. Boss, should I send people to kill him?" Wang Shanquan pondered and said, "Don't involve our men. Zhao Zilong is very cautious, we can't underestimate his intelligence. Let's have outsiders investigate him first." With a hint of regret on his face, Wang Shanquan continued, "Understood." On the other side, Bai Chen left with Zhou Xiao. Along the way, Zhou Xiao followed Bai Chen carefully, seeming very fearful. To ease her anxiety, Bai Chen started a conversation. "I heard you were sold to the Qinglong gang by your husband?" "Yes," Zhou Xiao replied softly, still very cautious. "Did he also cause the injuries on your body?" "Yes," Zhou Xiao remained vigilant, pulling down her sleeve to cover the scars. "Don't worry, no one will hurt you again in the future, let alone sell you." Surprised, Zhou Xiao looked at Bai Chen, her eyes showing excitement. "Really? Of course, from now on, you are my woman. As long as you behave, you will have everything you need." Zhou Xiao was stunned, looking at Bai Chen. Being with this handsome man seemed like a good choice. With a blush on her face, she continued walking with him. Suddenly, Bai Chen sensed someone rapidly approaching from behind. His expression turned cold as he looked back to see a dozen men with machetes running towards them. Zhou Xiao also turned around and saw these menacing men, her face drained of color in fear. Ah! Among the crowd, she also spotted a figure that terrified her. She quickly hid behind Bai Chen. Bai Chen noticed Zhou Xiao's change in expression. Initially just scared of the group, she became terrified upon seeing a specific person. Could it be the scumbag who sold Zhou Xiao? With a grim expression, Bai Chen took out the transforming divine weapon, which today appeared as a staff resembling Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang. The men had caught up by now and surrounded them. Xiaoyao, come here. A man with dark circles under his eyes, pale complexion, hollow gaze, and a skeletal figure impatiently called out. Zhou Xiao trembled and took a step forward. Don't go. Bai Chen grabbed her wrist. You brat, how dare you touch my woman? The man roared. Ignoring him, Bai Chen looked at Zhou Xiao and asked, is this the scumbag? Zhou Xiao nodded in pain. You brat, who are you calling a scumbag? My name is Fan Jian. Let her go now, or I'll kill you. Bai Chen couldn't help bursting into laughter when he heard the other party's name, indeed, quite despicable. Kid, you're asking for death. Fan Jian was furious, stomping his feet. He looked at Zhou Xiao again, directing all his anger towards her. Stinky woman, get over here. Zhou Xiao trembled in fear and instinctively moved towards him. Bai Chen stopped her once more. I know you're a good person, but there are too many of them. If I don't go with him, he will kill both of us. Zhou Xiao looked at Bai Chen in despair. She had no idea how powerful Bai Chen was. In her mind, Fan Jian and those gangsters were already formidable. If they all attacked Bai Chen, he wouldn't stand a chance. That's why she said what she did. Humph, kid, did you hear what she said? This is between us, so be smart and let her go. Fan Jian felt triumphant. Over the past year, Fan Jian had been addicted to drugs and had no need for that kind of thing anymore. Every day, he looked at this beautiful woman but couldn't touch her, which filled him with resentment. Therefore, he often abused Zhou Xiao to satisfy his twisted desires. Today, his drug addiction flared up but he had no food to exchange for drugs. So, he decided to sell Zhou Xiao to the Qinglong gang and then went to the headquarters of the Xiaoyao Hall to buy drugs with the food. While buying drugs, he unexpectedly encountered a high-ranking member of the Xiaoyao Hall. As far as he knew, this high-ranking member was the right-hand man of the Xiaoyao Hall's leader, Wang Shanquan. A small fry like him had no right to speak to such a figure. Yet today, the other party took the initiative to ask for his help, promising free drugs if the job was done. With such a huge temptation, he naturally agreed. It was just killing someone, right? Even in the post-apocalyptic world, let alone in prosperous times, he would dare to do it. So, he gathered some people to prepare to kill Bai Chen. But he didn't expect to encounter Zhou Xiao again. Initially, he felt a pang of regret for selling Zhou Xiao. Although he couldn't do those things anymore, she was still pleasing to the eye. Just as he was regretting, he encountered Zhou Xiao once again. He felt incredibly lucky today. Not only did he get Zhou Xiao back, but he would also have an endless supply of drugs. He could even board the ship of the Xiaoyao Hall and reach the peak of his life. Thinking of this, Fan Jian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, kid, I'm in a good mood today. I'll let you choose how you want to die. Speak, how do you want to die? Zhou Xiao was the first to show panic. She quickly said to Fan Jian, I'll go with you, just let him go. When Fan Jian heard this, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his hatred towards Bai Chen intensified. Which man could tolerate his wife pleading for another man? Stinky woman, do you have a say here? You want to save him, huh? Then I'll torture him to death in front of you. Fan Jian's expression gradually twisted into a grimace. Faced with this, Bai Chen remained unfazed. Zhou Xiao didn't understand why this man was so calm, but she felt that she had brought disaster upon him. She looked at Bai Chen apologetically. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. Bai Chen didn't know what to say to this woman in front of him. He gently stroked Zhou Xiao's head. Don't worry, these few scumbags can't hurt me. Bai Chen's voice was loud, and everyone present heard it. Fan Jian's face turned even uglier. Damn it, kill him for me. The people around them exchanged glances, their eyes showing a hint of fierceness. They instantly drew their knives and lunged towards Bai Chen. Ah! Zhou Xiao was so scared by the scene that she screamed and quickly covered her eyes. Oh! Ah! Put! In just a moment, various screams could be heard. Zhou Xiao was somewhat surprised. This didn't sound like Bai Chen's voice. She gently moved her hand away and slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, her pupils shrank suddenly, her mouth gaping wide in disbelief. She saw 7 or 8 people lying on the ground in all sorts of positions. These people were writhing in pain on the ground, seemingly enduring immense suffering. She couldn't help but look at Bai Chen. He remained calm as ever. Did he do all of this? Zhou Xiao suddenly felt like she had opened the door to a new world, discovering something incredible. He was so powerful, no wonder he dared to say those things. At that moment, a hint of joy appeared on Zhou Xiao's face, and all her fears dissipated. Hiding behind Bai Chen, she felt a sense of security like never before. In that moment, she fell deeply in love with Bai Chen. On the other hand, Fan Jian felt the opposite. He never imagined that the people he brought were so useless. They were all beaten by Bai Chen together, yet not a single person could harm him, not even touch him. This was outrageous. At that moment, he also understood Bai Chen's strength. This task was not as simple as he had imagined. Useless. You're all useless. Fan Jian cursed. At that moment, Bai Chen looked at Fan Jian and gave him a fierce glare. Fan Jian, who had just wanted to speak, was so scared by Bai Chen's gaze that his words got stuck in his throat. With just one look, Fan Jian felt a chill from the depths of his heart. He couldn't describe this fear, he just had a feeling that Bai Chen could easily kill him, effortlessly. Fan Jian was truly scared at that moment, feeling fear from the depths of his heart. He was just a small-time thug, and when his life was threatened, all he could think of was running for his life. Forget about the drugs he couldn't get enough of, and Zhou Xiao, all of that was thrown out of his mind. What good were those things if he couldn't protect his own life? So, without waiting for Bai Chen to make his next move, he ran off. Bai Chen saw him fleeing and quickly chased after him. After a few steps, he caught up with the stumbling Fan Jian and kicked him. Fan Jian went flying and slid on the ground for over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Bai Chen had only used 20% of his strength in that kick, it wouldn't kill him. But Fan Jian lay on the ground motionless. Bai Chen walked over and noticed that Fan Jian's face was even paler, he had passed out. Bai Chen shook his head, speculating that the other man had been abusing drugs for a long time, his body severely depleted. Even if Bai Chen didn't kill him, he probably wouldn't live much longer. So, Bai Chen ignored him and turned to the other people lying on the ground. He had controlled his strength well, ensuring that each strike was calculated. Each of them had 1 or 2 fractures, which explained why they couldn't get up. As Bai Chen approached them, they trembled in fear. Some even wet themselves out of fright. "Who ordered you to come here?" Bai Chen demanded sternly. The group trembled again. "Big brother, it was all Fan Jian's idea, please spare us." "Yes, big brother, Fan Jian told us to do it. He said that if we killed you, he would give us drugs. At first, we didn't believe him, but then he showed us a lot of drugs and we got carried away. Please spare us this time, big brother. Big brother, we won't dare again, please spare us." Listening to their identical pleas, Bai Chen realized they truly didn't know. He looked at Fan Jian again, speculating, Fan Jian had sold his wife for drugs. Where did he get the food to exchange for drugs and even share with others? Could it be that the Xieyang Hall instructed him? With that thought, Bai Chen's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Wang Shanxuan's retaliation to come so soon. He left the Qinglong gang, and they sent people to track him right away, even sending this useless bunch to probe. Bai Chen's mouth curled up slightly. "Since you want to play, then let's play." Bai Chen looked at these people on the ground. They were just pawns, of no use at all, but they could be used to send back some false information. With this in mind, Bai Chen used his martial skills to break their legs. Although he could spare their lives, it didn't mean they wouldn't have to pay a price. Bai Chen deliberately held back his strength, giving them the false impression of his weakness. Soon, the sounds of screams like pigs being slaughtered echoed once again. Bai Chen pretended to have exerted a lot of effort to break their legs. "Get lost." These people seemed to have heard some divine sound, their faces filled with painful joy. One by one, they thanked Bai Chen for sparing their lives, then limped towards Fan Jian, carrying him away from the scene. At this moment, Zhou Xiao looked at Bai Chen with admiration in her eyes. A man who was both handsome and powerful was hard for her not to be moved by. Since she followed Fan Jian, there hadn't been a single good day. She was often abused and gradually became timid and cowardly. Her life was full of darkness. Now, Bai Chen seemed to shine into her heart like a beam of light. Headquarters of the Xiaoyao Hall. "Damn Zhao Zilong. I'll kill you. Bitch, hurry up and do it. If you don't get it up today, I'll kill you." At this moment, a beautiful young woman was kneeling in front of Wang Shanquan, trembling all over as she tried to please him. However, no matter what she did, he remained indifferent. She was so desperate that tears streamed down her face. Wang Shanquan's heart sank even lower at this moment. Normally, he would have a reaction when he saw this woman, but today he felt nothing. Slap! Wang Shanquan angrily slapped her, then cursed, "Get out!" The woman felt relieved and fled, covering her face. "Go find a doctor for me!" Wang Shanquan shouted at the young man at the door. The young man had never seen his boss so angry before and quickly ran out to find a doctor. Soon, a male doctor walked in. After a conversation and various examinations, the doctor's expression became increasingly serious. Finally, he stopped his actions and said to Wang Shanquan, "Boss, this time it seems that you have erectile dysfunction due to shock. With limited medical conditions now, the chances of recovery are slim." Hearing this, Wang Shanquan felt like his heart turned to ashes. He regretted it, just because he was interested in a woman in the Qinglong gang. When it was about to happen, the other party pulled out one bigger than his, which instantly scared him limp. What followed only deepened his psychological shadow, to the point that whenever he thought about doing that kind of thing, the image of that person would appear in his mind. "Get out! All of you get out!" Wang Shanquan raged and cursed at the people in the room. They all ran out in fear. Then Wang Shanquan continued to smash things in the room to vent his anger. After a while, Wang Shanquan stopped panting heavily. At this moment, a knock on the door was heard, and Wang Shanquan said impatiently, "Come in." Wang Shanquan's mood eased a bit when he saw the visitor. "Lu Shua, what's the matter?" "Boss, those people you instructed earlier have returned," Lu Shua said respectfully. "Oh, what's the result?" Wang Shanquan immediately became alert. "They didn't kill that Bai Chen, and they all have multiple fractures." Hearing this, Wang Shanquan's just calmed anger flared up again. "Useless, all useless. Where are they? Bring them here, I want to question them myself." "Yes." Lu Shua turned and left, and soon Fan Jian and the others were brought in. By this time, Fan Jian had regained consciousness. Seeing Wang Shanquan's gloomy face, he immediately knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Hall Master." Several other people heard Fan Jian's address and quickly knelt down. Such a big shot was someone they could only look up to. "Tell me, how strong is that Bai Chen really?" Wang Shanquan suppressed his anger, his emotions unreadable. "Back to the Hall Master, that kid is quite skilled. Even when a few of us attacked together, we couldn't beat him." Fan Jian quickly repeated what he had said to Lu Shua before. "What weapon did he use, and how did you feel about his strength?" Wang Shanquan's expression turned slightly displeased. "Back to the Hall Master, that kid used a stick. Several of us had multiple fractures. At that time, we were completely defenseless, letting him hit us recklessly. His strength should be formidable," Fan Jian said somewhat timidly. Not only did they fail the mission this time, but they were also beaten so badly. Fan Jian feared they might not get away with it this time. "Then why did you all come back alive?" Wang Shanquan continued to inquire. Fan Jian and the others were at a loss for words. They didn't know how to answer such a question. Were they lucky? Or did Bai Chen intentionally let them go? The key was, at that time, he was unconscious and knew nothing. At this moment, another person quickly spoke up. "Back to the Hall Master, at that time, we all thought we were going to die, so we just protected our vital spots. When he was hitting us, I felt like he was a bit out of breath, as if he was tired. After a while, he let us go." "Tired? So you're saying he let you go because he was tired?" This time, Wang Shanquan was surprised. The others nodded. "Did you mention who instructed you to do this?" They shook their heads quickly and said, "No, we just found out recently. Only Fan Jian knew at the time, but he was already unconscious." After hearing their responses, Wang Shanquan's lips curved into a smile. "Well done, you can go collect your rewards now. Remember not to let anyone else know about this, or you know the consequences." Fan Jian was quick-witted, realizing there were rewards even though the mission wasn't completed. He hurriedly said with a smile, "Rest assured, Hall Master. This matter will stay buried with me." The others quickly followed suit. Wang Shanquan waved his hand, signaling them to leave. "Come with me to receive your rewards." At this moment, Lu Shua on the side spoke sternly. Fan Jian and the others quickly got up from the ground and followed Lu Shua out. Once outside, Fan Jian couldn't wait to ask, "Deputy Hall Master Lu, what is our reward?" Lu Shua revealed a wicked smile and said, "You'll find out soon enough." Soon, the group followed Lu Shua to a building. "Your reward is inside, go in and take it." "Thank you, Deputy Manager Lu." With that, Fan Jian and the others rushed inside. After they all entered, Lu Shua closed and locked the door. In no time, screams from the group could be heard from inside, along with the groans of zombies and the sound of chewing. Soon, the voices of the group disappeared, leaving only the sound of zombies chewing incessantly inside. "Only dead men can keep a secret." Lu Shua outside the door sneered coldly and said lightly. He then turned and left, returning to Wang Shanquan's room. "Boss, everything is taken care of." What do you think of this Bai Chen?" Wang Shanquan swirled his highball glass, taking a sip of the red wine inside. Lu Shua looked pensive. "I've examined the injuries of these people. Each of them has many marks from being beaten with a stick, and the fractures were caused by multiple strikes, indicating that his strength is not as exaggerated as the intelligence reports claimed. Being able to punch a mutant zombie's head to explode, such strength could easily kill them with one blow of the stick. Why would he endure so many hits and not die unless what? Wang Shanquan showed an anxious expression. Unless he did it intentionally to show us. Lu Shua said, intentional? Why would they intentionally show us? Wang Shanquan looked puzzled. I can't figure this out either. Lowering our strength to confuse us. If the information Zhao Zilong gave us is true, then he did this to lower our guard, and then let the forces behind him deal with us. But what if the information is false? Then wouldn't we miss the chance to kill him? Wang Shanquan was somewhat agitated, clearly unwilling to let Bai Chen go like this. Boss, think about what happened today, from Bai Chen snatching the woman you liked, to Zhao Zilong selling us information, and then. Lu Shua suddenly stopped without continuing. He saw Wang Shanquan's displeased expression and quickly continued, don't you think this is a trap set by Zhao Zilong for us? Wang Shanquan's expression changed, filled with resentment. Boss, the only thing we need to verify now is the authenticity of the information. As long as we confirm that the information is false, we can immediately go kill that kid. Lu Shua said confidently. But how do we verify this? Wang Shanquan asked in confusion. This is easy, we just need to confirm whether the two of them are colluding to deceive us. Alright, let's do that. You arrange for people to go down immediately, monitor the Qinglong gang and Bai Chen separately. I want to know if they are in cahoots. Yes. Lu Shua finished speaking and left. Qinglong gang. Ha ha ha. Boss, this time the Xiaoyao Hall is bleeding heavily. I bet Wang Shanquan is now hiding in bed crying. Ha ha ha. Zhao Zilong thought for a moment and said, take out 10 tons of goods from these supplies and send them to Bai Chen. After all, we sold him the information. Don't let this incident cause misunderstandings between us. Don't worry, boss, I'll take care of it right away. Soon, 10 large trucks loaded with goods left the Qinglong gang headquarters. In the shadows, a few figures recorded everything. As the trucks slowly departed, these figures split up and discreetly followed. The trucks continued until they stopped outside Bai Chen's safe house. At this moment, a beautiful woman got off the first truck. The woman shook her flowing hair, and her cascading hair swayed like a waterfall. She arrived outside the safe house and gently rang the doorbell. Bai Chen had already noticed these 10 trucks. When he saw this woman, he already knew who these people were. This woman's name was Li Xiaoxiao, a trusted subordinate of Zhao Zilong. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had martial arts skills. However, she was very loyal to Zhao Zilong, so Bai Chen did not consider her a target for his schemes. Bai Chen gently opened the door, walked out with a smile on his face. Miss Li Xiaoxiao, right? Are you here to deliver goods? You misunderstood, Mr. Bai. Our leader said that the cost of buying that woman is waived for you, and we also want to give you 10 tons of goods. Li Xiaoxiao showed a professional smile. This time, Bai Chen was a bit surprised, not understanding why the other party said this. Give me goods? What's going on? Then, Li Xiaoxiao relayed Zhao Zilong's instructions. She didn't hide anything and explained in detail about selling Bai Chen's information. Initially, Bai Chen was a bit angry, but when he learned that his information was sold for 100 tons of goods, he suddenly felt relieved. He could already imagine Wang Shanquan's heartache at losing 100 tons of goods. And it didn't end there. Li Xiaoxiao also brought out the video of Wang Shanquan being fooled by a transvestite. When Bai Chen saw this, he burst out laughing. Especially the part where the beauty revealed something even bigger than Wang Shanquan. It was simply hilarious. Alright, I'll take all these things. Go back and tell Zhao Zilong that I don't blame him for this. Li Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, then instructed her subordinates to start unloading the goods. Once all the goods were placed inside the safe house, Li Xiaoxiao bid farewell and left. As the trucks all left, not far from the safe house, a few figures hurriedly departed as well. At this moment, Bai Chen looked in the direction the figures were leaving, sneering coldly. Since all his attributes had been enhanced, his perception of the surroundings had also improved significantly. He had long sensed these people tracking him. The reason he hadn't killed them was to avoid alerting others. He didn't want to be constantly watched. Either he would strike once and for all, or he would wait for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. Back at the safe house, Bai Chen directly stored the supplies in his space. By now, the women in the house had also come out. They had all heard what he and Li Xiaoxiao had just discussed. Consequently, as they emerged, each of them looked at Bai Chen with solemn expressions. Give me a gun, I'll help protect everyone with you, Li Jinmei said firmly. Master, is Wang Shanquan very powerful? Will they harm you? Lu Yumling expressed some concern. Master, we will face it with you, Xia Mo said resolutely. Little Bai Chen, no matter who he is, if he wants to harm my family, I absolutely won't allow it, Su Runyan said fiercely, clenching her fists. Bai Chen looked at this group of women, feeling a warm current flow through his heart. Don't worry, as long as you're here, no one can harm you. However, Bai Chen thought that these women should also have the ability to protect themselves. Li Jinmei could teach them how to use firearms. Currently, Li Jinmei's loyalty had reached 80, making her completely trustworthy. Therefore, he granted Li Jinmei access to the safe house. This way, she could freely enter and exit the safe house and the armory. Li Jinmei, from today onwards, you are responsible for teaching everyone how to use firearms. There is an armory on the underground floor, you can come and go as you please. I promise to complete the task, Li Jinmei said with a pleased expression. Since Bai Chen always acted alone and had a variety of weapons at his disposal, he hadn't collected any firearms. Currently, he only had 2 pistols and 32 rounds of ammunition. This amount of weaponry was almost negligible. Fortunately, the system had provided him with a crossbow and 100 arrows. Bai Chen took Li Jinmei directly to the armory. Weapons and ammunition are precious now, so use this crossbow to teach them how to shoot. Li Jinmei nodded, picked up the crossbow, and played with it in her hands before shooting at the target on the wall. The bolt hit the bullseye accurately. This crossbow is of high quality. Li Jinmei looked at Bai Chen with delight. As long as you like it, Bai Chen smiled. He planned to exchange for more crossbows and bolts so that his women could also help out. I'll go teach them how to use the crossbow arrows now. After speaking, Li Jinmei ran out of the armory. Bai Chen followed her out. A group of women surrounded Li Jinmei, asking questions eagerly and actively learning. On the other side, the person in charge of monitoring the safe house and the Qinglong gang returned to the Xiaoyao hall. At this moment, Wang Shanxuan's face was as dark as water. He slammed the table forcefully, causing the teacup on the table to fall to the ground. Everyone in the room trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. Damn it, they really colluded. Hallmaster, now that things are clear, this Bai Chen is not to be feared. We should think about how to deal with the Qinglong gang now, Lu Shua said calmly. Humph, even if he's not to be feared, I still want to kill him. He dared to steal my woman, he must die. Lu Shua picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip before saying nonchalantly, several small bases wanted to ally with us and seek our protection. What use are those small forces? Forming an alliance with them will only waste our resources, Wang Shanquan said disdainfully. Master, at this moment, the survival of those small forces is a problem. If we spread the word that Bai Chen has offended us, those forces that want to ally with us will find a way to do so and naturally take care of Bai Chen. Then we can focus all our efforts on dealing with the Qinglong gang. Whether to ally with them or not will be up to you. Wang Shan was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. Ha, you always have a way. The Qinglong gang is even more despicable, deceiving me out of so many resources. This grudge must be avenged. After these guys take care of Bai Chen for me, we'll figure out how to get rid of Zhao Zilong, that bastard. After that, Lu Shua arranged for people to move between various forces, spreading the conflict between Bai Chen and the Xiaoyao Hall. In no time, Bai Chen's name became well known. Night fell. Bai Chen lay in bed early, knowing that the coming days would not be peaceful, so he wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible during this time. The bathroom door slowly opened, and a charming figure wrapped in a towel quickly emerged. It was Zhou Xiao, whom Bai Chen had brought back to the safe house today. She stood timidly in front of Bai Chen, not saying a word. Bai Chen looked at Zhou Xiao after her bath. She looked even more beautiful and radiant, but with many bruises on her body. Some marks had faded, while others were new. It was evident that Zhou Xiao had been a victim of domestic violence for a long time. Come here, Bai Chen said softly. Zhou Xiao quickly took 2 steps closer to Bai Chen. Bai Chen took Zhou Xiao's hand and examined the bruises on her body. Bear with it might sting a bit. He picked up the ointment prepared by the bedside and gently applied it to the injured area on her arm. When Bai Chen touched her wound, she flinched and a low groan of pain escaped her lips. Hearing her voice, Bai Chen couldn't help but feel sorry for her. He had to be gentle to alleviate her pain. Soon, all the exposed bruises were treated. Alright, take off the towel. I'll help you treat the bruises in other places too. What? More treatment? Zhou Xiao lowered her head shyly. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You belong to me now. Okay then. Zhou Xiao gently untied the towel, and it fell to the ground, revealing a more alluring figure in front of Bai Chen. However, she had more bruises on her body. Bai Chen felt even more heartbroken. Come and lie down. Zhou Xiao obediently lay on the bed. Bai Chen sat beside her and evenly applied the medicine to her body. She was visibly nervous, her body tense. Bai Chen had to proceed slowly with each application to help her relax. Despite his efforts, some areas were still painful, causing Zhou Xiao's body to tremble each time he touched her. Bai Chen sighed helplessly, knowing he had to endure a little longer. Zhou Xiao endured the pain without making a sound. Baichan continued to apply the ointment, covering all the bruises evenly. Soon, the bruises on her upper body were treated, and only the ones on her thighs remained. As Baichan paused, Zhou Xiao opened her eyes. At that moment, she sat up, wrapped her arms around Baichan's neck, and heavy breathing filled his ears. His heart raced violently, and he embraced her back. In his rough movements, he accidentally touched her bruises, but at that moment, Baichan didn't care. Congratulations, host, for gaining Zhou Xiao's favorability. Reward, plus 150 points. Later, Baichan went to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and they began to wash up. It was then that Baichan realized that mature women had a unique charm. He regretted having a virgin complex in the past. Disgusting. At this moment, he finally understood the joy of Prime Minister Chao. Prime Minister Chao is truly my teacher. After freshening up, Baichan applied medicine to Zhou Xiao again. This time, Zhou Xiao was much more obedient, no longer daring to make those strange noises, afraid that Baichan's blood would surge again and come at her. Soon, the ointment was applied. Baichan gently covered her with a thin blanket. After lying down, Zhou Xiao kept holding Baichan's arm. It was evident that she really lacked a sense of security. So, Baichan stayed with her, comforting her gently. After some time passed, Zhou Xiao made a slight gasping sound. Baichan saw that she had finally fallen asleep. At this moment, Baichan wasn't sleepy either. He gently moved Zhou Xiao's hand away and got up, tiptoed to the door, turned off the light, and left the room. Then, Baichan went straight into the next room. At this moment, Zhuiji and Zhu Yaxin, the two sisters, looked at Baichan in surprise. They had just been playing around in bed, not expecting Baichan to suddenly come in. This made both of them blush instantly. "What's wrong with you two?" Baichan asked. "And nothing," the two replied nervously, tightly wrapped in the blanket. But the more they explained, the more curious Baichan became. So, taking advantage of their distraction, he directly lifted the blanket. When Baichan saw what was inside, he couldn't help but be stunned. "What are you doing?" Baichan suddenly became interested. "Ah, we're not doing anything." "Yes, my sister and I really didn't do anything. We really didn't do anything?" The two hurriedly explained, but the more they explained, the less Baichan believed them. "Really?" "Yes, yes, yes." The two sisters nodded quickly. "All right then." Baichan pretended to look elsewhere. Upon hearing Baichan's words, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, just as the two sisters relaxed, Baichan swiftly turned behind them. Each of the two sisters had hidden a piece of underwear behind them. "Ah!" The two girls were startled and quickly hid the clothes under them. "Bring them out." Baichan reached out his hand, pretending to be angry. The two girls reluctantly took out the clothes. Baichan took the two pieces of clothing and first checked Zhu Yaxin's. It was a pink outfit. The fabric was transparent, making little difference whether worn or not. It was a piece of lingerie. Baichan smirked as he looked at Zhu Yaxin. Blushing, Zhu Yaxin quickly covered her head with the blanket. Then, Baichan looked at Zhuiji's outfit. This one was even more revealing, almost having no coverage effect. Looking at these two outfits, images of the two wearing them flashed in Baichan's mind. "Both of you, put them on for me to see." Baichan handed the clothes to the two girls. The two sisters awkwardly glanced at each other, then hid under the blanket again. It wasn't until Baichan urged them further that they reached out to take the clothes. The two sisters struggled under the blanket and soon got dressed. However, they didn't dare to come out. It was Baichan who helped them lift the blanket. Only then did they have the courage to stand up. When Baichan saw the two sisters, he couldn't take his eyes off them. The sisters' figures were already exceptional, and with the enhancement of these two pieces of clothing, their most perfect features were fully displayed. Baichan looked around and directly embraced the two girls. At this moment, their breathing became rapid, and the blush on their faces was as alluring as if they had applied blush. Then, Baichan had the two sisters lie down on the bed. An hour later, even Baichan felt a bit tired. So, he returned to the room to rest. Just as he woke up the next day, the system sent a notification. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining offspring, reward gene points plus 50. Congratulations to the host for obtaining offspring, reward gene points plus 50. He had directly obtained 2 offspring, and now he had 150 gene points. It was time for gene enhancement. So, Baichan quickly opened the gene enhancement system. 1. Enhance immunity, no longer troubled by colds. Consumes 50 gene points. 2. Change the structure of the retina so that the host can see clearly during both day and night. Costs 100 gene points, with a 10% increase in failure rate. 3. Rearrange genes to evolve attack capabilities, allowing hard bone needles to be shot from the palms of both hands. Costs 150 gene points, with a 20% increase in failure rate. Seeing the 3 options, Baichen felt excited. The costs of these three options were different, and they each offered varying levels of help to Baichen. The higher the cost, the better the outcome, but the chances of failure would also increase. After some thought, Baichen didn't choose the third option but went for the second one. He wasn't sure if this genetic enhancement would alter the structure of his poems. Besides, he didn't lack weapons, he could exchange points for them if needed. Considering everything, the second option was what he needed the most at the moment. He needed to see clearly at night to maintain an absolute advantage in any environment. As the option disappeared, gene points flowed into Baichen's eyes, modifying them. Before long, Baichen felt the images before him becoming clearer. It was daytime, yet he felt his vision had improved. He could see farther and clearer now. Places that were once blurry were now clear at the same distance. Baichen looked around and felt he could see clearly within a kilometer. Then, he headed to the basement. Turning off all the lights, he was pleasantly surprised to see everything in the basement clearly. It was as if there was no difference from daytime. The only distinction was that shadows were visible during the day but not at night. Satisfied, Baichen smiled and turned the lights back on. He then checked the genetic enhancement system and refreshed an option. 3. Enhance skin resilience to prevent the host from skin diseases. Costs 50 gene points. This option was similar to the first one, both related to immunity against diseases. It required 50 points, which Baichen currently didn't need. He decided not to choose any and saved the gene points for more useful selections. Over the next 2 days, Baichen didn't leave the safe house. During the day, he watched Li Jinmei teach other women how to shoot, and at night, they discussed life together. Life was peaceful. By now, he had accumulated 1070 points in his account. He also successfully helped Li Mulan and Li Mushuan, the twin sisters, become pregnant. He had gathered 150 gene points. On the third evening, while everyone was having dinner, some unwelcome guests appeared outside the safe house. Bang! The sound of the door being pounded on echoed from outside. The women's hearts sank as they all looked out the window. Break the door open for me, quickly. Damn, they're having dinner inside. I've been starving all day. Break the door and let's feast. Damn! So many beauties inside, I feel lucky. The group desperately tried to break down the security door. However, the door remained undamaged. Baichen went to the window, eating his meal while watching the group outside struggling to break in. Damn, why is this door so sturdy? Then let's try the window. The group moved to the window. When they saw Baichen sitting by the window, eating confidently, they were stunned. Then, their expressions turned fierce. They were starving outside, while Baichen was enjoying a delicious meal inside with so many beautiful women. Their anger ignited instantly. You brat, I'll kill you first when I get in. Damn, I'll make you pay later. Put more effort in, once we're in, everything inside will be ours. One person raised an axe and smashed it against the bulletproof glass. Bang! The axe hit the bulletproof glass. The tremendous recoil force pushed the person back 4 or 5 steps, causing the axe to slip from his hand and hit his foot. He crouched on the ground, howling in pain. The others looked at the bulletproof glass in disbelief, not a single crack on it. Damn! This is bulletproof glass. Damn it, let's smash the wall. I don't believe this house is made of iron. Several people grabbed tools and started smashing the wall vigorously. To their horror, the wall turned out to be metallic. A particularly hard kind of metal, as the tools left no scratches on it. What a joke! Let's go home and get some rest. At this moment, the group outside had gloomy faces. Boss, we can't get in. Damn it, then let's block the entrance. I don't believe they won't come out. So, the group sat down surrounding the safe house. Baichen observed for a while and noticed they didn't have firearms, so he put down his bowl and chopsticks. Then, he opened the security door and walked out. As Baichen stepped outside, the group immediately surrounded him. You little brat, surrendering now, too late. Damn it, were you deliberately teasing us inside the house? I'll make you eat shit later. Hey, bring out the beauties from inside to entertain us. Hearing this, the leader slapped the man who spoke. Idiot, those women belong to the hall master, do you want to die? Yes, yes. The man quickly covered his face, apologizing. Baichen furrowed his brows, thinking that the hall master they mentioned should be Wang Shanquan from the Carefree Hall. These people were indeed sent by Wang Shanquan. Are you Wang Shanquan's men? The leader was slightly surprised. Then, with a smug smile, he said, Kid, didn't expect you to know the hall master's name. Let me tell you, once I kill you, I can join the Carefree Hall. Baichen's brows furrowed even more. The Carefree gang didn't act directly but sent some cannon fodder. Were they afraid of him? Baichen recalled yesterday's events and understood everything. Although Wang Shanquan hated him, he should hate the Azure Dragon gang even more. After all, They cheated him out of 110 tons of supplies and made him fall into a trap. Wang Shanquan probably despised Zhao Zilong the most. Yet, yesterday Zhao Zilong sent him 10 tons of supplies. Wang Shanquan wouldn't trust the intelligence reports. Everything fell into place. However, this was not what Bai Chen wanted. These insignificant forces were a dime a dozen. It seemed he had to use force, or these small factions would keep bothering him every day. Seeing Bai Chen hesitating, the man thought he was scared. He arrogantly said, "Kid, kneel before me now, and maybe I'll spare your life." His companion chimed in, "Boss, make him eat shit, I can't stand his attitude." "Yes, make him vomit what he just ate and then eat shit." The leader sneered, "Ha, did you hear my brothers? Kneel before me and eat shit, and I might spare you." Bai Chen looked coldly at the people around him. Then he calmly said, "If you crawl on the ground now, eat shit, and bark like a dog, maybe you'll leave here alive." "What did you say, kid?" The crowd immediately got angry. "Brothers, kill him." The leader's face turned grim. In an instant, the group armed with iron axes, shovels, and knives charged at Bai Chen. Bai Chen remained still, hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. When the group got close enough, he swiftly used a move from a famous movie, stomping on their feet at lightning speed. In an instant, the feet of several men in front of him were flattened by Bai Chen. They grimaced in pain, rolling on the ground. The sudden turn of events shocked the remaining people. Was this really kung fu? In the next moment, Bai Chen instantly appeared in front of the leader. The man's heart trembled, a strong sense of crisis filling his mind. Bai Chen grinned, landing a punch on the man's temple before he could react. He only used 20% of his strength, yet the man's nose collapsed instantly. The man was dumbfounded, lying on the ground with a blank mind. In just a few seconds, more than half of the people were defeated. The remaining ones were now completely terrified. They couldn't even see how Bai Chen made his move, just causing devastation. They quickly helped their leader up, looking at Bai Chen with fear in their eyes. The leader was now afraid too. Who are you? Bai Chen pressed on, making them step back. "If you want to live, think about what I just said." Bai Chen's voice was icy. Suddenly, someone turned and ran, but Bai Chen swiftly caught up and decapitated him with a knife. This unexpected scene plunged the others into despair. They couldn't fight, they couldn't run. The leader knelt down first, and the rest followed suit. "Big brother, it's my fault. Please spare our lives. Please spare our lives." "Do I need to repeat myself?" Bai Chen shouted loudly. The men shuddered, recalling Bai Chen's earlier words. "I'll do it. I'll do it." Warning, graphic content. They all had mournful faces. "Big brother, do we really have to do it?" The man's anger was evident. He punched the man in the face directly. "Damn it, were you the one who suggested making my brother eat shit first?" The henchman was stunned, unable to argue because he was indeed the one who suggested it. The others now looked at him with hostility. The henchman felt a sense of impending doom. "What are you going to do?" "Damn it, get him!" someone shouted, and the crowd rushed towards the henchman. "Damn it, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have to eat shit. Let me show you my fist first." "Beat him, he caused us trouble." The group started beating the man, turning him into a mess. "Stop, he'll die if you keep going." The henchman begged repeatedly. The men seemed tired too, gradually stopping. Bai Chen saw this and quickly ordered, "Make him eat shit." The others rolled up their sleeves and started beating him again. In no time, the man was a mess, excreting waste. The others recoiled from the smell, pinching their noses in disgust. Bai Chen also held his nose from a distance, repulsed by the stench. "Don't just stand there, it's ready-made, hurry up and eat, 1 bite each, throw up and eat 2 bites. After speaking, Bai Chen held his breath tightly. The group turned green-faced, wanting to kill the man immediately. "What the hell is this stench? Are you doing this on purpose? Damn it, it stinks like you're constipated." They looked at each other, none daring to approach. Bai Chen pointed directly at their leader. "You're the boss, right? Lead by example." The man's face turned uglier than if he had lost his wife, but he dared not argue and slowly approached the henchman lying on the ground. He then despairingly pulled down his pants. A foul smell filled the air, revealing the filth. Several people gagged at the sight. Bai Chen kept his distance, not wanting to witness anything disturbing. Seeing the man squatting there without action for a while, just as Bai Chen was about to urge him, the man grabbed a handful and shoved it into his mouth. The retching sounds echoed once more. Fortunately, Bai Chen had his back turned and didn't witness the detailed scene. Next, Bai Chen continued to give orders. The man finally stood up as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, licking his lips as he turned around. "Damn it! If you're going to eat shit, just eat it, why lick your lips?" Bai Chen was feeling nauseous. What a talented individual. The next person quickly grabbed a bit and put it in his mouth, but as soon as it entered his mouth, he vomited it out, landing right on that pile of stuff. Everyone felt like they wanted to die. This is beyond disgusting. Who can bear this? So, everyone started retching. Bai Chen couldn't take it either, so he delegated this arduous task to the big brother of the group. As their good big brother, he would surely not favor anyone and would take care of each one. And so, Bai Chen returned to the safe house, feeling less nauseous after a while. An hour later, the man started calling for Bai Chen. "We're done eating. Can we leave now?" Bai Chen hurriedly sent them away. He didn't even want to see them. It was a mistake. Bai Chen silently vowed never to play such a cruel game again. Each of these people breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the answer. At least they had saved their lives. On their way out, they decided not to disclose today's events, especially the part about eating shit. As for the contributor, they had already taken care of him. Until dawn, another group slowly approached the safe house. Bai Chen, with night vision capabilities, watched as this group sneaked forward in the darkness, looking quite ridiculous. Bai Chen couldn't be bothered with them. He took out his crossbow, went to the rooftop, and aimed to shoot. Swish, the arrow hit one person right in the forehead, and the person dropped without even a scream. He was the last one in the group. The others were still advancing, unaware that someone behind them had already died. Bai Chen continued shooting, hitting each one in the heart, always the last person. Soon, when they were only 10 meters away from the safe house, there were only 3 people left. These 3 didn't even notice that there was no one behind them. It was evident that during this time, Bai Chen had honed his shooting skills. "Brothers, be careful. It's best to capture the people inside alive. I heard the women inside are getting prettier one by one. Even if we can't do anything, we can at least touch them. Hee hee, I can't wait. Brothers, follow me." But there was only silence in response, along with the sounds of insects and birds. The 3 men sensed that something was amiss and quickly turned around to look back. To their surprise, there was not a single figure behind them. They were all stunned. What was going on? But no one could give them an answer. "Big brother, this place feels weird. Shouldn't we go back?" one of them said with a trembling voice. "Yeah, big brother, why do I feel like there are eyes watching us around?" another one said, looking around in fear, feeling restless. The leader also felt his heart racing. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation. There were no zombies here. How come his men had disappeared? "Let's go back. Maybe they got separated." The leader tried to sound calm. "Yes, let's go back and check." The other 2 quickly ran back. But after a few steps, one of them tripped over a corpse. He looked in horror and was instantly frightened by the dead eyes staring back at him. "Ghost! Oh my god! Help!" He immediately ran away, crying and incoherent. The other 2 were also shaken, but they had a bit more courage. They saw the body on the ground. It was one of their own. They both looked at each other simultaneously. A chill ran down their spines. This unknown fear was the most terrifying. They didn't even know when they had been attacked. They swallowed hard and quickly fled the scene. After the 3 men ran away, Bai Chen returned to his room to rest. He couldn't stay up all night watching outside. Fortunately, no one else came that night. And the news from here slowly spread to other forces. Some say this place is haunted, some say there is a necromancer here. Others say there is no one here at all. And there are even those who claim this is the gateway to hell. But those are stories for another time. Right now, a group of people are approaching this place. Surprisingly, a beautiful woman is leading the way. She is exquisitely made up, with a sweet and charming face. She is dressed in a cool outfit, wearing a white camisole with a seductive bare waist. A thin veil drapes over her, adding a touch of mystery to her graceful figure. She wears an ultra-short skirt, which tantalizingly reveals itself as she moves. The woman sways her body, looking somewhat displeased. At that moment, a man walks up behind her. He embraces the woman from behind, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Come on, darling, don't be mad. I'll reward you properly after we're done," the man says tenderly. "Pang da hai, you're quite something. You're willing to sacrifice even your own wife. If anything happens to me, you'll regret it," the woman says, tears welling up in her eyes. "Come on, darling, we've already made preparations. This Bai Chen is just an old lecher. With your beauty, he'll obediently bow down at your feet. When the time is right, you sneakily open the door for us, and he'll be like a sitting duck," the man hurriedly reassures her. "Well, all right then," the woman reluctantly agrees. Soon, they reach a safe house and take cover. The woman sways her hips and walks with a seductive gait towards the safe house. Before long, she arrives outside the safe house. Instantly, she puts on a panicked expression. She urgently knocks on the security door. "Is anyone there? Please help me." Bai Chen hears the knocking and comes out to check, finding only a woman outside. He opens the door. The woman sees Baichen opening the door and instantly falls into his arms. Baichen is stunned. Embracing her? As Baichen touches her body, the woman's information appears in the system. Name, Wang Yaodiao. Age, 23. Bust size, E-cup. Looks, 90. Security visits, 1 loyalty, -80. Seeing this, Baichen is taken aback. He doesn't even know this person, yet her loyalty is -80. Baichen becomes wary. Wang Yaoyao slowly wakes up. I'm sorry, can I come in and rest in your house? Wang Yaoyao feigns weakness. As she speaks, she continues to sway her body and rub her proud chest against Baichen's arm. Baichen immediately becomes cautious, with only one thought in his mind: a beauty trap. He slowly raises his head and looks around, finding no one else. With a mischievous smile, he decides to play along, knowing that only he and his designated person can open the security door. Come in. You must be hungry, right? Baichen helps Wang Yaoyao into the house, closing the security door behind them. As the door closes, Wang Yaoyao trembles, visibly nervous. After a moment, she coquettishly says, I haven't eaten yet. Do you have anything to eat? Anything will do. Perfect timing, we just finished eating. If you don't mind, help yourself. Baichen points to the table. Wang Yaoyao's expression immediately turns sour. Leftover food for her to eat. When has she ever been treated like this? Since following Pangdahai, she had 3 meals a day, always with pickled vegetables, and sometimes even canned meat. Although life was not as good as before the apocalypse, having such treatment in the post-apocalyptic world was rare. But in order to complete this mission, Wang Yaoyao can only endure. She decides to take a few bites casually, deceive Baichen, and once they secure the place, she'll have a couple of steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Thinking of this, Wang Yaoyao showed a joyful expression. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. Anyway, you wouldn't eat it and it would go to waste, Baichen said deliberately. Wang Yaoyao's smile froze. She was already starting to lose her mind, but she couldn't lose control yet. She needed to gain the other person's trust. So, she suppressed the anger in her heart and said, It's okay, having something to eat is already good enough. That's good, as long as you don't mind, go ahead and eat, it will get cold soon. Being polite, Baichen reached out to hold Wang Yaoyao's hand. If an advantage comes knocking, one should not refuse it. Wang Yaoyao did not refuse either, letting Baichen hold her small hand and play with it in his palm. Seeing Baichen's demeanor, Wang Yaoyao felt disdain in her heart. Indeed, men were all the same. No matter who you were, you would end up bowing down to a woman's feet. He. Wang Yaoyao, being touched by Baichen, then let out a tinkling laugh. You're annoying, just met me and already getting touchy-feely, later you might even. Wang Yaoyao stopped halfway, then covered her mouth and chuckled softly. What were you going to say? Baichen quickly asked. Annoying. Wang Yaoyao turned her head away, but didn't pull back her hand, showing a gesture of wanting to refuse but also welcoming. Baichen also played along. Since the other party was using charm, he couldn't disappoint. Especially since Wang Yaoyao's hand was really smooth, Baichen felt a bit reluctant to let go. Seeing Wang Yaoyao turn her head away without rejecting his actions, Baichen's gaze started to assess her. You're so naughty, peeking when someone isn't looking. Wang Yaoyao lowered her head, looking like a young wife who wanted to say something but didn't dare. Who could stand this? Baichen quickly pulled Wang Yaoyao up. He still didn't know the other party's intentions, so he had to stay calm. Go eat quickly. It won't taste good when it gets cold. Saying this, Baichen led Wang Yaoyao towards the dining room. Wang Yaoyao didn't refuse, letting Baichen lead her, swaying her hips as she followed. Seeing her figure, Baichen wished he could tear her clothes off. He took a deep breath, suppressing this impulse. At the same time, he gained a certain understanding of Wang Yaoyao's charm. This woman was not simple. Just a few simple words and actions had him captivated, and this was with him being used to seeing beautiful women. Soon, the two arrived at the dining room. When Wang Yaoyao saw the variety of dishes on the table, she couldn't help but be surprised. She even forgot to sway her hips. Do you eat this normally? Wang Yaoyao looked incredulous. Seeing her expression, Baichen already had a rough idea. She must not have eaten these dishes in a long time. Before Baichen could say anything, Wang Yaoyao quickly sat on a stool and started eating heartily. Take it slow, don't choke. Beauty, why are you crying? Beauty, what are you doing? Don't take off your pants. Oh, you're loosening them to eat more. Don't worry, there's more for tonight. Soon, Wang Yaoyao finished all the leftovers on the table. After eating, she picked up a napkin and returned to her ladylike demeanor. She folded the napkin, then gently wiped her mouth. I'm sorry for the scene, it's been so long since I've had such delicious food. Wang Yaoyao placed her hands on her lap, fluttering her long eyelashes at Baichen, continuously charming him. It's okay, do you have any plans for the future? Baichen continued to hold Wang Yaoyao's hand, playing with it, then asked tentatively. At this moment, Wang Yaoyao showed a worried expression, tears shimmering in her eyes. Bai Chen couldn't help but sigh. She was truly a talented actress, shedding tears at will, much better than those fresh-faced boys who only knew how to count to 6. I don't know where to go either. My family has all been infected by zombies. I barely escaped from the city with my life. If it weren't for you, I might have. Wang Yaoyao's tears fell down rapidly. Bai Chen embraced Wang Yaoyao, letting her rest against his chest. Feeling Wang Yaoyao's soft body, Bai Chen said somewhat intoxicated, "Don't be afraid. If you have nowhere else to go, why not stay here?" "Can I?" Wang Yaoyao looked incredulous. "Of course you can. You're so beautiful and speak so sweetly. I can't bear to see you leave." Wang Yaoyao kissed Bai Chen on the cheek and then shyly turned away. "I'm sorry, I got too excited." "It's okay, I'm pretty excited too." "Ah, something touched me." Wang Yaoyao stood up in surprise. "It's okay, it's just the flashlight in my pocket." Bai Chen pulled out a flashlight. "Crisis averted. That's good." Wang Yaoyao patted her chest. But inside, she was thinking about something else. This guy should be in my grasp now, and the next step is to let Pang Dahai and the others in. But why does this guy look more handsome the more I look at him? If I could be with him once, it might be. Ugh, what am I thinking? Wang Yaoyao shook her head, then looked out the window, furrowing her brows. Bai Chen suppressed his excitement and stood up, saying, "I still don't know your name?" Wang Yaoyao came to her senses and continued in a soft voice, "Just call me Yaoyao." "Yaoyao, you must not have had a bath in a long time. I have hot water here, would you like to take a hot bath?" Wang Yaoyao was taken aback. "You still have hot water here?" "Of course, do you want to?" Yes, of course." Before Bai Chen could finish, Wang Yaoyao hurriedly replied, "Being beautiful is a woman's nature, especially for a pretty woman. Cleaning the body seems like an obsession. The greatest pleasure for his other women is taking a bath." "Then come with me," Bai Chen said, leading Wang Yaoyao upstairs. Soon, they arrived at Bai Chen's room. Looking at the decorations and items in the room, Wang Yaoyao shyly lowered her head. "Why did you bring me to your room?" "Of course, to help you relax." With that, Bai Chen took her to the bathroom. "You can wash here. There's hot water ready. What about you?" Wang Yaoyao instinctively asked, but as soon as she spoke, she felt something was off and quickly covered her mouth. "I'll be outside, of course." "Do you want me to help you wash?" Bai Chen teased. Even Wang Yaoyao couldn't help but blush at his words. She pushed Bai Chen out and locked the door. Then she breathed a sigh of relief, touched her slightly flushed face, feeling puzzled. She came to seduce Bai Chen, so why does she now feel like she's the one being seduced? Images of Bai Chen's handsome face began to fill her mind. Unconsciously, Wang Yaoyao felt a warmth spreading through her body. She quickly turned on the water, washed her face, and the feeling disappeared. As the water flowed, the bathtub slowly filled up. But during this time, Wang Yaoyao was lost in thought, with Bai Chen's face constantly appearing in her mind. Mechanically, she took off her clothes and immersed her body in the comfortable hot water. At that moment, she felt a bit dazed. Wasn't this the life she wanted? A comfortable living environment, delicious food, and a handsome man. Since following Pang Dahai, she had been in constant fleeing and turmoil. When was the last time she truly experienced such a peaceful day? Gradually, Wang Yaoyao began to compare Bai Chen and Pang Dahai. In appearance, he couldn't compare to Bai Chen. In terms of safety, where else could be safer than here? To be comfortable, since the apocalypse, she had never relaxed in a hot bath like she did today. What could compare to this? At this moment, Wang Yaoyao had already begun to loathe Pang Dahai. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Bai Chen was feeling somewhat puzzled. He was looking at Wang Yaoyao's information. Loyalty went from -80 to -40 in the blink of an eye. Then it immediately turned to 0. But before he could catch his breath, loyalty changed to 40. Up until now, her favorability had been rising steadily, finally stopping at 80. Bai Chen didn't know what had happened in those few seconds. What could make someone with -80 loyalty instantly become his diehard fan? But that didn't matter now. What mattered was that the current Wang Yaoyao was completely loyal to him, and he could find out her intentions from her. Thinking about this, Bai Chen was in a great mood. Shortly after, Wang Yaoyao came out wrapped in a towel. Although Wang Yaoyao without makeup was slightly inferior to the other women in the safe house, she still met his standards. Bai Chen sat on the bed, admiring the graceful beauty before him. When Wang Yaoyao saw Bai Chen waiting for her, a hint of joy appeared on her face. She swayed her waist towards Bai Chen and then sat directly on his lap. Her arms wrapped around Bai Chen's neck. With a coquettish look, she asked, "So, how do you plan to treat me? From now on, be my woman." Bai Chen smiled, embracing her with both arms. Wang Yaoyao felt ticklish from his touch and giggled. He, good brother, I'll be your woman from now on, so you better treat me well. Bai Chen couldn't help but feel proud and pinched Wang Yaoyao playfully. Ah! Wang Yaoyao exclaimed, then put on a charming look. Hey, why are you touching me like that? Bai Chen became even more unrestrained at this point. Ah! Wang Yaoyao exclaimed again, instinctively wanting to get off Bai Chen. However, Bai Chen held her waist with one hand, making it impossible for her to escape. Before long, Wang Yaoyao completely let herself go. Brother! Her voice became more charming and intoxicated. Just then, Bai Chen suddenly stopped. In a cold tone, he said, "Don't you have something to tell me?" This snapped Wang Yaoyao out of her trance. At the same time, she let go of his hand. What? What are you talking about? Her heart was in turmoil at this moment. She understood what Bai Chen meant, but she hoped he would never find out, because she was afraid that if she spoke the truth, she would be kicked out. I'll give you one more chance to tell me your purpose for being here. Wang Yaoyao was stunned. Instantly, tears streamed down her face. She felt like Bai Chen had suddenly changed, but at the same time, she felt he was always like this. I'll tell you everything, please don't kick me out, don't make me leave you. Then, Wang Yaoyao revealed everything, including her involvement with Pang Dahai. After hearing this, all of Bai Chen's doubts vanished. He couldn't help but look down on Pang Dahai. How could he let his woman go out to seduce him? But in the end, Pang Dahai would pay the price for his foolishness, losing not only his wife but also risking his life. Next, you will obey my orders. Wang Yaoyao nodded vigorously. Good, say it like this later. Bai Chen whispered in Wang Yaoyao's ear. Wang Yaoyao blushed after hearing it. Okay, I'll do as you say. You sounded great just now, continue. Husband. Bai Chen led her to the window, drew the curtains, leaving only a small gap. Outside the safe house, Pang Dahai was anxiously waiting with his men. At this moment, he was in a state of turmoil. Somehow, he felt uneasy. He checked the time, there was still some time left until the agreed time. But he couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he thought of his beloved Wang Yaoyao in that house, he couldn't wait to rush in. Finally, unable to bear the torment any longer, he slowly approached the safe house with his men. The door of the safe house was not open, indicating that Wang Yaoyao had not succeeded yet. This made Pang Dahai even more uneasy. Husband. Just then, Pang Dahai heard a familiar voice. He quickly followed the sound. At that moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. Pang Dahai was struck as if by lightning, his mind blank. It was his woman. No! No! Pang Dahai shouted hysterically. He couldn't accept this reality. What? Pang Dahai looked at Wang Yaoyao in disbelief. His eyes had turned bloodshot. He wanted to demand why she had betrayed him. No! You must have been coerced. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let her take such risks. Yaoyao, I'm coming to save you. Pang Dahai roared, then began to frantically pound on the door. But no matter what he did, the door wouldn't budge. Pang Dahai was consumed by madness. The voice that once sounded so pleasant now grated on his ears. After a while, Wang Yaoyao shifted her voluptuous body. Her hands hung on Bai Chen's body. Husband, let's go downstairs and humiliate him. At this moment, Wang Yaoyao had completely fallen for Bai Chen, feeling extreme disgust towards Pang Dahai. Okay. Bai Chen adjusted Wang Yaoyao's bathrobe, then dressed himself and carried Wang Yaoyao downstairs. By now, Pang Dahai had stopped pounding on the door and sat on the ground in a daze. Bai Chen then opened the door. Pang Dahai immediately jumped up, blaring fiercely at Bai Chen. Kid, give me back my woman. My woman? Did you ask her if she agrees? Pang Dahai quickly looked at Wang Yaoyao and said gently, Yaoyao, come out, I'm here to save you. Wang Yaoyao never looked at him, her eyes fixed only on Bai Chen. I only have one man, and that's Bai Chen. I should thank you for letting me seduce him, otherwise I wouldn't have met my true love. Wang Yaoyao nestled in Bai Chen's arms, moving seductively. Hearing this, Pang Dahai froze once again. No, it's not like that. I don't believe it. It must be this pretty boy who has misled you. Come with me. Saying this, Pang Dahai tried to rush in. Bai Chen kicked him directly, sending Pang Dahai flying out. It was then that Wang Yaoyao finally looked at Pang Dahai. Her tone was icy as she said, Pang Dahai, the past is over. I belong to Bai Chen now. If you continue to pester me, I'll have my man kill you. Heartless. At that moment, Pang Dahai truly realized that he had lost this woman completely. Regret flooded his heart. Why had he made that decision back then? Suddenly, Pang Dahai's anger overwhelmed him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling dead on the spot. Bai Chen looked coldly at Pang Dahai. From the moment he decided to deal with him, Pang Dahai's fate was sealed. Such a person was not worth pitying. His death actually benefited him. the henchman Pang Dahai brought with him scattered at the sight. Bai Chen didn't stop them. He needed them to spread the word about what happened here to deter others from targeting him. Then, Bai Chen embraced Wang Yaoyao's slender waist and led her back to the room. Outside the safe house, the night was calm, but inside, passion burned like fire. That night, Bai Chen thoroughly enjoyed tormenting Wang Yaoyao and, feeling unsatisfied, proceeded to torment Su Runyan. In the morning, two good news arrived. Congratulations to the host for obtaining offspring, reward gene points plus 50. Congratulations to the host for obtaining offspring, reward gene points plus 50. With the previous ones, there were now a total of 250 gene points. Last night, Bai Chen only had relations with Wang Yaoyao and Su Runyan, so it was quickly confirmed. With 300 points added daily, plus the 150 contributed by Wang Yaoyao, he now had 1820 points. Bai Chen glanced at Su Runyan beside him. He got up and went to the bathroom. Then he quickly opened the genetic enhancement system. Instantly, 3 options appeared. 1. Enhance immunity, no longer troubled by colds. Cost, 50 genetic points. 2. Alter gene arrangement, evolve attack abilities, shoot heart bone needles from palms. Cost, 150 genetic points, failure rate increases by 20%. 3. Alter gene sequence, host grows a tail, greatly enhancing balance and coordination. Cost, 100 genetic points, failure rate increases by 10%. Bai Chen had already seen the first 2 options, and the third one had just refreshed. However, after reading its content, he felt a bitter taste in his heart. This was just a waste. If he grew a tail, he would be seen as a monster by others. Thinking this, Bai Chen decisively ignored the third option. But he wasn't keen on the first 2 either. So, he could only choose the cheapest one and see if any good options would refresh. Just as he was about to choose, he noticed a refresh option hidden in the corner of the system panel. Bai Chen quickly looked at it. Each refresh costs 10 genetic points and requires a 10-minute wait. After some thought, Bai Chen decided that instead of choosing to no longer catch colds, he might as well refresh all 3 options. Thus, Bai Chen chose to refresh directly. 10 minutes passed quickly. The 3 options appeared again. The first one strengthened genes to make the host immune to all allergic reactions, costing 50 genetic points. The second one altered chromosome count to change the host's gender, costing 50 genetic points. The third one strengthened genes to make the host immune to common toxins, costing 50 genetic points. These common toxins were things like caterpillars, bees, scorpions, which were not lethal. Looking at the 3 options, they all seemed lackluster. He had never experienced any allergies growing up, and these small insects couldn't harm him with his current defense. Changing gender was even more absurd. He had a multi-child system, so changing gender was out of the question. Therefore, Bai Chen continued to refresh. This time, the first 2 were lackluster, and only the third one seemed acceptable. Alter host gene sequence, evolve defense capabilities, enhance bone hardness. Cost, 100 genetic points, failure rate increases by 10%. However, Bai Chen chose to give up, as he could obtain increased defense through points. There was no need to waste precious genetic points. He continued to refresh. 3 lackluster options. Continued to refresh. The first 2 were lackluster, and just as Bai Chen thought he would refresh again, he suddenly stopped. His gaze fixed on the third option, and then, he was so excited he almost shouted. Increase gene sequence count, evolve attack capabilities, hallucinogenic factor. The body stores a hallucinogenic factor, which can be rapidly released when the host needs it, spreading within a 10-meter range. The hallucinogenic aura is colorless and odorless, not lethal, and fresh air can restore it in a short time. Cost, 200 genetic points, failure rate increases by 30%. Seeing this description, Bai Chen was thrilled. What did this mean? With this ability, he could make enemies within a 10-meter range unknowingly fall into hallucinations. Thinking this, Bai Chen quickly chose to strengthen. 200 genetic points quickly flowed into Bai Chen's body, rapidly merging, dividing, arranging, integrating within him. Soon, a complete gene sequence appeared. This indicated that Bai Chen had successfully obtained this ability. In his mind, he quickly gained knowledge of how to use it, as if it were an innate ability. No need to deliberately use it, just as easy and casual as raising your hand while walking. With 20 gene points left, Bai Chen closed the gene enhancement panel. After these few refreshes, he found that the current gene point consumption was 50, 100, 150, and 200 respectively. There should be more consumption. The more consumed, the greater the risk, but also the greater the help to him. Most of the 50 gene points consumed are mediocre, with no risk of failure, but they are refreshed the most. The higher the gene point consumption, the smaller the probability of refresh. Then, Bai Chen opened the points panel again. Currently, he can use points to strengthen his body, further enhance his strength. He can also choose to spend 1,000 points to unlock a new weapon. He can also exchange some weapons for the women to defend themselves. During this time, their shooting skills have also improved. However, with the safe house outside, they don't need to take risks at all. Teaching them to shoot is just in case. Thinking of this, Baichen looked at the weapon arsenal. Currently, he can unlock a pistol with a silencer, along with matching ammunition. After unlocking it, he can get one for free, along with 100 rounds of ammunition. Right now, what Baichen lacks is bullets. Unlocking a firearm will also unlock the option to exchange for bullets. Faced with the unpredictable Shenyang Hall, Baichen urgently needs firearms and ammunition. Thinking of this, Baichen directly spent 1,000 points to unlock this pistol. At the same time, the weapon arsenal now has an extra pistol and 100 rounds of ammunition. He still has 2 pistols, and these bullets are all usable. He doesn't need more firearms for now, so Baichen exchanged for 500 rounds of ammunition. Finally, with 320 points left, he satisfactorily closed the system panel. Just then, he suddenly felt a movement in the space of the ever-changing divine weapon. Baichen didn't know what was happening and quickly checked, but there was no change. So, he directly took out the ever-changing divine weapon. Unexpectedly, this time, the ever-changing divine weapon did not transform into another weapon but remained in its box state. Baichen was once again surprised. This was the first time he encountered this situation. As he checked, the information of the ever-changing divine weapon appeared in his mind. Baichen was excited. The ever-changing divine weapon had become controllable. The reason was the pistol he unlocked. Now, the ever-changing divine weapon had 2 modes. One was to randomly transform into a weapon, and the other was to specify a weapon from the arsenal. What a pleasant surprise! This way, he now had a pistol with unlimited ammunition and no fear of damage. However, the ever-changing divine weapon could still only transform into 1 weapon per day. It could only continue transforming after midnight. But this minor flaw was acceptable. Baichen put the ever-changing divine weapon back into space. Then he went downstairs to have a meal with the women. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Baichen did only one thing: he impregnated all 5 women left in the safe house. In these 3 days, no one dared to come and threaten him. His goal was achieved. What Baichen didn't know was that those who had escaped had already spread rumors about him, portraying him as a monstrous figure, dissuading anyone from having ill intentions towards him. This news naturally reached Wang Shanchuan's ears. At this moment, Wang Shanchuan's face was grim as he sat upright in the tea room. He looked at the person in front of him who brought him this news and angrily threw the teacup in his hand. Damn it! Useless, all useless. The people below were immediately frightened and knelt on the ground. Lately, Wang Shanchuan's temper had become more and more irritable. His subordinates were all terrified, as any slight mistake could lead to a severe beating. At this moment, Vice Hall Master Lu Shuo walked in slowly. He glanced at the situation, waved his hand at the kneeling subordinates, signaling them to leave. The man finally felt relieved and quickly escaped. Master, what could have made you so angry? Humph, those useless people couldn't even kill a single person. Master, are you talking about Baichen? I've heard some rumors recently, but they seem too false to be taken seriously. But flies don't bite seamless eggs. Since he managed to survive amidst so many attacks, it means that these rumors are not entirely false. Master, I have an idea to eliminate future troubles. Wang Shanquan looked eagerly at Lu Shuo. Quick, what's your plan? Currently, we are fully engaged in dealing with the Green Dragon Gang and can't spare manpower to deal with Baichen. However, we can hire some minor forces to lure the zombies out of the city, surround his fortified house, and trap Baichen. Even if he's strong, without external supplies, he will have no way out. Ha ha! Brilliant! Wang Shanquan suddenly smiled, dispelling his previous displeasure. Lu Shuo, have you found the doctor I asked for? Wang Shanquan put away his smile and continued, Yes, I found him. I heard he's an expert in this field and he's waiting in the living room. I came to inform you about it. Good. Bring him in quickly. Wang Shanquan was eager. Alright, I'll bring him in now. With that, Lu Shuo left the room. During this time, Wang Shanquan had seen many doctors but none could cure his problem. After much inquiry, he found this specialist from another faction, which cost a considerable amount of resources to bring him in. Soon, Lu Shuo returned with the expert, a gray-haired man with a slightly balding head. Dr. Mu, this is our master, please take a look. After the apocalypse, doctors had become the most important profession, and many factions went to great lengths to secure one. Therefore, even the carefree hall had to treat him with some courtesy. Master Wang, please take off your pants so I can examine you. Lu Shuo tactfully exited the room and closed the door. Wang Shanquan then took off his pants. After the examination, Dr. Mu said, Master Wang, physically you're fine. Do you recall unpleasant memories every time you engage in intimate activities? Upon hearing this, Wang Shanquan immediately pulled up his pants and stood up. Doctor, you're absolutely right. I suggest you see a psychologist. Your illness is not physical but psychological. With that, Dr. Mu began packing up his medical kit and instruments. Doctor, let me escort you out. After seeing off the doctor, Lu Shua entered from outside. Lu Shua, immediately arrange a citywide search for a psychologist. Yes. Lu Shua paused before continuing, Master, we have reached an agreement with the Brown Bear Gang and the Tiger Gang to jointly attack the Green Dragon Gang. 3 days from now, our 3 factions will launch a simultaneous attack. Ha ha. Very good. The 3 strongest factions in Jinghai are now united. Let's see how Zhao Zilong can survive. Oh, don't forget about that kid Bai Chen. Handle him as you suggested. Alright, I'll take care of it. With that, Lu Shua turned and left. After leaving, he began making arrangements. A few hours later, he found a gathering of 200 people. This gathering had run out of food and readily agreed to work for the Carefree Hall upon hearing about the job. Despite the dangerous task of luring zombies, they accepted without hesitation and immediately started their work. Subsequently, these people scattered and began their actions. Inside the safe house, Bai Chen was discussing colorful jokes with a room full of beautiful women, causing continuous laughter. Since these women became pregnant, their desires seemed even stronger. It got to the point where even in broad daylight, Bai Chen had to satisfy them. Fortunately, being newly pregnant, she didn't need to pay too much attention to this aspect. In a few more months when her belly started to show, even if the demand was strong, Bai Chen could only ruthlessly refuse. As they chatted, the sky gradually darkened. What's that sound outside? Lu Yumeng curiously approached the window, but it was too dark outside for her to see anything. I don't know, but it seems to be getting closer. Sun Runyan frowned with worry on his face. At this moment, only Bai Chen saw the situation outside. It was an endless sea of corpses. In front of this vast horde of zombies, there were over 100 people attracting them forward. Each of them was carrying a white plastic bucket. Soon, these people arrived outside the safe house. Brothers, this is it, splash it. The group of people instantly opened the plastic buckets in their hands. Then, they poured the liquid from the buckets onto the wall of the safe house. Instantly, a strong smell of blood filled the air, making the endless zombies behind them even more frenzied. Many of the zombies' eyes turned bloodshot, and their speed increased exponentially. Ha, so exciting! I heard there's a very powerful person here. I wonder if he can make it out alive. I also heard there are many beautiful women inside. If I could play with 1 or 2, it would be worth dying for. Alas! We are out of luck. These zombies are getting a freebie. Ha, if zombies understood this, none of these beautiful women inside would be spared. TSK, I think you're the one who wants to have fun. Hurry up and get to work. Soon, all the blood was poured on the wall. At this moment, Bai Chen's face turned pale. The other women were also breathing heavily with anger. You all go back to your rooms. The women returned to their rooms, leaving only Li Jinmei behind. These people are despicable. I'm going to kill them, Li Jinmei said, pulling out a handgun. Bai Chen grabbed Li Jinmei. These people are not worth your effort. Wait for me in the room. After speaking, Bai Chen took the elevator directly to the rooftop. The people outside had already finished splashing all the blood. The man with pockmarked face at the head said, Brothers, retreat. However, just as he said this, he felt a dizzy spell in his brain. In the moment before losing consciousness, he suddenly saw a man with a pale face standing on the roof. His heart skipped a beat. Then he noticed that none of the people who had followed him were speaking anymore. One by one, they lay down on the ground. He wanted to shout at them, but his mind grew heavier, his consciousness gradually blurred, and finally, he blacked out and fell to the ground. This was Bai Chen using his hallucinogenic ability. He didn't expect that in just a few seconds, all these people would fall unconscious. Bai Chen looked into the distance, where a large number of zombies were now very close. Combined with the blood spilled by these people, it was clear that they could not divert these zombies. He looked angrily at the people lying on the ground. If you seek death, then I will let you die in peace. After speaking, Bai Chen stopped releasing the hallucinogenic substance. Once stopped, these people would naturally wake up when they breathed fresh air. Indeed, after a dozen seconds, people began to wake up one after another. The man with pockmarks also woke up. His head was heavy and he couldn't remember where he was or what he was doing for a moment. The breeze blew on his face, and a strong smell of blood entered his nostrils and mouth. Suddenly, he regained consciousness, and memories flashed in his mind. He remembered his purpose this time. He had been hired by the Xiaoyao Hall to attract a large number of zombies to surround Bai Chen's house. Zombies! The man with pockmarks felt a chill in his heart. He sat up abruptly. When he saw the zombies less than 10 meters away, his brain exploded with a bang. How could he have fallen asleep? At this moment, he couldn't care much. He quickly shouted to remind his companions around him, then got up and ran. The others slowly regained consciousness. When they saw the zombies so close, they were scared and cried out in fear. They quickly got up and tried to escape. However, some slower ones were already knocked down by the zombies, and large chunks of flesh were torn off by the zombies. Instantly, fresh blood splattered. The zombies smelled the fresh blood and seemed to become even more frenzied. Most of the zombies continued to chase the fleeing people, their speed getting faster and faster. Occasionally, someone would be caught up by a zombie and knocked down, then torn and gnawed at. Many people were surrounded by zombies as soon as they were knocked down. The zombies bit down together, and these people endured immense pain in an instant. At this moment, the pockmarked man running at the front looked regretful. But it was too late. Just then, a mutant zombie suddenly spat out its tongue. This tongue was as long as 10 meters. The pockmarked man was instantly entangled by the tongue and quickly dragged back. He struggled desperately, but the tongue was too strong, and he couldn't break free at all. In the end, he was dragged to the zombie's side, and then something like a straw was inserted into his head. Through the straw-like thing, one could vaguely see red and white matter being sucked out. The pockmarked man's body convulsed violently. During this process, his facial muscles twisted intensely, seemingly enduring immense pain. Before long, his entire body began to rapidly shrivel until only a skin sack was left, which the mutant zombie discarded like trash. Such cruel scenes were everywhere. The bloody massacre lasted a full half hour before gradually subsiding. None of these people escaped. Bai Chen watched coldly from the rooftop. At this moment, due to the blood spilled by these people, a large number of zombies began to surround the safe house and gnaw continuously. However, all they got was broken teeth. Some zombies spotted Bai Chen and kept growling at him. Some mutant zombies used their evolutionary abilities to try to rush up to the rooftop. Bai Chen stood on the rooftop, took out the versatile divine weapon, and turned it into a pistol. Then he crazily shot down those mutant zombies. The pistol with an added silencer made very little noise. At this moment, a long-tongued mutant zombie suddenly spat out its tongue, which instantly wrapped around Bai Chen. Bai Chen quickly grabbed its tongue and pulled hard. The mutant zombie's tongue was pulled out root and all. Then, the mutant zombie fell to the ground and started convulsing. Bai Chen shot 2 more bullets into its head, and it finally stopped moving. The zombies gathered more and more densely. No matter how many Bai Chen killed, it seemed insignificant in the face of their absolute numbers. In the end, after killing 130 mutant zombies, Bai Chen stopped shooting. It was futile to continue like this. He had to come up with another plan. Back in the safe house, all the women gathered together. "Master, let us help you kill the zombies." "Yes, we have learned to shoot." "Master, let us go." Watching the women's reactions, Bai Chen smiled contentedly. "Don't worry. You all will have the chance, just not now. I need to kill the mutant zombies outside before I can let you go to the rooftop with peace of mind." The women breathed a sigh of relief and looked excitedly at Bai Chen. "Everyone, go rest, and we'll figure something out tomorrow." After sending the women away, Bai Chen opened the genetic enhancement panel. Over these days, successfully impregnating 5 people had earned him 250 genetic points, plus the 130 mutant zombies he had just killed, and the remaining 20 points from before. Now, he had a total of 400 genetic points. Bai Chen couldn't afford to waste any genetic points. He refreshed the panel. Finally, after refreshing 8 times, he found something useful. Increasing the number of adrenal medullary cells allows the host to autonomously control adrenaline release. After release, the host's perception of pain decreases by 80%, and all abilities are enhanced by 30%. Consumes 200 gene points, failure rate increases by 30%. Seeing this introduction, Bai Chen directly chose enhancement. 200 gene points quickly flowed into his body, transforming it. He felt a warm current flowing through every corner of his body. He had a refreshing feeling throughout. Before long, the enhancement succeeded. Bai Chen could now feel adrenaline in his body. He could release adrenaline to every corner of his body at any time. He tried concentrating adrenaline release in his head. Instantly, Bai Chen felt exceptionally clear-headed, with improved thinking and reaction abilities. Next, he tried transferring adrenaline to his hands. He felt his strength had increased significantly. He also discovered that the increase in strength was related to the dosage of adrenaline. To unleash maximum strength, he could transfer all available adrenaline to his hands. However, this would limit the duration of the effect. There are pros and cons to everything. After the test, Bai Chen quickly retracted the adrenaline since it needed time to recover. Then he checked his attribute panel. Name, Bai Chen Strength, 43 Agility, 28 Endurance, 21 Charm, 23 Host Gene Enhancement, 1. Immunity to Zombie Virus, 2. Renal Function Enhancement, 3. Tadpole Activity Boost, 4. Retina Strengthening, 5. Hallucinogen Factor, 6. Adrenaline. Outside, zombies were howling, causing a disturbing noise. Unable to sleep, Bai Chen continued to kill zombies on the rooftop. With each gunshot, mutated zombies fell. By midnight, most of the mutated zombies outside were eliminated. Bai Chen's gene points had increased from 120 to 289. Regular zombies did not yield gene points, so Bai Chen stopped bothering to kill them. He prepared to return to his room to sleep. Upon entering the room, he found someone lying on the bed. With a slender waist and peachy buttocks, it could only be Wang Yushi. However, today Wang Yushi was dressed provocatively in a pink see-through nightgown, revealing her figure. Her fair and smooth skin and perfect curves were all exposed through the fabric. Hearing the door open, Wang Yushi turned around. Seeing Bai Chen, she immediately sat up. "Master, you're finally back." She slowly stood up and nestled into Bai Chen's arms, embracing his waist tenderly. A sweet scent of milk instantly filled the air. "There are so many zombies outside, I'm a bit scared." Bai Chen patted Wang Yushi and said with a smile, "Don't worry, they can't get in." "You're mean," Wang Yushi blushed. Bai Chen lifted Wang Yushi and slowly walked into the bathroom. Wang Yushi was obedient. Bai Chen sat her by the edge of the bathtub. Then he turned on the water. At that moment, Wang Yushi stood up and said softly to Bai Chen, "Master, let me serve you today." With that, she knelt in front of Bai Chen. "Congratulations, host, Wang Yushi's loyalty has increased to 100. Daily points plus 100. After a long period of nurturing their relationship, Wang Yushi's loyalty finally reached 100 points. Bai Chen carefully covered her with a blanket. By then, Wang Yushi had fallen asleep, emitting a cute snore. Bai Chen turned off the light and quickly drifted into dreams due to exhaustion. The next day, Bai Chen woke up early. Wang Yushi was lying in his arms, her legs draped over his. He gently pushed her away, got dressed, and went downstairs. Downstairs, Lu Yameng and Su Runyan had just finished preparing breakfast. The other women also woke up one by one. Judging by their tired looks, they hadn't rested well last night. Yawns were endless. "These zombies kept us up all night." Li Mulan said somewhat displeased, "You're still talking. You were moving around all night yesterday, and it kept me from sleeping well." Li Mu yawned and walked out. At that moment, Li Jinmei, looking sharp and elegant, also emerged, a gun holstered at her waist. "Who's coming with me to kill some zombies later?" The women were stunned for a moment, then quickly raised their hands excitedly. Me. Count me in, I'm going too. Those darn zombies have been making noise all night, so annoying, count me in." Li Jinmei smiled and then looked at Bai Chen. "You see, this is what everyone wants. You can't stop us today, right?" With that, she stuck out her pink tongue playfully and cutely at Bai Chen. Bai Chen smiled faintly. He had prevented them from going out yesterday because there were many mutated zombies outside. Now that most of the mutated zombies had been killed, he had no reason to stop them from going out. It was also an opportunity to train them. "Alright, after dinner, you guys come with me to the rooftop. But let's make it clear in advance, safety comes first. If you encounter mutated zombies, you must inform me immediately." The women cheered at once. Subsequently, the others who hadn't come out yet also emerged. When they heard they were going to kill zombies, they all got excited. Bai Chen couldn't understand why these women were interested in killing zombies. However, only the newly joined Wang Yaoyao seemed a bit timid. Plus, she hadn't learned how to shoot, so Bai Chen didn't let her go this time. After dinner, Bai Chen checked his points. He only had 720 points. Now, he had 3 guns and a crossbow. There weren't enough points for these women. So, Bai Chen exchanged for 4 more crossbows and 300 crossbow arrows. After exchanging these items, he was left with only 20 points. Now, he had 8 weapons, so only 8 people could go out. In the end, Wang Yaoyao and the tired Wang Yushi from the night before stayed behind. The rest went up to the rooftop together. It was the first time for the women to be on the rooftop. As they stood there, looking down at the densely packed zombies below, they couldn't help but show expressions of panic. "Don't worry, these zombies can't come up here." Li Jinmei, the policewoman, reassured everyone. Only then did the group breathe a sigh of relief. "Remember how I taught you before? These zombies are your targets now, aim for the head as much as possible." After saying that, Li Jinmei pulled the trigger, and a bullet hit a zombie's head right on target. "Wow, that's amazing. I want to try too." Lu Yumeng picked up the gun and pulled the trigger at a zombie. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Lu Yumeng was shaken by the recoil. Fortunately, the bullet also hit the zombie's head. At this point, everyone was eager to try. They all started shooting. It had to be said that these women were quite capable. After Li Jinmei's training, they could all hit the target accurately. Seeing this, Bai Chen felt relieved and focused on finding the hidden mutated zombies in the crowd. Bai Chen's vision had been enhanced genetically, allowing him to see clearly even at night as if it were daytime. So, after a night of hunting, there were hardly any zombies left. Bai Chen easily killed the remaining dozen or so mutated zombies. Then, he joined in killing the regular zombies. Xinglong Gang. What? Bai Chen is surrounded by zombies. Zhao Zilong jumped up from his seat. Yes, I personally investigated, Li Xiaoxiao said expressionlessly, tossing her hair. Zhao Zilong was stunned for a few seconds, then sat back down. This must be the work of Xiao Yaohao. Lately, they have been closely associated with the Brown Bear Gang and the Tiger Gang. They must be planning something big. Could they be a threat to us? Li Xiaoxiao frowned. It's a possibility. Spread the word, let the brothers be cautious. Yes, should we help Bai Chen over there? No need, his safe house is exceptionally sturdy, the zombies can't get to him. When the forces behind him come out, we'll send people to help. Maybe we can establish a connection, Zhao Zilong pondered. Yes. After saying that, Li Xiaoxiao turned and left. Moments later, Zhao Zilong also left the room with a group of people. They quickly arrived at a canned food factory. It was filled with zombies. Brothers, if we take over this factory, we can produce our own food. Let's give it our all and try to take it over in 2 days, Zhao Zilong said before shooting at the zombies inside. Gunshots echoed through the sky as the zombies fell. However, more zombies quickly filled the space. After a round of gunfire, they stopped shooting in unison and charged with melee weapons, attacking fiercely through the fence. Little did they know, in just 2 days, the Qinglong gang would face a near-catastrophic disaster. On the rooftop of the safe house, the crossbow bolts ran out quickly. The women took turns using handguns, but their hands were too tender. They couldn't shoot for long before their palms started hurting. Only Li Jinmei, who had undergone extensive training, could shoot for an extended period. By the end of the morning, they had killed over 1,000 zombies. However, for the horde below, it was just a drop in the bucket. There was no significant change, the zombies were still numerous, at least tens of thousands. Bai Chen understood that this was not a sustainable approach. He had to think of another way. With that in mind, Bai Chen said, "Alright, everyone, let's go back and rest." The women wearily returned to the safe house. Bai Chen went back to his room alone. He needed to come up with another plan, and all he could think of now was genetic enhancement. Opening the genetic enhancement panel, he continued to refresh. However, after 9 consecutive refreshes, all were useless. Bai Chen decided to try one last time. If nothing useful came up, he would consider other options, even seeking help from the Qinglong gang. With that thought, Bai Chen chose to refresh again. 3 options appeared. 2 were useless, but Bai Chen's gaze settled on the third option. Reorganize genetic sequence to allow the host to change facial features at will. Costs 200 genetic points, 30% failure rate. Bai Chen still had 202 genetic points. He chose to enhance directly. As a warm sensation passed through his body, Bai Chen realized the enhancement was successful. He quickly went to the mirror and was amazed to see his facial features changing visibly at his command. With mischievous thoughts in mind, he wanted to see how his women would react when he changed his face. With that in mind, he transformed into another man's face and quietly left the room. Next door was the room of Lu Yumeng and Xiaomo, who were in their underwear chatting on the bed. Bai Chen quietly approached. "Xiaomo, do you think the master would find my chest too small?" Lu Yumeng pinched her chest and said dejectedly. Don't overthink it, even though the master likes big chests, yours is not small either," Xiaomo chuckled, covering her mouth. Bai Chen was speechless. When did he ever say he liked big chests? This was pure slander. Does the master like Wang Yushi's peach-shaped buttocks? I often see him touching her, but, Lu Yumeng said somewhat gloomily. "Yumeng, why would you think that? The master likes each of us, and he has spent time alone with you too." With that, Xiaomo playfully pushed Lu Yumeng down and started groping her chest. The 2 girls were playing and laughing, completely unaware of Bai Chen standing nearby. Suddenly, Bai Chen walked briskly towards them and covered their eyes from behind. "Guess who I am?" The 2 girls immediately blushed. "Oh, master, why are you still playing such childish games?" Master, I can still recognize your voice." Bai Chen then let go of their eyes, eagerly anticipating their reaction to his current appearance. As Bai Chen released their hands, the 2 girls looked at him. When they saw Bai Chen's face, they were stunned. Then, both of them shouted, "Ah!" Ah! Bai Chen was surprised by the girl's reaction and quickly changed back to his own face. Stop screaming, it's me. The girls looked at Bai Chen, and when they saw his familiar face, they stopped screaming. Master, you scared us. Lu Yumeng patted her chest. Xia Emo also quickly emerged from the blanket, looking curiously at Bai Chen. Master, did we just see wrong? Xia Emo rubbed her eyes, full of curiosity. Lu Yumeng blinked and ran over, then leaned in front of Bai Chen, looking around. She even pinched him. Strange, no mask. Bai Chen directly grabbed Lu Yumeng's hand, then changed his face again. This time, Lu Yumeng and Xia Mo were not scared but showed a curious expression. Master, how did you do that? The two girls suddenly became excited. Bai Chen smiled and then returned to his original appearance. It's just a simple disguise technique, nothing special. Bai Chen casually gave a reason. The two girls didn't ask further. Everyone was tired today, so Bai Chen didn't reward them. He instructed them to rest early and then return to his room. Unable to go out now or continue collecting beauties, Bai Chen's mind flashed with some images. In The Walking Dead, people could mask their scent by smearing zombie blood on themselves to deceive the zombies. Could his disguise technique have a similar effect? With this thought, Bai Chen excitedly went to the rooftop. The zombies below immediately started growling and reaching out to grab him. Bai Chen took a step back, and his appearance began to change into that of a zombie. Bai Chen returned to the edge of the rooftop, and the zombies below gradually calmed down as they sought his appearance. Seeing this result, Bai Chen felt excited. It meant that zombies could be deceived visually. To be safe, Bai Chen tried waving his hands at the zombies below. However, they didn't pay him any attention, some just glanced and quickly looked away. It seems to work, but the zombies can still smell me, so I must be fully prepared. Saying this, Bai Chen restored his appearance and went downstairs. He opened the security door slightly, and instantly two zombies rushed in. Bai Chen quickly closed the door. He then changed his appearance, but the two zombies still chased after him. So, Bai Chen picked them up like kittens, holding them by the back of their necks, and went up to the rooftop. The two zombies struggled but couldn't break free. Soon, Bai Chen reached the rooftop and threw one of the zombies out. It shattered into pieces instantly, leaving only a head still struggling. Then, Bai Chen took out some furniture from his space and surrounded the other zombie. He then approached the shattered zombie, kicked the head out, stripped the clothes off the zombie, and smeared the black blood on the outside of the clothes. Finally, Bai Chen put on the clothes of the zombie. At this moment, another zombie stopped struggling. Bai Chen put on clothes, changed his appearance, and then swayed in front of the zombie. The zombie still stared blankly ahead, as if Bai Chen didn't exist at all. Seeing this reaction from the zombie, Bai Chen knew that the experiment was successful. After that, Bai Chen threw the zombie away like trash. He stored the furniture in his space, and then decided to store the clothes in there as well. After completing these tasks, Bai Chen returned to the room to clean up. After a quick rinse with cold water, Bai Chen lay on the bed, pondering his next plan. Wang Shanxuan's actions demanded revenge, but he needed the right moment. Rushing into the headquarters of the Xiaoyao Hall recklessly would likely result in being shot to pieces. His defense was not yet strong enough to withstand bullets. With this in mind, Bai Chen activated the intelligence system. It was time to speed up the process of collecting women. 3 pieces of intelligence appeared before him. The first 2 were average, just passing the threshold of 85 in terms of looks. The third one scored 91 in looks, and from the photo, she appeared to be a petite and cute kindergarten teacher. Bai Chen spent the remaining 20 points to check the information on this cute kindergarten teacher. Name, Zhang Xintian. Looks, 91. Bust size, F-cup. Maintenance times, 0. Location, Hepping Base. After reviewing the data, Bai Chen exclaimed, "Wow, what a busty cutie." Bai Chen continued reading. Hepping Base? This information was somewhat vague, and Bai Chen didn't know the exact location of this Hepping Base. It seemed he needed to pay a visit to the Qinglong gang. He believed they would know the location of the Hepping Base. Bai Chen arrived at the door, once again putting on the blood-stained clothes of the zombies and changing his appearance. After a thorough check, he opened the door. As the zombies outside tried to rush in, Bai Chen kicked one of them away. A space was instantly cleared at the door. Seeing that the other zombies showed no intention of coming closer, Bai Chen walked out confidently. This was the first time Bai Chen had faced so many zombies up close. Their empty eyes remained unchanged by his presence. Seeing this, Bai Chen finally relaxed. He gently pushed the zombie in front of him, and it took a step back. And so, Bai Chen slowly made his way through the sea of corpses. Half an hour later, he finally squeezed out. Bai Chen quickly distanced himself from the zombies, stored his clothes in his space, and restored his appearance. He made his way to the Qinglong gang. Unfortunately, Zhao Zilong was not there. He had planned to hire them to help clear the zombies, but it seemed he would have to wait for his return. Baichan then spent 10 pounds of food to obtain basic information about the Heping base. Heping base, total population between 100 to 130 people, mostly comprised of the elderly, children, and women. Due to the lack of young labor, the base suffers from a shortage of resources. Threat level, 0, location, former Xinhua kindergarten. Baichan quickly recalled the Xinhua kindergarten in his mind. Soon, he remembered that the kindergarten was not far from Jinghai University but was in a relatively remote location. Presumably, that was why these people had chosen to stay there. With that in mind, Baichan set off towards the Heping base. Fortunately, all the zombies along the way had already been cleared out. This was the suburbs, the stronghold of the Qinglong gang, and it was rare to see zombies in this area. After a few turns, Baichan arrived at an alley. The Heping base was located at the end of the alley. Just then, Baichan heard a commotion ahead. It seemed like a fierce fight was taking place. Frowning, Baichan quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten. There were dozens of strong men wielding farm tools and smashing things outside. The cries of children could be heard from inside. "Please stop! Please stop!" A middle-aged woman with a somewhat bulky figure cried and begged with a mournful face. "Get lost!" At that moment, a man covered in tattoos kicked out. The middle-aged woman immediately sat on the ground, and soon, blood began to flow from her lower body. Instantly, the crowd panicked once again. The children's cries grew louder. Initially, they thought these people were just here to smash things, but they didn't expect them to start beating people. For a moment, those who had thought of coming out to intervene hurried back inside, watching warily as the people outside. "Oh, oh!" The middle-aged woman cried out in pain on the ground, her face turning pale. Meanwhile, the assailant burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Old lady, serves you right for being blind. Even if it costs a life today, you must hand over the food you owe. Please spare us. We really don't have any extra food left. The food is for the children's growth." The middle-aged woman's forehead was covered in cold sweat, her voice weak and feeble, as if she could faint at any moment. But these assailants had no mercy in their hearts. When they heard the woman mention food, their eyes lit up as if with greed. "Damn it, if you had handed over the food earlier, would you be looking to die now?" The man spat at the woman, then turned to the people behind him and said, "Go in and search." With that, they rushed into the house. Seeing the others charging towards them, the people inside quickly retreated, fearing they would meet the same fate as the middle-aged woman. The intruders quickly stormed into the house, smashing and destroying everything in sight. In no time, the house was in chaos. "Boss, we found the food." At that moment, a henchman ran out carrying a bag of rice. Seeing there was nothing left, the others quickly followed suit. The henchman placed the rice he found at the feet of the tattooed man. The tattooed man glanced at the rice, indifferent, and said, "Consider this as the interest you owe. Hurry up and hand over the rest of the food." Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman on the ground watched as the last bit of food was snatched away. Tears welled up in her eyes as she realized this was the only bit of food left for their group of over 100 people. The middle-aged woman thought of the children having nothing to eat once the food was gone. Finding a sudden surge of strength from somewhere, she stood up in an instant and lunged at the tattooed man, scratching and clawing at his face. In no time, the tattooed man's face was covered in blood streaks. Enraged, the tattooed man kicked out again. "Ah!" The middle-aged woman was sent flying once more, this time with even more blood flowing from her lower body. The tattooed man wiped his face, and upon seeing the blood on his hand, his expression turned fierce. "Damn it, dare to scratch this daddy's face, I'll kill you." With that, he raised his weapon, ready to strike the middle-aged woman. "Stop!" Just then, a clear and urgent female voice came from inside the house. A graceful figure rushed out and threw herself next to the middle-aged woman, checking her injuries. "Dean, how are you?" The woman's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. The middle-aged woman touched her stomach, her expression growing increasingly grim. She managed a faint smile, but she couldn't speak anymore. She could only shake her head, comforting the woman beside her. "Hey, pretty girl, didn't you say you had no food left? Then use her as payment." The tattooed man leered, licking his lips and reaching out to grab the woman. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman summoned strength from somewhere and lunged at him once more, only managing to cling to the tattooed man's thigh. "Zhang Xintian, run! You old bastard, looks like you don't want to live." With that, the tattooed man swung his weapon. In an instant, a splash of crimson blood sprayed out, and the middle-aged woman had no strength left. She collapsed on the ground, her life hanging by a thread. "Dean!" Zhang Xintian shouted loudly at this sight, tears streaming down uncontrollably. If it weren't for the dean, she might have died long ago. It was the dean who took out their own food reserves to feed everyone. That's how this peaceful base came to be. Zhang Xintian looked at the people hiding behind her. All of them had been helped by the dean. How she wished they would step forward to help her. But none of them did. At that moment, the tattooed man also walked up to Zhang Xintian. He once again revealed a lecherous expression. "Little girl, play with big brother." The tattooed man reached out his claws and ripped off Zhang Xintian's outer garment. Instantly, her bra was exposed. The tattooed man gazed at this sight, his excitement rising as he beheld the magnificent view before him. His desire grew more frenzied. "Ha ha ha. Little girl, let the brothers have some fun today, and you won't have to pay for your food this month." The tattooed man's greedy eyes kept scanning Zhang Xintian's body. Zhang Xintian covered her chest with her hands, but her bosom was too grand. No matter how she tried to cover it, she couldn't hide it completely. The tattooed man grabbed Zhang Xintian's arm. She struggled with all her might, but her strength was too feeble to break free. Faced with Zhang Xintian's resistance, the tattooed man seemed even more excited. He seemed impatient to taste the delicacy of Zhang Xintian. "Stop!" At that moment, a cold voice came from behind the crowd. The tattooed man turned back somewhat displeased. When he saw who it was, his expression was filled with jealousy. He envied every handsome man. "Kid, you're asking for death. How dare you interrupt me?" The newcomer was Bai Chen. Ignoring the tattooed man, Bai Chen walked straight towards Zhang Xintian after speaking. The tattooed man's face darkened as he was ignored. "Damn it! Kill him for me!" His lackeys behind him instantly rushed towards Bai Chen. But Bai Chen simply threw a punch. The closest one flew out instantly, his chest caving in, and he lay lifeless on the ground. This shocked everyone present. They dared not approach Bai Chen and retreated. The tattooed man was dumbfounded. Could a person really possess such power? Seeing Bai Chen approaching, the tattooed man instinctively backed away. "Kid, who the hell are you?" The tattooed man shouted again. "Get lost." Bai Chen's stern voice made the tattooed man tremble, his legs turning weak. "Damn it, I'll give you one last day. If you can't produce the goods, all of you will die." He quickly turned and ran after uttering these harsh words. At that moment, Zhang Xintian looked at Bai Chen, his handsome face captivating her instantly. Zhang Xintian stared at Bai Chen in a daze, forgetting her predicament. Her face bloomed like a flower, a blush adding to her charming appearance. Bai Chen picked up Zhang Xintian's clothes and gently draped them over her. Zhang Xintian snapped out of her reverie, but seeing Bai Chen's gesture, her face flushed even more. She couldn't help but shyly lower her head and softly say, "Thank you." Suddenly, Zhang Xintian remembered the dean beside her. Her expression turned pale instantly, and she hurried over to the dean. "Dean, wake up." Zhang Xintian gently touched the dean's body, but there was no response. A sense of foreboding crept over her. She hesitantly placed her trembling hand under the dean's nose. Zhang Xintian was petrified, sitting on the ground with a ghostly pale face. Bai Chen approached and gently helped her up. His hand touched her waist, and the soft touch made him reluctant to let go. The dean. Zhang Xintian looked at Bai Chen, tears welling up in her eyes. She suddenly threw herself into Bai Chen's arms, tears streaming uncontrollably, soaking his clothes. Bai Chen was taken aback by the sudden embrace. "Foul play." Bai Chen gently stroked her head, trying to comfort her. After a while, Zhang Xintian seemed to realize her outburst and quickly pulled away from Bai Chen. "I'm sorry, I lost control just now." Zhang Xintian wiped her tears, her eyes already red. "It's okay, you're dean." Bai Chen stopped himself mid-sentence as Zhang Xintian's eyes reddened even more. Moments later, people rushed into the room. "Zhang Xintian, you've caused big trouble." An older man looked anxious. "Exactly, Zhang Xintian, you offended the Brown Bear Gang. You reap what you sow, don't drag us down with you." A middle-aged man pointed at Zhang Xintian, spitting as he spoke. "Yes, and this man, he's your lover, right? Don't let your actions bring us down." An elderly woman with white hair looked at the two with disdain. Everyone started blaming Zhang Xintian. She looked at them, feeling suddenly estranged. "Grandpa Zhang, what are you saying? If it weren't for the dean, you and your grandson would have starved to death. And Uncle Li, they also stole your food. How can you exclude yourselves like this? Uncle Li, and Wang, and Kai, they took all your food, won't you starve? How can you say such things?" These words made the people lower their heads, but most of them continued blaming Zhang Xintian. She wanted to explain, but Bai Chen stopped her. "No need to explain to these people." Bai Chen scanned everyone present. "They are just a bunch of cowards who only know how to shift blame. They know you're not wrong, they just need a scapegoat to justify their own weakness." The situation escalated, and Bai Chen's actions led to a confrontation with the group. With the sound of bones shattering, the man's screams became even more intense. Then, Bai Chen let go of his hand, and the man, clutching his completely deformed palm, rolled on the ground in agony. The others fell silent instantly, staring in horror at the scene. Even the old lady lying on the ground got up sheepishly and hurried into the house. "Say one more word, and this will be your fate," Bai Chen's voice echoed in everyone's ears. At that moment, no one dared to argue anymore. In an instant, everyone rushed into the house, afraid of meeting the same end. The man on the ground continued to howl. "Get lost!" Bai Chen roared again. The man trembled, and a foul liquid trickled down his pants. He struggled to stand up and quickly fled. Zhang Xintian was also intimidated by Bai Chen's dominance, but she was not afraid of him. When she needed help the most, only he stood up for her. Bai Chen walked towards Zhang Xintian, his voice softening. "Let's bury the dean." Zhang Xintian nodded, looking at the gentle yet domineering Bai Chen, her cheeks blushing again. Then, the two busied themselves burying the dean's body. As the sky darkened, Bai Chen had no other place to go and had to spend the night here. That night, Zhang Xintian lay in Bai Chen's arms, and they talked a lot. Zhang Xintian soon agreed to be Bai Chen's woman. And so, Zhang Xintian fell asleep peacefully in Bai Chen's embrace. Before long, Bai Chen also drifted off to sleep. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Bai Chen was startled awake because a group of people had surrounded them. Bai Chen woke up instantly, glaring at them. "What do you want? Don't be nervous, we mean no harm." "Yes, young man, we won't hurt you. We just need your help." The group immediately put on friendly smiles, a far cry from their demeanor the day before. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Xintian slowly woke up. At that moment, a group of children surrounded them. "Teacher Zhang, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Zhang." They hugged Zhang Xintian in the middle. Zhang Xintian looked puzzled, not knowing what was happening. "Children, are you hungry?" A middle-aged woman in the crowd shed 2 tears and said, looking at these children, "My heart aches. They are so young and shouldn't be punished like this. They are the flowers of our motherland, the future of our country. Yes, these children are the future of humanity. We must not let them be harmed in the slightest. Exactly, even if it costs me my life, I will protect them." Listening to the words of the crowd, Zhang Xintian gradually lowered her head. She gently stroked the heads of the children, feeling a mix of emotions. "Teacher Zhang, we are not well educated, and it's a lot of trouble for you to educate the children." "Yes, Teacher Zhang, you are the guiding light for these children. Luckily, we have you, otherwise, what would these children do? I suggest we all save some food. Teacher Zhang works so hard to educate the children, we should save the best food for her and the children." "Yes, that's right. I agree. I'm old, I can eat less." "I also agree." Seeing the unprecedented unity of the people before her, Zhang Xintian's eyes welled up with tears. At that moment, she was deeply moved, feeling that all she had done before was worthwhile. "Teacher Zhang, what happened yesterday was our fault. We shouldn't have let the dean take the risk alone and lose her life." "Yes, we will never do that again. We must unite and fight against the bad people together." Zhang Xintian was touched by their words. "You don't need to blame yourselves. Those people were so fierce, it's understandable that you were scared. I don't blame you. Teacher Zhang, you not blaming us is truly wonderful. Teacher Zhang, thank you for forgiving us. Let's all thank Teacher Zhang together." "Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Children, quickly thank your Teacher Zhang. From now on, she is your mother, so thank Zhang Mommy." The children quickly surrounded Zhang Xintian, saying in a childish voice, "Thank you, Teacher Zhang, thank you, Mommy Zhang." At that moment, Zhang Xintian's eyes welled up again. The maternal instinct hidden within her began to overflow. "Children, we will protect you." Zhang Xintian held the 2 children, tears dripping down. Meanwhile, Bai Chen stood aside, watching these people coldly. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, Bai Chen might have believed these people. However, could they have changed so drastically? Just yesterday they were accusing and shirking responsibility, and today they were apologizing one by one. They even praised Zhang Xintian excessively, saying she would be the mother of these children in the future. Wasn't this pure moral manipulation? Their methods were truly cunning. Bai Chen sneered. At that moment, these hypocritical people turned their gaze towards Bai Chen. "Young man, yesterday was all a misunderstanding. Since you are Zhang Xintian's boyfriend, you are now part of our family too." "Yes, we are all family now, and family helps each other. Together we will defeat the invaders." "Ha, Zhang Xintian has found herself a great man, handsome and skilled. If I had a daughter, I would make her marry you." Listening to the flattery, Zhang Xintian couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile, her eyes filled with pride. Bai Chen observed the crowd's behavior. At that moment, Zhang Xintian had completely believed in these people. After a moment of thought, Bai Chen smiled and said, "Thank you all, but I have already told my girlfriend that I will take her away." The faces of the crowd changed instantly. "You're leaving?" An elderly lady asked urgently. Why do you have to go? Can you take me with you? An old man with white hair asked anxiously. What will we do if you leave? Yes. What will we do if you leave? Please don't go, stay with us. The crowd started to speak over each other, the situation becoming chaotic. Zhang Xintian furrowed her brows. Ahem. At that moment, a cough interrupted the commotion, and gradually the voices quieted down. Soon, a young man emerged from the crowd. He quickly said, Everyone means well, there are zombies outside, we just don't want you to be in danger. Upon hearing the man's words, Zhang Xintian relaxed her brows. Don't worry, we won't leave. Zhang Xintian smiled and patted the child beside her. Bai Chen understood that Zhang Xintian was now completely under the control of these people. He needed to make Zhang Xintian see the true intentions of these people. So, Bai Chen continued, Of course, we will come back in the future, but we have some other matters to attend to and need to leave temporarily. Yes, my boyfriend and I have agreed to leave for a while. Zhang Xintian looked sweetly at Bai Chen. Upon hearing their words, the expressions of the crowd changed once again. The smiles on their faces slowly faded. Bai Chen looked at their expressions and sneered. Are you going to reveal your true nature now? The man's face darkened slowly. Well then, we wish you a speedy return. You can't leave. A domineering voice rang out from the crowd. Yes, you can't leave. You can't go. What will we do? Exactly, Zhang Xintian, you heartless woman, your boyfriend is so capable, let him stay and protect us. Humph. Today, let's see who can leave. Oh my. I can't believe it, young people hitting the elderly. The old lady who had faked the fall yesterday sat at the door, starting to make a scene. This scene left Zhang Xintian momentarily stunned. At this moment, she finally understood. These people wanted to use her to kidnap Bai Chen and keep him safe. A sense of grievance suddenly rose in her heart. She had believed in these people so much, yet they had been deceiving her all along. At this moment, she became even more determined to leave this place. Bai Chen, seeing the true faces of these people, erupted with a strong sense of murderous intent. Get out! He shouted loudly. The old lady who had been causing a scene on the ground immediately quieted down, looking at Bai Chen with fear on her face. Bai Chen's stern shout silenced the entire room in an instant. But then, these people erupted again, each one revealing their true colors. You brat, at my age, I could be your grandmother, and this is how you talk to your elders. Who do you think you are? We have so many people, I don't believe you can do anything to us. You little slut, you really think you're something special, if it weren't for your usefulness. Would we flatter you like this? You're good, not helping us, but helping a stranger you just met less than a day ago. Exactly, taking advantage of us. None of you are leaving today. Right, didn't that person say yesterday? If we don't hand over the food, we'll use her as payment. We'll grab her and hand her over later. Yes, that's the plan. With that, several young people approached Zhang Xintian. The elderly, on the other hand, moved closer to Bai Chen. At this moment, Bai Chen's face had darkened to the extreme. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? He said, pulling out a gun directly. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, one person fell to the ground. These people once again showed fearful expressions. Gun! He has a gun! Ah! Screams echoed through the hall instantly. The crowd quickly retreated. The old lady who had been sitting at the door also knelt down and crawled outside, even faster than the young people. In just a few seconds, the entire hall was left with only Bai Chen and Zhang Xintian. Let's go! Bai Chen grabbed Zhang Xintian's hand and started to leave. At this moment, Zhang Xintian had no attachment to this place. Just as the two reached the door, those people from yesterday appeared again. But this time, they were no longer arrogant in front of Bai Chen. Especially the tattooed man. As soon as he saw Bai Chen, he nodded and bowed, taking out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Bai Chen. Anyone who could smoke at this time was definitely not an ordinary person. It's quite unbearable once someone gets addicted to smoking, and it also has a calming effect. Therefore, cigarettes were like luxury items in the post-apocalyptic world. Ordinary people couldn't even afford to eat, let alone exchange extra food for such luxury items. Bai Chen didn't accept it, and the tattooed man tactfully put it away. Brother, I was offensive yesterday, please forgive me, let me go. The tattooed man apologized sincerely. Bai Chen was still a bit resentful, but seeing the man being so polite, most of his resentment dissipated. Forget it, let's leave yesterday's matters behind. With that, Bai Chen prepared to leave. Brother, my name is Wang Xiuhu, you can call me Xiuhu. If you need anything in the future, you can find me at the Fierce Tiger Gang. Wang Xiuhu saw Bai Chen about to leave and quickly said. Bai Chen paused, giving him a meaningful look. He had heard of the Fierce Tiger Gang, currently the third-ranked power in Jinghai City. And his name also contained the character for tiger. Could there be any connection with the fierce tiger gang? Bai Chen didn't dwell on it, considering it a coincidence. He then prepared to leave. Just then, Wang Xiuhu called out to Bai Chen again. "Brother, about the people inside." Bai Chen was a bit displeased, glaring at Wang Xiuhu. But then, he thought he could use him to punish these people. So he said, "It's none of my concern, you can handle it as you wish." With that, he left with Zhang Xintian. Wang Xiuhu was somewhat excited and instructed his followers behind him, "Brothers, let's get to work." With that, these people immediately rushed into the courtyard. Before long, cries of agony could be heard from inside. "Ouch! You're hitting an old man. You'll have a bad end. You old hag, I'll shut your foul mouth. Ouch, my teeth! My teeth!" After the rampage, each person was left with more or less visible scars on their bodies. They dared not say a word more in front of Wang Xiuhu and the others, standing obediently on the side. "Damn it! Where's the food I asked you to prepare?" "Excuse me, sir, we were planning to hand over that despicable Zhang Xintian to you, but she was taken away by that damn man who came yesterday." An old man spoke eagerly, hoping to gain favor. Wang Xiuhu glared at him instantly upon hearing this. "Damn it, that's my brother. How dare you speak ill of my brother? Beat him." In an instant, two followers rushed out and beat the old man. The others had initially thought of blaming Bai Chen. However, seeing the situation, they quickly shut their mouths. The old man had hit a nerve, clutching his injured area and refraining from speaking further. Wang Xiuhu, feeling sufficiently enraged, saw that despite the beatings, these people had not produced any food. He ordered his men to stop. They couldn't take the food with them, which left Wang Xiuhu feeling somewhat frustrated. Nevertheless, since they had come all this way, they couldn't return empty-handed. So, he set his sights on the children and the women with some attractiveness. He had heard that many perverts liked to keep young boys and girls. As for what they did, he didn't know. "Take these children and women with you, all of them." His followers immediately came forward to drag away the children and women. Once again, cries filled the entire hall. Even at this point, the men still lacked the courage to resist. They watched as the children and women were taken away. The remaining men secretly felt relieved that they were left behind. Although the children were gone, so were their burdens, right? These men not only felt no remorse but even felt a sense of relief. They attributed their current situation entirely to these burdens. They would never look for reasons within themselves, they would always blame others. Their fate had long been sealed. Bai Chen currently had nowhere to go, so he brought Zhang Xintian to the Qinglong gang. With the warm hospitality of the gang members, Zhang Xintian enjoyed a hearty meal. They even arranged a lover's room for them. The room's decoration stimulated the secretion of hormones. Dim candlelight, romantic red roses, a heart-shaped large soft bed, and most importantly, a charming young girl by his side. Zhang Xintian sat somewhat shyly on the bed, occasionally glancing at Bai Chen and then quickly looking away. Bai Chen gently helped her remove her coat. Her impressive figure did not match her appearance. Such a cute girl had such a broad mind. This contrast gave Bai Chen a novel sense of satisfaction. Zhang Xintian's breathing became more rapid, and her face flushed instantly. It was her first time being alone with Bai Chen. Bai Chen comforted her, "It's okay, it's just the two of us here, don't be shy." Zhang Xintian simply nodded. By now, her face had turned as red as her ears. She was completely immersed in a state of ecstasy, feeling a bit dizzy as if she had been drinking. Her eyes were already starting to look hazy. Sensing the moment was right, Bai Chen gently embraced her. Zhang Xintian blushed again and hugged Bai Chen back. Then, she pressed her burning face against his chest. Bai Chen had no more reservations. Congratulations to the host for gaining Zhang Xintian's favorability. With a favorability exceeding 50, rewards doubled. Earned points 150 by 2. With these 300 points, plus the 400 fixed points from last night, there were already 700 points. Zhang Xintian lay in Bai Chen's arms, looking like a little girl who had been wronged. Her eyes were slightly red, pouting without saying a word. Bai Chen held her tighter. After a while, the little beauty in his arms made a soft sound. Bai Chen lowered his head to look. Her eyes were closed, and her beautiful eyelashes would occasionally flutter. She had fallen asleep. She was like a little cat snuggling in Bai Chen's arms. So, Bai Chen gently laid her down on the bed. He carefully covered her with a blanket before getting up. Bai Chen opened the curtains and extinguished the candlelight on the table. It was still afternoon. Bai Chen wasn't sleepy, so he quietly opened the door and went outside. These days, Bai Chen hadn't seen Zhao Zilong. Upon inquiring, he found out that Zhao Zilong had taken people to attack a food processing factory. Bai Chen had nothing to do, so he decided to go there based on the address given by his little brother. Just as he walked a short distance, he coincidentally encountered several people from other factions exchanging goods with the Qinglong gang. The conversation among them caught Bai Chen's interest. "Have you heard? The leader of the Xiaoyao Hall is spending a lot of money to find a psychiatrist. If only I had studied that back then." Sigh. A man lamented. Another man lowered his voice and said, "I have some inside information. The leader of the Xiaoyao Hall has been looking for a male doctor all along, and a few days ago, he even spent a lot of money to have an expert in this field from our base come and treat him." The group immediately became interested. At this moment, another person said, "Where did you get this information?" "A few days ago, he bought Dilraba Dilmurat from our base." "Guess what he bought this celebrity for?" the man said with a mischievous smile. "Oh my, Dilraba Dilmurat. She's the national goddess, my idol." "Damn, is that true? If so, is Wang Shanquan really capable in that aspect? What do you think? If he's not capable, why would he spend a fortune to buy Dilraba Dilmurat?" The group looked back at the man who spoke earlier, their eyes full of disbelief. "Hey, don't doubt me. What I said is true. He really spent a lot of money to hire a male doctor from our base. I hope what you said is true. I really don't want to see my goddess defiled by that muscle-bound old man." Sigh. Dilraba Dilmurat. My goddess. I never thought she would fall into the hands of this old man. If I could just lick Dilraba Dilmurat's feet, I'd be content. Stop daydreaming, she's Dilraba Dilmurat. Even in the apocalypse, she's not someone you can touch. The group chatted and laughed as they walked away. At this moment, Bai Chen's heart was stirred. Of course, he knew Dilraba Dilmurat. She was a top female celebrity in the country, with an angelic face, tall figure, delicate white skin, and a voice that was incredibly pleasant to hear. She was flawless in every way. It was said that she had never had a rumored boyfriend, never met male friends alone in her life, and had no scandals since her debut. Unexpectedly, she had come to Jinghai City before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, he had been a big fan of Dilraba Dilmurat. Now, hearing news of her again and being so close to her, Bai Chen's heart began to itch. In the past, he had no power, so his attitude towards Dilraba Dilmurat was one of admiration. But now that he had the power, he wanted more than just admiration. He wanted to possess her. However, the thought of Dilraba Dilmurat being in the Xiaoyao Hall made Bai Chen furrow his brow involuntarily. It's time to reclaim some interest. Bai Chen's voice was cold. Wang Shanquan had caused him trouble more than once, and now he had attracted a large number of zombies, trapping his safe house in a sea of corpses. Coupled with past grievances, their relationship had already reached an irreconcilable point. Although he hadn't retaliated immediately, it didn't mean he was afraid of Wang Shanquan. He was just too lazy to act. In the safe house, isn't it better to have more children and more blessings? Why resort to violence? But some people are just asking for trouble, and that's not Bai Chen's fault. Looking for a psychologist? The next moment, Bai Chen's expression changed rapidly. In an instant, he became a different person. From previous intelligence, Bai Chen already knew the location of the Xiaoyao Hall. Therefore, he headed straight for the main headquarters of Xiaoyao Hall. Soon, he arrived at a residential area. The entire area had been taken over by Xiaoyao Hall. This was a natural defensive position, not only with walls to block the zombies but also with readily available furniture and other items in the houses. However, capturing a residential area was no easy task. Many factions had to resort to setting up tents in the wilderness because they couldn't clear the zombies from the area. Approaching the entrance, two guards were standing in front of the gate. They had guns at their waists, standing guard meticulously. From the guards' demeanor, it was evident that not all of Xiaoyao Hall's management were as incompetent as Wang Shanquan. At that moment, the two guards looked at Bai Chen. One of them sternly shouted, "Who goes there? Leave immediately." Bai Chen remained unruffled and smiled. "Isn't your hallmaster looking for a psychologist?" "That's me." The two guards were taken aback, then their faces immediately turned friendly. "Oh, you're the psychologist. We were rude just now, please forgive us. I'll take you to see the hallmaster." One guard said to the other, "You stay here, and I'll split the reward with you later." "Sure thing. Doctor, please come in." The guard gestured for Bai Chen to enter. Without delay, Bai Chen followed the guard inside. Before long, Bai Chen was led to a room resembling a reception area. "Doctor, please wait here for a moment. I'll go inform the hallmaster," the guard said before hurrying off. Shortly after, he returned excitedly. "Doctor, the hallmaster is expecting you. Please follow me." Bai Chen smiled. It seemed that Wang Shanquan had been quite preoccupied with this matter recently. He continued to follow the guard. Before long, they arrived in front of a villa. The guard stopped at the entrance, facing Bai Chen with a friendly smile. "Doctor, your future prosperity depends on your abilities. Don't forget my recommendation when the time comes. Ha, I won't forget. I won't disturb you any longer. Please go in. With that, the guard turned and left. Bai Chen glanced at the door, then pushed it open. Inside, there were 2 guards as well, but they appeared much more imposing than the ones at the entrance. These 2 were muscular and seemed skilled. As Bai Chen entered, they intercepted him. One of them took out a metal detector and swiftly scanned around Bai Chen. After finding nothing suspicious, they returned to their positions, standing guard motionless. Bai Chen continued walking inside. Soon, he passed through a corridor and encountered a young, beautiful woman waiting there. However, with Bai Chen's experience, this woman was not yet qualified to be in the Hawan treasure record. The woman spoke with a Taiwanese accent. Sir, are you the psychologist? Bai Chen nodded. All right, sir, please follow me. The woman turned and swayed her shapely hips as she walked ahead. Bai Chen glanced and followed suit. As they reached the 2nd floor, Bai Chen faintly heard voices conversing. One of the voices was familiar to him, it was Wang Shanshuan's. The woman continued leading the way, and the voices became clearer. Lord Wang, we will rely on you in the future. Ha, yes, Lord Wang, we will follow you from now on. Rest assured, Lord Wang, we will look up to you in everything we do. We will actively participate in tonight's operation. Ha, no problem, as long as today's matter is settled, all of you will be considered influential in Jinghai City. Bai Chen listened attentively, then suddenly, the woman in front stopped. She slowly opened the gate. Inside were Wang Shanquan and a few others. Hall Master, the doctor has arrived, the woman slightly bowed. Wang Shanquan immediately looked at Bai Chen, his eyes filled with urgency. However, he didn't rush to let Bai Chen in but instead looked at the others around. These people, seeing this, politely excused themselves and left. Since the Hall Master is busy, we won't disturb you further. Wang Shanquan also stood up to see them off. After the others had gone far, Wang Shanquan excitedly said, Doctor, what should I call you? Bai Chen thought for a moment and casually made up a name. Just call me Long Air. Ha, Dr. Long, I apologize for the oversight earlier, please come inside. Bai Chen then sat down. The woman also approached, brought out a new teacup, filled it with tea, and placed it respectfully next to Bai Chen. Dr. Long, you studied psychology, right? But you seem quite young, were you still in school during the apocalypse? Wang Shanquan asked tentatively. Bai Chen calmly took a sip of tea, already prepared for such questions. I have a master's degree in psychology from Jinghai University. I studied abroad for a year and successfully treated many patients with psychological issues. Since there was no way to verify, might as well make up a story, Bai Chen chuckled inwardly. Indeed, Wang Shanchuan's spirits lifted upon hearing this. So you studied abroad. I heard that foreign psychology is very advanced. I've always wanted to take my family to live in a beautiful country, where the air is sweet. Tell me, is the environment abroad much better than here? Wang Shanchuan's eyes showed a hint of longing. Bai Chen's expression turned serious as he looked at Wang Shanquan, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This man was a sycophant for foreign things. However, the killing intent vanished quickly as he had another purpose for being there. Well, nowadays everywhere is the same, full of zombies. Maybe it's not better outside than here, Bai Chen casually remarked. That's true. Dr. Long, let's not dwell on that. Please, examine me quickly. Wang Shanquan seemed to dispel his doubts and urged eagerly. Alright, but before that, I need to understand your condition first, so I can treat you accordingly. Bai Chen knew his condition, but he had to play along. At this point, Wang Shanquan looked bitter and seemed to have something difficult to say. Don't worry, you don't have to be nervous. I'm a psychologist, and I will keep your secrets safe. Well, then. Wang Shanquan then revealed the incident where he was deceived by a demon in the Qinglong gang. Bai Chen listened, holding back a laugh. Although he already knew about this, hearing it from the person involved made him want to laugh, especially seeing Wang Shanchuan's pitiful expression. Suppressing his amusement, Bai Chen pretended to ponder. I've encountered a similar case like yours before. But there is a way out for you. Really? Then there's hope for me. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanquan became excited. There is a way, but I need your cooperation. It would be best to have a beautiful woman by your side. The prettier, the better. It will greatly aid in your treatment. I have one, wait here, I'll bring her. Wang Shanquan immediately got excited and instructed his men. Before long, a familiar figure was brought in. Bai Chen's face lit up with joy. The person was Dilraba Dilmurat. She was even more beautiful than on TV. Her proud and aloof demeanor remained unchanged. Standing there, she exuded a queenly air of disdain. Ha, what do you think? Do you know who she is? Wang Shanquan boasted. Bai Chen pretended to be surprised and said, Is this Dilraba Dilmurat? Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Wang Shanquan appeared even more pleased. Hee, I've invested a lot to win this girl over. Brother Long, rest assured, as long as you can cure my heart disease, I will ensure you a worry-free life in the future. Bai Chen glanced at Dilraba. She looked at him with disgust in her eyes. Bai Chen didn't care about the hostility in her gaze because she would soon understand what she needed to do. Alright, I will proceed with hypnotherapy for you next. No one should disturb us during this time. Wang Shanquan looked at the woman beside him and the two guards at the door, immediately instructing, all of you, leave. Clear out everyone irrelevant from the villa and do not disturb Dr. Long from treating me. Yes. The individuals bowed and left the room. Seeing them being escorted out, Bai Chen revealed a hint of mockery. He didn't expect Wang Shanquan to be so easily fooled, but it saved him a lot of trouble. Dr. Long. Before Wang Shanquan could finish speaking, Bai Chen released the hallucinogenic factor directly, causing him to instantly fall into a coma. Bai Chen controlled the range of the hallucinogenic factor, ensuring it wouldn't affect Dilraba. Dilraba, who was watching the two of them coldly, suddenly froze. She didn't understand how Wang Shanquan, who had just been talking, had suddenly fallen asleep. You don't need to be afraid, I won't harm you. Bai Chen looked at Dilraba. Who are you? Dilraba's beautiful eyes flickered. Then, Bai Chen quickly reverted to his original appearance. When Dilraba saw Bai Chen suddenly change his face, that arrogant expression finally softened her. Even her tone of voice became much gentler. You are not a doctor. Who are you exactly? You can call me Bai Chen, or you can call me husband. Bai Chen smiled confidently. You. Dilraba frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. This is the Xiaoyao gang. You should think about how to leave on your own. You don't need to worry about that. I have a way to leave. Bai Chen still smiled confidently. At this moment, Dilraba curiously looked at Bai Chen, as if trying to find something different about him. However, no matter how she looked, she couldn't see anything special about him. After a while, Dilraba spoke, can you take me away? Bai Chen was waiting for her to say that. So he said, of course, as long as you promise to be my woman. Dilraba didn't speak, just stared at Bai Chen without blinking. Bai Chen wasn't afraid of her refusal, as he could forcibly take her away. Then, Dilraba spoke, what will you do if I say no? Kill me? Of course not, but are you sure you want to stay here? You should understand what the consequences will be if you stay here. Dilraba bit her lip lightly, struggling internally. After hesitating for a moment, she relaxed her body and let out a breath. Rather than staying here to be defiled by an old man, it was better to leave with him. At least the man in front of her didn't seem so detestable. Okay, I agree. Seeing Dilraba agree so readily, Bai Chen was also overjoyed. He gently touched Dilraba's hand. Dilraba's information was also stored in the Hahuan treasure record. Name, Dilraba. Age, 23. Looks, 98. Bust size, D. Loyalty, 0. Seeing Dilraba's information, Bai Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. He didn't expect her looks to be as high as 98 points. The only regret was her lack of loyalty. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, she didn't follow him willingly. Dilraba instinctively dodged when Bai Chen touched her, showing displeasure in her expression. It seemed that winning her heart wouldn't be an easy task. Bai Chen sighed helplessly. Retracting the hallucinogenic factor, Wang Shanquan on the side seemed to be waking up. Bai Chen immediately took out a dagger from the space and stabbed it into his heart. A sharp pain struck, and Wang Shanquan opened his eyes abruptly. When he saw Bai Chen's face, he couldn't help but shudder. He wanted to shout out loud, but no sound came out of his mouth. Dilraba didn't expect Bai Chen to suddenly make a move, and she opened her mouth in shock. Luckily, she didn't make a sound. Are you crazy? How can we leave if you kill him? Dilraba blamed him a little. Bai Chen pulled out the dagger and made another cut, giving him a fatal blow. After confirming Wang Shanquan's death, he took off his coat and then turned to look at Dilraba. Then, his appearance began to change. Putting on his coat, he looked exactly like him. Dilraba stared in horror, looking incredulous. How did you turn into him? Dilraba's gaze shifted between Bai Chen and Wang Shanquan. Then, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Do you believe me now? Let's go. Dilraba nodded, her expression no longer as arrogant as before. Don't rush, since we're here, we can't leave without some souvenirs. Do you know where their warehouse is? Dilraba shook her head. Forget it, let's ask someone outside. Follow my lead later. Dilraba nodded again. Hold on to me. Bai Chen raised his arm. Dilraba hesitated for a moment, then stood by Bai Chen's side, gently linking her arm with his. A fragrant breeze passed by. Bai Chen took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. Sensing Dilraba's smooth skin, Bai Chen walked out with long strides. They arrived at the villa gate. At this moment, the housekeeper and two guards were standing at the entrance. The housekeeper hurried forward to greet Bai Chen warmly. Master. Bai Chen cleared his throat and imitated Wang Shanxuan's groan, saying, "Take me to the warehouse, I want to see how much inventory we have left." The housekeeper didn't doubt him at all and led the way. Before leaving, Bai Chen instructed the 2 guards, "By the way, Dr. Long is resting in his room, you are not allowed to disturb him, just stay here." The 2 guards saluted respectfully and stood on either side of the villa gate. Seeing no issues, Bai Chen, with Dilraba by his side, followed the housekeeper towards the warehouse. Dilraba was extremely nervous by now, her palms sweaty. Bai Chen gently stroked her smooth hand, trying to calm her down. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the warehouse. "Master, here is the key, please have a look." Bai Chen took the key and casually said, "All right, you have no business here, go about your tasks." The housekeeper left. Bai Chen eagerly opened the warehouse door, and upon seeing the contents inside, he couldn't help but feel delighted. The warehouse was filled with various items, spanning 1,000 square meters. Even if only half of the area was filled with supplies, it was still a considerable amount. He didn't expect the Xiaoyao Hall to have collected so many supplies, but now all of it would be Bai Chen's private property. "Wait for me here." To keep the secret of his space, Bai Chen left Dilraba at the door and went in alone. Inside, Bai Chen frantically stored the supplies into his space. Food, daily necessities, clothes, shoes, bedding, adult toys, and even baby products were all there. Almost everything available on the market could be found here. Following the principle of not wasting anything, Bai Chen stored everything into his space. The warehouse was indeed large, and there were truly a lot of items. With Bai Chen's speed, he ran around for almost 10 minutes. Finally, the warehouse, once full, was completely emptied. After moving everything, Bai Chen hesitated for a moment. "You wanted to find someone to kill me, right? Now you even resort to such dirty tricks as blocking the house with zombies. What goes around comes around." With that in mind, Bai Chen took out a dozen Elba's lollipops and spelled out Bai Chen was here on the ground. He couldn't help but wonder what their expressions would be when they found out that all their hard-earned supplies had been looted by him. It must be quite a sight. Bai Chen walked out of the warehouse, satisfied. Dilraba anxiously waited at the door and hurried up as soon as she saw Bai Chen coming out. "Let's go. They might discover it soon." Bai Chen then took Dilraba's delicate hand and headed towards the main gate. Feeling Dilraba's soft and boneless hand, Bai Chen felt delighted. After all, this was Dilraba, the reigning top star. Many famous directors had wanted to shake hands with her, only to be declined for various reasons. Yet, here she was, letting Bai Chen touch her freely. It seemed she knew how to seize the moment. Soon, they successfully left the headquarters of Xiaoyao Hall. Success felt a bit off. Bai Chen frowned. How could such a big Xiaoyao Hall have only a few dozen people? Suddenly, he remembered overhearing a conversation earlier. They mentioned an operation tonight. What operation? Bai Chen furrowed his brows. Dilraba, noticing Bai Chen's concern, asked, "What's wrong? Do you know what operation Xiaoyao Hall has tonight?" Dilraba pondered for a moment and replied, "I heard they plan to attack the Qinglong gang tonight." Bai Chen's frown deepened. He wasn't worried about the Qinglong gang but about Zhang Xintian and the Qinglong gang. "Let's go." Bai Chen directly embraced Dilraba and sprinted at full speed. "Ah!" Dilraba exclaimed in fear, her voice particularly enchanting. But Bai Chen had no time to think about that now. The last rays of the setting sun were disappearing on the horizon. Sweat beaded on his forehead. As he approached about 10 kilometers from the Qinglong gang, gunshots rang out from the direction of the Qinglong gang's base. Trouble! Bai Chen accelerated again, causing Dilraba in his arms to jolt continuously, his hand inadvertently landing on her buttocks. Dilraba blushed involuntarily. However, she seemed to sense Bai Chen's anxiety and didn't stop him, allowing him to carry her as they ran. Before long, they arrived near the Qinglong gang. The gunfire intensified. Trying to rush in would mean facing a hail of bullets. However, from the gunfire, it was evident that the Qinglong gang was fiercely resisting and wouldn't be taken down quickly. Bai Chen calmed down and began to think of a solution. There were 2 options now. The first was to find Zhao Zilong's main force and have him come back with reinforcements. The second was to... She stopped struggling because she understood that struggling wouldn't make him stop. She looked at Bai Chen, strangely feeling no resentment, just a sense of grievance. It made her feel helpless that none of this was with her consent. Inside the room, Bai Chen gently placed Dilanaza on the bed. It had to be said, Dilanaza's figure was truly perfect. Firm and shapely, skin like snow, not a trace of excess flesh. Bai Chen kissed her directly. Dilanaza's pupils slightly contracted, then she slowly closed her eyes. Her body didn't resist Bai Chen's touch. Seeing the timing was right, Bai Chen spoke frankly, "Don't be nervous, it will be fine soon." Dilanaza didn't speak, she just closed her eyes, waiting for what was about to happen. An hour later, Dilanaza had completely accepted Baichan in her heart. Congratulations to the host for gaining Dilanaza's loyalty, loyalty exceeding 50, rewards doubled. Reward points 500 by 2. This was the former national goddess, the top star Dilanaza. Now she belonged to him. Her voice was very pleasant, evoking a feeling of wanting to cherish her. Dilanaza had a great figure and skin, clearly the result of meticulous care every day. She exuded a youthful aura unique to a young girl. When she looked at Baichan again, the disgust in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a tender gaze. Baichan was already dressed. Dilanaza, seeing his eager demeanor, felt a pang of sadness. Just after experiencing such a thing, it was when a girl needed comfort the most. Yet Baichan was preparing to leave in haste, not even saying a few comforting words. Dilanaza felt uneasy. I have to go save people now, you stay here and wait for me, it's chaotic outside, don't go out. With that, Baichan locked the door and rushed out. Upon hearing this, Dilanaza suddenly chuckled. So he's in a hurry to save people, yet he still has time for these things, he's really naughty. Dilanaza thought of the scene earlier and felt a bit shy, quickly covering her cheeks with her clothes. Luckily, no one saw her like this, or it would have been quite a surprise. The former aloof goddess Dilanaza saying such uncharacteristic words was quite explosive news. Baichan exchanged all his points for 28 points of endurance as soon as he left. Name, Baichan Strength, 43 Agility, 28 Endurance, 49 Charm, 23 Host Gene Enhancement, 1. Immunity to Zombie Virus, 2. Kidney Function Enhancement, 3. Tadpole Activity Boost, 4. Retina Strengthening, 5. Hallucinogen Factor, 6. Adrenaline, 7. Easy Facial Disguise. Then, Baichan retrieved bulletproof vests and helmets from the space and put them on. He protected all the vital parts. Avoiding areas under fire, Baichan jumped over the wall into the headquarters of the Qinglong Gang. The Qinglong Gang headquarters was already in chaos, with wounded members everywhere, groaning in pain on the ground. Faced with disaster, they chose to shoot their own instead of uniting against the zombies. This was human nature. Baichan swiftly passed through these wounded members and headed towards the room where they had rested before. At this moment, Zhang Xintian was hiding under the bed, terrified. Waking up, Baichan was not in the room, and the sound of gunfire outside continued. This instantly plunged her into fear. Soon, the sound of the enemy charging could be heard from outside. Zhang Xintian was so scared that she dared not come out from under the bed. Just then, her room door was violently kicked open. Zhang Xintian trembled in fear, her eyes wide open. The people quickly discovered Zhang Xintian hiding under the bed. Hey, we've got a beauty here. We're in luck today, guys. With that, they dragged Zhang Xintian out from under the bed. Let me go. Zhang Xintian struggled desperately. By now, Baichan had also rushed to the door. When he heard Zhang Xintian's voice inside, a cold expression crossed his face, and a surge of killing intent spread instantly. He kicked the door open. The people inside were instantly startled. They didn't recognize Baichan. Seeing Baichan come in and disturb them, their faces turned ugly. We're from the Fierce Tiger Gang, show some respect and get lost. Baichan snorted coldly, then kicked the person who spoke, sending him flying. The person fell to the ground instantly dead. The sudden turn of events made the others tense up immediately. They raised their guns and aimed at Baichan. Baichan swiftly dodged the bullets, but one hit him at close range, piercing his abdomen. He felt a sharp pain. Baichan's face darkened even more. Utilizing his speed advantage, he quickly broke the hands of these people in a few moves. Then, he hurriedly checked his own injuries. Fortunately, the bullet passed through his bulletproof vest, reducing the impact significantly, and was completely blocked by his body. It seemed he needed to be more defensive in the future, or it would be too late to regret being shot one day. At this moment, the few men whose hands Baichan had broken were writhing in pain on the ground. Zhang Xintian's nervousness eased as soon as she saw Baichan. She immediately threw herself into Baichan's arms, crying loudly. Baichan gently stroked her hair, trying to comfort her as best as he could. Then, Baichan asked Zhang Xintian to step back and slowly approach the group of men. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The men were scared and slowly moved backward. Brother, let's talk nicely. We are from the Fierce Tiger Gang. One of them tried to use their affiliation to intimidate Baichan. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong target. Without any hesitation, Baichan stepped on the man's leg. A pig-like scream instantly filled the room. Speak! Which forces are involved in this operation? Seeing this, the others were too scared to even breathe. Upon hearing Baichan's inquiry, they shakily revealed what they knew. After receiving this information, Bai Chen gained some understanding of the battle. The leading forces were the Carefree Hall, the Fierce Tiger Gang, and the Brown Bear Gang, with some other minor forces following, all aiming to divide the Qinglong Gang. With Zhao Zilong's methods, he shouldn't be defeated so quickly. He didn't want to get involved in this battle, but the ambitions of these people made him realize he had to. He wanted everyone to know that Bai Chen was not someone to mess with. Only then could he do what he loved without his talents being threatened. Currently, the most powerful force was the Carefree Hall, led by Wang Shanquan, who had already been killed by Bai Chen. It wouldn't be long before this news spread. He had made a mortal enemy of the Carefree Hall. His name would soon be known. Now that these forces had formed an alliance, it seemed he had no choice but to cooperate with the Qinglong Gang. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door. The men inside quickly called for help. "We're in here. Come save us." Bai Chen's face turned cold as he swiftly pulled out his versatile pistol and fired several shots at the men. The men fell dead instantly. The whole action took no more than a breath. However, the people outside had already heard the commotion and were quickly approaching the room. Bai Chen took decisive action and rushed out. The people outside were stunned to see Bai Chen suddenly appear. But in that moment of hesitation, Bai Chen was already in front of them. They realized it was too late to shoot. At this point, Bai Chen no longer held back. Adrenaline surged through his body, enhancing his speed and strength. Wherever he went, there were corpses. Anyone he touched lost their life. The people behind had never seen such a terrifying scene. Seeing Bai Chen charging towards them like a god of death, they were all scared and ran for their lives. However, as these people ran out, they stumbled and fell to the ground after a few steps. After killing them, Bai Chen lightly wiped off the bloodstains on his body. Then he quickly returned to the room. He picked up Zhang Xintian and jumped directly out of the window. At this moment, the entire headquarters of the Qinglong Gang had turned into chaos. There were shouts and cries everywhere. Many people were openly raping the women who were imprisoned and waiting to be sold, including some women with good looks. Just then, several people approached. These people stared directly at Zhang Xintian and Bai Chen's arms with lecherous expressions on their faces. They completely ignored Bai Chen and tried to snatch the girl directly. However, they never expected that this action would cost them their lives. With a swift hand chop, Bai Chen instantly broke the neck of the person in front. The others behind did not expect Bai Chen to strike suddenly. Seeing their companion fall, they quickly drew their weapons. These individuals did not have guns but held large knives used for slaughtering pigs. They all lunged at Bai Chen. Bai Chen directly blocked their attacks with his hand. Several knives viciously struck Bai Chen's arm, leaving only a few cuts on his clothes without harming his arm at all. The expressions of these people instantly turned to fear. They looked at Bai Chen as if he were a monster. But before they could react, they felt their necks snap, their bodies losing support and falling to the ground instantly. After dealing with these individuals, Bai Chen continued to carry Zhang Xintian away. By now, more and more people were gathering outside. People of various backgrounds and factions were converging, all with the same goal: to destroy the Qinglong Gang and divide its wealth. Seeing Bai Chen and the woman in his arms, these people were filled with greed. Such a beautiful woman was rare even before the apocalypse, let alone now. The crowd closed in. Bai Chen stopped in his tracks, surrounded by people. "Which faction are you from?" "I'm from the Xiaoyao Hall." "Put the woman down." One person shouted. "I'm from the Fierce Tiger Gang." "I order you to put the woman down now." "I'm from the Brown Bear Gang." "If you want to live, put her down." Three individuals stepped forward, looking down on Bai Chen arrogantly. Bai Chen snorted coldly, meeting their gaze without backing down. Zhang Xintian's beautiful eyes flickered, her eyes gradually turning red. "Bai Chen, put me down and run. Quickly." Tears welled up in her eyes. Hearing her words, Bai Chen's heart stirred. He spoke gently yet firmly. "Don't worry. These scum in front of us are not worthy of touching you." His voice reached everyone present. The three leaders showed ferocity, their eyes filled with rage. "You brat, you're asking for death. Don't shoot, don't hurt the woman in his arms." The crowd raised their weapons and charged at Bai Chen. Bai Chen looked down at Zhang Xintian and said softly, "Rest for a while, we'll be able to leave soon." With that, Bai Chen quickly released a hallucinogenic factor. Zhang Xintian was the first to fall into a deep sleep. Anyone within 10 meters of Bai Chen stumbled and fell to the ground. In an instant, all the people shouting and killing fell to the ground. Bai Chen no longer held back, walking around these people. Anyone under his feet had their liver and gallbladder ruptured, dying from internal bleeding. But more people noticed Bai Chen. A group of gunmen quickly rushed over in this direction, stopping 20 meters away from Bai Chen. Then, they quickly pulled the trigger. Bai Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He turned around swiftly, shielding Zhang Xintian in his arms, crouching down. All the adrenaline in his body concentrated on his back. Gunshots rang out continuously, but Bai Chen remained motionless. Countless bullets hit his back, yet he did not flinch. The commotion here attracted more onlookers. When they saw a group of people shooting at one person, they were all astonished. "Go over there and take a look." In the crowd, a man covered in tattoos also looked over curiously, then followed the majority towards this side. When he saw the couple in the rain of bullets, he was instantly stunned. The sound of gunfire continued. Many people didn't understand why so many were shooting at one person at the same time. But when they saw the bullets dropping on the ground, they were all shocked. He wasn't afraid of the bullets. As the bullets shot towards Baichen, many of them got stuck in the bulletproof vest. The bullets behind couldn't penetrate Baichen's body, falling to the ground after hitting the vest. At this moment, Baichen's back was covered with a layer of bullet heads. Is he still human? My God! The crowd gradually began to exclaim. Soon, the gunfire gradually ceased as these people's magazines were empty. When all the gunfire stopped, everyone gasped again. Look at that! He's completely unharmed. My God, it's a miracle, he survived a rain of bullets. What kind of bulletproof vest is he wearing to withstand so many bullets? At this moment, Zhang Xintian in Baichen's arms had also woken up, aware of what had just happened. Her eyes welled up with tears again. Baichen had faced a rain of bullets to save her. Congratulations, host, Zhang Xintian's loyalty has increased to 100 points, daily fixed points plus 100, after a system prompt, Baichen moved. This movement made countless people's hearts tremble, especially those who had fired the shots. By now, they were panicking and didn't know what to do. Their gazes towards Baichen were filled with fear. Then, Baichen moved his neck slightly. Several bullet heads fell to the ground behind him, making a crisp sound. This caused the shooters' hearts to skip a beat. The onlookers exclaimed again. He's actually standing up. My God, he's not dead. Baichen stood up, turned slowly, and stared at the shooters. At that moment, the crowd stirred instantly. They looked into Baichen's eyes and felt a deep sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. How is this possible? Is he an invincible monster? Ah! He turned around, he's coming to kill us. The crowd stepped back 2 or 3 steps in an instant. Each one looked at Baichen with a terrified expression. Then, Baichen kicked away the bullets at his feet, and the metallic clashing sound rang out again. Baichen merely took a step forward. However, these people felt immense pressure and retreated once more. The scene just now lingered in their minds. They couldn't understand how he could still be alive after enduring so many bullets, not even shedding a drop of blood. Their hearts were completely in chaos at this moment. More people gathered around. When they saw the ground covered with bullet heads and the man walking with a woman in his arms, they were all speechless with shock. At this moment, everyone had forgotten why they had come here. They just watched as this man took step by step. For every step Baichen took forward, these people took a step back. The onlookers followed suit. They kept a distance from Baichen but never broke it. Around Baichen, it was as if there was a vacuum zone. No one dared to step in. Baichen approached the people who had shot at him step by step. Most of these people were from the Xiaoyao Hall, with a few from the Brown Bear Gang and other minor factions. Baichen remembered all these forces. Initially, he didn't want to get involved in these conflicts. However, this incident made him realize that to avoid disturbance, he needed to have a power that inspired fear. Now, almost all the major and minor forces in Jinghai City had gathered here. Today, he was going to establish his authority in front of everyone. He wanted everyone to know that Baichen was not someone any force could afford to offend. Baichen's steps halted. He looked around in place. Those who met Baichen's gaze were all terrified. At this moment, Baichen spoke slowly, his voice firm and powerful. Today, anyone who shoots at me is my enemy. I, Baichen, swear here that within 10 days, I will eliminate all forces that are against me. The whole place fell silent. Baichen's voice echoed slowly, reaching every person's ears. The intimidating aura in his voice made them feel intimidated just by hearing him. Who is this person after all? How could he walk out unscathed in the midst of gunfire? At this moment, everyone had this question in their hearts. However, there was only one person in the crowd whose expression grew more and more excited. That person was Wang Xiuhu, the man covered in tattoos. So his name is Baichen. Wang Xiuhu looked at Baichen with excitement. Soon, the crowd began to stir. Who is Baichen? Why have we never heard of him before? Such a terrifying presence. Who is this person exactly? What did he just say? Did he say he wants to eliminate everyone? At this moment, several people in different faction attire pushed through the crowd. They appeared with an arrogant attitude. Such an arrogant brat. We have so many people here, I want to see how you'll kill us. Brothers, kill him for me. Damn it, daring to act arrogantly on our turf. Kill him. These people had no idea what had just happened here. Seeing Bai Chen's arrogant demeanor, they felt displeased. They had already taken down the Qinglong gang, who else would dare to act recklessly here? However, it seemed that no one was willing to carry out the orders of these few individuals. Those who had shot at Bai Chen earlier were already scared out of their wits, now cowering at the back, afraid to make any move. These few individuals did not expect this outcome, each of them looking extremely unpleasant. Damn it, a bunch of useless cowards, not even daring to kill one person. *CK it, I'll do it. Among the management personnel, one person picked up a machete and walked towards Bai Chen. Some soldiers from the same faction saw their captain coming out and tried to dissuade him. Captain, don't go. Captain, you can't go. Captain, come back quickly, he'll kill you. The captain remained indifferent to everyone's dissuasion. Humph, you bunch of idiots. He stood proudly in front of Bai Chen. Kid, I don't care who you are, but this is not a place where you can act recklessly. I'll give you 3 seconds, if you don't leave, you'll die. Bai Chen interrupted him directly. The man was stunned, then his face turned ugly. He was a captain of a faction after all, how could he leave in front of so many people? If he didn't reclaim his dignity now, how could he continue in the future? You're asking for death. With that, he charged towards Bai Chen with his large knife. Bai Chen coldly snorted and picked up a bullet from the ground, then flicked it towards the man. The bullet shot out instantly. Put! The bullet tore through the air, piercing through the man's chest, then exiting from his back. The captain's body stiffened. He looked at his wound in horror, his face full of confusion. Help! Before he could ask for help, he collapsed. This scene made everyone present gasp in shock. He had shielded himself with his body earlier, now bullets could be shot with a snap of his fingers. How unbelievable! The remaining management personnel were also dumbfounded. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads instantly. If they had acted earlier, they might have faced the same fate. They quickly hid among the crowd. After this incident, those who were still itching for a fight instantly dispelled their thoughts. Bai Chen did not linger, slowly walking towards the gate. The intimidated individuals made way for him. They watched as Bai Chen left slowly. When he left the Qinglong gang, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his final display of dominance suppressed them, preventing further attacks. Otherwise, once his adrenaline ran out, he would have been riddled with bullets. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps came from behind. Bai Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He turned abruptly, pulling out his gun and aiming it at the approaching figure. Wang Xiaohu paused, immediately halting his steps. Brother, don't shoot, it's me. Bai Chen recognized him but did not lower his gun. His tone was cold as he asked, what do you want? Wang Xiaohu stopped, trying to be ingratiating. Brother, you were so cool just now, how did you manage to be invincible? Seeing this, Bai Chen holstered his gun and walked away without acknowledging him. Hey, brother, don't leave so soon, where can I find you later? Wang Xiaohu hurried to catch up from behind. Bai Chen still ignored him. Brother, if you ever need my help, just come to the Tiger Gang. Wang Xiaohu shouted as he watched Bai Chen leave. Meanwhile, in another battlefield, a fierce gun battle was taking place. Leader, there's no movement at the base, it must have been breached. Zhao Zilong's trusted lieutenant, Li Xiaoxiao, said urgently. Damn it! Zhao Zilong pounded the ground with his fist, then picked up a machine gun and fired at the enemy. Leader, we need to strategize now. If we don't leave soon, our main forces will be wiped out. Li Xiaoxiao reminded him again. Zhao Zilong paused, his eyes scanning the snakes of fire erupting around them. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly ordered, retreat. Soon, Zhao Zilong's main forces orderly withdrew, showing no signs of panic despite the urgency. On the other side, a celebration was already underway at the Qinglong gang's base. Leaders from various factions were arriving one after another. The big fish eat the small fish, and the small fish eat the shrimp. Any force involved in wiping out the Qinglong gang could get a share of the spoils. Joy replaced the expressions on everyone's faces at that moment. They opened the granaries and warehouses, cheering enthusiastically at the sight of the abundant supplies inside. Especially the leaders of the Tiger Gang and the Bear Gang, who were already grinning from ear to ear. As one of the 3 major forces, their gains this time were the greatest. As for others, they could only get a small portion. However, Lu Shua, who followed the 2 gang leaders, furrowed his brow at this moment. He had been waiting for Wang Shanquan for a long time, but he had yet to appear. He had already sent someone to look for him. At the base of the Xiaoyao Hall, outside Wang Shanshuan's villa, the female housekeeper stopped a man. I have urgent matters, let me in quickly. The hall master has already left and is not inside the house. Did the hall master say where he was going? The hall master went to the warehouse. The man hurried to the warehouse. But when he saw the situation inside, he was dumbfounded. The warehouse, which had been full, was now empty. The man ran back in panic to report. At the Qinglong gang, the celebration banquet was ready. Leaders of various factions had already taken their seats. Wang Meng, the leader of the Tiger Gang, raised his glass with a rough smile. This time our joint operation of the three major forces has been a huge success, it's just that Zhao Zilong ran away. Sun Zhuan, the leader of the Bear Gang, also raised his glass. A loser, nothing surprising. He scanned the people at the table but his gaze settled on an empty seat. A sly smile appeared on his face. We are all here, why hasn't Wang Shanquan from the Xiaoyao Hall arrived yet? Lu Shua quickly stood up, his position as deputy hallmaster making his tone respectful. I have already sent someone to look for him, he should be here soon. Upon hearing Lu Shua's words, the reactions of the people present varied. Wang Meng and Sun Zhuang exchanged a glance. It's okay, let's wait a little longer. Wang Meng smiled and did not drink the wine in his glass. Sun Zhuang also put down his glass, his smile fading slightly. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Lu Shua understood that they were blaming the Xiaoyao Hall for not following the rules. At this moment, Lu Shua was a bit puzzled. Although Wang Shanquan was usually quite unpredictable, he had never acted like this in such a major situation before. Now he could only stabilize the situation first. Lu Shua stood up, raised his glass. I apologize to everyone. Our hall master was delayed due to some matters, so I apologize on his behalf. After speaking, Lu Shua directly picked up a bottle of white wine and drank it all in one go. Seeing Lu Shua's action, Wang Meng and Sun Zhuang smiled again. Vice Hallmaster Lu, what are you doing? Alcohol shouldn't be consumed like this. Yes, Vice Hallmaster Lu, we still have to drink properly later. Are we supposed to accompany you in this drink or not? I was impulsive. Just now, this drink was to apologize to everyone on behalf of our hallmaster. Feel free to drink as you wish. After Lu Shua's efforts, the atmosphere at the table improved significantly. Just then, a little brother sent out by Lu Shua hurried back. He was sweating profusely and without reporting, he ran to Lu Shua's side and whispered something to him. Lu Shua's expression instantly turned serious. Wang Meng and Sun Zhuang saw everything and were also calculating in their minds. Lu Shua quickly resumed his usual demeanor, thinking rapidly about a plan. All the supplies in the Xiaoyao Hall had disappeared, and the hall master Wang Shanquan was nowhere to be found. Now, the most important thing was to determine Wang Shanquan's whereabouts. He needed to keep these two old foxes here and not let them leave. After a moment, he stood up slowly, raised the glass on the table, and said with a smile, I apologize, I need to discuss some matters with my men. After that, he finished the drink in his cup and left the banquet. He went to a secluded place. Lu Shua urgently said, you must go back immediately now, no matter what method you use, you must find the hall master's whereabouts. Vice hall master, we have searched everywhere in the entire base except the hall master's villa, but we can't find his whereabouts. Then search the villa. Lu Shu roared. Yes. After that, the little brother hurriedly ran out. Back at the Xiaoyao Hall headquarters, he led a few men and rushed into the villa. When they pushed open the door, Wang Shanquan's body appeared before their eyes. These people were terrified. The housekeeper was so scared that she sat on the ground, losing control of her bladder and bowels. They quickly ran back to report this to Lu Shua. When Lu Shua heard the news, he was stunned. However, he couldn't show it. If Wang Meng and Sun Zhuang found out about this, the Xiaoyao Hall might not only lose the Qinglong gang supplies but also face a disaster. Although they were allies now, with Wang Shanquan dead and all the supplies missing, their strength was severely reduced. Who would share supplies equally with a force much weaker than their own? Now, what he needed to do was to divide the supplies, find out who killed Wang Shanquan, and who moved all their supplies. As they gradually grew stronger, he would announce Wang Shanquan's death to the public. Lu Shua pondered. Finally, they divided all the Qinglong gang's supplies. Lu Shua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Following the truck back to the base, as soon as he returned, he hurried to the warehouse. He couldn't believe that so many supplies had been stolen without anyone noticing. But when he saw the empty warehouse, his heart sank. Suddenly, he noticed a few words arranged in the middle of the warehouse. He quickly approached to check. Bai Chen was here. Lu Shua was shocked, a chill spreading throughout his body uncontrollably. Lu Shua was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't Bai Chen trapped at home by zombies? How could he come out to kill Wang Shanquan and empty all their supplies? Moving so many supplies silently would take the Xiaoyao Hall's entire team a whole morning. How did he manage to move all these supplies without a sound? At this moment, Lu Shua felt a sense of helplessness like never before. Suddenly, he remembered the incident he heard about at the Qinglong gang today. Initially, he didn't take it seriously. How could someone be invulnerable to weapons? But after the mysterious disappearance of supplies, he suddenly felt that some things might be possible. So, he quickly called the people who had witnessed this incident in the morning. In no time, hundreds of people arrived. They all claimed to have seen with their own eyes the person surviving in the midst of gunfire unscathed. Lu Shua's expression became even more serious. Did he say anything? He seemed to have said he would eliminate all enemies within 10 days, a trembling voice in the crowd spoke up. What else did he say? Lu Shua asked, looking displeased. He also said his name is Baichan, the person replied fearfully. Lu Shua's pupils suddenly contracted. He grabbed the person by the collar and roared. What did he say his name was? The person repeated in fear, he said his name is Baichan. Lu Shua's heart skipped a beat. Then he let go of the person and stared blankly into the night. After a long while, Lu Shua suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. It seems like I have divine assistance. Baichan, who can withstand bullets and quietly transport a large amount of supplies, you must have some secret on you. Whatever that secret is, I must obtain it. By now, almost everyone knew Baichan's name after that night. Although the leaders of various factions had not seen it with their own eyes, the news of Baichan's fame spread like wildfire. As for the 10-day deadline and the invulnerability to weapons, these words were considered a joke among the higher-ups. After all, how could someone be immune to bullets? However, one faction did not take this matter lightly. Is what you're saying true? Wang Mang looked at his son in astonishment. Dad, you must believe me, Baichan is really powerful. I met him yesterday, and if it weren't for my luck, you wouldn't see me today. If that's the case, then we're in trouble. If he says he will eliminate all enemies within 10 days, do we count as his enemies? Wang Mang paced anxiously in the room. Dad, don't worry. Our people were not the ones who shot at him. Wang Mang raised an eyebrow, still somewhat uneasy. No, we can't take this lightly. You've met him a few times, and if he hasn't killed you, it means he doesn't dislike you. If possible, you must interact with him more. If such a strong individual can join us, the entire Qinghai city will be ours. Wang Mang grew more excited as he spoke, laughing maniacally towards the end. Don't worry. I will do my best to get him to join us. Wang Xiaohu also became excited. After leaving with Zhang Xintian, Baichan arrived at the house where Dilraba was hiding. It wasn't until he entered the room that Baichan showed a pained expression. Although his body had reached the strength to withstand bullets, it was only under the influence of adrenaline. Adrenaline could only alleviate his pain and enhance the strength of his skin. When the adrenaline faded, the pain followed. After setting down Zhang Xintian, Baichan collapsed on the bed. Baichan, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xintian was startled, gently touching Baichan, who showed a painful expression. This scene frightened her even more. At that moment, Dilraba, who was hiding in the room, came out. She frowned slightly when she saw Baichan, while Zhang Xintian, unaware of her presence, let out a scream. Dilraba quickly stepped forward and covered her mouth. Don't make a sound. Zhang Xintian nodded vigorously with wide eyes. Dilraba then released her hand and looked at Baichan with concern. What's wrong with him? At this, Zhang Xintian's tears started to fall again. Originally, she thought Baichan would be fine. She didn't expect that Baichan had been enduring it all along, until he couldn't hold on anymore after entering the room. Then, Zhang Xintian briefly explained the situation. Dilraba Dilmurat was also stunned when she heard about this incredible situation. However, she quickly recovered. Baichan had brought her too many incredible things. Previously, Baichan had demonstrated disguise and hypnosis techniques in front of her. Now, he used his body to block bullets, or a bullet in his hand could take a life. Each of these things was something that could only appear in novels. At this moment, Dilraba Dilmurat's interest in Baichan was growing stronger and stronger. She really wanted to know what other surprises Baichan could bring her. Zhang Xintian was still quietly sobbing. She gently held Baichan's hand, looking lost. Dilraba Dilmurat saw this scene, a hint of loss flashed in her eyes. But she quickly concealed that emotion. Help him take off his clothes, Dilraba Dilmurat said, carefully unbuttoning Baichan's clothes. Zhang Xintian, now showing some backbone, hurried to help. However, when they removed the bulletproof vest from Baichan, a look of horror instantly appeared on their faces. Baichan's back was now completely covered in purple-black bruises. Zhang Xintian's previously stopped crying resumed. Dilraba Dilmurat's eyebrows furrowed into a frown. Stop crying, I'll go find some medicine. After saying that, Dilraba Dilmurat ran back into the room, soon followed by sounds of rummaging. Meanwhile, Zhang Xintian looked around, unsure of what to do, and could only watch as Baichan continued to wipe away tears. Dilraba Dilmurat soon returned, holding a medical kit. She quickly found some ointment for treating wounds inside. Then, she gently applied it to Baichan's back. She was very careful during this process, afraid of causing Bai Chen any pain. After she finished applying the ointment, she breathed a sigh of relief. But not long after, Bai Chen's body started shaking. Dilraba Dilmurat quickly reached out to feel his forehead. Suddenly, a wave of heat came from his body. Dilraba Dilmurat quickly withdrew her hand, her face turning grim. He has a high fever. What should we do? Let's cover him with a blanket. No, the blankets here are a bit damp. We can't use them. Dilraba Dilmurat's frown deepened. Then what should we do? Zhang Xintian's tears started flowing again. At that moment, Dilraba Dilmurat began to undress herself. Soon, she lay down slowly on the bed, pressing tightly against Bai Chen. Zhang Xintian blinked, understanding Dilraba Dilmurat's intention, and quickly followed suit. She carefully pressed against Bai Chen from the other side. Bai Chen, in a daze, felt soft bodies pressed against him from both sides. After some time, Bai Chen slowly woke up. He realized that all of this was not a dream. Dilraba Dilmurat and Zhang Xintian were naked, warming him up. Bai Chen was deeply moved. He moved slightly and felt his whole body in excruciating pain. Bai Chen smiled bitterly. This time he was lucky. If he hadn't exchanged all his points for endurance, he might have been dead by now. Bai Chen opened the system panel. After a day, he had 600 points, and his genetic points remained at 302. He exchanged all 600 points for 12 points of endurance, giving him a total of 61 endurance points. Then he opened the genetic enhancement system. After refreshing 8 times, he found something that could help him. Change genetic sequence to give the host the ability to recover quickly. Costs 100 genetic points, failure rate increases by 10%. Bai Chen was delighted to see this option, as what he needed now was a quick recovery of his physical condition. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take to recover. So, Bai Chen directly consumed 100 gene points for enhancement. As the 100 gene points entered his body, it began to transform him. A wave of warmth passed through him. Just when Bai Chen thought this time would be successful, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. Enhancement failed, lost 100 gene points, success rate for next enhancement increased by 5%. Bai Chen was stunned, unable to help but bitterly smile. Then, Bai Chen looked at the next option. Alter gene sequence to give the host genes the ability to recover quickly. Consumes 100 gene points, failure rate increases by 10%. Hosts failed enhancement count +1, success rate +5%. It seemed that even after a failure, there would be an increase in success rate. Thinking this, Bai Chen consumed another 100 gene points for enhancement. As the 100 gene points entered his body, this time the enhancement was successful. Feeling the changes in his body, Bai Chen felt joy once again. He felt his body slowly recovering, and the pain was also alleviated. Bai Chen tried to move and inadvertently woke up the 2 beautiful women beside him. When they saw Bai Chen awake, they immediately perked up, looking at him excitedly. "You're finally awake. How do you feel? Is your body still in pain?" "Don't worry. I'm fine." Looking at the 2 women in front of him, Bai Chen embraced them. Zhang Xintian's face lit up with joy as she allowed Bai Chen to hold her. On the other hand, Dilraba Dilmurat seemed a bit reserved, as if she wanted to resist, but considering Bai Chen's injuries, she didn't struggle too much. Bai Chen noticed Dilraba Dilmurat's change and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Dilraba Dilmurat gently broke free from Bai Chen's embrace, quickly picked up her clothes from the side, and got dressed. At this moment, Zhang Xintian also looked at Dilraba Dilmurat. "Thanks to her help today, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do." "It's nothing, I just didn't want to see him die in front of me." Dilraba Dilmurat's tone carried a hint of resentment. At this moment, even if Bai Chen was slow, he understood what was going on. She must be resentful for flirting with her despite having other women. However, he couldn't help it. He had too many women, and if he had to explain to each one, he wouldn't have time for anything else. He had said before that if Dilraba Dilmurat wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop her. Thinking this, Bai Chen spoke, "I'll keep my word. If you want to leave, I won't stop you, but thank you for today." Dilraba Dilmurat looked at Bai Chen with resentful eyes. After a while, she didn't say anything and went straight to another room. Zhang Xintian quickly said, "Why did you let her go? She likes you. Just coax her a little, go and make it up to her." Although Zhang Xintian was also a bit disappointed, she tried to reconcile with Dilraba Dilmurat. From this perspective, Zhang Xintian was more sensible. Dilraba Dilmurat was just throwing a tantrum. Although Dilraba Dilmurat was very beautiful, that couldn't be an excuse for her tantrums. Compared to her, Bai Chen preferred to spend time with Zhang Xintian. Bai Chen gently pinched her perky buttocks and said, "No need to coax her, I always keep my word. If she wants to leave, I won't stop her." Without waiting for Zhang Xintian's reaction, he kissed her directly on the lips. Zhang Xintian blushed and made some hesitant sounds with her mouth. After Dilraba Dilmurat went to another room, she thought Bai Chen would come to coax her. But she waited for a long time and he didn't show up. Moreover, she could hear some intimate sounds from outside. This made her feel even more aggrieved. Damn Bai Chen, stinky Bai Chen. Dilraba Dilmurat's eyes gradually became moist. When had she ever been so neglected? In the past, male celebrities, directors, and others were eager to have dinner with her, even thrilled to hold her hand on the red carpet. Unlike Bai Chen, who was like a block of wood. Despite her obvious signals, he pretended not to see and didn't come to comfort her. Dilraba grew angrier as she thought about it, especially with the voices outside. In a fit of rage, Dilraba stormed out. Bai Chen, can you justify your actions in front of me? She questioned. Bai Chen then let go of Zhang Xintian. Zhang Xintian looked like a guilty little girl, glancing around nervously. Bai Chen turned to Dilraba. Dilraba, I appreciate your help just now, but have you forgotten your place? You're no longer a star, so don't put on airs in front of me, and I won't coddle you. Bai Chen's words were firm and unquestionable. Dilraba suddenly felt dazed. Bai Chen's words pierced her like a thorn. Remember, it's the end of the world now. If you leave me, other forces will capture you and sell you off like a commodity. Bai Chen's tone grew colder. Dilraba was speechless once again, unsure how to respond. You have one night to think about it. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. If you want to stay, then control your temper and don't have any ideas around me. Hearing this, Dilraba's heart sank, her worldview crumbling. Tears streamed down her face. Since her debut, she had never felt so broken. Even after being sold off in the apocalypse, she still believed she was a noble star. But today, Bai Chen had slapped her hard with reality. Deep down, she knew she could never be the respected star she once was. Men now looked at her with blatant greed. She refused to accept this reality, repeatedly convincing herself otherwise. She implied she was still a star, still noble. Now, this beautiful illusion shattered by Bai Chen. Dilraba ran back to her room in tears, with Zhang Xintian following closely. Bai Chen lay in bed, fast asleep. The next day, Dilraba appeared before Bai Chen, looking worn out with dark circles under her eyes, likely from a sleepless night. Zhang Xintian stood silently beside her. Dilraba paused before speaking. I understand now. I shouldn't ask for so much. I shouldn't demand that, under your protection, you can only have me. I won't be so willful in the future. Bai Chen smiled in relief. Though unfair to Dilraba, this world was unjust to all. She felt the unfairness but enjoyed Bai Chen's protection and food. Many others faced rape, hunger, and death daily. Being Bai Chen's woman was already very fortunate. Stay hidden here for now. I have things to attend to. After that night, Bai Chen's injuries had mostly healed. Now he needed to find allies. Are you going out? Zhang Xintian asked, worried. Bai Chen nodded. Then come back safely, Zhang Xintian urged. Bai Chen smiled again, knowing she was the woman he needed. Someone who cared for him without causing trouble. In the safe house, every woman had come to this realization. Don't worry. No one can harm me now. Bai Chen left some food and headed out. Zhang Xintian forced a smile, pretending that Bai Chen was comforting her. Seeing Bai Chen leave, the two women also showed a worried look on their faces. Actually, he is still quite good to us. Times have changed, the old laws no longer exist, we must adapt to the current environment, Zhang Xintian said gently. Dilraba turned around and hugged Zhang Xintian. Thank you, I understand. The two exchanged a smile. Outside the house, Bai Chen was feeling a bit lost at the moment, because he didn't know where to find the Green Dragon Gang. So, he decided to go to the food processing factory that the Green Dragon Gang had attacked before. Maybe he could find some clues. Soon, he arrived at his destination. The place was in chaos, bodies scattered everywhere. However, from the scene, it was evident that the Green Dragon Gang had orderly retreated. The bodies were neatly arranged, and their equipment and ammunition were taken. In that situation, they were still able to arrange the bodies together. It was clear that the Green Dragon Gang had not lost their fighting spirit due to this incident. This was crucial because he didn't want an ally who had lost the will to fight. After checking the scene, unfortunately, no useful clues were found. There were no traces of retreat around. The Green Dragon Gang must have cleaned up these traces during their retreat. A new problem arose. He couldn't find the Green Dragon Gang. Bai Chen pondered for a while. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Since he couldn't find them, why not let them find him? The Green Dragon Gang had suffered a big loss. They wouldn't just let it go. They would definitely seek revenge. And his ally would be the best choice for them. But how to make them find him? Bai Chen fell into thought again. Before long, he came up with an idea. The best way now was to make a big commotion. With that in mind, he searched for the first target for retaliation in his mind. Soon, he thought of a name: Tie-in Shelter. This faction had also fired at him. Thinking of this, he headed towards the Tie-in Shelter. Before long, he arrived there. 2 guards at the entrance stopped Bai Chen. "Who goes there? To enter, you must pay the toll first." The 2 guards looked arrogantly at Bai Chen. Bai Chen sneered, "Toll? Yes, everyone who wants to enter must pay a toll. 1 bag of instant noodles per person will do." The guard looked disdainfully at Bai Chen. Bai Chen's lips curled slightly. He didn't expect to be robbed as soon as he arrived. "Fine, I'll get it for you right away," he said, reaching into his pocket. The 2 guards looked excitedly at Bai Chen, their eyes following his hand into his pocket. At that moment, Bai Chen quickly drew out his ever-changing magical pistol, already in his hand. The 2 guards were shocked. They were about to sound the alarm, but with 2 gunshots, they fell into a pool of blood. The silenced pistol didn't make much noise. Therefore, the commotion at the gate went unnoticed. Bai Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, Bai Chen looked around. Soon, he was drawn to a room where many people seemed to be playing cards, making a lot of noise. Bai Chen kicked the door open. The people inside were startled. When they saw Bai Chen, they angrily cursed at him. "Who the hell are you? Damn, are you looking to die, kid? Where did this beggar come from? Get lost." Bai Chen snorted coldly, then raised his pistol. The people in the room shrank back at the sight of the gun. They instinctively reached for their weapons. Bai Chen quickly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and everyone in the room was dead. Then, Bai Chen continued on to the next room. In this room, several helpless women were being held captive, tied up. Some of them were naked. These people must be the playthings brought in for pleasure. Bai Chen did not kill them. Scanning the crowd, there were no eye-catching beauties. So Bai Chen continued on to the next room. The room was crowded, and as Bai Chen pushed the door open, someone immediately recognized him in the crowd. "You're Bai Chen." Others also looked at Bai Chen in horror. "Bai Chen, the freak who shoots bullets with a snap of his fingers. Ah, what are you doing here? You're not here to kill us, are you?" The air suddenly became quiet. Bai Chen's words echoed in everyone's ears. They all looked at Bai Chen in fear, not daring to move. Bai Chen slowly raised his gun towards them. After dealing with these people, Bai Chen continued his search. The commotion here quickly attracted others. Soon, a group of people surrounded Bai Chen. "Ah, you're Bai Chen." With this person's reminder, others also remembered. "You're the Bai Chen from last night." The crowd instantly panicked. They could handle humans and zombies, but how to deal with someone like Bai Chen who couldn't be killed by bullets? Fighting him would be like hitting a rock with an egg. The crowd retreated in fear. At this moment, the leader of the shelter squeezed out from the crowd. As soon as he appeared, the people around seemed to have a backbone. "Bai Chen, what are you doing? Do you really want to be our enemy? I advise you to leave quickly. Let's consider what you said yesterday as a joke, and I will also plead with other forces not to trouble you in the future," the man said sternly. Bai Chen sneered, amazed that this man was still threatening him. He ignored him and quickly rushed into the crowd. In an instant, screams filled the air. The leader of the shelter was now in a panic. He had only wanted to scare Bai Chen a bit, make him retreat. But he didn't expect his opponent to be so fierce, starting a fight without hesitation. And so brutal. In just a few seconds, most of his men were injured. Moreover, most of them were killed with a single blow, and even those who survived had lost their fighting ability. He was now extremely anxious. Soon, these people were all scared of Bai Chen. The remaining dozens of people dared not approach. Bai Chen also stopped, looking at the leader of the shelter again. At this moment, he was at a loss. Who would have thought that what Bai Chen said yesterday was true? He had come to their base first, clearly a warning to others. The man forced a bitter smile. This was his entire foundation. He couldn't afford to lose everything here. His face showed a struggle. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly knelt down in front of Bai Chen. "Mr. Bai, please spare me and my brothers. We are just a small force among the factions that shot at you yesterday. Why do you have to be at odds with us?" the man said with a mournful face. Bai Chen walked slowly towards the man, his eyes full of contempt. "Regretting now, what took you so long?" The man's heart trembled. Seeing that Bai Chen showed no intention of mercy, he quickly said, "As long as you spare me and my brothers, we will share half of our base's resources with you." After saying this, he glanced at Bai Chen. Seeing his stern expression, he hurriedly added, "No, not half, 2/3. The man looked pained. Bai Chen teased, "If I kill you, all of this will be mine." The man was stunned, then his expression turned fierce. "Then go to hell." At that moment, he suddenly pulled out a gun from behind. Baichen was prepared, and in the instant the man drew his gun, he killed him with a swift handchop. Then, Baichen did not linger, but killed the remaining people as well. After killing these people, Baichen collected their weapons into his space. He then took away all the supplies from the warehouse. He seized 13 pistols, 105 bullets, and about 10 tons of supplies. This faction was still too poor. But even mosquitoes are meat. After leaving a mark, Baichen continued on to the next force. By nightfall, Baichen had cleared 2 more forces. In total, he collected 36 guns, 1,058 rounds of ammunition, and a total of 50 tons of other supplies. He believed that after tonight, his name would make the remaining forces restless. Afterwards, Baichen returned to the temporary camp. The 2 women were hiding in the room and only came out when Baichen returned. Diliriba had become much more obedient. As soon as Baichen returned, she took the initiative to come over to help him take off his shoes and then massage his shoulders. Baichen was very satisfied and took the opportunity to touch her twice. The 2 soft and elastic masses felt just right. Diliriba instantly became shy, but this time she did not show any signs of avoidance. It seemed she had already adapted to her new identity, accepting the massages from both of them comfortably. "Master, is your back still hurting?" Zhang Xintian asked timidly as Baichen closed his eyes to enjoy the moment. "A little, why?" Baichen asked. "I heard of a method that can relieve pain. Let me try it on you," Zhang Xintian said, her pretty face blushing suddenly. Baichen didn't understand what she meant and curiously looked at Zhang Xintian. She took off her shoes and got on the bed. Then she knelt behind Baichen. She gently pulled down her clothes, revealing her chest instantly. Then she slowly pressed against Baichen's back and began to move her body slowly. Baichen felt delighted, as if there were 2 water balloons rolling back and forth on his back, very comfortable. Baichen closed his eyes again, enjoying the tranquility, while chaos reigned outside. In just one day, 3 forces were silently wiped out. The instigator of all this was Baichen. They originally thought Baichen's words were just the anger of an incompetent person. But now his revenge had truly come. And so fast, in just one day, 3 forces disappeared. That was hundreds of people. At this moment, hundreds of leaders gathered together, each feeling threatened. Soon, the leaders and deputy leaders of the 3 major forces arrived. These people immediately started chattering incessantly. "What should we do now? That kid really took action, and in just one day, 3 forces are gone. Leaders, you must come up with a solution." The leaders of the 3 major forces were now all wearing cold expressions, some genuine and some feigned. For example, Wang Meng of the Fierce Tiger Gang. Yesterday, his men did not shoot at Baichen, so he was not worried about retaliation. At this moment, Sun Zhuang, the leader of the Brown Bear Gang, glanced back and forth between Wang Meng and Lu Shua before looking at Wang Meng. "Brother Wang, how should we handle this? Should we use force to suppress, or negotiate and coexist peacefully with him?" Wang Meng smiled. "We need to understand Baichen's attitude first. If he is determined to retaliate against you, then there's nothing we can do." Sun Zhuang was taken aback, then caught on to a key word. "Brother Wang, are you saying you don't intend to get involved in this?" "Of course, I can't just stand by and do nothing. After all, we have worked together before. How about this? Let me be a mediator to ease the tension between you." Sun Zhuang's expression turned cold instantly. "Hee, Brother Wang, you're really washing your hands off this. How can you be sure he won't come after you? There were so many people who shot at him yesterday. Are you sure he can remember each one?" Lu Shua suddenly spoke up. Wang Meng, who was relaxed a moment ago, instantly turned serious. Sun Zhuang looked at Lu Shua, now viewing him in a different light. Calculating in his mind, a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. "Ha, Deputy Master Lu makes a good point. Yesterday, we all participated in the operation, so we should all be in the same boat. We must not harbor any illusions." Sun Zhuang looked at Lu Shua again. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes and disappeared in an instant. Originally, he didn't pay much attention to Lu Shua, but a sentence today instantly tied them together, possibly causing the 3 major forces to fall apart. He must take this courage seriously and be vigilant in the future. When Sun Zhuang saw him, he nodded in a friendly manner, showing a warm smile on his face. However, a flash of sharpness passed through his eyes when he lowered his head. Now that his status was inferior and the news of the death of the Hallmaster could not be revealed, he couldn't rightfully ascend to power and could only endure this dissatisfaction. At this moment, Wang Meng's smile gradually froze, as he never expected to be outmaneuvered by someone who was usually inconspicuous. All 3 of them were sly old foxes, and with just a few words, they could see how deep Lu Shua's scheming was. To be able to make him hesitate with just a few words, such a person couldn't be ordinary. Wang Meng squinted his eyes, calculating how to respond next. At this point, Lu Shua continued, I believe Bai Chen's actions are a declaration of war against our three major forces, and we cannot ignore it. I hereby represent the Xiaoyao Hall and state that Xiaoyao Hall and Bai Chen are irreconcilable. Wang Meng, who hadn't thought of a strategy yet, now had a grim expression. With this statement, he had undoubtedly blocked his retreat. If both major forces declared to kill Bai Chen, he could no longer stay out of it as he had previously intended. Humph! Quite arrogant. After all, Xiaoyao Hall belongs to Wang Shanquan. Can you represent him? Wang Meng's tone was unfriendly. Rest assured, Master Wang, these are the messages our hallmaster asked me to convey to you both. Sun Zhuang glanced around and said with a smile, we are all friends here, let's not ruin the harmony. I think Vice Hall Master Lu is right. Bai Chen's actions are undoubtedly challenging the authority of all of us. If we don't teach him a lesson this time, he will become even more arrogant. Then I'll also make a statement. I represent the Brown Bear Gang and declare that we are irreconcilable with Bai Chen. Then, he looked at the hundreds of people below and said, I hope everyone will actively respond and resist this murderer Bai Chen. The crowd was instantly stirred up. They had been worried that one day Bai Chen would attack their base. Now, with the declarations of the two major forces, they were naturally overjoyed. I also declare that my Qingshan base is irreconcilable with Bai Chen. Count me in. The crowd was fervent. Seeing this, Sun Zhuang and Lu Shua exchanged a smile. Then they both looked at Wang Meng. Master Wang, look how united everyone is. Now it's up to you. Sun Zhuang smiled. Wang Meng understood that he couldn't leave today unscathed, or he might be assassinated before leaving. They were capable of such things. With this in mind, Wang Meng suppressed his frustration and laughed heartily, ha ha. Since everyone is in agreement, I, Wang Meng, have no objections. I also declare once again that I am in unity with everyone. That's great then, Lu Shua also spoke up. Everyone made their declarations, united to kill Bai Chen. Bai Chen is currently in hiding, while we are in the open, making it difficult to find him. Wang Meng deliberately looked worried. Next, he is likely to continue destroying other forces. I suggest that during this time, all forces should be on high alert. Forces close to each other can unite. As soon as Bai Chen appears, notify nearby forces immediately and then surround him together. Sun Zhuang expressed his opinion. That's feasible, but with Bai Chen's strength, it's difficult for these small gatherings to kill him. I think we can take in some small forces to consolidate our strength. Lu Shua once again showed a shrewd look. Xiaoyao Hall was facing a major upheaval, with all their resources stolen by Bai Chen. He needed to quickly expand their food stores, or the morale could become unstable at any moment. Hearing Lu Shua's suggestion, they all nodded in agreement. This decision was beneficial for them. However, as soon as the decision was made, some people below were reluctant. Aren't you trying to recruit us in every possible way? No, I disagree. Exactly, we want to be our own bosses and live freely. If we are recruited by you, where is our freedom? You can't say that. The three gang leaders are also helping us solve problems. Now, Bai Chen, the big villain, could steal our homes at any time. Even if you disagree, can you guarantee that Bai Chen won't come after you? With these words, the crowd fell silent once again. At that moment, Lu Shua glanced at the person who had just spoken and nodded to him discreetly. The man continued, everyone, as the saying goes, as long as we are alive, there is hope. I believe the three gang leaders won't make things difficult for us, right? Ha, this brother is right. I, from the Carefree Hall, promise you once again that if you don't like staying in the Carefree Hall later, you can leave at any time. I will even provide you with supplies and weapons to arm yourselves, so you won't have to fear being wiped out by others in the future. Wang Meng and Sun Zhuan looked at Lu Shua with confusion. They didn't understand why Lu Shua would make such a promise. This was a great opportunity to recruit them. However, the two also had their own calculations. They had envisioned some intangible benefits. It's commonly known as painting a rosy picture. At this point, some people in the crowd began to waver. The person who had communicated with Lu Shua with his eyes earlier in the crowd spoke up again. I've made up my mind. Instead of living in fear, it's better to join the three major forces. Brothers, I've decided to join the Carefree Hall, and I advise you not to think twice. At this moment, Lu Shua on the stage smiled and said, take your time to think, but the Carefree Hall is the weakest among the three major forces. I can only accept 2,000 people. Think carefully before coming. Upon hearing this, the crowd became more anxious. I joined the Carefree Hall. Count me in too. Me too. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly set the tone. This made the restless crowd even more anxious. At this moment, they were still thinking about the conditions set by the three major forces. But no matter how you looked at it, the conditions offered by the Carefree Hall were the best. so more people started to choose to submit to the carefree hall. Seeing this scene, Wang Meng and Sun Zhuang on the stage were stunned. The smiles on their faces gradually froze. Seeing the enthusiasm of the people below, Lu Shua quickly said, "Don't just choose the carefree hall. The Brown Bear Gang and the Fierce Tiger Gang are also powerful and can surely protect you." Soon, the people below made their choices, with almost half choosing the carefree hall. Only a small portion chose the Brown Bear Gang and the Fierce Tiger Gang. The rest did not make a choice. At this point, Wang Meng and Sun Zhuang also understood. Lu Shua's goal was to recruit these people. However, they couldn't understand what benefits there were in recruiting these people. Not to mention wasting food, their combat strength was not strong. They couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it. After taking down the Azure Dragon Gang, they had also gained a lot of resources. Little did they know that this decision would make the Carefree Hall the strongest force in the area in the days to come. In a ruin. "Leader, today I gathered some information while out scouting." Zhao Zilong looked at the newcomer and asked quickly, "Tell me." "I learned from our brothers who are undercover in other forces that on the day we were ambushed, Mr. Baichen appeared at our base and engaged in a battle with them. What's unbelievable is that Mr. Bai actually withstood the hail of bullets without getting hurt. Those people were all dumbfounded. Later, he shot and killed a person with a flick of his finger, scaring them so much that they didn't dare to attack Mr. Bai. After that, Mr. Bai left with a woman in his arms. The next day, Mr. Bai wiped out 3 forces in one go. Now, these small and medium forces are all on edge, and it's said that many have already surrendered to the 3 major forces." Hearing this, Zhao Zilong was astonished. He knew Bai Chen was strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful. Has there been any emergence of support behind him? Zhao Zilong asked eagerly. Now, if he wanted revenge, he needed to find a powerful ally. With Bai Chen having a good relationship with him, the support behind him became his only lifeline. The scout shook his head. Zhao Zilong furrowed his brow once again. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. After a while, Zhao Zilong suddenly smiled. The scout was puzzled. "Leader, why are you laughing?" "Ha, I just realized one thing. Mr. Bai's strength is undeniable. Whether his support emerges or not, he is the one we need to win over. And these people have already offended Mr. Bai. Our goals are aligned with his now, so this alliance is inevitable. What we need to do now is find Mr. Bai. And what Mr. Bai did today was to let us find him. Tomorrow, have our brothers outside keep a close eye. Mr. Bai should make a move again." Yes. In a dimly lit room, Bai Chen was enjoying the service of 2 women. At that moment, Bai Chen suddenly embraced Zhang Xintian. Dilraba Dilmarat pinched his shoulder and tactfully went to another room. The room was left with only Zhang Xintian and Bai Chen. "Master, you've had a long day today. Let me help you relax." Zhang Xintian swayed her waist, her voice soft and seductive, her eyes sparkling. Then, she sat on Bai Chen's lap and teasingly loosened his clothes a bit. Instantly, his strong abdominal muscles were exposed. Zhang Xintian shyly turned her head aside, her face blushing even more. She pinched her delicate fingers, lightly touching his chest. Bai Chen then lay back on the bed. Early morning. Bai Chen exchanged all the 500 points he had earned for endurance. Now, Bai Chen's endurance was at 71 points, believing that he could withstand bullets without relying on adrenaline, similar to handguns and rifles. But there were still more powerful firearms he couldn't resist, like sniper rifles. It seemed necessary to increase his endurance as soon as possible to feel more secure. At this moment, Zhang Xintian also woke up. Like a little cat, she pounced into Bai Chen's arms. "Master, why are you awake so early?" Zhang Xintian tightly closed her eyes, clearly not having enough sleep. Bai Chen gently pinched her cute nose and said, "There's something to attend to later, so go back to sleep." "Okay, I want to sleep in your arms." Zhang Xintian's voice was soft and sweet as she rested her head on Bai Chen's chest and fell asleep in a second. Bai Chen didn't disturb her and just held her, closing his eyes to rest as well. After a while, Dilraba Dilmarat gently knocked on the door, and the 2 woke up gently. "Master, it's time for breakfast." Hearing Dilraba Dilmarat's voice, the 2 got up. After getting dressed, they went to the living room. Dilraba Dilmarat prepared a simple meal. Unlike the safe house, there was no hot water or gas here, so they had to make do. After breakfast, Bai Chen went out. Today, he was going to continue his revenge. Soon, he arrived at a base. Strangely, there wasn't a single person here. Bai Chen had to move on to the next one. But the same situation repeated at the next base. Bai Chen couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that these people would flee overnight just after one day. He sneered and continued to the next one. After checking 3 more bases with the same result, he finally found people at the 4th base. This base was heavily guarded, with patrols everywhere. It seemed that yesterday's commotion had scared them. Bai Chen slowly approached the base. When the patrols saw Bai Chen, they all ran back into the base as if fleeing in fear. Then he closed the main gate. Bai Chen sneered coldly and walked slowly to the door. With a kick, he pushed the door open. The person responsible for blocking the door behind it was also thrown out along with the door. They fell to the ground, moaning in pain. The commotion at the door quickly caught the attention of those inside. In an instant, over 100 people rushed out. Some were armed with guns, some with knives. However, none dared to approach Bai Chen once they were outside. They stood nervously at a distance facing Bai Chen. At that moment, a man squeezed out from the crowd. Nervously, he spoke, "Bai Chen, I apologize for what happened before. Can you please spare us? As long as you spare us, any conditions you set will be accepted." Bai Chen sneered, "Ha, now you're afraid, but it's too late." Bai Chen's expression suddenly hardened as he swiftly pulled out a handgun. Bang! The man fell to the ground. The leader of the base was the first to receive a lunchbox. The others were stunned. "Please spare us." One person trembled and knelt on the ground. Others also knelt down, begging for mercy. Just then, a person stepped forward from the crowd. "Mr. Bai, I am an undercover agent for the Qinglong gang here. Please don't shoot." Bai Chen immediately noticed this person, then a faint smile appeared on his lips. Zhao Zilong indeed had some skills. He had already planted undercover agents in other bases. "Come here." Bai Chen pointed at the person. Without hesitation, the person quickly ran to Bai Chen and respectfully said, "Mr. Bai, last night our leader instructed us that if we saw you, we must inform you. Our leader wishes to meet you. Where is your leader now?" The person then whispered to Bai Chen's ear. Bai Chen's expression froze. He hadn't expected them to hide in such a place. "All right, I understand. How do you plan to deal with these people?" Bai Chen looked at the people kneeling in the distance. The undercover agent looked at Bai Chen and then made a throat-slitting gesture. Bai Chen's lips curled slightly, fitting his intentions. Then, Bai Chen swiftly took action. He rushed into the crowd and a fierce fight ensued. These people were terrified by Bai Chen's actions, crying and screaming for mercy. Chaos erupted instantly. However, with Bai Chen's speed, there was no chance for the over 100 people to escape. Soon, all these people were killed by Bai Chen. The nearby undercover agent watched stiffly, his whole body tensed. After Bai Chen finished killing, the agent finally approached him stiffly. Speaking more respectfully, he recounted everything that happened last night to Bai Chen. "I didn't expect that after killing Wang Shanquan, they would still be so arrogant. It seems this Lu Shua is not simple." The undercover agent widened his eyes in disbelief. "Mr. Bai, you said you killed Wang Shanquan?" "That's right." The undercover agent swallowed hard again. The shock he experienced today was too great. "I need to inform our leader about this news." "Mr. Bai, would you like to come with me?" Bai Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "By the way, take me to the warehouse." Without any hesitation, the undercover agent quickly led Bai Chen to the warehouse. Then, Bai Chen stored everything in the warehouse into his space. Finally, to prevent the outside undercover agents from discovering that he had moved all the warehouse goods, he set a fire inside before leaving satisfied. The undercover agent, seeing the warehouse on fire, felt extremely anxious as the goods inside were what their gang needed the most. "Mr. Bai, what is this?" But since Bai Chen did it, he didn't dare say much. "It's nothing, I checked inside, there's nothing useful," Bai Chen casually said, knowing that the fire was already set, there was no turning back. Even if Zhao Zilong became suspicious, he would never guess about his space. "All right then." The undercover agent could only sigh deeply. "Let's go." Soon, the two arrived at the hiding place of the Qinglong gang. This place is only about 10 kilometers away from the Qinglong gang. Originally, this place was supposed to develop a new real estate project. However, only half of it was excavated before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Therefore, this place instead became the best hiding place. Soon, their whereabouts were discovered. A group of people emerged, with Zhao Zilong at the forefront. Standing beside him was a beautiful woman, the one who had a brief encounter with him, Li Xiaoxiao. "Haha, Mr. Bai, we meet again at last," Zhao Zilong greeted warmly. "Hee, it's been a few days, you look a bit haggard." They exchanged pleasantries before getting down to business. "Mr. Bai, my Qinglong gang is facing a great crisis this time, and I thank you for lending a helping hand. These people have caused me trouble too, and I also need some assistance." "Hee, Mr. Bai is too modest. I have already heard of your recent deeds. To come out unscathed in the midst of enemy gunfire, such ability is unheard of. Let's not dwell on that." How many people do you have left? And how much food? Upon hearing this question, Zhao Zilong's expression turned grim. Mr. Bai, I won't hide it from you. Currently, my Qinglong gang has only 1,000 elite members left, and as for food, it won't last a day. Bai Chen found this answer reasonable, given the sudden turn of events. Preserving 1,000 elite members was already commendable. I can lend you food, but I have a condition. You're serious? Zhao Zilong's pupils widened suddenly, and he grabbed Bai Chen's hand excitedly. After a moment's pause, he continued, what condition do you have in mind? I will help you eliminate all your enemies and make you the top power in Jinghai, Bai Chen spoke slowly. Zhao Zilong's pupils contracted again. The temptation was indeed great to become the top power in all of Jinghai. What condition do you have in mind? Zhao Zilong understood that great benefits came with great costs. It's simple. Within a year, half of your Qinglong gang's income will belong to me. Zhao Zilong's brows furrowed instantly. How is that possible? Li Xiaoxiao, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. She glared at Bai Chen as if he were her enemy. Don't be unreasonable. Zhao Zilong scolded loudly. Li Xiaoxiao had no choice but to step back. Zhao Zilong then looked at Bai Chen, hesitating several times before finally speaking. Alright, as long as you can help me become the top power in Jinghai, I agree to all your conditions. Deal. Bai Chen's lips curled slightly. This partnership may seem like a collaboration between the two, but it was mainly driven by Bai Chen. His displayed strength far exceeded that of the entire Qinglong gang. To be blunt, even wiping out the Qinglong gang was not impossible for him. Therefore, it was the right choice to seek benefits appropriately. Moreover, it was still the early stages of the apocalypse, and food reserves were still abundant. In a few years, when the existing food supplies were depleted, that would be the time when food truly held value. He had to plan for the future. As for Zhao Zilong, he had no way out now. Moreover, the premise of this condition was for him to become the top power in Jinghai, which was only beneficial for him. After all, those resources would only be realized in the future. If he didn't agree now, he might not even have a chance. Given the circumstances, he naturally understood the need to make choices. And it was only for a year. As long as he endured that year, maintained a good relationship with Bai Chen, the days ahead would only get better. This trade was mutually beneficial for both parties, so he wouldn't refuse. The two quickly reached an agreement. The food is in my safe house, but you must help me clear out the zombies, or I can't provide you with the supplies. Mr. Bai, rest assured. Since we have agreed to cooperate, we naturally have to help each other. You can count on us. After tonight, we will make sure to eliminate all the zombies. Alright, I will come to see you again tomorrow morning. Oh, before I leave, I'll give you a surprise. Just ask your subordinates about it. After speaking, Bai Chen left. Zhao Zilong looked at the undercover agent who had brought Bai Chen with a puzzled expression. Leader, Mr. Bai killed Wang Shanquan. Zhao Zilong's expression was shocked. Why are you only saying this now? Zhao Zilong was extremely excited. Leader, I didn't have a chance to say it before you started talking to Mr. Bai. The undercover brother looked uneasy. Alright, it's not your fault. This is truly great news. Zhao Zilong was so excited he couldn't close his mouth. The undercover brother finally breathed a sigh of relief. Leader, why hasn't there been any news about Wang Shanquan's death? Li Xiaoxiao asked puzzledly on the side. Of course, that brat Lu Shua dared not announce it. If news of Wang Shanquan's death spreads, it will definitely shake their alliance, and then the Xiaoyao Hall might be divided by the other two major bases. Zhao Zilong's mouth curled up uncontrollably. Now fortune favors me. Although this news won't destroy him now, it will still cost him half his life. Zhao Zilong's face showed a hint of fierceness. Spread the word, arrange all the undercover agents outside. Within a day, I want everyone to know that the master of Xiaoyao Hall is dead. The entire night, the Qinglong gang was busy. They split into two groups, with some going to inform the undercover agents lurking in various bases. The rest of them all went to Bai Chen's safe house. A glimmer of light appeared in the sky. Lu Yumeng, who was used to getting up early, stretched lazily in the safe house. Her graceful figure looked particularly alluring under the light. At this moment, she suddenly felt like something was missing. Upon careful thought, she was surprised to find that the zombies outside were gone. For days, she had grown accustomed to falling asleep to the sound of zombie growls. Now, not hearing them made her feel somewhat uneasy. She hurried to the window and pulled back the curtains. Instantly, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. The once densely packed zombies had all been killed overnight. Could it be that the master has returned? Lu Yumeng quickly ran out of the room, eager to share this good news with her sisters. Soon, Lu Yumeng woke up all the beautiful women in the safe house. They excitedly looked at the zombie corpses outside. However, they couldn't see the person they had been longing for, a hint of disappointment appearing on their faces. Just then, 3 figures appeared in the distance. 1 man and 2 women. The man was none other than Bai Chen, whom they had been eagerly awaiting. Ah! The master has returned. The women immediately ran to the door to welcome Bai Chen. Outside the safe house, Bai Chen looked at the pile of zombie corpses and couldn't help but exclaim. The efficiency of the Qinglong gang was indeed remarkable. In just one night, they had killed all these zombies. Bai Chen pointed to the safe house in the distance and said to the 2 beautiful women beside him, "See that house? That's our home." The 2 women curiously inspected the safe house. On the way there, they had already heard Bai Chen's introduction. The safe house not only had hot water but also electricity and gas. More importantly, it was the safest place in the whole world. Both of them were eager to go in and take a look earlier. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the door of the safe house. Bai Chen opened the door. Instantly, all the women inside rushed out and surrounded Bai Chen. In no time, Bai Chen's face was covered in lipstick marks. The group of women was clearly too excited, chattering, and making a fuss. "Alright, let's maintain some decorum in front of the newcomers," Su Runyan smiled. The others obediently stopped, lined up neatly. Only then could Bai Chen properly admire these beauties. "Alright, it's been a few days, and all of you are like wolves and tigers. It seems I'll have to discipline you all today." The women blushed, some sticking out their tongues at Bai Chen. Some struck seductive poses, teasingly inviting. It was as if they were saying, "Come on if you dare." Alright, you'll see how I'll handle you all later." Bai Chen smirked. Several women immediately burst into laughter like silver bells. Bai Chen pulled Dilly Reba and Zhang Xintian over and introduced them to everyone. The women warmly welcomed the 2 girls, pulling them into the room and introducing them one by one, completely ignoring Bai Chen. Bai Chen was speechless. Fine, so this is how it's going to be. Later, everyone must be punished. No, 10 times. Bai Chen then followed them into the room and casually closed the door. "Dilly Reba, is it really you? Oh my, a living star." Xia Mo admired Dilly Reba. "What? Have you ever seen a dead star?" Xia Mo awkwardly smiled and said, "Hee, sorry, I just got too excited seeing my favorite star. That's all in the past, from now on, we are all sisters." Dilly Reba said shyly, "Ha, this is the closest I've ever been to a star, oh my. So excited." Xia Mo covered her cheeks, looking unbelievably thrilled. It seems Xia Mo is also a fan of Dilly Reba. I wonder if it would be awkward for fans and stars to be together. Bai Chen's lips curled slightly. "Wow, how did your bear get so big?" Lu Yumon looked at Zhang Xintian's neckline, then at her own, feeling like a deflated balloon. "It's nothing. In fact, it's not convenient at all, like when I bow down, I can never see my own feet." Zhang Xintian comforted her. Lu Yumon was completely baffled. "How is this comforting? This is pure showing off. She's just jealous. Do you have any methods to make it bigger?" Lu Yumon continued to ask persistently. "Yes, eat more pumpkins, and regularly touching it can also make it bigger." Lu Yumon quickly jotted it down in her notebook. Regularly touching. Lu Yuming's cheeks immediately turned red. After a short break, a knocking sound was heard outside the safe house. It was Zhao Zilong and his men. Bai Chen went to the door and opened it. "Mr. Bai, everything has been taken care of. I have also received the gift you sent me yesterday. I believe good news will come in the next few days." Zhao Zilong smiled. Hee, but with Lu Shua's intelligence, this time he may not have to pay a big price. We need to think of other ways. I've already thought of that. My men found out that the night before last, when they were discussing things, it seems that Wang Meng from the Fierce Tiger Gang did not have any plans to deal with you. I think this could be a breakthrough to break their alliance. Bai Chen recalled. A tattooed young man with a spirited look appeared in his mind. He seemed to be from the Fierce Tiger Gang. It seems he mentioned that there was something to find him at the Fierce Tiger Gang. Judging by his tone, he seemed to have quite a background. Bai Chen paused and said, "I'll handle the matter with the Fierce Tiger Gang. The food is ready, just take your men to the basement to get it." Zhao Zilong was delighted. He then arranged for his men to come in and collect the supplies. These people were also very cautious, walking straight to the basement. The supplies Bai Chen prepared were not much, just enough for 1,000 people for a day. Since the Qinglong gang currently doesn't have a stable base, there's nowhere to store more. Even so, Zhao Zilong couldn't wipe the smile off his face. "You can send someone to pick up supplies from me once a day. There's no need to come here unless it's urgent," Bai Chen said. "All right, Mr. Bai, I won't disturb you then. I'll send someone to inform you if there's anything." The supplies were quickly moved, and Zhao Zilong left with his men. Bai Chen watched them leave, then closed the door. He immediately turned to the women sitting on the sofa, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. It's time to show them a little something. Bai Chen walked slowly towards the women, a wicked smile on his face. The women looked at Bai Chen, their eyes wavering between resistance and invitation, a mix of seduction and shyness that instantly made Bai Chen feel a surge of heat. Various beauties of different styles sat there, gazing at you as if they could see through you. Bai Chen smirked and looked at these women: Wang Yushi, Li Mulan, Li Mushuang, Sun Jie, Wang Yaoyao. Just you five. The five blushed instantly. A new route successfully developed. Wang Yushi, beside him, looked at Bai Chen with melancholy eyes. Seeing her expression, Bai Chen took the opportunity to pinch her. Oh, someone is ignoring you. Wang Yushi immediately pouted, turning her head away like a sulking child. Alright, if you don't like it, we won't take this route in the future. Bai Chen comforted. Who said I don't like it? Wang Yushi muttered softly with a pout. Then you do like it. Bai Chen chuckled even more smugly. Wang Yushi's face immediately turned red. She didn't expect her muttered words to be heard. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Oh, someone is really ignoring you. With that, Wang Yushi ran out as if escaping. As she left, Bai Chen noticed her chuckling sneakily. Daring to say you don't like it when you clearly do. Bai Chen snorted coldly, feeling pleased. In no time, two little heads peeked in from outside. Bai Chen glanced and saw Li Mulan and Li Mushuang, the twin sisters. He didn't expect them to be so bold now. Bai Chen was also somewhat excited as he had never played games happily with these two sisters before. Knock, knock, knock. The two sisters politely knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing Bai Chen's voice, the two sisters walked in boldly. They stood timidly in front of Bai Chen. Bai Chen couldn't understand why they were so reserved in front of him, unlike when they were all together. Was he really that scary to make them act this way when facing him alone? With this in mind, Bai Chen's tone softened slightly. Do you two plan to receive punishment together? At this, the two sisters shook their heads vigorously. No, master, we just think this might be bad for your health. We just want to give you a massage together to help you relax. Bai Chen looked at them skeptically. A proper massage? The two sisters hesitated, then blushed slightly. Yes, a proper massage. We used to go to massage parlors where the ladies helped us, so we learned a few things over time. Yes, we just want to help you relax a bit. Seeing the sisters' sincerity, Bai Chen decided against punishing them. Alright then, I'll let you try your skills. With that, Bai Chen lay down on the bed. The two sisters exchanged a glance and then climbed onto the bed to start massaging Bai Chen. Although their techniques were a bit lacking, they hit the right spots. It was evident that they were sincere, just lacking practical experience, making them seem awkward. Unconsciously, Bai Chen fell asleep comfortably. Have you heard? The leader of the Carefree Hall was killed by Bai Chen. What? How could this happen? My goodness, this is huge. Now there will be a show at the Carefree Hall. The Fierce Tiger Gang. What? Wang Shanquan was killed. Wang Meng stood up abruptly, a look of shock on his face. Absolutely true, Dad. It's all over the news now. Wang Xiaohu exclaimed. Wang Meng pondered for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha, let's see how arrogant the Carefree Hall can be now. Dad, are we really going to ally with them? Wasn't our goal to divide the Azure Dragon Gang with them? Didn't you say before to get close to Bai Chen and win him over? Why are we now teaming up against him? Wang Xiaohu looked worried. Wang Meng's expression turned serious at this moment. Ah, the situation is unclear now. We have already offended the Green Dragon Gang, and Bai Chen has a close relationship with them. At this time, we can only watch and wait. Originally, Wang Meng wanted to win over Bai Chen, but after this incident, he suddenly realized Bai Chen's terrifying nature. He didn't dare to keep a powerful and unpredictable time bomb by his side. Dad, if it's not possible, I can try to invite him. Maybe Bai Chen would be willing to join us. Wang Meng was moved by this, but still had some concerns. Let's put this matter aside for now. Let's see what the next moves of the Carefree Hall and the Brown Bear Gang are. Brown Bear Gang. Wang Shanquan is dead. Sun Zhuang frowned in contemplation. No wonder he didn't show up at the last celebration banquet. It seems he died a long time ago. Lu Shua, how dare you conceal such a big thing? Sun Zhuang gritted his teeth. Get a car ready for me. I'm going to the Fierce Tiger Gang. Half an hour later, Sun Zhuang arrived at the Fierce Tiger Gang. Wang Meng heard the news and went out to greet him. Brother Sun, why do you have time to come to me today? Wang Meng smiled. Brother Wang, have you heard any news recently? Sun Zhuang asked deliberately. You mean about Wang Shanquan's news, right? Wang Meng didn't pretend to be ignorant. So Brother Wang already knows. Lu Shua really doesn't take us seriously. Why does he have the right to share the Green Dragon Gang's resources with us? Sun Zhuang said indignantly. This is indeed excessive, but the matter is already in the past. Moreover, the Carefree Hall is now developing rapidly and is no longer the same as before. Wang Mang lamented. Humph. Sun Zhuang suddenly sneered. You don't understand the Carefree Hall. The entire Carefree Hall was built by Wang Shanquan, and many of his subordinates are very loyal. If these people hear about Wang Shanquan's death, and with Lu Shua deliberately concealing his death, some of them will inevitably think that Lu Shua is seizing power. By then, there will be chaos within the Carefree Hall. Wang Meng's expression froze for a moment, then a hint of joy appeared on his face. What do you mean? My meaning is to take advantage of the situation and extort him. Sun Zhuang smirked. We are in an alliance now. Aren't you afraid that our alliance will fall apart because of this? Wang Meng pretended to look scared. Seeing this, Sun Zhuang showed a hint of disdain, but quickly hid it. Nonsense, what alliance? Only interests are the priority. Think about what he did the night before last, expanding brazenly in front of us. He doesn't take us seriously at all. He's probably planning to rise in power, and the first ones he'll eliminate are you and me. Sun Zhuang analyzed. Wang Meng's expression also became more serious. Originally, he also found Lu Shua's actions somewhat unusual, but now, after hearing Sun Zhuang's analysis, it seemed to make some sense. Aren't you afraid he will dissolve the alliance with us? Wang Meng still hesitated. Dissolve? Then we'll join forces to kill him. With our strength, he wouldn't dare to do anything. But now Zhao Zilong and Bai Chen have not been eliminated yet. It might not be appropriate to do so. The Green Dragon Gang is now like a rat crossing the street. They probably haven't had a good meal in a while and their strength is not what it used to be. As for Bai Chen, he's just one person. If he really has the ability, why doesn't he come to us instead of targeting small factions? I think he's just bluffing. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Meng slammed the table and exclaimed, All right, let's do it. This matter is not urgent. We still need to wait for the right moment. Sun Zhuang grinned. People moved stealthily between the buildings. Taking advantage of the moonlight, they quickly surrounded a villa. A female housekeeper came out in panic. She looked around and, finding no one, took out a flashlight from her pocket and flashed it 4 times towards a distant building. In an instant, hundreds of people sprang out from the shadows. They swiftly arrived at the front of the villa, startling the housekeeper. You promised me that if I delivered the message, you would grant me a life of wealth and glory. The female housekeeper spoke in a slightly panicked tone. The man in the lead chuckled. Don't worry, by taking down Lu Shua, the traitor who killed the hallmaster, you will be hailed as a hero if we succeed. With that, the man and his companions swiftly stormed into the mansion. Their target was clear as they made a beeline for a room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, the lead man kicked open the door of a bedroom. To his surprise, there lay a figure on the bed. His expression turned cold as he raised his gun and fired shots at the figure on the bed. Despite multiple shots fired, the figure remained motionless, sending a wave of unease through him. Hurriedly approaching the bed, he lifted the covers to reveal a dummy. We've been tricked. The man immediately dashed outside, only to find the female housekeeper had vanished from the doorway. Damn it! He angrily kicked the door. Just then, footsteps surrounded the villa. A sense of dread crept over the man. Not good. Hide quickly. Upon hearing the commotion, they swiftly concealed themselves. Gunshots rang out. Those who failed to dodge in time were riddled with bullets. A minute later, the gunfire ceased. Bullets were scarce, and unless they searched for more, there was no way to replenish their supply. Every shot fired meant one less bullet, so unless absolutely necessary, no one wanted to waste ammunition. As the gunfire subsided, the voice of Lu Shua reached the group. Su Liang, how dare you bring so many people to rebel? Su Liang, the man in charge, had once trafficked drugs with Wang Shanquan and remained fiercely loyal to him after Wang saved his life. The others behind him were also Wang's old associates. Upon learning of Wang's death, they blamed Lu Shua for it. Lu Shua, you're the one plotting rebellion. You know best how the Hall Master died. Humph, I'm devastated by the Hall Master's death too, but I swear it wasn't me who killed him, it was Bai Chen. Ha! Go explain that to the Hall Master yourself. Su Liang fired a shot at Lu Shua, grazing his arm but not fatally. Gunfire erupted once more between the two sides. When the bullets ran out, they resorted to close combat. In the end, Su Liang perished due to being outnumbered, while Lu Shua suffered even greater losses. The death toll reached 500, with nearly 1,000 injured. Surveying the carnage, Lu Shua felt a deep sense of despair. How did news of the Hall Master's death spread? Lu Shua, his injured arm held, questioned angrily. One of his men stepped forward. Vice Hall Master, For some reason, news of this has been circulating everywhere today. Lu Shua furrowed his brow, realizing few knew of this matter, and those who did were discreetly eliminated by him. There was only one possibility left, Bai Chen. No, he was alone and couldn't have spread the news so quickly. Could it be the Qinglong gang? Lu Shua's expression darkened further at the thought of underestimating the Qinglong gang's power. Trouble! Members of the tiger and bear gangs are here. Just then, someone rushed over, shouting anxiously before reaching them. What? Lu Shua's head was spinning with the recent internal conflict resolved, now facing the arrival of two major alliances, likely up to no good. Lu Shua's face turned grim as he had a doctor tend to his wound quickly before hurrying towards the main entrance. Soon, Lu Shua arrived at the door with his men. Outside, two off-road vehicles were parked. He spotted Wang Mang and Sun Zhuang among the crowd. The two were conversing and, upon seeing Lu Shua, approached him slowly. Lu Shua covered his arm wound with his clothes and joked, "Why are you two here so early? Don't tell me you're here to mooch breakfast off me. Lu Shua, you're quite impressive. Wang Shanshuan's death is such a big deal, and you managed to keep it from us. It seems like you have quite the ambition." Sun Zhuang said bluntly. "Today, you must give us an explanation." Wang Mang chimed in. Seeing the unfriendly tone of the two, Lu Shua, who was already filled with anger, instantly darkened his expression. "What you two are saying is a bit far-fetched. Wang Shanquan is our hall master. His death seems to have nothing to do with you." Humph! Ridiculous! It was Wang Shanquan who agreed to jointly attack the Qinglong gang and split the resources with him out of respect. Besides, he didn't show up that day, and now that he's dead, the previous agreement naturally doesn't count. That's right. According to the strength at that time to divide the resources, you don't have the right to take so much. Now hand over what you shouldn't have taken. Lu Shua's face had darkened to the extreme. He hadn't expected that at this moment, these two would turn against him for a little benefit. Clenching his fists, the pain in his arms made him break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't afford to fall out with the two forces now. He had to deal with the Qinglong gang and Baichen first, and then settle the score with these two later when everything was stable. After a few moments of silence, Lu Shua suddenly relaxed his expression. "I can give you the resources, but I hope you can allocate some troops to help me find the whereabouts of the Qinglong gang. As long as they exist, we cannot rest easy." "Naturally." Sun Zhuang smirked. "Hee, as long as you hand over the resources, we will still be in an alliance, and we will cooperate to eliminate the remnants of the Qinglong gang." Seeing Lu Shua relent, the tone of the two also softened a lot. After all, their goal was just the resources. Lu Shua shook his head and instructed his men to prepare the resources. Meanwhile, in a building not far from the Xiaoyao Hall base, a figure darted out and quickly disappeared into the night. Before long, Zhao Zilong learned of the news here. "Ha, it seems that the relationship between you three is not as unbreakable as you thought. Next, I will gradually break you apart." Zhao Zilong's face suddenly turned fierce. "Inform Mr. Bai at dawn and prepare to execute the next plan." The gloomy sky was heavy, as if a heavy rain was about to sweep in. Suddenly, a white lightning bolt in the sky seemed to tear the entire sky apart. With endless power, it struck down in an instant. Immediately after, a deafening thunder rolled through the heavens and the earth. In Bai Chen's arms, the Li Mulan and Li Mushuang sisters were startled by the thunder, trembling. They were suddenly wide awake, like frightened kittens, quickly snuggling into Bai Chen's embrace. "Master, that thunder was so loud. I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, it's just thunder." Bai Chen gently stroked the smooth skin of the two sisters, comforting them softly. His gaze couldn't help but look out the window, his brows furrowed slightly. This was the first rain since the apocalypse, and for some reason, he felt a hint of unease. At this moment, a large number of zombies in the city stopped roaring and all came outside, looking up at the sky, letting the rain fall on them. Outside the safe house, the sound of a car engine roared. Bai Chen got up to check. It was the Qinglong gang coming to transport today's supplies. After reassuring the two sisters, Bai Chen went downstairs. Opening the door, after getting permission, these people carefully entered and began moving the supplies. Sitting in the car, Li Xiaoxiao also got out. She was wearing a raincoat with the zipper undone, revealing a blue camisole that perfectly outlined her voluptuous figure. She wore super short leather shorts that only covered to the top of her thighs, revealing some intimacy. Perhaps noticing Bai Chen's gaze, Li Xiaoxiao zipped up as she got out of the car. She frowned slightly at Bai Chen. Bai Chen smiled. "How is it going on Zhao Zilong's side?" "Everything is going smoothly. There was a turmoil at Xiaoyao Hall last night, and they suffered some losses. Their alliance is showing cracks." "Good. It's my turn next. Have Zhao Zilong prepared. This time, I will completely dismantle their alliance." Soon, the supplies were loaded, and Li Xiaoxiao left with several cars. Bai Chen returned to the safe house, had breakfast with the women, and then left. He drove all the way to the fierce tiger gang. When he arrived at the entrance, 2 armed guards stopped the car. "Who goes there?" Bai Chen rolled down the window and said, "I'm here to see Wang Xiaohu." When they saw the people inside the car, the 2 guards, who had a fierce look on their faces, instantly turned pale as if startled. Their legs trembled in fear. You are Bai Chen. Wait here, I'll go get him." Soon enough, Wang Xiaohu came out. He looked excitedly at Bai Chen. "Brother, you finally came to see me." Then, Wang Xiaohu kicked the 2 guards. "Remember, this is my brother. If you dare to stop him again, I'll break your legs." The guards quickly apologized. "Hurry up and open the gate." Bai Chen then drove in. With Wang Xiaohu's guidance, he was quickly led to a meeting place. "Brother, what do you like to drink? I have everything here," Wang Xiaohu said excitedly. Bai Chen felt a bit uncomfortable with his attitude. The first time they met, he even beat up Wang Xiaohu, and later on, he didn't show a friendly face. But every time Wang Xiaohu saw him, he was respectful. This made Bai Chen quite fond of him. "Anything will do. I came today mainly to meet your boss." "Meet my dad?" Wang Xiaohu was surprised. Bai Chen was also taken aback, not expecting Wang Xiaohu to be Wang Meng's son. "Brother, wait for me, I'll go get my dad." After saying that, Wang Xiaohu ran out. In no time, Wang Meng was brought in. As soon as he entered, Wang Meng looked Bai Chen up and down, appearing very alert. "Xiaohu, you go out first. I need to talk to Mr. Bai." Wang Meng seemed a bit nervous. "Oh, you two talk." After that, Wang Xiaohu left. "I wonder what Mr. Bai wants to discuss with me?" Wang Meng wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to kill you today." Bai Chen took a sip of tea and smiled. "Sit down first. This is your home, no need to be so polite." Wang Meng's mouth twitched slightly. "How can I not be nervous with you here?" But he dared not say it out loud, so he awkwardly smiled, then sat down across from Bai Chen. "I came here this time to propose an alliance with you. We have no grudges, and you don't need to risk your life for the Brown Bear Gang in Xiaoyao Hall." After placing the teacup down, Bai Chen continued, "But I have offended the Green Dragon Gang. If I cooperate with you this time, what if the Green Dragon Gang comes after me after this is over?" Wang Meng expressed his concern. "I can assure you that as long as you cooperate with us, the Green Dragon Gang will not trouble you." Just then, a person suddenly burst in from outside. Wang Meng was already holding back his anger, his face instantly turning ugly as he shouted, "Can't you see I'm talking to an important guest?" But the person showed no intention of leaving, instead looking nervously at Wang Meng. This made him realize instantly that something serious had happened. "Wait a moment." Wang Meng then looked at Bai Chen and softened his tone. "Mr. Bai, please wait here. I'll be right back." With that, he hurriedly went outside. "What's going on?" "Leader, the Green Dragon Gang just launched an attack on Xiaoyao Hall. Master Lu asked for your immediate support." Wang Meng's expression changed, asking him to support at this time. He immediately showed an anxious look. Walking back and forth outside the door, he was at a loss for a moment. After pacing around a couple of times, Wang Meng suddenly stopped and then went back inside. "Mr. Bai, I'm really sorry, but I have some urgent matters to attend to." Before he could finish, Bai Chen interrupted, "You're planning to support the Carefree Hall, aren't you?" Wang Meng's pupils constricted. "How did you know?" But as he realized he had slipped up, it was already too late. "Of course, I know because I instructed the Azure Dragon Gang to do so." Bai Chen stood up slowly, walking towards Wang Meng. "It seems you've made your choice. You don't intend to cooperate with me, do you?" Wang Meng's face tensed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He hastily wiped his sweat, waving his hands repeatedly. No, I haven't made up my mind yet." Bai Chen halted his steps, then with a forceful stomp, shattered the tiles on the ground instantly. Wang Meng's gaze fell to the ground, and when he saw a hole about 10 centimeters deep, his breath hitched. He knew Bai Chen was formidable, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. At this moment, he had no intention of going against him. What's the difference between opposing such a person and seeking death? So, he quickly said, "Mr. Bai, I will cooperate with you." Hearing Wang Meng's words, Bai Chen smiled. "Think it over. I won't force you, but if I find out you're double-dealing, that hole will be your fate." The cold sweat that Wang Meng had just wiped off instantly resurfaced. He looked fearfully at the hole in the ground, respectfully saying, "Mr. Bai, I am willing to ally with you." "Very well, you can mobilize in half an hour, but don't reveal your identity yet." With that, Bai Chen turned and left. Wang Meng escorted Bai Chen out of the base. When Bai Chen's car disappeared from view, Wang Meng's legs went weak, almost stumbling. "Leader, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine." Wang Meng steadied himself, then quickly returned to the base. Half an hour later, he set out with a group of men to support. However, when he arrived at the Carefree Hall, the members of the Azure Dragon Gang had already left. Wang Meng, why are you only coming now? Lu Shua's tone was full of reproach. Yeah, if you had come earlier, we could have wiped out the Azure Dragon Gang this time. Sun Zhuan lamented. Wang Meng's eyes darted around in his sockets, immediately putting on a smile. Sorry, I encountered some issues on the way here. Being an old hand in this field, he knew that smiling at such times was enough. As expected, seeing Wang Meng like this, the resentment in the two men's hearts dissipated by half. Forget it, let the Azure Dragon Gang have some luck this time. Let them live a few more days. It seems the Azure Dragon Gang is desperate, daring to launch a direct attack on us. Hearing the two men speak like this, Wang Meng quickly followed suit. With the strength of our three major forces, the Azure Dragon Gang can't stir up much trouble. The two men's moods also eased considerably. Seeing this, Wang Meng's eyes swirled in his sockets again. Now that he had decided to ally with Bai Chen, he might as well take this opportunity to gather some information. Have you found out where the Azure Dragon Gang is hiding? No, we have no information at all, Lu Shua sighed. Where do you think they could be hiding? Could it be underground like rats? Sun Zhuan quipped. Underground? Lu Shua pondered. Of course, people couldn't hide underground, but they had been focusing on places where humans could live, neglecting places where humans couldn't. Come here, Lu Shua suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Then, he quickly took out a map of Jinghai City and circled a few locations on it. Go search these locations. Sun Zhuang looked at the map in confusion. What, do you know where they're hiding? Wang Meng's heart tightened, and he hurried over. No, I'm just guessing. We need to check it out. Wang Meng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lu Shua's words. Just then, another person entered the room. Master, we searched Baichen's residence today and found that all the zombies there had been killed. So many zombies killed, it seems Baichen has joined the Qinglong gang, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to deal with so many zombies so quickly. Keep monitoring, report immediately if there's any news. Lu Shua finished speaking and looked at Wang Meng and Sun Zhuang. Hee, since you all came today, why not stay for dinner before leaving? Hee, we'd be honored to accept. Sun Zhuang chuckled. Wang Meng wanted to refuse, but seeing Sun Zhuang agree, he was afraid of arousing suspicion, so he agreed as well. Why don't you two rest in the guest rooms first, and I'll send someone to call you when the banquet begins, Lu Shua said, instructing a few subordinates. You, take the two gang leaders to rest in the guest rooms. Yes. Soon, Wang Meng and Sun Zhuan left. At this moment, a subordinate who had not left suddenly whispered, Master, our spy in the Tiger Gang has returned and says there is important news to report. Bring him in, Lu Shua's eyes flashed with a glint of light. Soon, a middle-aged man walked in. What's the matter? Speak quickly. Lu Shua sat down and picked up a teacup. The man respectfully approached Lu Shua, smiling, Master, today I saw Baichen go to the Tiger Gang. Lu Shua stood up abruptly, spilling most of the tea in the cup. The man quickly reached out to take the teacup from Lu Shua's hand. Ignoring this, Lu Shua threw it on the table and asked anxiously, Forget about that, tell me, what did Baichen go there for? It was Wang Meng's son who received Baichen at the time. I heard them chatting for a while. But later they went into a room, and shortly after, Wang Meng also arrived. As for what they discussed afterwards, I don't know. Lu Shua's expression became increasingly grim upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, he asked, Are you sure the person you saw was Baichen? I'm sure, because I used to be neighbors with that Baichen. He used to come to my house for meals. I don't know how he became so powerful now. Hearing this, Lu Shua couldn't help but look at him more closely. What's your name? I'm called Wang Kuan, Master. Lu Shua pondered again. Soon, he smiled, Wang Kuan, I wonder how your relationship with Baichen is? We used to get along well. Baichen would often come to my house for a meal, and sometimes take things with him, not treating himself as an outsider. Oh, according to you, the relationship is indeed unusual. I have a task I want to entrust to you, do you think you can accomplish it? Lu Shua smiled. Master, just give me the task. As long as I can do it, I will definitely complete it. Lu Shua patted Wang Kuan's shoulder and said, I knew I didn't misjudge you. If this matter is successful, I guarantee you a prosperous future. Just go find Baichen, then do everything you can to stay in his base and gather information for me. Wang Kuan's eyes lit up at once. Rest assured, Master, I will complete the task. I believe in you. Baichen is currently in the open space behind Jinghai University. It's getting late, so go now. After speaking, Wang Kuan prepared to leave. Wait. Lu Shua stopped Wang Kuan. Is there anything else? You can't go like this. With that, he tore Wang Kuan's clothes into shreds, then smeared mud on them. In no time, the once clean man was transformed into a beggar. Satisfied with his work, Lu Shua nodded approvingly. Good, now you can go. Subsequently, Wang Kuan left. After Wang Kuan left, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Shua's eyes once again. He had long coveted Baichen, ever since suspecting Baichen had the ability to instantly transfer supplies. He had been yearning to obtain it. Someone, go fetch gang leader Sun Zhuang. Shortly after, a henchman quickly ran out. Lu Shua squinted his eyes and muttered, Baichen actually went to find Wang Meng. It seems Wang Meng has already betrayed us. Before long, Sun Zhuang arrived. Before entering the room, his voice came first, I was just asleep. What do you want from me? Sun Zhuang looked displeased. Wang Meng has betrayed us. Lu Shua's face darkened. Sun Zhuang was taken aback and quickly stepped closer to Lu Shua. What's going on? Lu Shua then recounted the information he had planted in the fierce tiger gang and the news brought back by the informant. After hearing it, Sun Zhuang's expression also darkened. After a while, Sun Zhuang spoke, how should we handle this? Lu Shua pondered for a moment and said, let's not make it public for now. We'll check on him tonight, and if he has truly betrayed us, we'll eliminate him, then swiftly absorb his forces. Agreed. Sun Zhuang's face also showed a hint of fierceness. Lu Shua looked at Sun Zhuang before him, filled with hatred. He seemed to have already forgotten about the extortion incident with Wang Meng last night, but he wouldn't forget. After dealing with Wang Meng and the Azure Dragon Gang, you're next. Coming back to his senses, Lu Shua smiled, but in his eyes, there was nothing but disdain for Sun Zhuang. Baichen saw off the Azure Dragon Gang's convoy carrying supplies. He then returned to his room. He saw the Li Mulan and Li Mushuang sisters lying on the sofa, gazing out the window. From Baichen's angle, he could see the scene of the two sisters kneeling on the sofa, swinging their delicate feet. The sisters were dressed lightly, wearing only a white dress on top. Faintly, one could see their graceful figures through the clothes, their perfect bodies hidden within the fabric. Half covered like a blooming flower, the hazy beauty stirred one's imagination. Baichen swallowed and his gaze slowly lowered. The originally white fabric exuded a girlish pink aura. It made one want to caress it gently. Such soft fabric adhered closely to the skin, any undergarments would leave marks on it, but there were none. Unless they weren't wearing any. The thought made Baichen's eyes light up. In broad daylight, such shameless acts. Let me teach you a lesson. Baichen approached slowly, less than a meter away. The sisters didn't notice him getting closer, still chatting and laughing as they looked outside. Soon, Baichen was behind them. He gently pinched the older sister's waist, causing Li Mulan to giggle. Hee, stop it. The two still didn't notice Baichen. Then, Baichen patted the younger sister's back. Sister, what are you doing? Li Mushuang blushed and scolded shyly. Li Mulan was puzzled. Why couldn't she play along? Taking advantage of her sister's distraction, Baichen directly pressed her down and began tickling her. Hee. Li Mushuang laughed and resisted. Sister, I'm sorry, please let me go. Hee. Li Mushuang kicked and pushed, her clothes slowly riding up. Baichen took a look. Oh, just as he suspected, she was indeed wearing nothing underneath. It wasn't his fault then. Baichen then stealthily moved closer. At that moment, Li Mushuang's pupils suddenly contracted. She was ambushed. Ah! Li Mulan on the side saw her sister being startled and quickly dodged. Their clothes were already in disarray from their scuffle. The sisters only now noticed. Baichen had somehow appeared behind them. The sisters blushed instantly. Remembering their playful scene just now, they felt even more embarrassed. They quickly adjusted their clothes, covering their privacy, before timidly approaching Baichen. Master, they said timidly. Seeing this, Baichen lost interest. Boring. With that, he prepared to return to his room. Just then, a knocking sound came from the door. Is there anyone inside? Please have mercy on me and give me some food. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Hearing the voice outside, the two sisters ran back to their room as if escaping. Baichen also made a gesture to return to his room. He was not a saint to open the door and give alms to a beggar. But at that moment, the person outside spoke again. Is there anyone at home? Just give me some food, and I'll do anything. I have a daughter, she's very pretty. If you don't mind, I can have her be your wife. My daughter's name is Wang Xiaodao, she's 18 years old, a senior at Jinghai High School, with outstanding grades. Upon hearing this, Baichen was stunned. Upon careful recollection, the voice outside became more familiar. Wang Kuan? Baichen murmured to himself. Wang Kuan was their neighbor. When Baichen was young, he often played at Wang Kuan's house. Indeed, Wang Kuan had a daughter named Wang Xiaodao. They could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, as he went to college and Wang Xiaodao entered high school, their contact became less frequent. He never expected Wang Uncle and Wang Xiaotao to still be alive. Thinking of Wang Xiaotao's delicate and lovely face, Bai Chen felt a slight tug at his heart. He slowly approached the door and gently opened it. Looking at the unkempt man in front of him, Bai Chen couldn't quite recognize him at first. "Please, have mercy, give me some food. My daughter has been hungry for 2 days. As a father, I can't bear it," Wang Kuan said, kneeling on the ground. Bai Chen quickly reached out to help, but due to misjudging his strength, Wang Kuan ended up being lifted off the ground like a little chicken by Chen's hand. Wang Kuan was stunned, suspended in midair, still trying to kneel on the ground. Bai Chen noticed this and gently placed him back on the ground. Kneeling on both knees, Wang Kuan looked even more bewildered. What just happened? He hadn't recovered from the shock just now. After a few silent seconds, Wang Kuan regained his composure and pointed at Bai Chen in astonishment. "You're Bai Chen." Bai Chen smiled. "Wang Uncle, long time no see." Wang Kuan immediately looked aggrieved. After a moment of brewing emotions, he burst into tears. "I finally see a relative, Bai Chen, it's so good to see you." Bai Chen was speechless at this exaggerated expression. Nevertheless, he didn't mind, attributing it to overwhelming emotions and some loss of control. Bai Chen glanced outside but didn't see Wang Xiaotao. "Wang Uncle, where is Wang Xiaotao?" Wang Kuan stood up slowly and said, "She's in a safe place right now, not with me." Then, Wang Kuan peeked inside the house. "Bai Chen, is this your house? Do you have any food at home? Can you give me some? I haven't eaten for 3 days. Come in." Bai Chen stepped aside. Before Bai Chen could finish, Wang Kuan went straight in. Once inside, Wang Kuan looked around. "Bai Chen, this place is nice. It's just that the placement of this sofa is a bit odd. It would be better over here. This screen of yours is good. If it were in my house, I'd have a whole wall of screens," he commented while looking around. Bai Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. "Wang Uncle, aren't you hungry? I have some leftovers from lunch. You can make do with it." Yes, I am a bit hungry. Please find me something to eat." Wang Kuan stopped his exploration. Bai Chen then led him to the kitchen. Some dishes were still on the table. Wang Kuan was surprised to see so much food. "Are you eating all this by yourself? Isn't this too wasteful?" Wang Kuan questioned. Bai Chen frowned again. Since Wang Kuan entered, Bai Chen had felt uncomfortable, as if this place was his home. Originally, Bai Chen still regarded him as an elder, but he seemed unaware of his own identity. So, Bai Chen's tone turned cold. "Uncle Wang, if you don't eat soon, the food will get cold." Wang Kuan seemed to realize his mistake and put on a smile, saying, All right, I was just too excited to see you and lost track of myself for a moment." Then, Wang Kuan sat down at the table. Bai Chen casually removed a few dishes, leaving only a few more substantial ones. Wang Kuan picked up his chopsticks, scanned the dishes without showing much surprise, and finally fixed his gaze on the braised pork. He picked up a piece, put it in his mouth, chewed lightly, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. In this manner, Wang Kuan ate at a leisurely pace and soon finished his meal. "I'm full, Bai Chen, thank you for your hospitality," Wang Kuan said as he picked up a napkin from the table to wipe the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Bai Chen's expression gradually turned cold. During this time, Bai Chen had been observing Wang Kuan. He realized that there was something off about this Wang Kuan. When Wang Yaoyao came last time and saw a table full of food, her reaction was quite exaggerated. But that should have been the reaction of someone who had been starving for a long time in the post-apocalyptic world. However, Wang Kuan, who claimed to have been hungry for 3 days, did not seem surprised at all by the sight of the table full of food, nor did he show much joy at the sight of delicious food. This indicated that he had never really been hungry, and his daily meals were probably not lacking. Only in such circumstances would he remain so calm upon seeing a table full of food. With this in mind, Bai Chen tentatively asked, "Uncle Wang, where have you been hiding all this time?" Wang Kuan sighed heavily, wearing a troubled expression. "Ever since the apocalypse broke out, I've been hiding with Wang Xiaotao, living in constant fear, unable to eat or sleep well. It's not so bad for me, but Xiaotao is still young, she can't live like this forever. Fortunately, we managed to escape the city and found a place on the outskirts where I go out during the day to scavenge for supplies, barely managing to survive. But as more and more people escaped, the easily accessible supplies ran out, and being an old man, I dare not kill zombies, so I have resorted to begging for a living. Luckily, I met you today, or else I might have." Wang Kuan choked up as he spoke, wiping away a few tears. "Have you not joined any faction?" Bai Chen asked again. "No, they all covet Wang Xiaotao's beauty, and I'm afraid she would suffer if we joined them, so I didn't." Hearing this, Bai Chen was now certain that he was lying. It was true that initially, those who escaped were all on their own. However, over time, these people gradually formed factions, and individuals fighting alone could not survive. Especially with Wang Xiaotao, such a beautiful young girl, it was impossible for her to survive until now. The idea of being afraid that Wang Xiaotao would suffer was absurd. If you didn't join, those people would not let such a beautiful woman leave. This was the apocalypse, where laws and morals no longer existed, only endless greed and desire. Now, Baichen was only concerned about Wang Xiaotao. Uncle Wang, where is Wang Xiaotao now? Hurry and bring her here. She's sick now, I can't bring her here. Baichen furrowed his brow, becoming even more worried. Since Wang Kuan entered until now, he had shown no concern for his daughter, which was very illogical. If she's sick, you should bring her here, I have medicine and nurses who can take care of her. At this moment, Wang Kuan's eyes suddenly became evasive, causing Baichen to narrow his eyes slightly. Speak up. Baichen, please don't be too sad when I tell you, but Xiaotao has become a vegetable now, Wang Kuan said, lowering his head, a look of sadness on his face. Baichen was stunned. How could this happen? When we were on the run, Xiaotao accidentally fell from the second floor and never woke up again, Wang Kuan said sorrowfully, lowering his head. Seeing Wang Kuan like this, Baichen suddenly felt he had overthought things. No matter how Wang Kuan was, he couldn't have harmed his own daughter. And being in a vegetative state, other forces wouldn't accept them, so everything made sense. Thinking this, Baichen suddenly felt guilty. I'm sorry, Uncle Wang. It's okay. I'm already happy that you can accept me, Uncle Wang. Then let's bring Xiaotao over. We can take good care of her here, maybe one day she'll wake up. Yes, thank you, Baichen. Let's go, Uncle Wang. Later, Baichen drove and following Wang Kuan's directions, they soon arrived in front of a 4-story abandoned building. They got out of the car and moved the obstacles blocking the entrance. Xiaotao is upstairs, follow me, Wang Kuan said, climbing the stairs. They reached the 4th floor. At the end of the room, a graceful figure lay on the bed. Her skin was fair, without a speck of dust, and her clothes were clean and neat, like a sleeping princess. Baichen walked slowly to her. Over the years, Wang Xiaotao had become even more beautiful. Her skin had a pale, unhealthy hue, and her body looked frail, likely due to prolonged malnutrition. Baichen gently lifted her. As Baichen touched Wang Xiaotao, her information was recorded in the Wanbo record. Baichen glanced at it casually. His brows furrowed instantly. Name, Wang Xiaotao, age, 18, bust size, D-cup looks, 91 maintenance times, 1052 health condition, prolonged coma, syphilis, AIDS. Loyalty, 80. Seeing Wang Xiaotao's information, Baichen felt a myriad of emotions. He couldn't fathom what Wang Xiaotao had been through during this time. She had over 30 different sexually transmitted diseases. At this moment, he was certain that Wang Kuan was lying. Wang Xiaotao's situation was not as simple as he had claimed. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Kuan's appearance was too coincidental. What was his true purpose in getting close to him? Baichen suppressed his anger, not questioning Wang Kuan on the spot. It wasn't the right time. Considering Wang Xiaotao's condition, with careful care, she might wake up. If Wang Xiaotao had truly been harmed by Wang Kuan, he wouldn't let it go. Baichen carefully carried Wang Xiaotao, his expression neutral, and then slowly left. He placed her gently on the back seat and drove back to the safe house. Inside the safe house, the women watched as Baichen brought in a girl. They looked at her curiously. Initially chatty and lively, the women fell silent when they saw the state of the woman in Baichen's arms. Their eyes fixed on her. Soon, Baichen entered the room. Wang Yushi, come with me, Baichen said, and Wang Yushi, puzzled, followed him upstairs. Soon, Baichen placed Wang Xiaotao on the bed. Help me see if you can wake her up, Baichen requested. Wang Yushi, with a surprised expression, approached to check on her. What's wrong with her? She asked, examining Wang Xiaotao. I'm not sure, but she has many sexually transmitted diseases and has been in a coma. See if you can help wake her up. Oh, I see. Although Wang Yushi was just a nurse, her daily exposure to the hospital environment had equipped her with some basic nursing skills. Soon, she examined Wang Xiaotao's body. From what I can tell, she seems to have suffered a fall, but based on her physical condition, the injuries don't seem severe enough to keep her in a coma. There are no professional instruments available now, so we can't conduct an examination. However, based on my inference, there are 2 reasons for the coma. One is a severe head injury. The other is a severe mental injury, triggering a protective mechanism in the body that prevents the host from waking up. Mental injury? Baichen's heart skipped a beat, combining it with her physical illness and the number of times she had been violated. He instantly felt that Wang Xiaotao was unwilling to wake up due to mental trauma. If it's a mental injury, is there a way to wake her up? Wang Yushi said helplessly, currently, if she doesn't want to wake up herself, we have no way to awaken her. Baichen's face darkened. Alright, I understand, you can leave now. Wang Yushi turned and left. Bai Chen looked at Wang Xiaotao lying on the bed. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, as if the scenes of playing together were just like yesterday. At that moment, Bai Chen suddenly thought of his ability, the hallucinogen factor. He wondered if he could use it to awaken her. With that in mind, Bai Chen quickly released the hallucinogen factor. At that moment, Wang Xiaotao's brows furrowed slightly, and her expression became unusually fearful. Bai Chen didn't understand why this was happening. From the current situation, this method should be effective, but he didn't know if there were any negative effects. However, he couldn't care about that now and decided to take the risk. As time passed, Wang Xiaotao's face became more and more pained. Occasionally, she would let out a soft moan. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Her whole body was in distress, seeming to resist waking up. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. There were still no signs of Wang Xiaotao waking up, but her pillow was already soaked with tears. It was evident how much pain she had endured, to the extent that she still refused to wake up after so long. Bai Chen felt a pang of heartache. He vowed that when Wang Xiaotao woke up, he would kill all those who had harmed her. Another half hour passed, and Wang Xiaotao still showed no signs of waking up. Bai Chen sighed and retracted the hallucinogen factor. He approached the bed and gently stroked Wang Xiaotao's hair. "Xiaotao, I'm your brother Bai Chen. If you can hear me, please wake up. Don't worry, I won't let anyone who hurt you get away with it." However, Wang Xiaotao still showed no signs of waking up. Sigh. Bai Chen sighed helplessly. He was about to leave, as Wang Kuan was still outside, and he couldn't risk this person wandering around the safe house. Just as Bai Chen turned around, a pair of jade hands grabbed him. He turned abruptly to see Wang Xiaotao had opened her eyes, looking at him with a pitiful expression. "Brother Bai Chen, sniff." After speaking, Wang Xiaotao hugged Bai Chen directly. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Bai Chen knew Wang Xiaotao had suffered a lot. He gently stroked her hair to comfort her. After crying for about half an hour, her eyes were a bit swollen. Bai Chen then brought tissues to wipe away her tears. "Your father is outside, should I call him in?" "No, don't let him in." Wang Xiaotao's expression immediately turned panicked upon hearing this. She then shrank into a corner, her mental state becoming extremely agitated. All right, I won't call him. Just calm down." Wang Xiaotao gradually calmed down. "Tell me what happened, and I'll avenge you." "No, they will kill you. I don't want you to go." Wang Xiaotao shook her head vigorously. Seeing her emotions becoming abnormal again, Bai Chen dared not continue questioning, but from her reaction after mentioning Wang Kuan, it was clear that he was definitely involved in this matter. To harm his own biological daughter, he was worse than a beast. At this moment, a murderous intent appeared on Bai Chen's face. After that, Bai Chen turned and left the room, calling Wang Yushi in to take care of Wang Xiaotao. Given her current state, Bai Chen didn't dare leave her alone in the room. After understanding the situation, Wang Yushi actively offered to help take care of Wang Xiaotao. Soon after, Wang Yushi entered the room. Seeing that Wang Xiaotao didn't have much of a reaction, Bai Chen finally went downstairs. Now, he needed to ask Wang Kuan what he had done to Wang Xiaotao. At that moment, Wang Kuan was sitting in the living room on the first floor, while Li Jinmei stood beside him holding a gun, glaring at him angrily, as if something had happened. Bai Chen walked up to Li Jinmei and asked, "What's going on?" "Master, this man actually tried to harass us." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen immediately became furious, especially considering what had happened to Wang Xiaotao. Bai Chen went straight to Wang Kuan, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up forcefully. Startled, Wang Kuan hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Bai Chen and quickly begged for mercy. "Bai Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't know they were all your women." Bai Chen threw him to the ground. "Humph. For the sake of our past relationship, I won't kill you." Wang Kuan, with his somewhat bulky figure, trembled suddenly, feeling like he didn't recognize Bai Chen anymore. Bai Chen calmed down and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he said to Wang Kuan, "Oh, I almost forgot." He helped Wang Kuan up and casually asked, "How did Wang Xiaotao end up like this?" "Didn't I already say? She fell from the second floor and became a vegetable," Wang Kuan said somewhat unconvincingly. "Oh, really? But my people said she became like this because of psychological trauma." Bai Chen's eyes narrowed, his facial expression showing signs of losing control. He forced a sly smile. "How is that possible? She's my daughter, how could she have suffered psychological trauma? It's nothing, luckily she can still be saved. I believe she'll wake up soon, and when that happens, whoever harmed her, I will personally kill them." With his tone turning icy cold at the end, Bai Chen made Wang Kuan step back abruptly, cold sweat dripping down his face. "Uncle Wang, what's wrong with you?" Bai Chen teased. "It's nothing, I'm just happy to hear that my daughter can be saved, that's great," he said, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. At that moment, he regretted taking on this task. He had already had someone check on her, and there was no way his daughter could wake up, let alone survive past a few days. How was it possible for her to wake up now? He felt restless and tormented. Just then, Wang Yushi came out from the second floor and stood there, saying to Bai Chen, "Master, come over here, I have something to tell you." Bai Chen gave Li Jinmei a look and then went upstairs. Li Jinmei once again pointed the gun at Wang Kuan. Bai Chen went upstairs and stood in front of Wang Yushi, asking, "What's wrong?" Wang Yushi looked serious. "Master, you better be prepared. I just talked to Wang Xiaotao, and she told me everything." Bai Chen's expression darkened as he said, "Go on." Wang Xiaotao was harmed by her father, Wang Kuan. Wang Yushi paused and continued, "After the apocalypse broke out, the father and daughter hid everywhere, later joining the Xiaoyao Hall. This bastard Wang Kuan, for his own sake, actually sold Wang Xiaotao. Every day, she was violated by those beasts from the Xiaoyao Hall. As a girl, she couldn't resist at all, only choosing to end her life. But fate didn't allow it. Even when she wanted to die, she couldn't. Jumping off the building only left her in a coma, where she was still being violated by those beasts. She was completely despondent, not wanting to wake up to face this world." Hearing this, Bai Chen's fists clenched tightly. He wished he could kill Wang Kuan and all the people from the Xiaoyao Hall right now. But he couldn't do it here. After all, Wang Xiaotao's father was Wang Kuan. He didn't want her to suffer even the slightest bit of pain. "Go back and take care of Wang Xiaotao," Bai Chen said, then headed downstairs. At this moment, Wang Kuan still didn't know that his daughter had already woken up. He was still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Bai Chen stormed towards him, looking furious, which made his heart sink. "Bai Chen, what are you doing?" Wang Kuan said nervously. Without a word, Bai Chen lifted him up and headed towards the door. "Bai Chen, what are you doing?" Wang Kuan shouted. "You'll find out soon enough," Bai Chen replied as he carried him out the door. It wasn't until they were about 500 meters away from the safe house that Bai Chen stopped. He threw Wang Kuan to the ground, causing him to groan in pain. "Prepare your last words," Bai Chen said as he pulled out a gun. Seeing this, Wang Kuan trembled in fear. "Bai Chen, you can't do this to me, I'm Wang Xiaotao's father. You don't deserve to be her father. You sold your own daughter to the wolves for your own wealth and status. How dare you say such things?" Wang Kuan's pupils dilated suddenly. Could it be that Wang Xiaotao was awake? "No, listen to me, Xiaotao is not in her right mind, you can't believe what she says." Wang Kuan knelt on the ground. "Ha, you can't believe her words, but you expect me to believe yours?" Bai Chen scolded harshly. Wang Kuan's body trembled again. He crawled to Bai Chen, pleading, "Bai Chen, please spare me for the sake of our past relationship. I won't dare to do it again." Bai Chen kicked him, shattering Wang Kuan's knee instantly. "Ah!" Wang Kuan flew backward, screaming in agony. "Tell me, what is your purpose for coming here on behalf of the Xiaoyao Hall?" "I'll tell you, please don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." Wang Kuan was terrified and obedient. "The Xiaoyao Hall knows about our relationship and sent me to monitor you." He covered his knee, struggling to speak. Bai Chen's expression turned even colder. Either of these two things was enough for him to kill Wang Kuan. "What else do you know? Speak." Bai Chen couldn't hold back his urge to kill him immediately. Wang Kuan shook his head. "I really don't know anything else." "Then go to hell." Bai Chen pulled the trigger without hesitation. Wang Kuan's eyes widened in horror as he fell into a pool of blood. Bai Chen quickly returned to the safe house, drove out of the garage, and headed straight for the Tiger Gang. The situation was now exposed, and the Tiger Gang was in danger. Unbeknownst to him, inside the safe house, Wang Xiaotao saw everything through the window. Tears streamed down her face once again. Her brother Bai Chen had killed her father for her. She hated Wang Kuan, and when she saw the scene, she even felt a bit excited. But how would she face Bai Chen next? Night fell, and a round moon fatally emitted a red glow, adding a touch of eerie atmosphere to the night. The entire Xiaoyao Hall was adorned with red lanterns. Occasionally, a few unlucky ones would get burned by dripping candle wax as they passed under the lanterns, causing them to yelp in pain. Soon, a group of people carrying trays of prepared dishes entered the villa in an orderly manner. At the dining table, the three leaders chatted leisurely. However, Sun Zhuang and Lu Shuo exchanged glances from time to time. After 3 rounds of drinks, the 3 of them were half drunk. Wang Mang couldn't even stand steady under the alternating attacks of the two. At this moment, Lu Shuo put away his smile and a hint of fierceness appeared on his face. "Wang Xiong, I heard you have some connection with Bai Chen?" Wang Mang, who was originally smiling and chatting, froze for a moment. He shook his head abruptly, trying to keep his slightly dizzy head clear. "How is that possible? I haven't even met Bai Chen, so where would this connection come from?" "Oh, Then how do my men claim to have seen Bai Chen coming in and out of your base? Wang Mang sobered up instantly. A chill ran through his body, and the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He glanced down at the chopsticks, his mind blank. He remained silent for a long time without answering. Just then, a dozen men with guns burst in from outside. As soon as they entered, they aimed their guns at Wang Mang. Impressive, Wang Mang. I trusted you so much in the beginning, and you dare to betray us. No wonder you wanted me to extort Lu Shua. You were trying to sow discord between us. Sun Zhuang jumped out, cursing loudly. Due to the alcohol, Wang Meng's mind was a mess, and he couldn't articulate his words. For a while, he struggled to form a complete sentence. Take him down. Lu Shua glanced at Wang Mang with a fierce look, then turned to Sun Zhuang with a hint of disdain. Immediately, Wang Mang was taken down. You can't treat me like this, baselessly accusing me of colluding with Bai Chen. It was only at this moment that he realized and hurriedly tried to explain, but the two paid no attention to his words. Sun Xiong, now is the perfect time to absorb the fierce tiger gang. You and I can each send 2,000 men, and we can take down the fierce tiger gang overnight. That suits me. Listening to the conversation between the two, Wang Meng's heart sank. At this moment, his greatest concern was his son, Wang Xiaohu, but he had no chance to pass on the message. After the two finished speaking, Lu Shua immediately pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Wang Mang, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Sun Zhuang, on the side, couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear, realizing that in just a few days, their strengths had become evenly matched. The Xiaoyao Hall had already taken the top spot in power. It was too late to understand now. Sun Zhuang regretted not suppressing the development of the Xiaoyao Hall earlier. He foresaw that if they didn't find a way, the future of the bear gang would be under the coercion of the Xiaoyao Hall. Sun Xiong, we must act now, there's no time to waste. Yes, delay may lead to changes. Sun Zhuang's eyes darted around, then he smiled. This might be the last chance for his bear gang. Then, the two quickly left, leaving the others to clean up the bodies in the room. Bai Chen drove all the way to the Qinglong gang and briefly explained the situation. Zhao Zilong's face changed slightly, and he quickly led the remaining 1,000 brothers to the fierce tiger gang. However, their large numbers made it difficult to move swiftly, and they couldn't arrive in time. Bai Chen had to go ahead first. Soon, he arrived at the fierce tiger gang. The guards recognized Bai Chen and didn't stop him. Bai Chen drove directly into the fierce tiger gang. At this time, Wang Xiaohu was playing hide-and-seek with two little girls in the base, having a great time. Bai Chen quickly asked, "Where's your father?" Wang Xiaohu heard the voice and quickly took off the scarf on his eyes. When he saw Bai Chen, he was overjoyed. "Brother, do you want to play with us?" The two little girls beside him giggled. Bai Chen was speechless. He walked over quickly, grabbed Wang Xiaohu's ear, and walked into the room. "Ouch, be gentle, it hurts, it hurts." The two little girls beside him widened their eyes in surprise. "Quick, where did Wang Mang go? I need to find him urgently. My dad went to the Xiaoyao Hall and hasn't come back yet." Bai Chen immediately let go of his hand. Seeing Bai Chen's anxious look, Wang Xiaohu seemed to sense something. "Brother Bai, is something wrong? Lu Shua knows about your father's betrayal." "What? Isn't my father in great danger then?" Wang Xiaohu was instantly filled with fear. Bai Chen looked at Wang Xiaohu, sizing him up, and said, "Can you command the people at the base?" Yes, I can." Wang Xiaohu nodded vigorously, his face showing extreme anxiety, a stark contrast to his playful demeanor earlier. "Alright, then order everyone now to be on alert and prevent the enemy from attacking." "Okay, I'll go do that right away." Wang Xiaohu hurriedly ran out. 10 minutes later, Wang Xiaohu returned. Everyone at the base also started bustling around. "Brother Bai, I've made the arrangements, what should we do next?" "Just wait. Come with me to the entrance." The moonlight grew increasingly blood-red. The entire sky was shrouded in a crimson glow. Lu Shua sat in the jeep, followed by 2,000 people moving swiftly behind him. His face was becoming more and more excited. This time, as long as he could recruit half of the fierce tiger gang, he would be the strongest force in Jinghai City. By then, there would be no force that could rival him, and he would kill Bai Chen, seize Bai Chen's treasures, and face no more obstacles. Finally, he was figuring out how to kill Sun Zhuang. Then the whole of Jinghai City would be his. Thinking of his grand ambitions, Lu Shua couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. The power of the fierce tiger gang also gradually appeared before his eyes. He slowly stopped the car, not advancing further. Then, he had someone beside him pick up a megaphone and relay a message to the fierce tiger gang. "Brothers of the fierce tiger gang, we are from the Xiaoyao Hall, immediately gather your forces." On the other side, Sun Zhuang also arrived with his troops in front of the fierce tiger gang. The two of them formed a siege, surrounding the entire fierce tiger gang. At this moment, Lu Shuo was full of confidence. With no clear leader, he was confident that he could subdue the fierce tiger gang without any casualties. Lu Shuo's smile gradually froze as a gunshot shattered the peace. Countless bullets followed suit. Dozens of people from the Xiaoyao Hall were instantly injured and killed. Lu Shuo's smile froze instantly, turning into a furious grimace. Take cover. Return fire. At this moment, he saw a familiar figure among the fierce tiger gang. Bai Chen, you're ruining my plans again. Lu Shuo's eyes were filled with rage. The three sides immediately began exchanging fire. However, the fierce tiger gang was outnumbered and couldn't suppress the enemy's firepower. They needed to hold out until the Qinglong gang arrived to support them. But given the distance of the Qinglong gang, they wouldn't arrive until early morning at the earliest. At this moment, it was a test of their fighting spirit. Bai Chen didn't know how to command these people, everything relied on Wang Xiaohu. He could only bring out his versatile weapons to increase their firepower. On the other side, Sun Juan was gradually sobering up from his drunken state. He watched the two sides in a tense situation, his eyes darting around. He was not on either side with Lu Shuo. He could easily conserve some of his forces, letting the fierce tiger gang and Xiaoyao Hall wear each other down. In the end, he would reap the benefits. Thinking of this, Sun Zhuang smiled. Everyone, fall back, keep the gunfire going without pause, fire at will. So, the members of the Brown Bear gang quickly retreated a few hundred meters. The pressure on this side instantly decreased. Wang Xiaohu asked Bai Chen in confusion, Brother Bai, why are the Brown Bear gang members retreating? Bai Chen smirked, at this critical moment, they're still playing tricks. It's fine, it gives us plenty of time. Brother Bai, what are you talking about? Wang Xiaohu looked at Bai Chen, puzzled. It's nothing, don't worry about them. Bring half of the forces over here and focus on resisting Xiaoyao Hall. Oh, okay. Although Wang Xiaohu didn't understand why, he wholeheartedly followed Bai Chen's orders. Soon, half of the forces responsible for defending the Brown Bear gang were moved to the other side to defend against Xiaoyao Hall. The firepower on this side suddenly intensified. The enemies who approached were suppressed by the firepower and had to retreat once again. Master, how did their firepower suddenly increase? Our brothers can't push through. At this moment, Lu Shuo's face turned ashen. The fierce tiger gang had only so many people. Where did this sudden surge in firepower come from? It must be that scoundrel Sun Zhuang retreating. At this point, bystanders are still trying to be clever, truly clueless about their own mortality. Inform the Brown Bear gang. If we don't give it our all now, we won't gain any advantage. Yes. A henchman responded and swiftly turned around, heading towards the Brown Bear gang's attack range. On the other side, Sun Zhuang sat in the car leisurely sipping on a drink. With his legs crossed, he hummed a tune from time to time, looking quite at ease. Just then, a henchman ran over, slightly anxious, reporting, Boss, the Wanderers Hall has sent people. They want us to launch an attack quickly, saying if we don't attack, we won't gain any advantage. Upon hearing the henchman's words, Sun Zhuang showed no interest. Bah! He just wants my men to be cannon fodder. Tell him we'll launch the attack immediately. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Make some noise, make sure that Brat Lu Shuo hears it. Yes. Subsequently, Sun Zhuang resumed humming the tune. The Brown Bear gang's presence suddenly increased tenfold, causing some anxiety among the fierce tiger gang. However, after a while, they realized that although the Brown Bear gang's presence was strong, there was no sign of them charging forward. They breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Lu Shuo also relaxed upon hearing the noise. But after a while, the fierce tiger gang's firepower showed no signs of diminishing. This instantly darkened his expression. Who was he? He immediately thought that Sun Zhuang deliberately amplified the situation without putting pressure on the fierce tiger gang. This useless waste of space, does he even know what he's doing? Lu Shuo roared in anger. However, he quickly calmed down. This was not a solution. They had to find a way to resolve the current deadlock. Sun Zhuang, though talented, lacked ambition, only concerned with immediate gains and losses. It seemed they had to offer him some sweet incentives. Thinking this, Lu Shuo called the person responsible for relaying messages earlier and said, Go again, tell him that as long as he goes all out, after taking down the fierce tiger gang, he'll get 2/3 of the resources. Yes. Soon, the person went back to the Brown Bear gang and conveyed the order. Sitting in the car, Sun Zhuang's eyes lit up upon hearing this news, his eyes instantly gleaming. Good, tell Master Lu, I'll attack immediately. He then ordered everyone to attack. The pressure on their side became unbearable. Wang Xiaohu quickly recalled the troops he had sent out earlier. However, Lu Shuo also launched a fierce attack at this time. For a moment, both sides struggled to defend themselves. This worried Wang Xiaohu. At this point, Wang Xiuhu could only look towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen also wore a worried expression. It was almost 12 o'clock, but Zhao Zilong had not arrived yet. What should they do? Just then, Bai Chen thought of the armory. He quickly opened the armory panel and started checking the unlockable options. The first was the Thompson submachine gun, with a high bullet capacity of up to 100 rounds, a good choice for the current situation. However, he only had 500 points now, and it was still 10 minutes before 12. He could only unlock new weapons after 12. He continued to check the remaining two options to compare which one offered better value. The second was the MP9 submachine gun, compact and lightweight, suitable for single-handed shooting, highly stable, and equipped with a red dot sight. But this gun was not suitable for him at the moment. Bai Chen looked at the last option. When he saw the third option, his eyes lit up. The third option turned out to be a hand grenade. For the current situation, a hand grenade was undoubtedly the best choice. At this moment, there were 2 minutes left until 12 o'clock, and they could no longer resist the enemy's attack. Brother Bai, think of a way quickly. They're about to break in, Wang Xiuhu cried with a mournful face. Hold on a little longer. At this moment, Bai Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Wang Xiuhu gritted his teeth, rushed forward again, picked up a submachine gun, and started shooting outside. As people around him fell one by one, the members of the Xiaoyao Hall and the Brown Bear Gang had also reached the front door. The remaining members of the Tiger Gang were scared and started to retreat. Everyone, come back, Wang Xiuhu quickly ordered, but none of them returned. Seeing this, Lu Shua, from outside, revealed a sly smile. Hee, let's see how you resist this time. Brothers, charge. Just then, the clock finally struck 12. Bai Chen also gained 500 points. He quickly spent 1,000 points to unlock grenades. Then, he transformed the ever-changing divine weapon into grenades. With the infinite ammunition setting of the divine weapon, he could keep throwing grenades. With a grenade in hand, he pulled the pin, threw it fiercely, and the next second, another one appeared in his hand. Bai Chen's lips curled slightly. It's my turn to perform now. Boom! Boom boom boom! Grenades exploded one after another in the crowd of the Xiaoyao Hall. Lu Shua was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? How do they suddenly have so many grenades? Ah! Here they come again, run! Boom boom boom! In just a few seconds, hundreds of people were killed by grenades. The casualty rate matched the total casualties of the Xiaoyao Hall in 2 hours. At this moment, Lu Shua's face turned pale as he watched the grenades being continuously thrown inside. He couldn't believe that the Tiger Gang had so many grenades. The only possibility was Bai Chen. He had the ability to instantly empty supplies, so carrying a few grenades was reasonable. Lu Shua's expression gradually turned greedy. If he could get his hands on this treasure, he would be invincible. But he understood that he needed to calm down at this moment. Otherwise, irreversible consequences could occur. Everyone, retreat. With that, he took out a box from the car, revealing a fierce expression. Bai Chen, this is a gift I prepared for you. The crowd received the order and retreated hastily to avoid the grenade blast radius. Seeing the Xiaoyao Hall members retreat, Wang Xiuhu became excited. Brother Bai, they're retreating. They're retreating. Bai Chen also felt relieved and then ran towards another battlefield. Brothers, victory is within reach. Just take down the Tiger Gang, and the women inside are yours to play with. The crowd was instantly filled with passion. Their charge became even more fierce and fearless. It was true what they say, even in death beneath the peony flowers, one can still be romantic. Although they might not die under the peony flowers, but under Bai Chen's grenades. Swish swish swish. Grenades were thrown out one by one from Bai Chen's hands. The members of the Brown Bear Gang hadn't realized what they were. Boss, what's this? Is it smoking? Sun Zhuang focused and instantly saw that they were grenades. Damn, it's a grenade, get down! Sun Zhuang shouted and threw himself backward. The others were slow to react, and by the time they did, the grenades had already exploded. Boom! Boom boom boom! Several grenades exploded in succession. The crowd erupted in painful screams. The others shuddered, watching the grenades being continuously thrown out. Their souls were almost scared away. Ah! Run! The crowd retreated like a tide. Soon, the members of the Brown Bear Gang had all retreated to a safe area, discarding their armor and fleeing in disarray. Damn it! They were indeed prepared, only throwing grenades now. Sun Zhuang cursed loudly. Then he shouted, count the numbers. Before long, a subordinate ran back, Boss, our losses have exceeded 800 people. What? How could there be such a high casualty rate? Sun Zhuang looked incredulous. Leader, on the way back from the retreat just now, more than 500 of our men were killed in the explosion. Hearing this data, Sun Zhuang's eyes darted around. Leader, should we still charge? Damn it, if we charge, we'll all be killed. The fierce tiger gang is quite something. Unexpectedly leaving such a move, I underestimated them. Leader, isn't that person Bai Chen? At this moment, a henchman pointed in fear. Sun Zhuang focused his gaze and indeed saw Bai Chen. Bai Chen smiled at them and then suddenly threw the grenade in his hand. With his strength, throwing it 500 to 600 meters was nothing. The grenade flew towards them in a parabolic arc under the cover of the night. It wasn't until the grenade was close that Sun Zhuang noticed. His pupils contracted. I'll be damned. Without hesitation, he grabbed a henchman next to him to shield himself. The henchman, unaware of what was happening, only saw a spark rapidly expanding before him. The grenade exploded in the air. Sun Zhuang dropped the body he was holding and shouted loudly, "Retreat quickly." Subsequently, a group of people hurried to retreat. But at that moment, gunshots erupted behind them, and the sounds of battle merged into one. Sun Zhuang was once again alarmed. Not good, it's the Green Dragon Gang. Leader, they're coming at us, what should we do? Sun Zhuang was anxious, looking around, this way. The crowd quickly followed Sun Zhuang, heading towards a narrow path. The Bear Gang had lost their will to fight, coupled with the high morale of the Green Dragon Gang. The Bear Gang's men fell one after another. In the end, fewer than 500 of the Bear Gang managed to escape. The Green Dragon Gang swiftly cleared the battlefield and joined forces with Bai Chen. Mr. Bai, how is the situation now? Zhao Zilong became even more respectful. Now, only Lu Shua is left. Bai Chen pointed to the distant team of the Carefree Hall. Humph, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhao Zilong's face showed a fierce expression, his fists clenched tightly. Then he looked at Bai Chen and respectfully asked, Mr. Bai, what do you need me to do next? The Carefree Hall and the Bear Gang have suffered heavy losses this time and are no longer a threat. Next, you need to reclaim your base. All right, Mr. Bai. Excitement flashed across Zhao Zilong's face. Bai, give the order, I'll take my men out and kill them. Wang Xiaohu beside him was also excited. Originally, their base was on the verge of falling, but unexpectedly, Bai Chen threw a grenade at a critical moment, turning the tide. Later, the Green Dragon Gang appeared in time, catching the Bear Gang off guard and causing heavy losses to the enemy. For Wang Xiaohu, a novice in commanding battles, this was extremely exciting. Although the Carefree Hall suffered heavy losses, they still have over 1,000 men, and their strength should not be underestimated. The Fierce Tiger Gang is almost depleted, with fewer than 500 men, and the Green Dragon Gang has less than 1,000 men. In this situation, it's best not to take risks. Bai Chen paused before continuing, but the drowning dog must be pursued. You two will flank them from both sides with your men, try to wear them down, but do not take risks. The main goal this time is to deplete their forces. This idea coincided with Zhao Zilong's thoughts. He had long wanted revenge on the Carefree Hall. Being a smart man, he knew his current strength was no match for before and would not take any reckless actions. Bai, rest assured. I'll make sure the mission is completed. Wang Xiaohu had no other thoughts. He knew following Bai Chen's orders was the right choice. Subsequently, the two of them set off with their respective men, flanking the Carefree Hall from both sides. Lu Shua was observing at this time and suddenly fell silent. Hall Master, the Bear Gang has also ceased fire. What should we do now? Lu Shua assembled the Barrett sniper rifle on his shoulder, squinted one eye, and adjusted the scope. Just then, in his scope, a group of figures hurriedly passed by. Lu Shua's brows furrowed deeply. They actually came out? Could it be that the Bear Gang has already retreated? Lu Shua continued to use the scope to observe the situation. At a glance, it made his heart tremble. Not good, members of the Green Dragon Gang are here too. Everyone, prepare for battle. Soon, the two sides clashed. With attacks coming from both sides, the Xiaoyao Hall was starting to struggle. Lu Shua's eyes were filled with anger. He refused to accept failure. Holding the sniper rifle, he kept searching for Bai Chen's figure. He had grown to hate Bai Chen. If it weren't for Bai Chen, he would have been celebrating his victory banquet by now. Even in defeat, he would make Bai Chen pay. Finally, he vaguely saw Bai Chen through the scope. His expression turned fierce, then he pulled the trigger abruptly. With a loud bang, Bai Chen fell to the ground. Seeing Bai Chen go down through the scope, Lu Shua couldn't contain his excitement any longer and burst into laughter. To deal with Bai Chen, he had paid a huge price to acquire the powerful Barrett sniper rifle. Wasn't Bai Chen supposed to be bulletproof? Lu Shua didn't believe it. He was right, Bai Chen couldn't withstand the sniper rifle bullet. Humph. Fight me, even if I lose, I'll make you pay. It was just a pity about the treasures on Bai Chen. Lu Shua's expression grew even more ferocious. Looking at the approaching enemies, he realized that they couldn't take down the Fierce Tiger Gang today. After a moment of consideration, he ordered, everyone, retreat. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Everything must be considered carefully. Subsequently, the Xiaoyao Hall slowly retreated. Wang Xiaohu and Zhao Zilong did not continue to pursue but returned after driving away the Xiaoyao Hall. They were in high spirits, but upon returning to the base entrance, they found a group of people gathered there, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. What's wrong? Zhao Zilong and Wang Xiaohu asked simultaneously. Bad news, Mr. Bai has been shot. An anxious logistics member of the Green Dragon Gang shouted. Zhao Zilong and Wang Xiaohu tensed instantly upon hearing this, quickly running a few steps forward. When they saw Bai Chen lying on the ground with closed eyes, their hearts sank. Bai Gu. Wang Xiaohu called out anxiously. Zhao Zilong, on the other hand, remained calm. He noticed no bloodstains on Bai Chen's body. Carefully, he peeled back Bai Chen's clothes and upon seeing his body, his heart sank once more. Bai Chen's chest had turned dark purple. He quickly checked Bai Chen's breathing. He's still breathing, quickly get a doctor. Zhao Zilong breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he noticed a severely deformed bullet on the ground. He picked it up gently, examining it closely. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. It was an armor-piercing bullet from a sniper rifle. He actually withstood a sniper rifle shot. It was known that the power of a sniper rifle could easily penetrate a 20mm steel plate. Did this mean his body was harder than steel? Was he still human? Shock was written all over Zhao Zilong's face. Zhao big brother, how is my brother Bai? Wang Xiaohu asked anxiously. Zhao Zilong observed Bai Chen's condition. Although he was unconscious, his breathing was steady, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Let's get him back and find a doctor to check on him. Okay. Wang Xiaohu quickly ordered his men to bring a stretcher and carefully carried Bai Chen into the room. Soon, a doctor was brought in. The doctor hurried to Bai Chen, frowning at his injuries. What hit him? Zhao Zilong dismissed the others, leaving only Wang Xiaohu. He then said, he was shot by a sniper rifle, think of a way to save him. The doctor's hand froze, looking at Zhao Zilong in disbelief. Are you kidding me? How could someone be shot and still be unharmed, especially by a sniper rifle? No time for nonsense, just treat him quickly. Wang Xiaohu scolded from the side. The doctor stopped asking questions and began a careful examination. The patient is currently in a coma stage, there should be no immediate life-threatening danger, but with such a strong impact, we cannot guarantee if the organs are damaged. If there is organ damage and internal bleeding, there is a high possibility of life-threatening risks. Do you have a solution then? Zhao Zilong's brow furrowed. Yes, the doctor replied, taking an unopened needle from his medical kit. He picked up the needle and tried to pierce Bai Chen's abdomen. Ping! The needle broke with a crisp sound upon touching Bai Chen's skin. Sweat instantly beaded on the doctor's forehead. He had never encountered such a situation before. He looked back at Wang Xiaohu and Zhao Zilong, confusion written all over his face. Zhao Zilong and Wang Xiaohu were equally puzzled. Bai Chen's body was as hard as steel, not something a small needle could penetrate. Just when everyone was at a loss, Bai Chen slowly opened his eyes. Bai Gu, you're awake. Wang Xiaohu was the first to notice, immediately getting excited. Mr. Bai, how do you feel? Zhao Zilong asked with concern. Bai Chen sat up, stretched lazily, and then examined the scars on his body. I'm fine, just a bit sore. Do you have any medicine for bruises? The doctor quickly took out a bottle of Yunnan Bai Yao and applied it to Bai Chen. He was cautious, his hands trembling slightly. Despite his years of medical practice and exposure to various cases, he still had some superstitions. After applying the medicine, the doctor hurriedly left. Where did you find this doctor? Bai Chen said in disbelief. Wang Xiaohu looked embarrassed. After all, the doctor was from his base. Bai Gu, good doctors are hard to come by these days. He's the best we could find. Bai Chen couldn't be bothered. Don't harm Lu Shua, I will take care of it myself. A hint of killing intent flashed in Bai Chen's eyes. The two understood his meaning and their eyes also showed determination. Bai Gu, do you think my father could still be alive? Wang Xiaohu asked anxiously. Wang Xiaohu had been worried about his father's safety all along, and now that Bai Chen was safe, it was his only concern. From what I know about Lu Shua, I'm afraid. Zhao Zilong's expression turned serious, but he didn't finish his sentence upon seeing Wang Xiaohu's worried look. No, he must be alive. Wang Xiaohu's eyes welled up with tears. Bai Chen fell silent. He didn't want to say anything hurtful at this moment. After a while, Wang Xiaohu seemed to have figured it out and regained his composure. Bai Gu, rest well. No matter what, I will destroy the Xiaoyao Hall and the Brown Bear Gang. After a few more words, Wang Xiaohu and Zhao Zilong left. Bai Chen prepared to rest and closed his eyes. He had been too careless today. Lu Shua actually had a sniper rifle. Fortunately, his defense was strong enough, otherwise, he would have been in trouble today. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of his defense. Even a sniper rifle couldn't kill him, ordinary firearms probably wouldn't even hurt him. With this realization, he no longer feared anything. Lu Shua, keep your head for me to take. He had to avenge himself and Wang Xiaotao. If it weren't for the Xiaoyao gang, she wouldn't have suffered so much. This was a debt he had to personally settle. As Bai Chen pondered, the door creaked open. In the moonlight, Bai Chen saw a full-bodied, graceful figure entering. Who's there? Bai Chen demanded sternly. Ah! The charming figure let out a pleasant gasp, covering her mouth with her hands. In the moonlight, her ample bosom trembled with her movements. I'm Xiao Qian, here to serve you, Xiao Qian said coquettishly, her voice sweet and melodious. Light the candle, let me have a look at you. Bai Chen is not a casual person. It's impossible for him to let her serve without even knowing the other party's figure and appearance. Xiao Qian quietly approached the table and lit the candle on it with a lighter. A touch of candlelight instantly illuminated the room. The beauty in front of him also revealed her true appearance. A pair of watery big eyes were extremely agile, a delicate nose and mouth giving her a touch of innocence. But she didn't look like a child waiting to bloom. Instead, she was naturally charming, with features like a flower. Her figure was flawless, especially the proudly exposed half. Under the pressure of the lingerie, her curves were perfect, valleys forming. Her snow-white skin was delicate, as if it could produce water with a pinch. She wore a colorful light gauze draped over her shoulders, swaying with the breeze from the window, resembling a heavenly maiden descending to earth. Through the gauze, only a piece of lingerie covered her upper body, while white-hot pants covered her lower body. Her entire figure was on display yet partially concealed, sparking imagination. At this moment, a hint of shyness appeared on Xiao Qian's face, adding to her natural allure. With his experience, Bai Chen rated her beauty at least 92 points. Who sent you here? Bai Chen, having seen many beauties, wouldn't be easily swayed. It was the young master who sent me. Xiao Qian's voice remained soft. At this moment, Xiao Qian was unaware of the major changes in the Tiger Gang and still referred to Wang Xiuhu as the young master. Hearing this explanation, Bai Chen understood the situation. Wang Xiuhu must have been afraid of being lonely and wanted someone to accompany him at night. However, he was feeling unwell today and not in the mood for such activities. Understood, you can go back. I don't need your service, Bai Chen said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Qian, who had been smiling, immediately became flustered. Sir, did I do something wrong? No. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? No. Then why? Tears welled up in Xiao Qian's eyes. I'm just tired. I don't want to be disturbed today. Sir, the young master ordered me to serve you well, or else I'll be sold tomorrow. With these words, tears fell from her eyes. Seeing this, Bai Chen felt pity. He couldn't bear to see women cry, especially such a beauty. Alright then. You can stay. Xiao Qian stopped crying immediately and greeted him with a smile. Thank you, sir, I will serve you well. With that, Xiao Qian swayed her waist and approached Bai Chen. Sir, let me massage your feet. Bai Chen was feeling a bit tired, so he agreed. Xiao Qian gently lifted Bai Chen's feet and placed them on her smooth, snow-white thighs. As they made contact, Xiao Qian's information appeared on the Huanbo record. Name, Su Xiao Qian. Age, 18. Beauty, 93. Bust size, E-loyalty, 20. Maintenance times, 0. Seeing this information, Bai Chen's eyes lit up. This girl was actually a virgin. It was unexpected to find such a beautiful girl in this place who had preserved her purity. This raised some speculation. Bai Chen didn't rush to ask, letting Su Xiao Qian continue. Su Xiao Qian's technique was indeed skillful. This made Bai Chen even more curious. Despite her young age, why did she possess such skills? After a while, Su Xiao Qian spoke up. Sir, are you satisfied? Bai Chen nodded. Su Xiao Qian smiled. Sir, let me give you a full-body massage next. Bai Chen was feeling comfortable and didn't refuse. Sir, let me help you undress. Bai Chen looked at Su Xiao Qian. Are you sure it's a full-body massage? Su Xiao Qian blushed. Sir, if you want that kind of massage, it's also possible. Bai Chen understood he had misunderstood and quickly said, no need, just a full-body massage then. At this moment, there was a hint of disappointment in Su Xiao Qian's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Alright, sir, let me help you undress. Soon, Su Xiao Qian carefully removed all of Bai Chen's clothes and pants. Then, she climbed onto the bed and sat behind Bai Chen with her legs crossed. Bai Chen sat up and pulled the charming Su Xiao Qian into his arms. Su Xiao Qian's face grew even rosier, as if she already knew what was about to happen. Sir, let Xiao Qian serve you. Bai Chen, too, became interested and agreed. Congratulations to the host for gaining Xiao Qian's loyalty. Loyalty exceeds 50 points doubled. Congratulations to the host, gaining 150 points x2. The exhilarating voice echoed in the room. This was her first time, and she never expected such pleasure from it, oscillating between joy and exhaustion. Su Xiaoqian finally lay in Baichen's arms and fell asleep. Baichen was surprised by Su Xiaoqian's skill, especially considering it was her first time. He couldn't help but wonder who taught her. Baichen drifted off to sleep as well. The next morning, Baichen woke up slowly. He noticed that the bruises on his body had completely disappeared, and he no longer felt any pain. Glancing beside him, he saw Su Xiaoqian tightly embracing him. Shortly after, Su Xiaoqian woke up too. She smiled at Baichen, then began to gently caress him. "Sir, you were amazing last night," Su Xiaoqian said shyly. "Hee, you were even more amazing," Baichen replied truthfully. Su Xiaoqian's skills surpassed those of the women in his safe house, making Baichen feel somewhat inadequate. Su Xiaoqian blushed even more at his words. "Actually, it was my first time," she said in a softer tone. Baichen knew she was telling the truth but was curious how she acquired such expertise without prior experience. He asked, "How did you learn all this? Did you secretly watch foreign films to learn?" "No way, how could I watch those things?" Su Xiaoqian replied, pressing her face against Baichen's chest. "Sir, I've given myself to you completely. From now on, I belong to you. Please treat me well." Initially, Baichen had considered taking her back to the safe house, but he still had doubts. "What do you do in the Fierce Tiger Gang?" The Fierce Tiger Gang has a diplomatic team that trains us daily on how to better serve men and become their diplomatic assets, Su Xiaoqian explained, eager to clarify. "But don't worry, sir, I have never been touched by other men. They bring in experienced women to teach us." "So there are many other women?" Baichen's interest was piqued. Collecting beautiful women on his own was inefficient, but having a team to do it for him would be much faster. "We are divided into 3 levels based on our appearance and figure. I am in the top tier, and there are 2 others with me, slightly less attractive than me," Su Xiaoqian proudly stated. "What about the other 2 levels?" Baichen inquired. "Those women in the lower levels are not as attractive, and most of them are not first-timers," Su Xiaoqian explained. Baichen understood the situation and decided he needed to take a closer look. With that in mind, he playfully pinched Su Xiaoqian's perky buttocks, eliciting a giggle from her. "I wasn't fully satisfied last night," Baichen said, pressing Su Xiaoqian beneath him. "Ah!" Su Xiaoqian exclaimed at Baichen's sudden move. Xiaoyao Hall base. Lu Shuo returned with the remaining men, having not only failed to defeat the Fierce Tiger Gang but also losing 1,000 of his men. It was a disastrous defeat. But he was not in a panic because he had killed Baichen. As long as Baichen was dead, he would have no more worries. Including the other forces he had absorbed before, there were nearly 3,000 people in the entire Xiaoyao Hall now. These people were enough to wipe out the Qinglong Gang. However, before that, he planned to first swallow up the Brown Bear Gang. Through this incident, he found that the Brown Bear Gang not only couldn't help him but would instead become a burden. What use were such people to him? So, once Lu Shuo returned to the base, he summoned the remaining 2,000 people. Then he quickly headed towards the Brown Bear Gang. At this time, Sun Zhuang also escaped back to the base. After the battle last night, his losses were devastating. Not only had he lost his elite forces, but he had also lost many heavy weapons. These were all his treasures. Now, in order to survive, he could only abandon them. Including the remaining 1,000 people at the base, the Brown Bear Gang now only had 1,500 people left. They were severely crippled. "Damn it! This time I've suffered a big loss. That damn Lu Shuo, didn't he say he could subdue the Fierce Tiger Gang last night? I almost lost my life there," Sun Zhuang cursed. "Leader, people from Xiaoyao Hall are here." At this moment, a person rushed in, looking panicked. "What is Xiaoyao Hall here for?" Sun Zhuang almost fell off his chair. "Leader, you need to think of a solution. They've come with at least 2,000 people. Doesn't seem like they're here to negotiate." "How? How many?" Upon hearing this, Sun Zhuang fell directly from his chair. The person hurried to help Sun Zhuang up. "Leader, you need to think of a solution quickly. Hurry, come with me to see." After getting up, Sun Zhuang quickly ran outside. When he arrived outside, Lu Shuo had already appeared at the entrance with his men. "Lu Shuo, why did you bring so many people to my place?" Sun Zhuang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked quickly. "Sun Zhuang, do you have the face to ask me? Why didn't you cooperate with me in attacking the Fierce Tiger Gang last night?" Lu Shuo no longer held back, questioning. Sun Zhuang's eyes darted quickly as he hurriedly said, "How did I not cooperate? Their firepower was too strong. I lost 1,500 men. How else do you want me to cooperate?" "Humph, there's no point in saying more. Today, I'll give you 2 choices. Either surrender and I'll spare your men, or resist stubbornly, and you and your Brown Bear Gang will go to hell together." Sun Zhuang's cold sweat increased instantly upon hearing this. The current Brown Bear gang was no match for Xiaoyao Hall. Lu Shua, don't act rashly, we can still cooperate. I'll give you 1 minute to choose. Seeing Lu Shua determined to destroy him, Sun Zhuang's expression turned fierce. Since you won't spare me, I won't let you off easily either. Sun Zhuang muttered quietly, then quickly ordered his men to gather everyone at the base. The minute passed quickly. Lu Shua raised his hand, and all 2,000 people behind him picked up their weapons. Half of them were heavy weapons, showing how deep the foundation of Xiaoyao Hall was. On the other hand, it was already very rare for the Brown Bear gang to produce 300 firearms. Seeing Sun Zhuang's reaction, Lu Shua understood his choice. His face darkened, then he ordered his men to open fire. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides instantly. Lu Shua retreated to the rear because firing a shot last night had aggravated his old arm injury from the recoil of the sniper rifle. However, this battle was a one-sided massacre. After losing over 100 people, Xiaoyao Hall successfully killed Sun Zhuang. The remaining 500 members of the Brown Bear gang lost their backbone and quickly surrendered. With that, the Brown Bear gang was destroyed, leaving Xiaoyao Hall as the sole power. Xiaoyao Hall quickly took over the remaining members of the Brown Bear gang and their resources. In no time, the power of Xiaoyao Hall expanded once again. This news quickly reached Zhao Zilong's ears. Anxiously, Zhao Zilong came to the door of Bai Chen's room, but hearing voices inside, he had to wait outside. Zhao Zilong waited anxiously outside for 2 hours. The voices inside finally stopped, but just as he was about to knock on the door, the voices resumed. Zhao Zilong had to retract his hand and paced back and forth anxiously. However, his gaze occasionally drifted towards the door, revealing a hint of envy. Finally, an hour later, Bai Chen opened the door. Do you need anything, Zhao Zilong? Bai Chen had heard footsteps outside while working and had already guessed it was Zhao Zilong. However, he didn't like being disturbed while working, so he waited until he finished before coming out. Mr. Bai, the Xiaoyao Hall has successfully absorbed the Brown Bear gang, further strengthening our power, Zhao Zilong respectfully reported, glancing unintentionally towards Bai Chen's lower body, showing admiration. Oh, I see, Bai Chen replied calmly, seemingly unsurprised by the news. Mr. Bai, what should we do next? Zhao Zilong instinctively asked. Bai Chen looked at Zhao Zilong and said with a smile, Zhao Zilong, this is not like the person I know. The person I know is bold and strategic, not someone who seeks advice at the first sign of trouble. Zhao Zilong was taken aback because of Bai Chen's strength. He had unconsciously started to rely on him, forgetting his own strengths. With Bai Chen's words, he instantly snapped back to reality. Thank you, Mr. Bai, I know what to do now. Good, go ahead, and if you need anything, feel free to come to me. Zhao Zilong then left. After he departed, Bai Chen returned to his room. Su Shaoqian had already dressed and was walking towards the door. Perfect timing, come with me, Bai Chen said with a smile. Su Shaoqian smiled and walked to Bai Chen's side, gently linking her arm with his. They then headed towards Wang Xiaohu's room. Outside the room, a guard quickly informed Wang Xiaohu of their arrival. Wang Xiaohu rushed out upon hearing Bai Chen's arrival. Beige, did you sleep well last night? He glanced meaningfully at Su Shaoqian beside Bai Chen. Ignoring the insinuation, Bai Chen went straight to the point. I heard you have trained some good-looking women here, show me. Beige, how can I let you see them? Wait here, I'll bring them over, Wang Xiaohu said hurriedly before leaving. In no time, he returned with over 20 women. Bai Chen inspected them one by one, most were average in appearance, except for 2 who were on par with Su Shaoqian. Beige, these women were trained by my father to be given to influential figures to strengthen relationships between factions, Wang Xiaohu explained. However, my father mentioned that these 3 women were prepared for a prominent figure, but he didn't tell me who. Now that he's missing, if you like these 2 women, you can take them. Wang Xiaohu's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment when mentioning Wang Meng, the 3 women being of the same caliber as Su Shaoqian. Surprised that these 3 were specifically designated for someone, Bai Chen furrowed his brow. Prominent figure? Bai Chen muttered in confusion. Beige, do you think this prominent figure could be Lu Shua and Sun Zhuang? In my father's eyes, apart from them, there aren't many prominent figures in Jinghai City. Also, my father has always protected these 3 women, never allowing anyone near them, Wang Xiaohu speculated. Bai Chen shook his head. He didn't think the prominent figure was Lu Shua or Sun Zhuang. Given Wang Meng's previous status, although they were considered prominent figures, they weren't at a level that required such special treatment. However, with Wang Meng likely deceased, no prominent figure could claim these 3 women. Bai Chen decided not to dwell on it further. I'll take these 3 women, the rest can go back, Bai Chen instructed, and soon, all the women except the 2 exceptional ones left. The two women curiously observed Baichen, stealing glances at Su Shaoqian, their eyes filled with puzzlement. On this occasion, the three women dared only to make some small gestures and did not dare to make a sound. However, Su Shaoqian did not respond. The two women could only stand nervously on the side. Meanwhile, Su Shaoqian stood by Baichen's side, maintaining a smile. Brother Bai, even though my father is in a precarious situation now, I won't believe he's dead until I see his body with my own eyes. Whether he's alive or dead, I want to bring him back as soon as possible, Wang Xiaohu said tearfully. Baichen looked at Wang Xiaohu and solemnly said, don't worry, I will definitely destroy the Xiaoyao Hall. Whether your father is alive or dead, I will help you bring him back. Wang Xiaohu became excited. Brother Bai, why don't you become the leader of the fierce tiger gang? I'll be your follower. Bai Chen shook his head. He didn't want to be a leader. With so many things to worry about every day, he wouldn't have time for other matters. Wang Xiaohu was the most suitable leader. With Wang Xiaohu's respect for him, having Wang Xiaohu as the leader was equivalent to having the fierce tiger gang under his control. This way, he wouldn't have to take responsibility and still have the fierce tiger gang. So, Bai Chen decisively refused. Wang Xiaohu didn't understand Bai Chen's thoughts and thought he was rejecting the current fierce tiger gang for being too weak. Feeling dejected, Wang Xiaohu, who still had a childish side, made Bai Chen shake his head. He really doubted whether letting Wang Xiaohu be the leader was the right decision. In the end, Bai Chen said, I won't be the leader, but I will help you become a good leader. Wang Xiaohu couldn't help but show a happy expression. He, I knew Brother Bai would help me. But don't get too happy too soon, I have conditions. Brother Bai, tell me, I promise to fulfill any conditions. Bai Chen paused and continued, I want you to adjust the diplomatic team and establish a department specifically for me on top of the existing one. Do you understand what I mean? Brother Bai, I understand. It's like selecting the best women for the emperor, keeping the finest ones. After saying this, Wang Xiaohu showed a mischievous smile. Bai Chen didn't expect him to understand it that way, but it was fine as long as he understood. When making requests, follow the standards of these three women. Once you find them, no need to train them. Notify me immediately, and I will personally check if they meet the requirements. Don't worry, Brother Bai, I will personally take care of this matter and ensure your satisfaction. With the addition of a source of beautiful women, Bai Chen was also pleased. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take them back. If you need anything, send someone to find me. With that, Bai Chen left with the three women. Wang Xiaohu hurriedly saw them off. Leaving the fierce tiger gang, Bai Chen drove with the three women towards the safe house. Next, he had to start his retaliation, ensuring his women were safe in the safe house. With his grievances against the Xiaoyao Hall, he would only have more than Wang Xiaohu and Zhao Zilong, not less. Along the way, Bai Chen also recorded the information of the other two women in the Hahuan treasure record. Name, Fancy Yuan. Age, 18 looks, 91 bust, D loyalty, 20 Fancy Yuan had a sweet appearance, a well-proportioned figure, and was perfect from head to toe. She had a standard figure. Name, Jia Yuding. Age, 19 looks, 91 bust, D loyalty, 20 Jia Yuding had a pure appearance, especially her innocent big eyes that made anyone want to cherish her. Her figure was impeccable, with everything in the right place. Soon, they arrived back at the safe house. With the three women, the safe house now had a total of 19 people. It was necessary to upgrade the safe house as soon as possible. The three women got out of the car, looking curiously at the house in front of them. At that moment, cries could be heard coming from inside the house. Let me go, don't stop me, let me die. Hearing this voice, Bai Chen couldn't help but frown. Come in with me. After saying that, Bai Chen hurriedly ran inside. The three women, looking bewildered, followed him in. Please let me die. I really don't want to live anymore. Bai Chen quickly went upstairs. In a room, the women surrounded Wang Xiaodao, comforting her continuously. Xiaodao, don't think like this, as long as you're alive, there's still hope. Yes. Xiaodao, if you leave like this, the people who care about you will be so sad. Xiaodao, the master worked so hard to save you, think about him if not for yourself. Mentioning Bai Chen, Wang Xiaodao's reaction softened a bit. Brother Bai Chen, I can't face him anymore. Sob. With that, Wang Xiaotao started crying. Fortunately, she no longer saw death, which relieved the women. At that moment, Bai Chen arrived at the door and quickly asked, what happened? The women, upon hearing his voice, got excited. Master, you're finally back, please persuade Xiaodao. Bai Chen walked in quickly. Ah, Brother Bai Chen, don't come closer, don't come. Sob. Seeing this, Bai Chen had to stop, not advancing further. Xiaodao, I won't come over, calm down. Wang Xiaodao covered her face, crying and murmuring incomprehensibly. Then, Bai Chen quickly called Wang Yuxi out. She usually took care of Wang Xiaotao and knew her condition best. Wang Yushi hurriedly followed Bai Chen out. Master, Wang Xiaotao's condition has worsened. Wang Yushi frowned with worry. What? How did this happen so quickly? She has too many illnesses, so they flare up faster than others when combined. Is there any way to save her? In the past, we might have been able to delay the condition, but now. Wang Yushi paused, not continuing, just sighed and shook her head. Bai Chen fell silent for a while. What's her current state due to? After experiencing such things, even a normal person would go insane. She's already very strong, but occasionally has mental breakdowns. However, every time your name is mentioned, she calms down a lot. I see. Bai Chen's heart sank to the bottom. Despite her condition, she restrained herself upon hearing her own name. It showed how important he was to her. The thought of Wang Xiaotao dying at such a young age ignited a rage within Bai Chen. Those damn scumbags, he wouldn't let a single one of them go. After a while, Wang Xiaotao gradually calmed down. The women in the room breathed a sigh of relief and quietly left. Everyone's faces were solemn. It was the first time the safe house had been so serious. Seeing everyone come out, Wang Yushi quickly said, I'll go check on her, don't let anything happen. With that, she turned and went upstairs. The remaining people now focused their attention on Su Shaoqian and the other two women. Bai Chen then introduced the three women one by one. They were welcomed without any rejection, much to their delight. The three women were happy to be able to integrate here. Soon, the group of women bonded. Bai Chen found it a bit noisy, so he took Fan Siyuan and Zhao Yuding back to the room. With the safe house's population increasing, he needed to upgrade it quickly. With only 300 points now, he still needed 700 more. The two women followed Bai Chen upstairs, somewhat pleased. They understood what Bai Chen wanted to do. It was what they hoped for. Only by being involved with Bai Chen could they feel secure. In the room, Bai Chen asked the two women to freshen up in the bathroom. The tiger gang didn't often allow them to bathe. The two women were obedient. In front of Bai Chen, she stripped naked without any hesitation. In the fierce tiger gang, they had been trained, they knew what men liked the most. So, without any hesitation, they boldly exposed themselves in front of Bai Chen. The scene immediately made Bai Chen gulp down his saliva. Soon after, the two women walked into the bathroom. Before long, the sound of water splashing could be heard. It had been a long time since the two women had enjoyed such a comfortable bath. However, they did not indulge too much. They didn't want to keep Bai Chen waiting for too long. After cleaning their bodies, they dried themselves, wrapped in towels, and walked out. Master, let us serve you well today. After speaking, the two women sat on either side of Bai Chen. Congratulations to the host for gaining Fang Siyuan's loyalty, loyalty exceeding 50, reward doubled. Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 points x2. Congratulations to the host for gaining Zhao Yuding's loyalty, loyalty exceeding 50, reward doubled. Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 points x2. After cleaning up, Bai Chen left the bathroom to avoid getting carried away again. Fang Siyuan and Zhao Yuding would be in trouble. If it happened again, they might not be able to get out of bed for 3 days and nights. Glancing at the time, it was already midnight. Checking his points, he only had 900, not enough to upgrade the safe house. Thinking about it, he lay on the bed, waiting quietly. Time passed, and it was midnight. Daily points of 500 were credited. Bai Chen immediately opened the system panel to check the options for upgrading the safe house. There were still 2 options this time. Add a floor to the safe house, unlock the mother and baby room, plus 5 rooms. Add a floor downwards to the safe house, plus 1 generator, plus 5 rooms. Bai Chen looked and saw that the safe house's power was enough to support it for a while longer. He could unlock the generator later. So, Bai Chen directly chose the first option, unlocking the mother and baby room. As the points rapidly decreased, a staircase quickly appeared on the second floor of the safe house. Soon after, the third floor was also completed. Bai Chen saw the completion on the system panel and decided to go upstairs to inspect. On the third floor, right in front of the stairs, was the mother and baby room. Bai Chen pushed the door and entered. The room was filled with baby toys and some emergency equipment like incubators, isolation chambers, and sterile chambers. There were a total of 20 baby beds in the room. It seemed that one mother and baby room could accommodate 20 babies. Currently, the room was not needed. Bai Chen left the mother and baby room and checked the other rooms. They were similar to the ones below. Each room could accommodate 2 people. This meant his safe house could accommodate up to 30 people. Of course, as he earned more points, Bai Chen would upgrade the safe house further, aiming for 1 room per person. It seemed he needed to focus on loyalty when he had time. Doing nothing all day and receiving points automatically at the end would be beneficial. If he could raise the loyalty of all 17 women to 100 points, he would earn 1,700 points daily. That was not a small amount. Thinking about it, Baichen was getting impatient. Most of the women in the base already had a loyalty of 99 points, except for a few newcomers. The first to reach 99 points were Li Mulan, Li Mushuang, Sun Jie, and Li Jinmei. He decided to work on them. With that in mind, Baichen went to the room of the Li Mulan sisters. Since they hadn't learned their lesson from the last time they appeared nude, he would take advantage of the situation this time. Baichen gently pushed the door open and found the two women lying on the bed, swinging their legs up and down. Through their loose clothes, their snow-white skin was fully exposed. These two sisters indeed had a peculiar taste for such things. They went nude in the living room and were still nude in the bedroom. The two sisters were unaware that Baichen had already entered the room. They were still leisurely swinging their legs, letting the breeze expose them. Baichen gently placed his hands on the elastic hips of the two sisters. The two sisters' bodies instantly stiffened. They turned around simultaneously, and when they saw Baichen, their faces blushed instantly. "So, you don't like wearing underwear?" Baichen smirked mischievously. "No, it's just more comfortable like this in the room," Li Mulan hurriedly explained. "Yes, we don't wear underwear in our own room," Li Mushuang added quickly. However, their tone seemed uncertain. "Oh, really?" Baichen deliberately prolonged his voice, then continued, "Then how do you explain the time I caught you two in the living room?" The faces of the two sisters blushed even more. Seeing their embarrassed expressions, Baichen seized the opportunity and said, "Quickly tell me why you did that, or I'll tell others your secret." Upon hearing this, the two sisters immediately panicked and spoke at the same time. "Don't tell anyone, we'll tell you. Can't we just tell you?" After a pause, Li Mulan glanced at Li Mushuang and then spoke. "We heard that this way the baby in our belly can breathe fresh air, so we don't wear underwear." Li Mulan's voice grew quieter as she spoke. Baichen was taken aback. He felt puzzled and amused at the same time. Did a baby, not even a month old, need to breathe air? Moreover, even if the baby was fully formed, they were still in the amniotic fluid, with the umbilical cord supplying them with oxygen. Did it need to be so complicated? Seeing the two sisters' amusing behavior, Baichen solemnly said, "You only heard half of it. Besides that, you need to keep the passage clear so that oxygen can enter smoothly. Let me check and see if the passage is clear." The two sisters blinked their eyes, looking serious. "Master, are you serious?" Baichen was taken aback again. It was just a joke, but it seemed like the two sisters believed him. Despite being the top scholars in arts and sciences, they were surprisingly easy to fool. Baichen continued seriously, "Yes." The two sisters immediately became awkward, and finally said together, "Okay then." Baichen chuckled inwardly, then said, "Spread your legs apart, let me check." The two sisters then lay on the bed and followed Baichen's instructions. Baichen pretended to examine them. A blush immediately appeared on the faces of the two sisters. "Master, maybe we should wait for you outside," Li Mushuang said softly. Li Mulan also shyly lowered her head. Although the two sisters had already tacitly accepted Baichen as their man, they still deliberately avoided this topic between them. After all, they couldn't bypass the ethical barrier. Seeing this, Baichen chuckled to himself. The two sisters clearly wanted it, but neither of them spoke up. "So, let him be the bad guy. You two don't need to hesitate, neither of you can escape." Baichen cleared his throat and said. The faces of the two sisters blushed even more. There was a faint heat rising between them. "Master, isn't this inappropriate? Maybe we should take turns." Li Mulan's voice grew softer as she spoke. "Yes, Master, maybe we should just forget about it." The two sisters seemed to be wavering. "This wouldn't do. Relax, both of you, lie down on the bed obediently now." Although the two sisters hesitated, they eventually complied. They lay on the bed, glanced at each other, then quickly turned their heads away. Just as Baichen was making an effort, a notification sound from the system rang in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Li Mulan and Li Mushuang's loyalty has reached 100 points, daily points plus 200. Baichen felt delighted, as now he would receive 700 points every day. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Now, the proactive attitude of the two sisters made Baichen somewhat incredulous. In the blink of an eye, another hour had passed. Baichen decided to just sleep in this room. He embraced the two sisters and drifted off to sleep. The night passed quietly. The next day, Baichen woke up early, while Lin Yulan and Limuswang were still sound asleep. Baichen carefully left the room. Today, Baichen was prepared to visit Xiaoyao Hall again. One reason was to check if Wang Xiuhu's father was still alive, and the other was to find an opportunity to kill Lu Shuo. If he couldn't kill him, taking away the sniper rifle that could threaten him would also suffice. Just as Baichen was about to leave, Li Xiaoxiao from the Qinglong gang arrived by car. Baichen went to the door. Li Xiaoxiao got out of the car and approached Baichen respectfully, saying, "Mr. Bai, last night we successfully recaptured the Qinglong gang's base. Our gang leader specially sent me to invite you to discuss the attack on Xiaoyao Hall." Baichen smiled and said, "I understand." After Li Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she turned and left. It was just right to visit the Qinglong gang before going to Xiaoyao Hall. Baichen drove towards the Qinglong gang. Upon arriving at the entrance, everything had returned to its original state. When the people from the Qinglong gang saw Baichen, they opened the gate from afar. Therefore, Baichen drove straight in. The current Qinglong gang needed to rebuild its business in all aspects. To restore its former glory, it would probably take some time. Soon, Baichen saw Zhao Zilong and Wang Xiaohu in his line of sight. The two of them walked quickly towards Baichen. "Mr. Bai, you're here," Zhao Zilong respectfully greeted. "Brother Bai," Wang Xiaohu waved to Baichen from the side. Baichen got out of the car and walked towards the two of them. "I didn't expect you to act so quickly," Baichen praised. "Hee, speed is key in warfare. Fortunately, this time went smoothly. It's just a pity that everything has to start over," Zhao Zilong said. "I believe you have the ability." Baichen patted Zhao Zilong's shoulder and continued, "Is there a good plan for calling me here this time?" "Indeed, you can't hide anything from you," Zhao Zilong smiled. "Yes, this time I got precise information from an undercover agent that Lu Shua met a mysterious guest yesterday. It is said that Lu Shua was very respectful to this person, and this person is most likely not from Jinghai City." Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Baichen couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Another mysterious guest. Previously Wang Xiaohu mentioned that his father had prepared 3 beauties for a mysterious person, and now another one appeared. "Did you overhear their conversation?" Baichen quickly asked. "No, they dismissed everyone when they were talking," Zhao Zilong said helplessly. "It seems like these people are targeting Jinghai." Baichen narrowed his eyes. "Yes, I also think so. I believe we must eradicate Xiaoyao Hall as soon as possible. This way, those mysterious people should come to us proactively," Zhao Zilong analyzed. "Alright then. I'll go to Xiaoyao Hall first to take a look. You guys act accordingly." Zhao Zilong's eyes lit up. Then, the two of them discussed some details. Wang Xiaohu listened attentively to their conversation on the side, unable to interject. It wasn't until they finished talking and Baichen was about to leave that he said, "Brother Bai, I'll accompany you. You stay here. Follow Zhao Zilong's arrangements," Baichen said, then turned and left.